to a man on my hands. I got a suit. And I went upstairs with a suit. And they were like, go, Joey. And I'm dancing with people. Go meet them. And I'm dancing with this girl, rubbing her tits and shit. Finally, somebody gives me like a shot of whiskey. Like in the 7th grade. And all of a sudden, they're like, take her upstairs. And I'm like, and my mom was there. I didn't even make eye contact with my mom. I just held her hand. She took me upstairs to the attic, not even to my bedroom. We had an attic where she was going to spend the night. And to this day, I cannot tell you if I fucked her, ate her, kissed her. I think I just passed out. Fucking anxiety. Oh, yeah. That's the type of love I had. She brought a girl. She took me to fight somebody once. She would pick fights. She was my Dana White. When I went to Catholic school, I come home. She's like, you gotta go home and change. You gotta fight at 3:30 in front of my boss. That first day, I told him, come back here Friday at 3:30. You gotta fight my son. Not to go up there with like 2 fucking kids. It was never ending, man, with this lady. But those years is what I'm trying to do with my daughter now because I remember how my mom got to me. And it was just real. Like I finally have told my daughter a couple of months ago that she was 11 years old. And she's looking at me like that. I know. Smoke come out of your mouth. You come out of the bathroom. What do you think? I'm stupid.
She's like, everybody knows that. She's like, we have smoke coming out of our house and we don't have a chimney, Dad. Okay.
I fucking go in the garage all the time. She's like, Dad, it smells me. She go, and I go, we keep breaking in my house. Smoking dope. And she's like, Dad. So I'm really being honest with her. Little steps at a time. Like I gotta break it down. She's got a system. So eventually someday I got to tell the story. Yeah. I don't want to tell her now because I don't want her to think, well, what if me and Bobby break up? You'll never see us again. So I gotta be careful. I know what I need to look at. I would have to sit it down. But it's been 2 years. Yeah, right here. She's never made it to my tolerate it. Yeah. So things like that, but I miss my love, I miss my childhood. If it wasn't for my childhood, I would have never became a first. I would have became plain and simple. Whether it's a criminal thing, everything I did in my childhood came to help me out later on. Like in some way or another. So I have no regrets at all.
Yeah. Dang, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks for just sitting down. It's just so good to just hear your voice even. I remember how much, when you would go on your lives, dude. Remember when Mad Flavor was going fucking live, dude. The world lit up. You remember that, man? The world. People were like, Joe Coco's going live, dude. I would get texts from my friends back at home. They're like, Coco's going live. And I thought it was like a black stripper was going to do something. I didn't know what was happening. Periscope. Yeah, when you would do Periscope. And you'd be on your balcony.
Yeah, you can't smoke on Instagram. They'll fucking shut you down. So I can't do that stuff no more. It's been fucking. I love smoking on Instagram and stuff like that, but you can't. I haven't made a video on Instagram in 3 weeks.
That's ridiculous, though. You can link. Yeah, there you go.
Fucking 7 in the morning.
The 7 in the morning.
I would get up just to take a shower to go out there and smoke and talk to these fucking animals.
Oh, dude, there was nothing like it, bro. People, dude, I remember a deaf kid even fucking called me and talked to me. He was excited about that shit, too. People fucking came out of their own diseases and malfunction.
Understand? Getting up at 7 in the morning to do that shit. At 8 o'clock, I was already 3 sheep to the fucking wind. There was a weed store that opened up at 9 that gave out bagels in Studio City. He was a Jewish guy. I would be there at 9 in the morning when they made bagels, eating fucking banana bread. Well, it had to give in eventually. Now, listen, I got some edibles. I didn't take them last night. That's why I was uptight last night on stage. I had a drop tonight. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm going to drop like 800,000 milligrams tonight. And go down there towards your Joe, get some fucking barbecue.
Yeah, be good. I'll be down there, man. Any chance you moving on? So is that just a myth? Joe throws it around,
I'll tell you what. For my situation now, it makes sense. I miss you guys. I really do miss this.
Yeah, I miss it too. I'm realizing that.
I don't want to wait down there. I don't want to be down here for a week. That's too much. Days, 8, 9 cents. Get back on the plane and go home. If I buy, I'll buy a something in the building, like I know just something that everything is there. Like my niece in Nashville, everything, she got everything, $2,200 a month. Everything waits. Music, they cook in the building. And if I can find one of those down here, maybe get Troy Conrad in with me, maybe Lee, just somebody, just, if I'm not in town, they're in town, right? Watching it, enjoy it. They're not watching it. Somebody else can come in. I don't care. That's what I'm thinking. I can't buy a house down here. I don't want to do that because I don't want to resettle. I don't want to bring my daughter. She's settled right now. For me to remove her again. Fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like going and doing sets, man. I did 24 sets last week.
Yeah, and just at the mothership.
At the different clubs, 22 sets.
Where'd you go?
I went to
Red Man's.
Mothership. I went to Red Man's Sunset. I went to Creek in the Cave. I went to Black Rabbit. And I think that's it. But amongst those clubs, I did I probably did 12 sets at Mothership.
Yeah, I did 3 last night. I left. I went to get tacos with my daughter. I'm dying.
Yeah.
I went to get tacos after the second main show. I wanted to do one in the barrel. But yeah, to get some of the Joe, I was like, no, I gotta go home.
Yeah, I went home, dude, jerking off. I didn't want to, but
I went home, smoked some pot, watched some TV. I slept good. Got up too early this morning.
I hate that shit.
Ate breakfast, went for a nice walk. Joint. Right back upstairs, watched the rest of some police movie. I fucking slept. I would have ended too. I got up, I watched that pussy, came back. Yeah. I took a long shower, I shaved nails, big razors and everything. I got skin in the sink. I shaved my fucking head, I cut my hair. You get out of the shower, you do all these little things. I can see myself as I was shaving in the shower, putting all those little cotton balls all over your face, like. And you had all this fucking
prison freckles.
Oh. It's good to see you, brother. You too, man. I'm out of here. I'm very proud of you. What you've done. Fucking animal. I love that you have a smile on your face all the time. And I will take you up on June 1st. So you're at Beacon that Friday night?
Yeah, I'm at Beacon that Friday night.
Just one show.
Just one show. Just one.
Just one, and then you're free.
Yeah.
You stay in the city.
I can stay anywhere.
Saturday.
Let's go to one Saturday and then go to the fights.
Saturday, perfect.
Even if you don't go to the fights, it'd be perfect.
No. Saturday we'll go because you have more time.
Yeah.
So you come over.
I'll cruise over early Saturday.
Yeah. Take the ferry right there.
No way, really?
Yeah. Drop it right down the block.
That sounds good. That's JJ Braddock Park. Finish the story about JJ Braddock. But you met him?
Yeah. He was home. Oh, guys.
Was he still talking about fighting and stuff? Like, was he still like?
He was just, I remember his son. He had a son that was a cop. I think he's still in the town. I think they still own the house. The family still owns the house. I never saw him box. He never coached me in boxing.
Right. But you got to see him though.
Yeah, I got to see him.
And did people think he was like a hero?
Yeah, at that time I didn't know his full history.
Right, you were a kid.
Right. And there was somebody in our neighborhood that told us about like him. And then they said if you ever go up there, we'll bring one of his shows. No, never. We went up there as kids. He was outside giving like data shows and $10 in his shop. That was it. Yeah, I never really saw that, but I hadn't spoken. But you hear the legend, and that. And that's what it is. But my buddy, my buddy's in charge of that.
Wow.
He's like that.
Groundskeeper?
No. He's a big time dude. He's in charge of that part. He's a politician.
And they keep it nice?
And they keep it nice. And he's the one that put him. He's actually my age.
Wow.
So he put that up there. And the whole family showed up. They put the statue up. It was pretty nice. I saw the pictures. It was pretty impressive, man.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I think I saw Natalie Portman at my hotel yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know.
Don't every time I'm at home, I see somebody on there. Well, not this time. At 20, I fucking walked down my elevator. I walked right into Magic Johnson. And he looked at me like we knew each other. I never met Magic. And he's like, hey man, what are you doing here? I'm like, the question is, what are you doing showed up one time. Now I'm in Austin, like, you know, big home. He's like, hey, I want to go to local. I said, nah. That would have been crazy. So I was like, oh, you should have brought him. I fucked that toast that dog. I told him, like, he knew me for 10 years. I don't know how that match was.
Hey, we do cocaine.
We don't fucking know.
Everybody knows. Coco Diaz, man, I love you, dude.
I love you all my heart, bro. This is the best part of this trip.
Good to see
You
y'all.
hit me last week. That's how what time tomorrow I was pissed.
Oh, yeah, because I had the wrong week, dude.
I'm like, what? Fuck, no, you better be quiet. I love you, brother. Thank you very much for having me.
I love you too, man. I'm more of the book. I want to read it, man. And, thank you, man. And, yeah, I just appreciate the fact that I get to know you. It's been one of the gifts of this job.
You're my favorite guy that way. How fucking happy was he? When I told that motherfucker he went down, he lit up.
Oh, yeah.
He lit up. He was like,
It's like a warm McFish when I got him on.
I
just fucking smell this breath.
He had no more flies on him.
He looked great. Bro, he looks cool, lean. He was excited about things. A lot more energetic than I heard me in the past. More vocal, confident.
Yeah, we all needed that break to realize what just need a break sometimes to realize what just fucking happened. And now we're ready for the next one. I love it.
So get it, love you too.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna change.
I have some new tour dates to announce. I'm going to be in St. George, Utah on July 2nd, Moncton, New Brunswick on August 10th, Bend, Oregon on September 11th, and Portland, Oregon on September 13th. Get your tickets early starting Tuesday, June 4th at 10 a.m. local time with code RATKING. General on sale starts Wednesday, June 5th at 10 a.m. local time. As well, we have shows in Montreal, Quebec, Portland, Maine, Spokane, Washington, Belfast, Ireland, Cork, Ireland, London, United Kingdom, Idaho Falls, Salt Lake City, and Las Vegas. Get all tickets through theovon.com/TOUR. Make sure not to use a secondary site. Thank you for your support. New merch. We've got some new gang hoodies. We've just done crew necks before. We've got some hoodies now available in heather gray, tan, light blue, and duck camo. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. That's the only merch site that is run by us. I know there's some other fictional ones out there. Just watch out for fakes. And thank you.
Yes, he's watching Rob President Trump is. He says filming his show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch filming every night on Facebook, on Newsmax. All this week, Rob wants to make his war on President Trump. Rob gives the facts of the national guard, cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about Jeffrey Epstein.
New salted caramel macadamia bar. That's DOS.
Today's guest is, well, he's the GOAT. He is. Today's guest is, well, he's the GOAT. He is an iconic comedian. He has a new tour going on right now called the Heaven on Earth Tour. He is labeled by many as an oracle, as the Black Crystal Ball, I've heard him called. I'm thankful that he came down from the clouds today to spend time with us. Today's guest is Mr. Cat. Williams.
Can't crowd this bitch.
What's up, man?
It's time. It's good to see good old Theo.
It's an honor,
The
man.
world loves you.
Well, that's nice of you to say. I feel like I can't believe I'm around you. I think I feel like you seem like a mythical figure.
Right. Well,
Like Sasquatch or like a unicorn or something like that.
yeah, you'll still feel that way by the end. Like, I won't ruin that. Okay. That's the good thing about people like you and I. Like, if somebody thinks that they like us, and they think they've made a connection with this person on the screen, when they're around us, it's legitimate because it was legitimate. You know what I mean? Like if Theo Von wasn't successful, he doesn't have a different story.
Right.
Right. You know what I mean? It's the same story. He lived that story. And that's why people gravitate to you, because there's nobody like you.
Well, thanks, man. I feel the same about you. I feel like everybody does.
Yeah. And you have a statue of me at your house.
So yeah, thank you, man. Delia, thank you for letting me even do that. What was that whole deal like with Michaels? That's where I got on mine. That was at Michaels.
Yeah.
Did you do it? Was it a collab or what was it?
They just robbed my image and likeness. Because they were doing it for religious purposes.
Oh, yes.
I allowed it to.
Well, thank you.
Wish you a Black Christmas.
Look, I'd be honored to have one. Yeah, man. Because when I met that guy there, he said we got 2 left, man. And there was 200, and one of them was marked down because it had a chip in it. But it's still, man, it's an honor. I keep it up in my house year round, and people walk in and they're like, "No way, that's Cat Williams."
It is. It is beautiful, man. Thank you.
Yeah. You have a new tour, man. I know people talk about touring and comedy a lot, and I want to know what kind of keeps you still doing comedy. Like, did you because I think when we start out, maybe it's to be funny, and then some people get to this place where they want to have a message. And do you notice that kind of tone shift in your desire to do it over time?
I don't think so. Like I always try to have a message, just because I enjoy the fact that while laughing and joking, you might learn something you didn't know, and I have gotten it from a comedian, and I kind of dig that. But everything else is just continuing this conversation with my fan base. Like, these are my friends that I haven't seen since the last time I was here. And here's our discussion furthering our relationship. So it hasn't felt much like work.
And is there heaven on earth, or do you believe in heaven?
Absolutely. And earth.
Yeah, all right. Fair. Touche, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember when I first, because when I was growing up, we just had, you learned about heaven and stuff, but all the pamphlets or whatever I'd seen at church or anything, it always had, it was mostly white folks, so right. And then I went to a black church one time. It was called Greater Starlight Baptist Church. That was in our town. And
shout out to Greater Starlight Baptist.
Oh yeah, it was nice in there. This was in Covington, Louisiana. But yeah, they had
about 13 miles from Slidell.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, Matt Williams in the building. was the first time that I realized heaven was going to be very diverse. I'd never thought about it.
Right.
And it blew my mind. I was like, oh, wow, they're going to have black folks in heaven, Asian folks, all types of folks are going to be there, you know?
It's truly the only place that white people are a minority.
Yeah.
Is in heaven. Just because thousands of years with nobody getting to go.
Yeah.
Just because of fuck shit that they might not have even been involved in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I don't know if I'm starting to look forward to it. I'm excited about it. But I guess I get caught up in like a lot of worldly stuff, you know, like there's still things I want to do here, that type of thing, you know?
Really?
Yeah.
You still got stuff you haven't done?
Yeah, man, I got some things, some different things. I would like to write a book, I think.
Don't say what they are, but I'm saying just the fact that you got things that you're excited about doing, that's the joy of life. That's when you're living is so many. That's why it's so difficult for these super wealthy people to be fucking happy. Like they can do everything else, but they can't fucking be happy because they've lived all their dreams. They got everything they were trying to get. They wake up and they can't score a touchdown no matter what. Yeah, it's a terrible life. But guys like you and I that still got stuff to try and taste and, you know, things to feel and people to be around. Like, it gives life a wonderful meaning.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is something that, like, if I stay kind of motivated and I have a plan a little bit, it keeps me a lot more. Like, okay, I want to do this. I still want to try that. Yeah. And I start to think, man, I'm running out of time, too. You know, if you really like to taste different things and smell different flowers and, you know, and see what's in different gardens and stuff, then you start to run out of time.
No.
You don't think?
No, because you had to be in the position that you're in now for you to be able to make some of these things happen. Couldn't have done them at 34, 24, 14 because circumstantially you weren't ready. You weren't ready financially. You didn't have the time. You didn't know that's what you wanted to do. Now at this place is when you can make those things happen. Like you can do everything on that list of yours in 2025 with no fucking sweat. And your biggest problem in 26 is I gotta have a new list. Yeah, time is one of the main things that's made up.
Yeah, you think?
I know.
So it's just used as like a mechanism to limit our thinking.
Well, don't say limit. You said that you like this thing because it gives control and it puts things in its place. And that's what time does for us so that we're able to keep track, you know, but the less you deal with time, you realize you have the right amount of time to do everything you gotta do every day, 24 hours. And you could make it an adventure every fucking day. Like, hey, I could die tomorrow. What would that mean I would need to be doing today? How do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, not looking at it like, oh, I'm running out of time. No. Dead people ran out of time. Everybody else alive. You got 30 swim trunks. Do that for me. You know, now
How you gonna say you got 30 swim trunks, but you ain't never been in the ocean, Joe Rogan? Bro, thank you for having a good sense of humor, man.
That's what I am. I am a good sense of humor.
Yeah, sometimes we forget about that along the way, man. You are. How long you want to live for, then you think, Kat? You gotta check it. When you ever think about it?
I was promised that I won't have to deal with that. So I don't consider it. I do know that I don't have
many things that I have to do in order to go out the way I would like. So that's a blessing, and about one of the best you can get, is being okay with the body of work and the legacy and the feelings and the emotions that you left, and I still haven't done my best, like comedically, like I'm still not my funniest, like I'm still not working hard enough, like I'm still not, I still haven't made a complete package of myself yet. So,
do you think some comedians start to feel like they have? And that's a trap.
most comedians have, though. I'm saying that becomes part of the career, is the fact that a lot of guys that are doing comedy right now were funny from 1995 to 2004. They're still working. They're still generating income. They're still, but their best comedy is long behind them. They're not that comedian that was thinking something was funny and writing it down and figuring a way to get this to the people. And so, yeah, it happens.
What sidetracks to me? I guess it could be all types of things. What sidetracks them from maybe fulfilling their
excellence is difficult, but to be mediocre, there's no pressure. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you don't feel like you have to be the funniest person that this crowd has seen tonight, then, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody's gonna jam you up about it. They'll know you're funny. And for a lot of people, that's enough.
How do you pick you've had a lot of openers, like I've met a lot of your openers over the years here and there. How do you choose them? How do you choose these guys to win?
Whether you're, I have no need to apologize. I choose them based upon whether their point of view is unique to them. I don't care what a comedian's talking about. That's your business. I don't care what jokes you're making or how your set flows. But are you telling a story about you? Can people see this 8 minutes, 12 minutes you're gonna do and know you and have a chance to like you? If you do that, then I can open for me, because my allegiance is to the people out there in those seats, and I want them to see the very best comedians that I can possibly bring. Somebody they'll enjoy, whether they're male or female or white or black. Just do they come to work? Do they have a show for you? You see? Yeah, that's what I care about.
Yeah, I think when I was getting into comedy in the beginning, I wanted people to know me, right? Like I like the jokes, and I want them to laugh and feel good and see different ways that maybe I think and stuff. But I wanted to sell myself. That's what I always thought. Yeah, when I first started, I didn't think I don't want you to remember one joke. I want you to remember me, right? Like I felt like this desperate.
That's a star, though. See, you knew that you would be a star. That's different than a performer. A performer is based upon the act. What I'm saying is, magicians ain't shit unless they doing magic.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, if I see them bitches, yeah, I feel it.
Right.
Bro,
right.
Yeah.
But a true comedian is above the comedy material. The jokes are secondary. We like this guy, and we want to hear what this guy has chosen to say to us about the topics of his choosing.
That's who you are.
You know what I mean? That's who you are.
That's who you are.
Yeah. Thanks for the
Yeah, you grew up in Ohio, huh?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you grow up by
Dave Chappelle? You guys grew up near each other.
Dave Chappelle's not even from Ohio.
Isn't he a big from Dayton? Are you really?
Chappelle's from D.C.
Oh, damn, my bad. Sorry. So, but then he lives in Dayton now, though.
Yeah, he has a lot of. He owns probably $5 million worth of property out there. He's done really well.
They got a beautiful museum out there I went to.
Dayton's a wonderful place.
They have the Air Force Museum, I think it is out there.
Because we have Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. We're very, very proud.
It's awesome. Yeah, they have, I think Fat Man and Little Boy are in there. Or the plane that dropped. Those are planes that dropped the bombs on. I want to say Pearl Harbor in there, maybe. It could be Hiroshima. Little Boy, Fat Man. Yeah, that's what Rogan named his the rooms of his comedy club after.
He certainly did. The mothership.
Yeah, they really get it over there.
You feeling the pressure?
Of this interview?
No, of Austin.
Oh, moving there?
Is Austin calling?
A little bit.
They trying to put pressure on you?
A little bit. I didn't, like, at first I wanted to do my own thing, like a lot of people were moving there, but now when I'm there, it just feels like it's a fun energy. And there's people on stage, and you can go up and down that 6th Street, and you can do 5 or 6 sets in a night. I mean, that's a lot of practice, and it's probably within 800 footsteps or whatever. So, that to me seems really remarkable. What's on the new tour? What's it like? Like, what's it like to still go out there? What's it like to, like, do you do in the round? What's your show like? I've been to a cabaret show.
Clearly. And what a blessing. You know what I mean?
That's true. I still have it to look forward to.
Right. We just learned we got plenty of time. You know? But it's like I don't know. It's like a festival for laughs and good energy, and there are different comedians before it gets to me, and so you get a chance to get an overview of some of the greatest comedians around the country, and get a chance to see them. And it's hosted by Monique, and Monique is a super large figure in comedy, and she has a great presence. And then after all is said and done, then I come out and I congregate with the people for an hour. The best thing I think is probably the fact that you've gotten your money's worth twice before I get on stage. And I think that's what I'm proudest.
Yeah. What do you bring with you on the road? Somebody said you bring a soda truck. Is that true?
Yes. That's my work truck.
I have a sour truck. I was curious what you thought about it.
When I'm home on the ranch, that's my farm truck. I love it.
It's fun. It feels like you're driving an email.
Oh, what?
It feels like you're driving an email. That's what I feel like sometimes. It just feels like I'm in the future. Like you get forward.
Yeah, it does feel like a UFO.
Yeah. Like you'll put the gas on Monday, like you'll forward, you'll put it there. When it stops, it's on Thursday. Right there. It's like it just hit like
yeah, it's a unique experience. You know,
like have you met Elon before?
No, I don't generally enjoy the company of billionaires.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I know any good billionaires.
It's not that they're not good, you know what I'm saying? I don't need to be reminded of my inadequacies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What you do for fitness, man? What's your fitness regime like? You got a regime each day, or what's it like?
7 pounds under or over in my life.
You that middle dog.
I don't. Like, I'm like 150, you know.
On the dime, maybe he'll show up.
Yeah.
He'll fucking checkmate a scale, baby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think I like, what have I been doing recently? Swimming. Oh, there's you playing golf right there. Damn cat out there.
Right. So, you know, if you can get 222 without your arms ever going above your head and do it consistently where it always ends up in the fairway that you're hitting, you know, 14, 16 of 18 in the fairway, you know, then you can play the game a little better.
Hanging out there, yeah. Well, you can't get them arms. I guess at a certain point, your arms don't need to go that high in the air anyway. I'm trying to think of why.
Well, it would certainly give me more yards and a fuller thing. It's just the rotator cuffs don't allow it. So I started golfing with these 80-year-old guys that, you know,
you gotta wait, like they can barely get out the car.
Yeah. And they come out there and outdrive you. Every shot is better than yours. Like, so they taught me how to play golf under restraint so as to not hurt myself. You know?
And how'd you bang them cuffs up? What happened with that?
What you mean?
How'd you
I was in the midst of a push-up contest.
No way.
Oh, but I was probably at 200. I was doing too much.
Did you want to push up?
Yeah. Yeah. Toward the cuffs. Both.
Get rid of both them bitches, man. God damn. Boy, you better fucking pull up at a Jiffy Lube and get well, buddy.
And the guy I'm going against, because the way it worked is you could do as many as you wanted when you stop. It's my go and I got a match. You know what I mean? So
you took it to the limits.
He was a horse.
You took it to the limits, man. Yeah, maybe you could probably do some swimming safely. Maybe I can see you.
No, I'm an avid water. Yeah. I'm in the water probably more than
you that dark koi, baby. You out there?
Nah, I love the water.
Yeah.
I pray underwater, like, because, you know, evil can't access you underwater, you know.
Oh, that's interesting.
A lot of people don't.
Is that true?
Yeah. And
that's why, baby, a child is an amniotic fluid, huh?
Yeah, like water's super powerful, like a living being. I'm sure that soon in the future they will confirm for us that water is a sentient being, and that, you know,
man, it's gonna be thinking that.
Well, that's why all throughout history there was always God's water, just because it's such a powerful force.
Yeah.
God's great.
Yeah, I'm in trouble out there. I think I'm just not the best swimmer, man. I don't like to swim cap either. You know, I never like putting that cap on. That just was not something that was not God, you know.
What do you mean by not a good swimmer?
I don't like it, man. I don't like being out in there. I'm kind of a land dog. I like being on land. I respect water too much. I think I get too scared in it. That's it. I get scared in it.
Yeah, you have to have a real respect for it, no matter what, like on a boat or regardless. Like, yes, it's one of those crazy things that, you know, it's beautiful and wonderful and it sustains life, but it has 1,000 ways to kill you. It houses the scariest area in the whole world.
Yeah, I just get nervous.
Yeah. But what are you like in a jacuzzi?
I'm pretty chill, I think. You know, I'm okay in a jacuzzi, but even then, if nobody's around, I don't know if I trust myself enough not to like. If I'm thinking driving through a long puddle, I'll look at my watch and make sure everything's all right. You know, I just get.
But you had a drowning incident in your path.
I think I've just had some probably nervous experiences with it, man. We used to have a neighbor, and this guy was probably lot of people, he had like one of them big bathtubs they had at their house, and he would make us play Navy or something. Probably yeah, but we didn't know, right? But he would have us play Navy.
You have more than 6 of those stories, so you can't.
We had we had but he'd have us play. But it was just like a lot of.
You're looking at buttholes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's like a while ago.
Some of these guys were researching gay.
I don't know what they were.
You know what they were? We're sure what they were. You just made it through all the gauntlets, like as a participant.
Oh yeah, bro. I put a juke on a nutsack. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Give me my $4.
Bro, we grew up just at them, but back then they had some more pedophiles and wildness. I think back then, people wasn't that. Now it's all documented, you know.
Right.
But back then it was just people was more, you know. I remember we had a guy. They called one basketball coach had been like kind of tickling the kids a lot, right? And then the other guy called him. he said, hey.
That's so natural. I said that so naturally. Like that's a thing. Coaches can find themselves.
You're trying to get that 3-pointer out of you, bro. But they had, but they called him and said, hey, they said, Mr. Sharp, you said, you can't, if you keep tickling a kid, you can't coach him. But that was it. There wasn't like a lawsuit or anything. It was just more, you know, stern activity. Don't do it like that. But we had, I don't fucking know, man. What were we talking about? Oh, it's swimming, people. Swimming, man. Yeah, I think I just get too nervous in water. I know it's too powerful. That's what I know. Yeah. I know it's way more powerful than I am, man. Yeah. But it's so funny you get it, like, because I could see, man. I think if I think about you, like, I could see you having like a show at a SeaWorld or something like that, you know? Like, you know what I'm saying? Man, like cat.
No. It'll be a one night only. But still, because I'm letting everybody out.
Oh, you're free, bro.
This is wrong.
You're free.
Like, I'm black. I'm not going to stand here in front of a prison and do a show.
You're freeing all the black fish on everything.
All the fish.
Every fish in the ocean, bro. Free Nemo, bro, till it's backwards, man.
I don't know what happened yesterday. Everyone's gone.
Dude, if they had one night, though, I'm talking a $320 ticket. It's a pricey ticket, but it's a one night only. Cat Williams and the whales, baby.
Right.
Cat, fish.
I got you.
People, bro. It'd be unprecedented, man. You know? Indeed, it would be unprecedented. People would love it, man.
I think people are loving the fact that you're sharing the news stories.
Thanks, man. Right. Yeah, like
So get back to the guy in his big bathtub.
Oh yeah, Roy was his name, right?
Roy.
And he ended up in the military. But at the time, nobody knew that. You know, we were just children, and he was and he got a whistle or something. Somebody bought him a whistle, and so he would just have us like do these like little games or whatever, you know. And so I don't know if kids were violent during that, or sometimes people would be aggressive or something. But I think maybe that made me nervous about water. My sister almost drowned one time. And I thought she didn't, but she almost drowned once. So I think just stuff like that. We would go swim in a river and there weren't a lot of lifeguards. So I think that's super scary because, you know, you get caught with a current or something, it's just real. It can be a lot, you know.
Which river?
The river we were at, I think it was probably part of the Chifuncta, like a little tributary of it.
Dirty water.
Yeah.
That's scary too.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's that kind of atmosphere, I guess, maybe. I'm trying to think what made me so scared. Hey, you know what? I don't know if I knew how to swim that great. Yeah, Chifuncta River. I don't know if I knew how to swim that great, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think, people could. I would love to see you do a water show of some sort one day and venture it out to that sort of thing.
I appreciate the fact that you're giving me ideas of things that are unprecedented.
Yeah, it'd be really cool, man.
Nobody else has a water show.
This episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. Do you love firing on sports? Well, Prize Picks is the best daily fantasy sports app for you. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. You can fire on all your favorite sports like the NBA, NFL, UFC, and many more. Instead of choosing teams, you choose individual players. Each player has a set projection, and you either choose more or less than that set projection. That's what I like about it. That's what makes it so unique. For example, if you think Patrick Mahomes is going to throw for more than 17 completions, you pick more. If you think Jalen Hurts is going to launch more than 22 Cubs, you pick more. If you're smart with sports and you know what players are going to perform on what nights, Prize Picks is the best app for you. With the Super Bowl on the horizon, now is the time to get in on Prize Picks. On top of the play $5, get $50 offer for all new users with code Theo. The Prize Picks group will also have a free pick live for the Super Bowl. That's right, get a free pick that you can add to your lineup. Now's the best time to get in. Use that promo code Theo and cash in those free picks on top of that. Thank you, Prize Picks. If you love Bitcoin or you're looking to get in crypto, then I've got the right thing for you. I've got what you need. It's MoonPay. That's what I'm introducing you to. It's the easy way to buy or sell crypto using the payment methods you already feel comfortable with. Credit card, debit, PayPal, and even Venmo. Crypto's been on a tear. And if you're thinking about diving into that digital treasure chest, MoonPay's got your back. MoonPay isn't just another player. They've got the experience to make buying crypto as smooth as a freshly paved road. Thank you, MoonPay. I've had my ups and downs with crypto. Once I got so hooked, I was checking prices more and I couldn't even feed my damn baby. I was just too busy checking prices and charts. I sold it all a few times, but like a boomerang, I'm back. Thanks to MoonPay. Using MoonPay's app is simpler than a one-string guitar, and it's available on iPhone and Android, so you can always have MoonPay in your pocket. So if you're looking to get into crypto, there's no better place than MoonPay. Head over to moonpay.com/THEO, or you can access them in any of your favorite crypto wallets, such as Exodus, Phantom, MetaMask, or Trust Wallet. This is not financial advice, I want to remind you. Trading crypto carries risks, and you could lose your investment. MoonPay is here to facilitate, just like I am, not to advise. Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Tecovas crafts quality Western boots for everyone, from generational ranchers and lifelong cowboys to first-time boot buyers. Born in Texas in 2015, Tecovas makes it easy for anyone to find their perfect boot. Every one of Tecovas boots are handcrafted with over 200 meticulous steps for broken-in comfort right out of the box. Now, I'll say that Tecovas sent me a pair, and I'm enjoying them. I like the width of the actual foot. It's not, I had me another pair, and they's too narrow. My feet get all nervous, and they're all tight, all just like they're just in a very small parking spot. But now with them Tecovas, baby, it's really, my foot feels perfectly settled. Right now, you can get 10% off at Tecovas.com/THEO. You sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TECOVAS.com/Theo. Tecovas.com/Theo. See site for details. Tecovas. Point your toes west. Were you affected by the fires? Do you have any damage? No. lived in the Palisades. Like, yeah, it's massive gut punch. Just the lives and economies of people that have been destroyed. But this is how life operates, you know. It's very humbling for there to be thousands of homeless millionaires, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it's so surprising, man. I had a friend I was talking to him. He said, hey, do you want me to go to your apartment and get your... I got a Jeep Cherokee out here, so you want to go get it in case the winds change it. And I said, I think it's going to be okay. And I said, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm going to an audition. And it was just so wild. He had places that were completely disappear off the earth. And then you have a guy who's going to an audition at the same time, you know. Just that there's so many things happening at once in the city. It's like part of it is so affected and some of it is unaffected. You know, it kind of just was a dichotomy. Yeah, I feel that way every time I watch international news. You know, just you watch another country's news and see all of the stuff that they're going through that we never hear about or know about. It's crazy. But LA is just so massive of a city, you know. Yeah, it's like a state almost in a way. Right, like LA is like a collection of 100 cities, you know, that make this. That's a good point. I never thought about it like that. With Hollywood and Encino and Beverly Hills and all Compton, Gardena, and Inglewood, and Hawthorne, and Torrance, and the city of Manchester, and all of these places are fingers and pieces in the body that is LA. So there's no way for 6 or 7 of those parts to be going through pain and the body to be okay. But by the same token, it has to be. You know what I mean? Like if you break your finger, the rest of your fingers still got work to do. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I think about what it would be like if I were like another ethnicity, you know? You ever imagine like that, like if you were an Asian guy? If you could handle it. You ever had dreams like that when you're Asian? I'm not sure if you have those when you're black. Like, I'm saying I was born black, so I was born a superior being, a superb specimen, if you will, as far as human creations are concerned. So I never wanted to be anything other than that. I wanted to know how other people felt. So I didn't know. But you never like thought I want to be that. No. Yeah. No. But maybe some of that is because I didn't think that was possible. I didn't see it from a negative perspective. I saw it from a positive perspective, right? You know what I mean? Like I'm in the driver's seat. It'd be cool to be a passenger, but I like the seat I'm in. That makes sense. Yeah, I didn't think that Chinese people were having more fun doing things, or I thought they were doing different things. They're doing fine. Yeah, and I was interested in knowing what those were, but it never dawned on me that they might be better. You know what I mean? Right. And I had white friends that were admirable, but I didn't imagine being white, and I didn't think that they imagined being black as either. think that you would be as different from yourself as you are as a white guy, as you imagine that you would be. Oh, you would just be kind of the same, but just a different shape. Right. What I'm saying is, I don't think that you because you think the thoughts and all were kind of the same. Like I'm almost certain that you as a black guy are also not the norm. You're not. Yeah, you're. I could do it. I think I had a singular. Yeah, you can. I would like, if I ever. I don't know. I'm trying to culture vulture, whatever. But I would like if they ever give you, if they do, if they let people. If I get to do reincarnation, I would put in an application under that. Okay, so let's work this out. Because if reincarnation is real, you have some say in it. Right, that's right, because you probably get to apply or talk to the manager. I'm saying there's nobody else's opinion that will be more valued than yours, right? So let's decide. So where are you coming back? What do you want to try first? College, ethnicity. Don't go right to black. Okay, I'll wait at least around or whatever. I will do. I don't know if what I do. Asian seems so. Because it feels easy to do. I hate to say that. You see it. That's crazy. Sorry. Okay. Yes, I said it. Asian people. Oh, I would be Mexican. Mexican seems cool. You're kind of almost, you're like a little black or whatever, but you're just. Right, what was his name? Oh, the first Mexican that we ever had in our school. No, Constantine. No, Nicholas. Yeah. Right. So you at least have some experience. Yeah. Like, you know how you could show up. You could be a hero. Yeah. Not get ahead of yourself. Yeah, I would go easy into it. I wouldn't let anybody know that had been there, that it was my first time. I think you'd have to be, because sometimes I believe you have first times as a human, even like you meet some people, it's like, oh, this is this person's first time being a human. So, like, this is right. Damn newborn, Right. And then you meet some people, you're like, damn, this person is a sensei. This person has they've been here before. But yeah, I wouldn't go do black first, man. I would definitely keep that for like I would be honored to do it if they let me do it. That's what I would say. I don't speak for the entire delegation, but and I would do my best, man. We would be again as a black guy, we would be honored to have you come through, applaud our path. And the only reason I said don't do it first is just because there are certain things that go along with it that you just don't know how you handle it, until you got the dick of a horse, and then you just gotta figure this thing out. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got a parallel park, even probably tougher. Everything is different, a little bit different, I'm sure. But yeah, I don't know if I'd go I would like to, especially if I got to bring a friend, I would definitely do it, man. You don't get to bring a friend. So you make new friends with each of these. I know. See, I want to just have some safety. Same reason I don't want to be in the water. It's just when I feel risk, it makes me. I think it makes me feel nervous. Right, but nervousness was created for that. Nervousness is a good thing. You're supposed to feel that, but that doesn't dictate whether you continue. And then you can get a hold of that. Understanding that nervousness doesn't mean stop. The yellow light doesn't mean stop. The yellow light means be cautious. Right? And so when you feel those nerves, understand those nerves mean, okay, don't fuck around. But you can still enjoy. Yeah. So we're going to get you closer to the water in 2025. And mind. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, they're not blockages. Yeah, just you're not dealing with blockage. You're dealing with uncertainty as to who you are in the universe and whether or not you belong in the places you feel like. That's interesting. That is kind of how I feel. Yeah, because I'm always thinking of what this other thing would be like. Right? Right. Because I never really thought about it like that. I don't believe this is your home planet. Do you believe that most of the people here that are living right now, that this is their home planet? No. No. So you feel like it's more that you feel like we're maybe a species from somewhere else that's been kind of that landed here or that got. All of the religions tell the same story, and all of the stories are started up there and end up down here, down continent. And there's a reason for that, I believe. Do you feel like this is like a place we're supposed to learn something? Do you feel like it's a place that we're kind of just spending time and experience? A destination. You and I are at an age where we remember when the video game experience wasn't what it is now. It was still a game, like Monopoly. Yeah, where it is now, it's a whole different universe that you can live inside from your Xbox or your PlayStation. And in Call of Duty, you're an actual soldier, and it kills and deaths and eliminations. And you then cross over to the PGA game. You have your actual golfer that looks like you and has a name you gave him, and he's really gonna go out there and do this 18 on Whistling Straight. And you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Then I go and get in my Podium 1 sim racer, and I pick the car of my choice, and I'm an actual racer. So that those experiences located in that console, that's this experience here on Earth that we're all able to share, and that's what would make that reincarnation possible. It just means yesterday I played that game. Today I'm logging in this experience. So yeah, certainly the universal college. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I forget. I get caught up in the minutia of things, and I forget to kind of have this bigger breath of like an experience. It's not a an experience in which you're winning, right? And an experience in which you're in a better position than others who have been in this same. You are excelling in a life in which you very well could have turned out to be nothing. Yeah. Or another statistic, or just another forgotten body in a ditch. And those were the hazards, right? And you, the Obama, made it through all of that and negated all of those horrific possibilities and are here in this position, the best you've ever been, and those are the facts. And if we tell ourselves more of the facts in our head, then we don't hear so much negative, If we try and just focus on telling ourselves the facts, of how good we're doing, like, we're much too hard on ourselves. Oh yeah, I feel that all the time, man. Yeah, and like I don't know any other way to be almost sometimes, like not in a bad way, but yeah, I feel like it's this constant sentence, like you gotta I feel like there's always been this to-do list that I don't even make, and it's just always been there. It doesn't make any sense to you. That's how I feel all the time. Like, oh, I gotta do, stuff to prove, constant of improving. This, all winners have that disease. It's self-inflicted. It's for you. It's you doing that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Harsh management is what gets you to the point that you're at. But if you have animals, you know that a relationship doesn't do good if just control works, just sit and stay, and there needs to be connection fostered, and treats are the best for learning, and so treat yourself with those type of things as well. Like, don't forget to remind yourself of all of the people that you tell stories about, and the fact that was it for them. That little piece of the story you told, like, they didn't get back. Like, they didn't then change some stuff and go like you did. Yeah. Do you feel like, who was like a role model when you were growing up? Do you think you got some of your own influences from? Do you think it was from people like actually humans in the world, or do you feel like you had kind of like divine thoughts that came into your head, or guidance? Like, where did that kind of stuff affect you, like when you were younger? Do you feel like I got it all from books? And I got it all from books. What are you smoking, kid? Sir, mother, you smoke? If it's not pot, I can smoke it. Right. He said if it's not pot, I can smoke it. It's for certain pot. Oh, it is? Yes. Yeah. Sorry, if you needed a cigarette, you can have it. Yeah, I might have a cigarette, but you might. What you're getting ready to have is not even available in this place that we live in. What? California. LA. They don't have Newports here? Yeah, they're not allowed to do methadone. So racist. Yeah, it's weird. You can burn down a whole town, but you can't have a new. Right. And your blackness begins. Yes, sir. Sorry, is that it? I don't know why. Yes, sir. We had some cool black kids growing up in our area, bro. Right. Your basketball team picture is just so wonderful. Oh, thanks, man. Cal Jackson on there, Dongo Addis, he had a child. Number 34, our basketball picture. We had a lot of good kids in there, man. Shout out James Gray. His dad rented a car on a tire place. He was in there. Vincent, he got all the ladies. Vincent, man. And Johnny, that's Big Johnny, he was damn 11 feet tall, baby. 10 birds living on his shoulders, baby. He was up there. But we had a lot of cool kids in our area. That's how we know everything is perception for you, you know what I mean? Because you gave two whole different sizes for two niggas that's the same size. you can see they ain't the same size in the picture, though. He doesn't let that change his story. One of them was 7'7". He was buried in all the trees. The other one was 6'1". Here they are together. Bro, Johnny was so tall, he had windows on the side of his head, man. He was tall, man. No, you were kneeling down. Countless stories. Yeah, that's true. Always kneeling down, man. Yeah, but these experience, like, no matter what, like, that dude, number 34, like, we want to hear his stories. Yeah. Like, we know he's got stories, and we want to know if he'll tell the stories, and the fact that that's what you do. It's Well, thanks, man. Thanks for the nice words. I appreciate it. You do a great job too, man. Thank you for all the joy over the years. You just bought a military base, is that right?
Yeah, formerly Fort McClellan.
Fort McClellan. And was it an active base till recently, or?
I think it decommissioned in 1999.
What's it like up there?
Magnificent. It's going to be one of the greatest things that I personally have ever done. But it's
This is it.
that's the front side of the beginning of the campus, which is 30 buildings, 3 million indoor square feet, 4.5 miles of roads. Like, we got the best parts of the base. They had chemical testing and stuff. We don't have those parts of the base. That's the Department of Homeland Security. But yeah, we just have a wonderful, blessed base at the foothills of the mountains, and it's really magical. And I was able to see what Tyler Perry was able to do with 200 or 300 acres of a military base, and how you could make a movie studio out of that. And so it hit the news recently, but I purchased it a couple years back. Yeah, I've had it, so we've been working.
Was that a tough step to like take that? Like, okay, we can get this and we can do this. Like, did you reach out to Tyler Perry? Because I know he has, like, in Atlanta, he has an amazing space. Like, he may have many spaces now. This was 3 years ago. I went to a space center train for something, and it was unbelievable.
No. I wasn't looking then or now for assistance. Like, we can do this. I just needed to be able to have a home where great movies and entertainment product could be made without any of the shenanigans that are generally involved with Hollywood, and be able to crank them out. And that all it needs to do is be good. If it's good, we're going to make it. And so, even though it might have appeared from interviews of me that this guy just loves tearing people apart, really, we're trying to create something where they can provide a platform for a lot of people to show what they do. So, yeah.
So it'd be a place where you can make other people's kind of dreams come true, like with film, television, that's
right, where you can just basically have a great script and a great cast and leave your troubles at the door and walk out with the movie hell yeah in the can. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I like that. Doing things yourself.
Yeah, because they'll let the comedy movie industry die if we allow. You know what I mean? And nobody in the fan base ever said, "Hey, we don't want any more funny movies." Nobody said that. None of the fans ever were like, "Hey, we're tired of laughing and boo to the cop." No one ever said that. They just decided, we make more money in the superhero action department. Let's just do all those. Yeah, you know what I mean? And so it'll just take for somebody in the comedy sphere to start producing funny shit. And there we go again.
Do you already have projects kind of on tap?
Yeah, we got a slate. I'm not allowed to really answer that question, but yeah, like
it's a great location where it is. You know, like it's an hour and a half from Atlanta or less. It's 45 minutes from Birmingham. You know, and I love that area, and they're so thirsty to be involved. You know that we have equal thirst, so everybody wants it to work, and so it will. Yeah, that's exciting, huh? It is. Well, you kind of your hand in on most of the projects, kind of like. Is it a weird question? It's kind of not necessary for how it's set up. It's set up in much of the way the grocery store is set up. So my job is just to make sure that all of the food that we sell in this grocery store belongs in this grocery store. You see what I'm saying? Is it good quality? Oh, we'll get it in there. People want to see that. Yeah, they love that. Yeah, the cherry plums. Yeah, they love that, you know. And once that barrier is crossed, then we're just trying to make the best project for you and to make your smaller budget be able to compete with the larger budgets. Yeah, because comedy, you don't need a really big budget either. It just needs to be funny. Yeah, it needs to be funny, but it also can't be under budgeted though. See, they can't. It's gotta be professional. Yeah, it cannot look cheap, regardless, which means it can be. You know, and that goes to the equipment and to the lighting, and that's why you need hundreds of acres of space to be able to have all of have it like they're building an amphitheater, and you know we have sound stages and a whole auditorium, and you know hell yeah that's instead of seeing a view of the cars, that's owning the deck really, you know, like instead of waiting to get dealt the cards, that's like saying we're just saying you're gonna make sure that things can happen. It's like you having a podcast. It's like it's almost a no-brainer. Like it makes sense. Yeah. You know, it's something you know you can pull off. It's something that you know you're invested in. It's something you know you do well. So, yeah. Hey there, this episode's coming at you courtesy of Blinds.com. Window treatments. They ain't just about keeping your nosy neighbor Todd from peeking in while you eat your cereal shirtless. Nah, man, the right window treatments can actually save you some cheddar on those energy bills. That's right, less sweat, more cash in your pocket. But here's the rub, getting them the old-fashioned way, what a nightmare. Some dude shows up at your house with a vibe you don't trust, throwing out quotes that sound like he's trying to fund his kid's private school. It's like, well, Blinds.com flipped the script. No weird home visits, no pushy salespeople. Instead, they got these virtual consultations with design experts who can help anytime, anywhere. So here's the deal. Head on over to Blinds.com right now to unlock an exclusive discount. That's right. They're hooking up our listeners with $50 off purchases of $500 or more with code at checkout. Don't sleep on this deal. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. You know the drill. Blinds.com. Maybe they're changing the window game one shade at a time. You know that Valentine's Day is closing in quicker than a box of discount candy canes after Christmas. Let's be honest, we've all been there, rocking a 5 o'clock shadow at noon, looking like we're auditioning to be that scruffy sidekick in a rom-com nobody remembers. Not this year. That's right, this video is sponsored by Manscaped, the brand trusted by over 11 million men worldwide for their trimmers, hygiene and shower formulations, and premium boxers. Whether you're a first-time trimmer or a proven guru, the Handyman in a special edition Rocket Man colorway from Manscaped is the secret weapon you need in your grooming arsenal. Set your sights on the legendary smoothness this Valentine's Day and lift off with the handyman Rocket Man today. Use my promo code Theo and you'll get 20% off and free international shipping at checkout. That's 20% off plus free international shipping with promo code THEO at manscaped.com. Happy Valentine's Day. What, are you married or not, Kat? I have wives, but no. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a happy man. Yes, I thought I've been thinking a lot about getting married, but I don't know if it's just like an outside pressure that I feel, or if it's just like something I would like to have that family, like that. I think you always have like an idea of what a family is, Sometimes I feel like that's something I wanted to try to make happen, It seemed like it would be a real challenge. Scared of marriage, but I was scared of divorce. Like my parents didn't get divorced. My parents are still together. Oh wow! So I always felt like you only do this one time, and I was always more happy of the bullets I had dodged and people that, I thought I would have married her. Like I was ready to marry. You know what I mean? And then you'll see them years later. You're like, oh my God. So, yeah, happiness is what I'm after, not titles or idealistic situations. It's like, I just want to provide happiness and be provided that as well. And if you can get that situation, regardless of where it's called, maybe I get too stuck on maybe I sometimes do get too feeling like I have to fill in the blanks as opposed to what do I really want to create, like, or being like, what if I didn't get married? What would people think? Sometimes I get that stuck in my head, Yeah, I guess it's normal, but yeah, I don't. I would hate to be put in a situation where I have to cheat on somebody, and I kind of feel like, what was the point? Yeah, I don't want to set myself up for. That's a good point too. I don't want to set myself up for a situation that would be uncomfortable for me, or I would hurt somebody else's feelings. Yeah, that's something I would not enjoy. But remember, in your next life, you got a black woman coming, so things are gonna change. Oh Lord, things are gonna change. It's gonna be something. God. Right. I'm gonna have you experienced the black woman. Yeah. Pretty much. I haven't dated just a black lady. She wasn't our best representative. No. There's a cute black lady I met at the airport that if I see her again, I think I would try to ask her out, but I haven't seen her again. But I would be open to dating a cool black lady. Hold on. Let's talk specifically about this one you're talking about. Yeah, she just looked like really confident and nice smile and pretty eyes. I was like, man, there's just something about her. Okay, all right. And she was where? That I admired. She was working at the airport. So she was a worker. She liked to work. She doesn't mind work. Hey, they're beautiful. Which airport was this? This was at LAX. You bet it was. Yeah. So she was TSA approved too, So yeah, if I see her again, I would try to. No. We're seeing her again. Okay, we're seeing her again because you have this feeling already. You're only saying it like, well, you never know. I might not say that you're going to see her again. Absolutely. Because you're gonna ask her out. Fantastic. She might be watching. don't know. She might be watching. Do you do that? You put things like in? Do you like do that? Like speak things into existence type of thing? I'm not powerful enough to do that, but I don't ignore things that I see in existence. So what I'm saying is, I'm not going to ignore the fact that you're not saying abstract. And, you know, if I saw a black woman that did something for me, I'd ask her. No, you actively saw one. Yeah, this is recent. Yeah. And it's gonna be life changing. Yeah. Are black women a lot different? Yes. Like you know black guys, right? Yeah. Black women are nothing like black guys. Like I don't want to put so much pressure on this lady at the airport, but she doesn't know we've had this conversation. No, magnificent creatures. Okay. In slavery, black women were appreciated. You understand how difficult that is? Yeah, that's some hard shit to pull off. Yeah. I hate you guys, but not all of you. Precious beings. Yeah. That's black women are almost unreal. And only because what it is that they possess, they don't. It's no purpose. Like, you know how we feel about people on the spectrum? Like, oh yeah, they're magic. Right. The reverence that you and I have for that community, right? You're gonna feel that with the black women. Like, they're really where the word nurture comes from. You know what I mean? Like, the ability to give you something as a man that never had before, felt before, and make it comfortable for you to access that. Like, you know, really life changing. Yeah, man, because this could be part of my 2025, man. It is. It clearly is. Right. We've said it. We said it. Yeah. Well, you had a lot of last year. You seemed like you had a lot of predictions last year. You kind of became this oracle last year. Did you feel that? That people came to you, you almost became kind of like this, like a little bit like a crystal ball. I'm honored to get to say the things that I say when I'm saying, and because you know that I operate from a positive first standpoint in all things. Like, I assume that it's going to work out for the best, and I understand that if it is for the worst, then I'm prepared to handle that as well. But yeah, so did you start to worry any about your own safety and stuff? Because it seemed like you really had some moments where you're kind of, almost channeling troops into the world.
His bitch's nose.
All right, you guys, we're going to jump right into this with no introduction. There's a lot that I would like to speak to you guys about. Can't wait to hear your feedback. A lot of lies that are being put out there, narratives that I would say are half-truths or just misrepresentations entirely. And I don't really see the reason for that. First and foremost, I'll let you know, last week was not a dream. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is dead. And he was publicly executed. I want to make that clear. Charlie Kirk was publicly executed before the world. And as we're all searching for answers, the ones that are being supplied to us are not making a lot of sense. And some people, I would say, are speaking too much, or speaking on behalf of other people. I don't like it. We'll say something that I think brought the world a lot of relief, also, sadness. We were grieving with her, was when his wife, Mrs. Erica Kirk, addressed not just the nation but the entire world. Her words were very powerful.
Didn't hear.
We just have a very brief portion of her remarks, which you should
I hate that fucking thing in the back. That fucking scratch on the back.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea.
Yo, lady, I'm sorry.
You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife.
No, I like this girl.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Shema, Yisrael, Adonai.
To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die.
Beautiful, powerful words. Charlie had just one wife. What we got to see across this weekend is that there were so many people around the world, like she said, who were deeply moved by Charlie Kirk throughout their lives, and of course have been deeply moved by this tragedy and what she is describing there. That fire, a lot of us are feeling it. I am definitely feeling it. I had a very tough weekend. I will say this, my entire life I've not been much of a crier. It is not my choice emotion. I'm not a person who bursts into tears, and many people are like that. This weekend, I didn't just cry, I wept. I wept for Charlie, obviously. I didn't make it through the tribute to him on Friday, and for those of you who wanted to see me in a moment of weakness, that was delivered to you. Fair. Yeah, I watched my friend get shot in the neck. That's what happened. I just want to say that he was publicly executed again for the world. The question is why, right? When you are in a state of grief, you go through a lot of emotions, and I'm arriving right now at a lot of anger. The audacity of some people. It has taken much restraint and prayer, and I had to speak with a priest. I had to go to confession. These emotions that I am having, wanting to respond with Charlie in his own words, really. People that are coming forward and saying this is what he thought and this is how he should be remembered. It just feels really inappropriate to me. I didn't know what to do other than to scroll through messages between me and Charlie, regarding which there are a ton of them. And I kept going back and watching the many videos of us dancing to the song Power, and it felt appropriate to reach out to DA, speaking about things, talking about his mode when he wrote the song. When you wrote the song Power, why did we have it as our hype song? Because the song is about the ability to find it within yourself to become what you know you are capable of becoming inside of a matrix. When you just realize everything is dishonest, that everything is performative, that people are dishonest, that they are going to try to stop you from being great. In fact, it's the end of the song. The question that he asks at the end of the song, that's the most important. Ye asks, do you have the power to let power go? Do you have the power to say no to power? I told you guys that Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation at the end, and all of the usual suspects were really angry that I hinted towards that when he made it. I'll say that. They were attacking me, trying to make me fearful, to speak out and speak about things that I know. I'm not feeling very fearful right now. I am, like I said, very angry. And I found, Charlie's favorite portion of the song. I'll show you the text between him and I, because this feels very relevant right now. This is, again, lyrics directly from the song Power, but I just needed time alone with my own thoughts. Got treasures in my mind, but couldn't open up my own vault. My childlike creativity purity, and honesty is honestly being crowded by these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up with me, taking my inner child. I'm fighting for custody with these responsibilities that they entrusted me. That's a moment where he is really speaking about how hard it is. Like when you're saying, no, this is what I believe. And they say, you're not allowed to believe that. You feel like you are fighting for custody of yourself. And I want to be very clear that I believe, in fact, I know that towards the end, Charlie was fighting for custody of himself. I want to say that. I want to say that plainly. And there are lies that are being told and they need to be slapped down right now. There's one person who's been out there acting like he is a widow, just saying the absolute most, tweeting first about what happened to Charlie, following it minute to minute, and doing hits in a foreign country, like making time to do hits on Fox News, 2 of them. Bibi Netanyahu was fighting, I think, like an 84 front war with everyone, made a lot of time for Charlie Kirk. You would have thought they were the best of friends, as close as him and Trump were. But I will say I don't recall Erica mentioning Bibi Netanyahu in her speech. The way he's presenting it is like he was unbelievable. I mean, this is just the worst loss for him, but I don't think that is the truth. In fact, I know for a fact that he is misrepresenting some things that happened there towards the end. So let's at first listen to what Bibi Netanyahu just one day, less than 24 hours after Charlie died, what Bibi Netanyahu had to say on Fox News. Take a listen.
We're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son, actually, and his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us. He was an extraordinary friend. He said, he wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization. A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place, but he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel. He did so many things to defend free speech. He had his truth. He stood up for it. But he said, you can come and debate me. He invited that debate. He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And this is a worldwide problem. The people on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies. Whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
Who is they, BB? Who is they? Who got Charlie Kirk? We don't have to actually speak conspiracies. I'm just wondering, because you said a lot there, but it really sounded like it was about BB trying to establish a narrative that we saw reinforced by a lot of people. That Charlie kind of made it almost sound like he died for Israel. I mean, Trump's account even tweeted out a photo of Charlie and an American flag and also an Israeli flag with AI used. Like this is just who Charlie was. He says Judeo-Christian values. He spoke to him 2 weeks ago. Again, you would think he was busy fighting this 97,000 front war, but no, he's letting you know that he just randomly picks up the phone and calls Charlie Kirk and invites him to Israel? How would maybe do that? It seems like maybe there's a little more to the story. No, there definitely is a little bit more to the story. First and foremost, that letter he is holding up, he is severely misrepresenting. Those sentences are real, but I am calling upon Bibi Netanyahu, the dear friend to Charlie Kirk, to publish publish the letter's entire contents. Like, don't start with just 2 sentences. Publish the entire thing. You're holding it. I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the contents, that in May, Charlie was concerned about Israel and their influence on American politics and how they were pushing things that he felt were in conflict with his beliefs, free speech, here in America. Bibi's holding it up like Charlie just in May said, hey, you know what? I just want to write a love letter to Israel. That's how it was presented. Would you guys agree? That's not how it happened. Now, regarding that phone call and that invite, that also needs to be contextualized. And I'm going to do that. First, Skylar, can we bring in a clip of Charlie from a month ago speaking about the kind of pressure that he was under? Because I think that will also help to further contextualize this. Take a listen.
I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But, some of the message you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not by some.
It's very irritating.
You hear him?
It's been so unfair. They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel.
No.
Both sides, the Israeli side was overrepresented.
No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper-paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white, and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of over-compensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
No, it's not defensible to be dumb, and he was under an increasing amount of pressure. Not just people telling him, oh, well, I'm upset with who you're inviting, but flat out telling him that he was not allowed to invite certain people to his events. They were threatening to pull out money. Charlie was getting a lot of really nasty text messages, and many of them pertaining to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, but Tucker Carlson was really the focus when it came to America Fest. How could Charlie allow these debates about Israel to take place? How could he allow Dave Smith, who, by the way, is Jewish, how could Charlie allow this other position to be the stage? Because obviously when people start to hear the debates, what Dave Smith is saying sounds so rational, but it was up to Charlie to not allow those things to happen. And that amount of pressure towards the end, as you see that conversation he had with Meghan was just a month before he lost his life, really, I would say, reached a pinnacle of sorts on the matter of what Tucker Carlson actually said on that stage. Tucker Carlson, while he was on that stage at Turning Point, brought up Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is a billionaire, obviously. He's also an extremely litigious billionaire. And Bill Ackman was on Charlie about comments that Tucker Carlson had made on that stage. Tucker Carlson specifically asked the question, where does Bill Ackman's money come from? Who is this guy? Actually, who is this guy that has this much influence? And like I said, Bill Ackman was not happy about this. And so I would like to contextualize Bibi. Again, these are things Bibi brought up publicly, which he didn't have to. He didn't have to bring up the letter. He didn't have to bring up the phone call, but he chose to do this less than 24 hours after Charlie Kirk was shot. Personally, Bibi, I would have appreciated if you guys used all of your spying on us for years to maybe track down the killer, but I guess this is where you thought it was best. Do a little propaganda for Israel would be better than us helping us track down the killer. But anyway, so Bibi Netanyahu, that phone call, what took place was a couple of weeks ago, before Charlie lost his life, Charlie was in the Hamptons, and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman. Because Charlie's rational thoughts about Israel were a no-no. This is not the route that you should be going on. And Charlie was surrounded by his friends, his quote-unquote friends. Bill Ackman was very upset, and threats were made. That's what I am told, and I will tell you that I am very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative. In fact, he was asked to dispute this narrative. Max Blumenthal went out to him today, and Bill Ackman came back and said, I have receipts I can show you, and he did not provide the receipts. And this is not how it went down. I know it went down this way. I'm waiting for one of them to go on record and to say that it didn't go down this way. It was at this time that Bibi Netanyahu was called and Charlie was invited to Israel. This was an under duress situation, I would say, because I've been in these situations before. When I started asking very sensible questions about Israel, as someone who had dedicated her life to supporting Israel, many times alongside Charlie Kirk, I was met with the very same pressure. And just like Charlie was being invited to Israel, I was invited somewhere else. And when this arrived to me, it felt like a threat. You know, I gotta tell you that. It felt like a threat. Like, not like, hey, come here and we can educate you because you're my friend. More like, this is your last chance. That's how it felt to me. I can't speak to how it felt to Charlie. And I know that Charlie was offered a ton of money in this moment. A ton of money. Even funded, you know. Spent tons of money. Turning Point, I guess, if it needs to go to a higher level, would have gone to an even higher level than it already was at. And I know for a fact that Charlie denied that funding. That Charlie denied, what Bibi didn't include there, he declined to go to Israel. Or I would describe this as like, you know, re-education camp. You know, we've seen it. You may not know, but we can help you. You know, we just need you to come out to Auschwitz and take a picture. Yeah. We just need you to come to the Holocaust Museum and take a photo. We just need you to go to Israel, and we can make this better. Charlie said no to Bibi. Okay. Bill Ackman, if you would like to dispute that, I would love to hear what you say happened, because our sources and what we have, it's solid. Okay, there were conversations that took place, messages that were sent at that time, and they are solid. So I decided, another person that was there, and I am not surprised this person was there. If you've been listening to my show, Seth Dillon. So I got Seth Dillon, and I decided to message him last night about this Hamptons meeting. And Seth Dillon, who was normally very quick with a response, has not yet been able to respond. I'll show you this text message chain. And I want to be clear, I am not someone who normally publicizes text messages. But my friend was shot in the neck, and I'm just not really in the state right now to be polite when it comes to the answers that I am demanding, okay? This is me out to Seth Dillon last night. I sent him Bill Ackman's tweets because, you know, he tweeted, I feel incredibly privileged to have spent a day and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man. I said, any comment on this one, Seth? He didn't answer last night. This morning I said, need a comment ASAP, please. He didn't answer. Then I followed that up and I said, trying again here, you were present when Ackman lost his mind on Charlie and when Bibi invited him to Israel and Charlie refused. Text messages immediately following this meeting are circulating. I find Ackman's statement, as though the meeting was somehow cordial, to be incredibly disturbing. Are you at all disturbed by that tweet? Do you feel, as I do, that this tweet significantly betrays the defined purpose and mood of his, and I presume your, final meeting with with Charlie Kirk, ? He was unable to speak to me, but he did place some frantic calls to Turning Point USA. Yeah. You see, I went out to Seth, but I also went out to two other people who were at this meeting, and nobody is willing to go on record. They're all messaging each other, trying to figure out a coordinated response to say that, no, this was all quite cordial, but no one wants to go on record and describe it as cordial because they know someone's leaking, because someone's got a guilty conscience about what happened at the Hamptons. So, I will again put it out there. Seth, Bill Ackman, and to the other individuals who I have not yet named, but who are going to be named later this week, we're at the Hamptons when Charlie was put under pressure. When Bibi Netanyahu called him and invited him to Israel, again in a move that wouldn't happen to me, it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu, felt to me like a laced threat. I am inviting you guys, I will give you my platform, actually, to come clear matters up, tell us what really happened, because, I think Charlie was definitely on the brink of changing some of his perspectives, and I can tell you factually, Charlie was praying the rosary. Charlie was going to Mass. One of my last conversations with Charlie was me joking with him, saying, just make the last step, okay? You are, I said specifically, you're too smart to be a Protestant. Just take the last step, Charlie. He says, ha ha. Speaking about Mary, and typically when those steps start taking place, you stop referring to yourself, as I did, as a Judeo-Christian. Again, it is mystifying why, Bibi is out there doing the absolute most to make sure that Charlie was basically remembered as, I would argue, like a Jew, has not been yet mentioned. I didn't hear that. Erica was very clear that Charlie was a Christian, and I believe Charlie obviously was very much a Christian, and that things are not being told truthfully. In fact, I will also call upon, since we're having fun, Turning Point USA to release the audio of what Charlie Kirk, so I was in communication with Charlie at this time because I knew exactly which donors were pressuring him and why. Exactly which people that they were insisting Charlie allowed to speak at his event and why. Charlie did not necessarily want those people to speak at his event. Okay? I'm calling upon Turning Point to release the footage of what Charlie said to Tucker Carlson before he hit the stage. Before, all of that craziness and the response to Tucker Carlson's remarks played out. Charlie was mic'd. Surely Tucker Carlson was mic'd. I know Charlie's mic'd the entire time at those events, so I'm asking for everyone to just release Charlie in his own words. I feel like that's pretty fair, right? Let's stop saying how Charlie felt, and instead, if you're going to hold up the letter, release it in its entirety, okay? What? Why don't you release your messages, Bill? I'll release mine. Let's all just be very forthcoming about what took place. In fact, I'm calling upon Tucker Carlson to speak about that. I know what Charlie said to him, and I'm sure Tucker Carlson won't lie about it. What did Charlie say to you? Dave Smith, what did Charlie say to you? What was Charlie? Did he seem like he was treading in the direction? Like, do we feel like what Bibi is saying is honest, a representation of what Charlie was going through? This is what I want. I think that the thing that we need here, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Now, does all of this mean that Bibi Netanyahu and that this somehow proves that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk? No, we have no evidence of that. We can't say that because there is no evidence of that. But I don't like little lies. That's what I will say. Something that I always say in my household is, when there is one lie, there's 20. There's no reason to lie. Bibi could have gone on Fox News, and he could have told the truth. He could have said truthfully that Charlie Kirk has always loved Israel. He's always loved Israel as the Holy Land. He's been here many times, and throughout his career, he has been a faithful supporter of Israel. That's not what he said. Okay? He talks about the phone call and didn't give it the proper context. He held up the letter and didn't give it the proper context. And lies by severe omission, I'd like to be very clear, are lies. lies by severe omission are lies. You're not going to gaslight us and tell us to shut up or call us anti-Semitic for pointing out the fact that Charlie was having a change of heart about the tactics that Israel was using in America, and that he felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed. Again, my platform is yours, Seth Dillon. My platform is yours, Bill Ackman. So if you want to clarify it, we can do it in front of millions, okay? I think that that's what people deserve, because everyone has PTSD. We watched Charlie get shot in the throat. That feels a little bit symbolic. It feels like they wanted us to know that his voice was problematic. Again, I don't know who they is. After we take this brief break, we're going to go through the investigation, which seems to have a lot of inconsistencies and holes in it, and we're definitely not yet at the bottom of what in fact took place. But I do know that I severely distrust people who rush to misrepresent things, and it's not a good sign when somebody has to ask you, as Greta Van Susteren asked Bibi Netanyahu in his secondary hit regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's not a good sign if somebody even has to ask if you did have anything to do with the assassination. It doesn't make you a great person, okay? And that's what she asked him. Take a listen.
Before I let you go, I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder, and I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing is, it's not only insane, I think it's so absurd, so stupid, so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying that they just filed the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this. But they go, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you could possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things. That continued actually up to the Holocaust. And the Nazis said the same thing. We're carrying vermin. We're spreading disease. And people believed it. And every time they believed it, this was a prelude to a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust.
Well, he's mentioned the Holocaust. Guess we can't prod the narrative any further, guys. Holocaust, so everybody's just stopped talking about anything. Hey, he's the victim. It's absurd. It's just absurd. The Holocaust happened. You heard him. We're sick of this shit. We really are. And there will be no narrative that I will not prod when it comes to figuring out why people are lying about the state that Charlie was in when it came to the topic of Israel. Again, you can examine Charlie in his own words. He was starting to talk about topics that you're not really allowed to talk about when you take money and big checks are being written. That pressure was increasing every single day. In fact, he was telling the truth even about Jeffrey Epstein. Take a listen.
Epstein, with his little friend Ghislaine, and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who's obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz-kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with him,
met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. It's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems to conflict with Bibi's narrative a little bit, yeah? Just a tiny bit. I do want to say this. It's important because I am angry. I will obviously, I pray to move on from this phase, but it's a fire in my belly right now. To those of you who think that you are going to replace Charlie Kirk, okay? Kings are born. You don't just get to depose and tell us that we're going to follow this individual, okay? I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA. You put a shill in Charlie Kirk's chair, in Charlie Kirk's company, and you try to tell us to follow that individual, I will be an enemy of you. There will be nothing that can stop me, okay? And I want you guys to say, this is not a threat, this is a promise. There will be nothing that can stop me. I will release every single text message. So to those of you who are trying that, I'm seeing the messages, I am telling you to back off right now. Like right now. Don't do it, okay? Don't you think about it. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly who you were that were exerting pressure. Don't you pretend to be noble now and say nice things about Charlie Kirk and think you're going to slide into his chair, okay? Over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged. Now, I'm going to take a pause. We're going to some sponsors, and we're going to get into what we are being told by the agencies. There are definitely some holes, maybe more is coming out. First, this is fantastic that Preborn is doing this. Every heartbeat tells a story, and at Preborn, they give moms in crisis the chance to hear that heartbeat for free, and that's exactly why I partner with Preborn, because Preborn isn't out to judge women. They're making motherhood possible. They provide free ultrasounds. They share the gospel of Jesus Christ, and more importantly, they stay after the baby is born with real practical support by giving expecting mothers diapers, baby clothes, and even housing and financial help for up to 2 years after the baby is born. That's what true Christ-centered compassion looks like, and that's how you can be a part of it. For just $28, you will give a mom a free ultrasound, one chance to see her baby, and when she does, she's twice as likely to choose life. Preborn is on a mission to save 70,000 babies this year, so don't just say that you're pro-life, you can also live that. Donate now. You can call 855-601-2229 or head to preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. Also remind you guys about GNO Land, because what if smart contract platforms weren't controlled by elites or big tech? What if they were actually built by and for real builders, the people? That's the question that GNO Land asked, and that's why they built GNO Land. They started with Golang, which is a language that real-world developers already use, and they built a platform all around that. It's transparent, intuitive, and it makes sense. It's not some confusing system of ones and zeros. It is open source, so imagine GitHub, but designed for on-chain collaboration and composability. Builders actually get credit for their work, and they get rewarded, so every time their code gets used, that's the real value in this. It's not likes, it's not clout, it's actual rewards. GNO Land rejected proof of stake, which is a system where the rich really run the show. They went with proof of authority instead, a DAO where contributors and not bad actors or Silicon Valley actually call the shots. GNO Land is open, it's fair, and it is pretty unstoppable. So if you're a builder and you're a freedom lover, or you're just tired of rigged platforms, check out gno.land/Candace. Again, that's gno.land/Candace.
also telling you guys about Just Thrive, because the biggest health secret that's not being talked about, I think you know that, is that everything starts in your gut. Every day your gut is fighting a silent war against processed foods, work stress, toxins in the air that you breathe. When your gut is in trouble, your whole body feels it. Most probiotics do not work. 99% of the traditional brands die in your stomach acid before they even reach your gut. And that's what makes Just Thrive sport-based probiotic completely different. Just Thrive is the only probiotic that's clinically proven to arrive 100% in your gut. It does something that no other probiotic can. It turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, creating protective compounds exactly where you need them most. That means better digestion, healthy immunity, more energy, and easy weight management. You can take Just Thrive probiotic in the form of a capsule or a berry flavored gummy for their award-winning probiotic.
One seed for a leek or a cabbage, according to Rabbi. Again, people don't want to be mashiach themselves with one seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, we say that wastewater, the shear is revealed in order to knead clay.
With promo code GUINNESS, you'll see the difference yourself, or you will get a full product refund without any questions asked. So take control today with Just Thrive. Again, that's justthrivehealth.com. Use promo code GUINNESS. Okay, let's get into what we know about the Charlie Kirk assassination thus far in terms of what the authorities are telling us. First, I just want to toss it to Michael Savage, because the energy of this, what Michael Savage had to say about everything that we're hearing, is pretty much all of us right now. Take a listen.
The so-called FBI, something's wrong. I know I shouldn't do
Shabbos
this.
Daf Chav Ches. Rabbi say, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add prayer to our lives. If you're not part of a shir, please join us. Today we had over 200 people live watching the shir on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you can catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah Anytime, on our app. The Gemara tells us that typically, when there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not mekabel tumah. It's attached to the ground, so if you have a ceiling that has cement, wood, etc., not mekabel tumah. However, if the material is identical to the Mishnah, such as flax, or the hair of a goat, or different type of hides, they are mekabel tumah. The Gemara learns that out from a Gerish Shava. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishnah. The Mishnah, for instance, took the flax and they did 6 strings. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it just has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with crushing with wood, wood is not mekabel tumah. Why? Because the Torah says, crushing la Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the uriyos, are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is mekabel tumah because there's a hekesh one to the other. The bottom one was made out of tzemer u'kishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elam and tachash. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix. What about non-kosher hides? Leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they mekabel tumah ba'ayah? What was this suffix? The suffix was the Moshe Rabbeinu used non-kosher hides to make the tachash. What was the tachash? Rabbi Yosef says it's impossible because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishnah.
Because what we have so far, obviously,
so what is this tachash?
I feel
the Gemara tells us if you hold like Rabbi Yosef, you must say the tachash. There's a language used there, tala ila, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be that it looked like a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat. Rish Lakish says that this tachash is a one-of-a-kind species, only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. In fact, it had a single horn, like a unicorn, but it was kosher, not like unicorn that we're familiar with. Just like other Marishaim, the carbon, the bull that he was makrid, had a single horn, because the Torah says, meat carrot. It was a one-time thing, it was nizdam lefisha, it was necessary for that time, but after that, it was mignaz, we don't have tachash anymore. If the Gemara is still masupah whether tachash is a chaya or a behema, because even though the animal with one horn by other Marishaim was a behema, was a bull, yet it's possible that it's a chaya because there's something called a keresh, and a keresh is a chaya.
And
If I remember correctly, when we were learning Chulin, there are some shittas that hold that a kerish is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single horn.
8:07 a.m. According to TMZ,
Rabbi says,
they have footage.
since I can make a tzad hashava,
shows a man at
tzad
8:07
hashava, you take
a.m.
two
2
things.
hours
You take
before the shooting,
sheretz
wearing
and
a
saras.
maroon t-shirt.
Both of them have a
light
chumrah to
shorts that
themselves.
you're seeing on your screen right
Saras has
now.
the chumrah of
Hands in
shesi,
his
it's
pockets.
mitama even a
That
thread.
is just
Sheretz has a
walking
chumrah that's mitama
outside
with a very small amount of kadasha.
university
But the
grounds.
tzad hashava, the common denominator between the two of them is
Now,
that
Governor
they are
Cox tells us
mikabel
that
tumah.
at
In other words, if you have
8:29,
a non-kosher hide, say a tiger's hide, it will be mikabel tumah if saras develops on it, and it will be mikabel tumah if it touches a sheretz. So says Rabbi, you can take those two and have a common denominator and say, therefore, hide from a non-kosher animal is mikabel tumah, but oil hames. Comes Rabbi Mibanish and says, no, sheretz and the goyim and saras have something in common that mace doesn't have. They both are mikabel tumah, are mitama with less than a kezayis, where a mace, in order for it to be mikabel tumah, that gives off tumah, the oil, it has to be at least a kezayis. Therefore, Rabbi Mibanish says he learns the kal vachomer from the Izim. As we mentioned before, one of the layers in the Mishkan was the hair of a goat. And it's not mikabel tumah from saras, as we said the other day. Saras, when it comes to beged, has to be semer upishka, not goat hair. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials from the Mishkan, and one of the materials in the Mishkan is mikabel tumah by Elames. So, the hide of an animal that's tameh, which is mikabel tumah from saras, that's in the Torah, or mikabel tumah from saras, certainly should be mikabel tumah by oil hames. So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. It says when it comes to Lefesh Shamayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is it coming to add? The Gemara is coming to add that the ritzus of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, Halacha Moshe Messina says the ritzus have to be black, but the Halacha Moshe Messina doesn't tell us from what material. That's where Rabbi Yosef is coming to tell us that the parshiyos of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal. We don't need Rabbi Yosef. Yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef's halal, and his halal is perfect for everything, but it's not needed for all these other things. The parshiyos of tefillin, it says in Torah, Torah Hashem b'ficha min amuta b'ficha, whatever you can eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from kosher animal. That we know from Halacha Moshe Sinai, because you have to make a shin, and that's Halacha Moshe Sinai. So the hide has to be from a kosher animal. The fact that you have to wrap your parshiyos with the hair of a kosher animal, or sew tefillin with kosher sinew, Halacha Moshe Sinai, that you have to make square tefillin, also Halacha Moshe Sinai. And now the Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that if you make a wick out of clothing, you fold up clothing, you make a wick out of it according to Rabbi Lezer, it's tummy. Why? Because it still remains a beged. The beged is tummy. Says Rabbi Kiva, but when you fold it up, you take away the name beged from it, and it becomes a wick, and therefore it's no longer tummy. Says Rabbi Lezer, since this wick remains a beged, and he says a four-step halacha, therefore, if this beged is exactly 3 by 3 feet, and it happens to be yontif that falls out on a Friday, and we hold, like hula, that you must burn most of the wick. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you cause noilad. And if you cause noilad, Rabbi Yehuda says that it becomes mukta. So it's also for you to light this on Yontif Shechal Be'erev Shabbos. Now, according to Kiva, when you fold up this wick, it's no longer a kli, so you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 by 3 fingers. I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand completely. Have a wonderful day.
Of how he was able to do that so quickly. An unbelievable amount of hunters, guns, people that reached out to me and said, that just didn't happen. They have exactly as Michael said, that did not happen. There is no way that happened. That cannot be accurate. Then, and this is obviously the craziest part of everything, we have decoy boy, right? So it happens and suddenly this guy, George Zinn, gets arrested.
I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos. Please keep safe and healthy. Going back to the mission we had yesterday, Silas HaBeged Kitla, the Lo Hivava. You take a garment, you fold it up, you make it into a whip, but you didn't singe it. Yesterday we had one shot in Machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, why it might be tummy or tar, and why you can use it or can't use it on Shabbos. Today we have another shot. Rabbi says, the Rabbi Eliezer says you cannot use this whip on Shabbos because it's unsinged. You must first make it black where the fire can catch nicely, and you won't have issues with it on Shabbos. Otherwise, we're concerned you might fix it on Shabbos. How to explain Rabbi Yosef's halacha that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply it? Is a concept of 3 fingers by 3 fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by 3 fingers. Yesterday we said one shot. Going for Rabbi, we have to say another shot. He's talking about Truma. And it's not like this. What constitutes a beggar? Is it 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly, or 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hem? Says Rabbi Yosef, it's exactly, not without the hem. Rav says, we have a machlekes Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon we mentioned the other day. Somebody takes a pot on Yom Tov and he burns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is Noilad, who was just born today on Yom Tov, and therefore it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Rabbi Shimon it's not. Says Rav, it's not only a pot, it's even something like a date, where from the moment it was created, it has a pit inside. Nothing was created on Yom Tov. But when you open the date on Yom Tov, you discover the pit. That's Noilad. And he takes it one more step. Not only a pit, but even, let's say, a walnut, where there's the fruit inside and the wood is on the outside, where you could visibly see the wood, yet it's not wood until you crack open the walnut and you extract the nut. Then you're going to use the wood. So it's Noilad on Yom Tov. Rabbi Shimon says in all these cases, there is no Noilad on Yom Tov, and you're allowed to use all these items. The Lord tells us, Rabbi never said this halacha before us. Rabbi Yehuda heard a story. The Rabbi, who was Rav's uncle, told Rav, he saw him eating a pit, and he had a pit. He said, listen, if you threw that into the fire on Yom Tov, you'd be over on Noilad. And Rav didn't answer. Gemara says, well, he didn't answer. Did he agree with his uncle or not? So Gemara brings a story. Rav was eating a date on Yom Tov, and he took the pit and threw it to an animal. Now, if he held that the pit was muktzah, he wouldn't throw it to the animal. So Gemara, wait a minute. It's possible that Rav was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. A good quality date, when you open it up, there's no fruit on the pit. But this date was inferior, and since it had fruit on the pit is not muktzah. It's considered fruit, and therefore he allowed himself to take it and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on Yom Tov, that's called Noilad. If it falls off into your oven, how do I use it on Yom Tov? You add more wood, that's not muktzah, I can use it on Yom Tov. The same thing would apply to our case of a pot that was burnt, or there was a broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot on Yom Tov to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah, the case of folding up a whip, a garment and making it into a whip, according to Rabbi Eliezer, it remains common. Says Rabbi Amnuna, let me explain to you. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment that started off as a garment. It was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment decided to make it into a shmata. He took it, and he wants to use it either to plug up a hole or to clean, or to hold a hot pot, whatever the reason is, it's a shmata. If he takes it, folds it up nicely, puts it in a drawer, into a box, then he's showing that he wants it, and it's 100% fine. According to everybody, even really cute. If he takes it and tosses it out into the garbage, and you found it in the garbage, according to everybody, it's not common. It's not a bad thing. What happens is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg or hangs it up behind his drawer, Rabbi Eliezer says he still likes it, he still wants it, it remains a beged, it remains common. Rabbi Akiva says he showed that he doesn't want it, it's not common. Says the Mishnah, brand new Mishnah, brand new sugya. You know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the chava. You're making the fire last less. That's what if I have an egg full of oil with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire Shabbos? By me removing oil, I'm over on the same chava because this candle is supposed to be lit for X amount of time. Because I removed the oil from the egg, now that candle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, let's say instead of an egg, I have earthenware. Most people won't use that oil. still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. The Yehuda says in all these cases is legal. However, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my Ferris is fixed, that's how I created it, or later on I glued it together, then it's mutter because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. The Gemara tells us that Yehuda was in Beis Nitza. It's the name of a place. And they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil, and he used it over Shabbos. So the Gemara is different because in Beis Nitza, there were reasons, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says that Rabbi ben Elazar gave Musar, his Mochiach, his Moicha, to Rabbi Abba. Famous Machlekes, are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground? And that's the Issur Charisha. The Shin says it's not a problem, though Shin is Kavan. I don't have Kavanah to do it, it's mutter. Rabbi, he's dragging a bench over a marble floor. It's impossible to make a guma, it's impossible to make a groove. Yeah, Rabbi Yisrael was Moicha, and he said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget and do so. And therefore it's awesome. The Gemara tells us a three-way Machlekes marriage. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's extra. It's constantly with extra. I can lift it up, but I don't want it. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon only said his halacha was very heavy and you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no business dragging it and perhaps creating a group, and therefore, in that case, he says it's awesome. And we have to explain when the Mishnah talks about a kisei, a safsol, that mentions a chair, it's not a very heavy chair. Ula says no. The machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair. The Rabbi Shimon is going to say it's mutter, but in a very heavy bench or bed, the Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why does the Mishnah talk about a bed? It's talking about a very light bed. Rabbi Yosef says no. The machlokes is in both cases. Even if it's very heavy and light, it seems it's mutter, very heavy and light, the Yehuda says it's awesome. The Gemara asks a bomb question from a person who's selling clothing in the street. Says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on him and he's not having any benefit from it, he's not saving himself from the elements, from the heat, from the rain, it's mutter. But a tzanua, a tzaddik, should put it on a stick and not hold it. When you see it's efshar, it's possible for him to get away from the whole problem of Shabbos. Yet, we say it's mutter for him to carry it on himself. So that's a Pasha Rabbi that says that in a situation of efshar, you're not allowed to do so. Have a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. See you tomorrow.
So Governor Cox came out and told us that there were messages about the rifle drop point. Okay. Discord says not the same thing. Let's listen to Governor Cox say that on this social media app, Discord, they were discussing the rifle drop point. Take a listen.
Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made it
Shabbos Daf Lamed, we're starting the Mishnah on the bottom of Chav Tes. If a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of the goyim or the robbers, or he has a person who's very ill, he's potter, meaning it's completely mutter. Our Mishnah goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that holds Melacha shein tzricha lekufa asur, where Rabbi Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is the person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's the Melacha shein tzricha. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers if the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming, he doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's Melacha shein tzricha. Therefore, if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot, he wants to get the oil, grab the wick, then he's chayav. On the other end, if he extinguishes a flame because he has a chayil shem, or just in general, according to Rabbi Shimon, will be potter because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of the extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's potter. The Gemara tells us that they asked for Tanachum, are you allowed to extinguish a flame if you have a chayil shesh mesachana? And he went into a huge tangent of Agadika. The next 4 daf are full of Agadika. And he started by saying there seems to be a contradiction in Shem HaMelech between himself and his father. On the one hand, Shem HaMelech says, B'shabeh Chanis HaMesim, I have to give praise to the dead. And he says, a live dog is better than a dead lion. The Rabbi says, the dead can't do anything. They can't praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
unnecessary.
Says Gemara 3
Feel
shot.
necessary. You're getting
When a
nothing
person
out
is
of making your
alive,
outfit.
he can learn Torah,
We
and he can do
have
mitzvahs,
a
and he can
statement in
accomplish.
Discord, which
Once he's
kind
dead,
of
he's
disputes
over.
that.
Chashi, he's free from
Discord
mitzvahs
says,
and
in the
Torah.
course of our investigation,
On
we
the other hand,
identified
when Moshe
the
Rabbeinu
Discord
davened in
account
Klal
associated
Yisrael
with the
by Chet
suspect,
Egel,
but have found
he
no
davened, and
evidence
HaKadosh
that the
Baruch Hu
suspect
didn't listen to him.
planned this
But when he
incident
mentioned the
or
Havais,
promoted
he
violence
spoke to
on
Havais,
Discord,
HaKadosh Baruch
the
Hu listened to him. He
spokesperson
sees that the
stated.
dead are greater than the life. Another pshat.
Again,
If a ruler
maybe they
makes
need
a
more
decree
time,
in our days, sometimes people
and
listen,
they're going
sometimes
to get
they
more
don't.
time.
But when Moshe
They're
Rabbeinu
going to
made
get
a
a lot
decree
of time
thousands of years
because
ago, he
it
made
will
decrees
be
to learn
never
the halachas of
gonna
Yontif
let
3
this
days
go.
before Yontif,
It will be
or invention the first bracha
absolutely
benching
never
he
gonna let
decree.
this go.
That
Everything
lasts
just
forever. A
spiritually
third shot.
very
David
well here.
HaMelech
Yeah.
asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu
It feels
they
like
should show him a
they're
sign.
going to
The
find
Klal Yisrael
you.
should
I'm
know
not
that he
sure.
was Moichelim on the Avera of
There's
Bashan.
good guys,
HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I
of
cannot
course.
give
There's
you the sign
always
when
good
you're
guys in
alive.
government, but there
I'll
are
do
too
it
many
after
bad
you die.
guys in government for
In
me to
fact,
feel good about this.
Shlomo HaMelech
So,
did Chanukah
ladies
Habayis
and
and tried to
gentlemen,
bring the Aron
we
into
are
Kodesh
obviously going
Kodashim.
to continue to follow
It was
this
too wide,
to
he couldn't fit it
tighten
into the
up
door.
this
He davened
timeline
24,
with
struck
the
him
most
off the hill,
updated
and he
information
wasn't
that we
answering.
could possibly
When he
have
mentioned his father
about
David,
everything that we could
then the doors
possibly
became
learn
wider, and Klal Yisrael
about
realized that
the
the
father.
Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous
As a
pasuk of the
result
same
of
Shir
this,
Hayoy, Sushar
the father,
Sheikha.
he's being described as
The
a hero.
Yadai
He
Melech
turns
HaKavod.
in.
The doors
Okay, I
thought
don't trust
that
anything.
Shlomo HaMelech is referring to
I
himself,
trust
Melech
absolutely.
HaKavod, the
I
king.
think
And they
everyone
want to
needs
swallow him
this.
up alive.
Every
So Shlomo
person
HaMelech says, no, Hashem,
that
he's
is
Gibor. I'm
should be
referring
investigated.
to
We have a
HaKadosh
right
Baruch
to do that, and we're going to continue to do that. All right, guys. Before I
David
get to
HaMelech says the
some
Gemara,
of your comments,
when they finished the Chanukah Habayis after 8 days, it's a very long pasuk. And the Gemara dashes in the pasuk, Vayichol Aleim, Klal Yisrael went to the tents, they found their wives B'Tahara. And then it says, Smeichim, they had Hannah from the Zira Shechina. V'Toyvelev, each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says, David Avdol, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave David, the Yisrael Am, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur that was so simply ate. In fact, he got awarded Gan Eden for eating on Yom Kippur. David HaMelech wanted 3 things from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die. The Baruch said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die and how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die on Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already Meluch of Shalom Amalek. If I die on Friday, he says, every day that you're alive and you yourself said it to Hillel is better than 1,000 Oilers that Shalom Amalek is going to bring. So every Shabbos David HaMelech would learn Torah, Pasuk from Megillah. He wouldn't stop learning because he knew that the Malach HaMavis cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So Malach HaMavis made a lot of noise in the backyard. David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and the Malach HaMavis took out the stair, he fell, and from falling, he got scared, he stopped learning for a moment, and that moment, the Malach HaMavis killed him. So Shlomo HaMelech sent to the Chachamim 2 questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is it mutter to feed dogs on Shabbos? And he said, yes, you could give the nevela, which is typically muktzah, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless you make a special heter. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead agav the bread. So you see that a live dog has more importance than a dead king. Finally, the question that they asked Rabbi Kamchon, he said, as a mashal, because we have a pasuk v'chai b'hem, obviously you're allowed to extinguish the flame for Chodesh Yishbus, but he said in the derech of Agadah, because there's women and Amaratzim, so he wanted to open their hearts to Torah, and he said, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, and therefore you can extinguish the candle so that Hashem's candle can live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to bury the Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts with Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, says the Gemara, the person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun, that is very important. And finally it says, the Gemara says 3 pshatim. First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he's equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. But what's the contradiction in Koheles? It says, Toiv kas mitzchayik, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. It says, so the Gemara says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when he's upset at tzaddikim, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the averis, and when he's happy with Rishayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of their mitzvahs in this world. But in Olam HaEmes, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to be happy with tzaddikim. Shabakti Sani Anisa Simcha is referring to Simcha Shal Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. Simcha Mazo Isa, what am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy on something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or b'tzchoik, levity, and kalas roish, l'tzanas, or sicha, just talking, barbateilim, things that are important, things that are not important. Only by simcha shal mitzvah, when a person is doing a mitzvah, then the Shekhinah is shayra. And when you want to learn Torah, it should be the simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be the simcha. Elisha, who was angry, he said, bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have this shriyas hashkina. One says the Rabbi should be the simcha, but his talmidim should be in fear. Another lesson is the Rabbi should start off the simcha, and the talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every shir he would start off with a musa de bichusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the mood. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, look, you wanted to bury Kehelis and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Tansil, don't answer a fool, and then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvarim Acherim, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham said that a woman is going to give birth every day. The trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. And Talmidim laughed and they proved to him, look, you see a chicken lays an egg every day. There's a slap that gets fruit off every day, etc. And then, when the fool said to the Chachamim, your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer, so they didn't answer, but they gave him a cup of wine. Here, drink a cup of wine. And they exploded. Have a wonderful day.
They help expand chapters across the nation and strengthen his mission moving forward. Here's how you can take part. Go to tpusa.com and make a donation of any size. Then simply forward your receipt to faith@bbskincare.com. Again, that's faith@bbskincare.com. And maybe we'll match in dollar for dollar. Charlie's impact was bigger than any of us could have imagined. Though he was only 31, he inspired millions of Americans always to think critically, to courageously stand for truth and to live with faith and purpose. He welcomed us.
The Gemara tells us one should act with humility like Hillel and not be kabbanos with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one would upset Hillel? One of them put the bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Erev Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel. It's a lashon of Zoy. That's not how you talk to the Gadol HaDor. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up and says, how can I help you, my son? And he asks him, I would like to know, why are all the Bavli's heads round? Says Hillel, asking a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes their head to be round. Oh, goes back inside, and as soon as he gets back into the shower, the guy screams out again, is Hillel here? Hillel comes out, says, well, how can I help you? I'd like to know why the Talmudim's eyes are round. Hillel says, She'elah, a great question. It's because they live with a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. He gets back into the shower, and the guy once again screams out, Hillel! Comes out, up, how can I help you? Why are the Africans' feet so wide? That's even a greater question. And the answer is because they step on mud and they need wide feet. Wait until he gets to the shower again and he calls him out and he says, listen, I have a lot of questions. Says Hillel, Shal, ask me whatever you want. And he says, are you Hillel the Nasi? He says, yes, I am. He says, I'll invite, there shouldn't be anybody like you again. He says, what did I do? Could die back like me? You should lose 800 zuz rather than one should lose their two. The Gemara tells us, 3 goyim came to Shammai and Hillel at 3 different times. One asked Hillel to become a ger, but he doesn't believe in the Torah Shabbat. Shammai was upset at him and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel taught him, we made him a ger, taught him Aleph Beis. And the following day, instead of teaching him Aleph Beis Gimel, he taught him Kaf, Shin, Reish, Kof, etc. He says, what's going on? Yesterday he taught me Aleph Beis Gimel Dalet. He says, well, if you trust me for that, you have to trust me for everything, and I'm telling you, there's a Torah Shabbat. Another guy came to Hillel, this is the famous story. He came first to Shammai and said, I want to be a ger. Teach me the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot. In other words, give it to me all in one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, Hillel was Megayer, and Hillel told him, my dialogue sani, what you hate, don't do to your friend. Rashi explains it could be powerful, and it could be in other averas that you don't want people to steal from you. You don't want people to do other sorts of averas. Don't do it to them.
And the rest of the Torah says so is just an explanation and to explain how that all fits in that one line, the 5 words. There's another guy who heard a Rabbi teaching his children, his Talmidim, about the Bigdei Kahuna, Koshim Eifos, and he found out that for the Kohen Gadol, he says, "Tell Shammai, I want to become a Gerish, I can wear the Bigdei Kohen Gadol, trying to put the sticks, the Amash, Apinyon, and shoot him out of there." And he went to Hillel, and Hillel was the guy, and then Hillel said, "Listen, if you want to become a Kohen Gadol, you have to learn the halachas first." He learned the halachas, and he got to the Tazim by Azar, Parag Yimos, and he made a Kavachomer. If David HaMelech cannot be a Jew who's born as a Yisrael cannot be a Kohen Gadol, certainly I, Ger, cannot be a Kohen Gadol. He went back to Shammai and said, "Why did you tell me the Tazim by Azar, Parag Yimos?" And he went to Hillel and he said, "Because of Yanava, I was mistaken for his boy." Why does the 3 games back together one day? They said, because of Shammai, we almost lost out on this opportunity, but because of Hillel, the Kurk of his boy. Why does the Shizah Sidney Mishnah are hinted in the pasuk of V'hoya emunas itecha. Emunas is right that you have emunah, you believe that the person took meiser. Itecha is times referring to all the mayadim, the mayad, the Yom Tov, the Tamas and Chaysim, is the Lashon of Yerusha, that's Nashim, comes from Nashim, that's how you have the Yerush. Yeshua is Nezikin, they will salvage you from having to pay money if you know the halachas of Nezikin. Chachmas is considered Kachim, it's Chachma, and Das is Tahara. And that, the Gemara says, the way to the pasuk is, Yiras Hashem here Yitzaroi, but Yiras Shamayim will bring you to the Yitzar. You'll remember Kodesh for that. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi says, when you get up to Shamayim, the first thing they ask you is Nasatov and Atadu Be'emunah. You do business with integrity, and that comes from the same pasuk, Emunah. Emunah is Itecha. What's Itecha? Chovata Itim. You set time for Torah. And then the following word is about Kuruvu, and then comes Yeshua, and then when you follow the Chachma, you understand David is all about Torah. And then Yiras Hashem Yitzaroi, and the Gemara tells us that if a person, it's a muscle, if a person says to somebody else, "Take this wheat, bring it up to the attic," and then he asks him, "You put in the preservative?" He says, "No." He says, "So why? Whatever you did wasn't good enough." In other words, you need Yiras Shamayim in order to learn Torah. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person to the weight of this dirt that's a preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Torah without your Shamayim is as if somebody gave you the key to the Yitzar HaMelech, for all the jewels, but you don't have the key to get into the building. You have the key to the safe, but not to the building, so what good is it? You need Yiras Shamayim. It's another much the Gemara gives. Somebody built a doorway in the middle of his field, and it doesn't go anywhere. What good is it? Where it says in Shimon Rav Elazar, they saw Rav Yaakov walking by. One of the two said, "Let's stand up for him because he has Yiras Shamayim." The other said, "He's a big Talmid Chacham." So the other said, "What good is Talmid Chacham? I'm saying Yiras Shamayim. It's much stronger." The Gemara says that must have been Rav Elazar. Rav Elazar holds, damn girl, that the Rabbi doesn't have anything in this world besides Yiras Shamayim. Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very puzzling pasuk. It says, "Al Tirsha Harba." Don't be a big Russia. Meaning, be a small Russia. The Gemara knows.
I am.
If a person doesn't have anything,
how you living?
Don't despair. Don't say, "Oh, I already was over on this."
How old are you? How old are you? How old are you?
Yeah, Mom, you're done.
How'd you find out about me?
Hey, talking to
You, big dog.
Oh, so scary,
How's your day going?
Yeah, boy, yeah.
How old are you?
How's your mom?
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, you want to know how I am?
Yeah.
Old enough.
That's good. Are you from Australia?
No shit, jackasses.
Where are you from?
Australia, you know.
That's what I thought. Alright, cool, man. How's your day going?
Yeah.
No one can hear what you're saying. Worst person ever. It's like,
I was Mechal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire Torah. It doesn't work like that. The person can do an Aveira and do tshuva for that Aveira and be a great Yid.
Lawyers, I'm sick of it. I am.
Rishayim, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, Misa, but they live without any fear and they have no humility. Says Gemara, it's as if they have this chalev on top of their kidneys that prevents them. It's not that they don't know, they know they don't care. We learned in the Mishnah, Rabbi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save the lamp, he's not chayav. But if he extinguishes the wick, then he's chayav. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yossi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, the malacha, if you don't need the actual extinction of the flame,
she talks about
you are
garbage.
chayav.
But she's
But he holds that if you are soiser in order to build, you demolish something in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be
dog,
the same
there he
spot,
is.
you are chayav. So extinguishing a flame is soiser.
How are you, big dog? Oh, this is just the worst. I give that motherfucker one more try.
IPO writes,
You're demolishing, you're ruining.
what's happening here, and I'm shaking my
However,
head.
it's in order for you to light it up again.
Was moved by his passing.
And the wick is considered a spot. Even if you move a wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to do wherever the wick is. So if you move a lamp, but it has the same wick, it didn't move a spot. But if you remove the wick, then you move the spot. So that's why in a lamp, for good, you hold your part. But when it comes to the wick, another shot will go says,
I can't believe this bitch does this shit live.
because he
That
wants to
is the
save
most
the wick.
impressive thing
In
about
other
it.
words, he wants the extinction of the
Me,
wick.
that she put
Therefore,
together a very
it's
British
called money.
British
It's in
show.
the wick. It's in the wick.
Yeah, I know. I've been a little snippy
Have
because
a
it's really
wonderful,
hard to see people,
wonderful day.
especially going back into like every message that me and Charlie ever shared that did nothing but try to destroy him. Like just the pretense of nobility stresses me out. It does. But every week I will get better, and I'm trying. I am trying to be gracious and not angry. Anger is my choice emotion at this moment. Divine Counsel writes, Candace, I have joined you as a voice for truth. I changed my channel the day of Charlie's murder, and I took my
Shabbos
mask off.
is not Lamed Beis. The Mishnah tells us that there are three causes that women die during childbirth because they aren't careful. The Nida, Chala, and Adlakas Aner. This explains since a woman wasn't careful with the inner body, so she gets punished with something from her inner body, childbirth. Lila explains, before who gave humans a minimum of a Revi's dam, he said you have to be careful with that Revi's dam. Chala, Shmuel calls it Rashis, Arishim Seichen, he calls us Rashis, so we have to be careful with Chala. And Ner, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle of love. The Gemara gives us 5 neshama, 5 parables. There are sayings that people say. People say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation of danger, it's more likely that additional danger will occur to that person. So when a woman is giving birth, it's a time of danger for them. Second thing people say, if you're going to beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you just let it all out. So too by a woman, you're punishing her for the chet of chava. Once you're punishing, you add to it. Third saying is, let the drunk fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's crippled and can't catch its goat, he waits by the doorway to the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, we're in a situation where things are going well and people are giving out food. Everybody's friends. But when the situation is not that good, there's not a lot of food going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then things go wrong. But how do we check men? We check men when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to that. The Gemara tells us the Rav wouldn't go on a boat that has a guy on it. Perhaps that guy deserves death,
and the boat will go down and he'll die because of the guy. Shmuel was the exact opposite. He made sure there was a guy on the boat because if the Baruch doesn't punish two nations at the same time. Yanai would check the boat to see that there are holes. He didn't want to be Samech Hananei. Because if you are Samech Hananei, there's a concept called Menakim Tzviyosef. The Baruch uses your Schusim to pay for those Nisa, and that's not a good thing. Reb Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear that the branches would fall on him. Rabbi Yitzchak says, and this is the biggie side in life, don't wait until the tzara happens, don't wait until a person is sick. Daven that a person should not become sick, because once they become sick, it's harder for the refuah to come. Then you have to use a lot of schusim. As it says in the pasuk, people hanoifel mimenu. The person himself, mimenu, you need his schusim. But another drasha the Gemara gives us from that pasuk, people hanoifel, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows from day one, from Sheshis Mei Bereshis, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is, HaKadosh Baruch Hu decides who's going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. But death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, he should say vidu. Just like a person is taken out to death because he's over on Israel, that there's a chi of misa bezna, he says vidu. So to a person who knows he's going to die,
he's got some bonkers
ideas. Goes into a place where there's danger, like the marketplace, there are a lot of fights. That's similar. It's to imagine to himself it's as if a cop, a police officer, grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if they're already handcuffed. He's in chains. And once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick that he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. And if he has a really good lawyer, meaning a good person, will be safe. The person has 999 malachim that sing bad about it. But there's one malach, echad mini elach. 1 out of 1,000 will be safe. The Gemara says, there's another malach that says 1 out of 1,000,000. In other words, 1 out of the 1,000 malachim, 999 reasons in that one malach are against him. And he has one reason for it, 1 in 1,000,000. That will be matzah. Rabbi says the women die when they are younger. Rabbi says because they do laundry on Shabbos, they wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. And some say because they are not careful and they use a lotion of design instead of saying Karan Kodesh, they say Plaza. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratzim die because they call Karan Kodesh, I don't know, which is a plaza, and they'll call a shul a base on, just a regular folk house. As he says, there are 3 b'dikos, meaning there are 3 checkpoints that a woman goes through to see if she's chayv misa, mida, chala, alogas. Some say there are 3 debet, there are 3 glues. In other words, there are 3 causes to make her die earlier, chala, mida, and alogas. The Shimon says that Luchos Hegdesh and Meiser and Trumas and Meisers are the Gufei Torah. That is the center of the Torah, and we give a certain nemanos, we believe, Amaretz, that he took Trumas and Meisers from the Deraisa, although the Rabbanan, there's a concept called Mai, we don't trust him. And we trust Amaretz that he wasn't Magdish this object, and therefore we could use that object. Rabbi Nosson says that because of the Aveira of not fulfilling a neder, not a monetary obligation, unless it's tzedakah or any neder, a person's wife will die. Rabbi says his own children will die. Now, Rabbi's Rabbi said that his own children will die. Rabbi himself said the Torah, but once he heard that his Rabbi said children, he took it back. If a person's children die because the person's not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in people Torah, and the machlokes is based on the question: did he learn a pasuk, 1 pasuk back, or even 2 pasuk back? Because the pasuk says the man you be meichem. You want to live longer? What the pasuk right before is ksafta. Mezuzah. From what mezuzah. 2 pasukim before that is talking about meichem. Teach Torah to your children. You go all the way back and say even Torah and mezuzah are just mezuzah. Machlokes are made a review though. If it's mezuzah or tzitzis that causes the child to die, the Shlomish says that someone who's careful with the mitzvah tzitzis, lots of love, will have 2,800 slaves. It's 10 per nation, there's 70 nations. On each corner, that's 700 times four corners. And the Rabbi says, because of sinas chinam, there's a person will fight with his wife, will lose his children, his wife will miscarry. And the person who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha, his oil and his wine, and will plant, and other people will eat from it. And a person who is not careful with Shumer Meiser, there won't be any rain, and he won't have any profit, and he'll run after Parnasa, and he won't achieve it. Shmuel says, if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, Shumer Meiser, you'll be punished in the winter, but if the person does Shumer Meiser, he'll have a lot of bracha, like the Pasuk says, and we learn, actually, Yidlu until your lips are numb from saying, die. A wonderful day.
And everybody does it. But you've been giving out obstruction of justice. Go fuck yourself. What is that? Obstruction of justice? Suck this dick.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up chas v'shalom eating their own children. The pasuk says harais habashan, the fat cows. It says Rabbi, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bills. The avera of Iyudin, meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or Kilkuladin means you don't look into the case deep enough, perhaps you'll find a heter or something for the guy, and you don't. Or for the avera of Bidul Torah, all these, there's chereb, this sword, this war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty, there'll be famine, you'll eat, you won't be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the way. For the avera of Shua, Shav, and Sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past, or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilul by Shua. It also says chilul by Chilul Shabbos and by Chilul Hashem. So all 3 are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts, they'll come and eat the livestock, there'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the avera of Ritzicha, of murder, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was machrev the Beis Hamikdash, and the Shechina was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the avera of Gilai Rais, Avodah Zarah, and not keeping Shemitah and Yovel, there'll be gullus to the world, and we will lead our country, and others will take over. For the avera of Nivel Peh, the lashon of the Gemara is this tzaros, rabbis, gzeiros, kashos, terrible decrees, terrible tzaros, and the young bachurim will die. The orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and you won't answer them. Everybody knows why a Kala gets married, but if you talk about it, even if you're supposed to live 70 years in peace, HaKadosh Baruch Hu flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a macha, also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to do an avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrokain. Hidrokain comes in 3 varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayis. That's usually when the Gemara says avera, it's referring to arayis. When a person is in a starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from kisho, from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel HaKatan had it broken, and he was worried that people will be chayshish that it's because of he was over the arayis. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu healed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmani, otherwise known as Abaya, he fasts a lot, and therefore he has it broken. Rabbi himself, who knew how to get out of it broken, the reason why he got it broken is because he didn't relieve himself in the bathroom when he had Talmidim. He was a oinus because of the Talmidim. If a person has sinas chinam, you could tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of sinas chinam. If a person has gases ruach, the simon for that is that he becomes poor. Simon for a person that talks lashon hara is askura, is the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe any longer. Rabbi Yossi says askura comes because a person eats tebel without giving trumas and maasros. When Chacham went into Keren B'Yavna, so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai were sitting there And they asked him, why is it that Askar starts from the intestines and works its way up to the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Reish HaMedarim with Chol Makom. He starts answering every place, as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says because people eat tevel, and Rabbi Chai says because of a bittul Torah. Women who are not mevatel Torah, why do they get asked for? Because they're mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not mevatel Torah, they are mevatel Jews. What about young children? This is the Gemara because they're mevatel their father. It says Rashi, when they come to ask their fathers for candy while the father is learning, that's their aveira, and that's why they get punished. These kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the dar has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the averas of the dar. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the avera of the dar. Why was Rabbi Yehuda the Reish HaMedarim Chol Makom, as we mentioned before? Because he sat with Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Chai, and Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rabbi Chai didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put zaynis in there. The mechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect tolls. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Megerim, which Rashi is supposed to say that he was a chashuv person, he was a Tana. And he said it over to his friends, and it eventually traveled from his friends all the way to the Romans, and the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda Reish HaMedarim Chol Makom because he gave praise to the Romans. Because Rabbi Yossi didn't make a macha, they threw him to Tzipori, and they wanted to kill Rabbi Chai. The famous story of Rabbi Chai took flight, he ran to the Samedrash where his wife would bring him bread and water. But then he said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he's at. So he ran to the cave, and there was a nace, that a carrot tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit, it bears fruit, it actually grew there, that's nace number one, and it bears fruit, and there was a spring of water there. Rabbi Chai and his son, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Shimon, were both there, and they went into the mud, they took off their clothes in order to save their clothing, they put their clothing on for davening only. After the Caesar died, Eliyahu came, and he notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave, and they saw people plowing the field, and they couldn't believe their eyes. How can people waste their time with mundane things like earning a living and not spending their time with Chaya Olam, learning Torah? And they started burning everybody that they saw. And the Basel came down and said, what are you trying to do? You tried to destroy our world, my world. Get back into the cave. So they went back into the cave, and they made a calculation. They said if a person should only be in Gehenna, Russia, for 12 months, we shouldn't be in our cave for more than an additional 12 months. And they went out, and as they were coming out, Abbas said, yes, you can come out. Wherever Rabbi Lazar and Rabbi Shimon destroyed, Rabbi Shimon would fix. And Rabbi Shimon told his son Rabbi Lazar, what are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go. And on Erev Shabbos they saw Ahu Saba. Many times it says where it says Ahu Saba means Eliyahu Navi. They saw an older person carrying 2 bundles of Hadassah. And they said, what are you doing with this? He said, I need it for Shabbos. But why 2? He said, one for Zafar and one for Shamar. And here's the concept of lighting 2 candles for Shabbos, Zafar and Shamar. And he said, Kama Chavivim Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvahs, Kama Chavivim, the mitzvahs. And he calmed down. It says Repentance Ben Yair, who was either his father-in-law or son-in-law, his Mechutim, he said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud, and he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, the wound, and it caused him to be uncomfortable and scream. And Repentance Ben Yair said, I cannot believe that I see like this, and Rishon Bar told him the opposite. It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became, Rishon Bar Yochai. And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Rishon Bar Yochai would ask Repentance Ben Yair a question, and Repentance Ben Yair would answer him 12 answers. But after he came out of the cave, Repentance Ben Yair would ask Rishon Bar Yochai a question, and Rishon Bar Yochai would answer him 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day.
The suspect, after this shooting took place, that there was a police officer who immediately looked upward and realized he had heard the sound of a rifle, knew that it was obviously coming from the rooftops. They then began crawling through the footage to see what had happened. They tell us that this discovery led to an intensive review. I'm going to go actually back up to the
Shabbos Daf Lamed Dalet.
surveillance.
Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Chol Hamoed, we're falling slightly behind on the 8-minute daf. We're doing everything we can in order to record and edit. Today, Be'ez Hashem, we're going to do Daf Lamed Dalet, and hopefully Daf Lamed Ches, and the same thing for tomorrow, we'll try to do 2 daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was shalek, meaning he was healed from his limp, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau. He didn't have any monetary loss, and even though he's traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, let me give back to the community, and he created a new coin for Shechem. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to give back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix whether their bodies buried there, and Kohanim wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused him a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, when Zakkai took Trumas in a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were Truma, even though Ben Zakkai was a Kohen, he wasn't concerned about the Truma there. In other words, that place was not a cemetery. And therefore, halachically, he could exhume bodies. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act, he took Trumas in, and he spread them around. And by Nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a Kohen could walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard, was a place a Kohen could walk. That Saba, that older person that told him about Ben Zakkai, made fun of Rav Shimon Bar Yochai. He said, Rav Shimon Bar Yochai was Metahar of Beis HaKfaros, the graveyard. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai took offense. He said, how can you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friend with respect, she'll do her here, even though they're in competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect. He looked at him and he killed him. And then he saw Yehuda ben Geir, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him and he turned into a pile of bones. The Mishnah says that Erev Shabbos, a person should walk into his house and ask his family, did you take Meiser? The Gemara says you must say it in Kusa, you should say calmly. You want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. You talk calmly. The Mishnah says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, he asks them, did you make an Eruv Techumen? That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're playing a shisa, as if you are dwelling there on Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amos. According to one shita, Erev Tum is the Raisa. Even if you don't hold Erev Tum is the Raisa, at least it has a smachta in the Torah, there's a Torah in the Torah. And finally, he asks them, he tells them, Hadliku us, and they're like Shabbos Shabbos full Shalom Bayis. Bein HaShmashos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. Time we don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, you don't remove Meiser from the fruit that is a certain petal fruit that you must take Meiser because you are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove Tumah from a kli by immersing it in the mikvah, and you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, your oiver is a deraisa. However, you're allowed to take Meiser from Demai. That's fruit that you buy from an Amaretz, that it's only a Chumrah, the Rabbanan, that you have to take another time Meiser. And you're allowed to do Eruv Chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv Chatzeres were two people, let's say, share a common yard, so they participate in a meal, and it's as if they both own that yard together, and they carry their own Shabbos. And you could bury and hide a hot dish. It's not considered vashel. The Gemara says that the same person, a person does two acts, and we treat Bein HaShmashos as 2 different days. How? For instance, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment into Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during Bein HaShmashos, the dog came and ate the Eruv. No more Eruv. We say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Bein HaShmashos is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Bein HaShmashos, but the Eruv must be on Friday. So we say no, Bein HaShmashos is considered Friday, and it goes into nighttime, and then the dog ate it. So here we say Bein HaShmashos is Friday and Bein HaShmashos is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Bein HaShmashos is a suffix, and since this is Erev Rabbanan, we say this is okay. Rabbi says you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos.
Okay, they detailed that.
Because you might find that your pot is not hot enough, you might light the fire. But Ben Hashmoshes, it's okay. Like the Mishnah says, you're allowed to do so in Ben Hashmoshes. Because Ben Hashmoshes, if they're a klal, usually people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. You're concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Ben Hashmoshes is suffix day, suffix night, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 sheets. According to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100% night. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's Ben Hashmoshes. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good did that go? That's the whole machlokes. Rabbi Nehemiah says that Ben Hashmoshes lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to walk a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Ben Hashmoshes is terrifying like the blink of an eye, and nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a zav is someone who sees an emission. It's a special emission called ziva. It comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has halacha of a carry, he goes to the mikveh that day, he becomes tar at night. If he sees 2 emissions, he becomes a zav. He has to wait 7 days of tahara, not seeing any emissions. If he sees 3 emissions, he becomes a zav that has to bring a carbon. Now, the 3 emissions by a zav can happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions. Or if consecutive emissions don't combine to make him a zav that requires a carbon. Says the Gemara, very interesting. What happens to a zav who sees 1 emission, Ben Hashmoshes, Sunday night, and then he sees another emission, Monday night, Ben Hashmoshes? Well, it's possible that Ben Hashmoshes is only Sunday, and Ben Hashmoshes is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real zav that saw 3 consecutive riyas, because the middle day he didn't see a riyah. It's also possible that Ben Hashmoshes is both Sunday, Monday, and the second Ben Hashmoshes is Monday and Tuesday, and therefore it is consecutive, and therefore he has to bring a carbon. Therefore, this person has to be machmer and bring a carbon, and he's tamei, and he should wait 7 days. The same will take effect if a person only saw 1 riyah Ben Hashmoshes. Perhaps he saw that 1 riyah which lasted from Sunday into Monday, and he's also a zav. He doesn't have to bring a carbon, but he's a zav that has to wait 7 days. A wonderful day.
That he planned to take his own life. Now, his parents were then able to convince him to meet at their home, not to do that. And as they discussed the situation, Robinson implied is the word they use here, that he was the shooter, and stated that he could not go to jail and that he just wanted to end things. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained that there was too much evil.
Shabbos, Daf Lamed Ches. They asked Rabbi, what's the halacha if somebody forgets a pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's ain't a guful ketuma. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Shumos that says that if a person cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If it's by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi says that the person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what did he mean? Are both mutter or both usher? In fact, it's machlokes. Rabbi Yosef said he meant that both shagi and mazid are mutter to eat. Why is mazid, when you leave it on the fire, different than mazid when you cook on Shabbos? Because mazid, by cooking on Shabbos, you're taking action. You're cooking with your hands. Leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything. You just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a brayso that differentiates between shagig and mazid and says mazid, if you leave it on purpose, it's also for you to eat. That would be a major question on Rabbi. Rabbi Yisrael, on the other hand, says that what Rabbi meant is that both shagig and mazid are also to eat if you left it on the flame before Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot the food on the flame," when in fact they didn't forget. So we said even when it's by accident, also to eat. The problem is from that brayso that says that by accident you are allowed to eat. And the answer is there are 2 periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira and they said, since people are tricky, it's also to eat food that was left on the floor. And the brayso that says you're allowed to eat food when it was by accident was before that gzeira. We need to understand yesterday's daf, Daf Lamed Zayin. There's a machlokes between Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda how to explain Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi, Beis Hillel holds you can do shehiyah, you can leave a pot from before Shabbos and the Shabbos, only with hot water. Now we're saying, according to Rabbi, it's even a tafshil, even cooked food. You need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about lechatchila. Somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what can I leave? They'll tell him only hot water. But if he went ahead and he did it, so without asking the rabbi, they'll allow him to eat even a tafshil like on today's daf. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda says in Beis Hillel you can do shehiyah even in a tafshil. And today we're saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds, according to Beis Hillel, only hot water. We need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about rufa klima, when somebody removes the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, we'll allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said we're talking about there are coals in the kiyah. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead and didn't listen to the Chachamim and was over and he did shehiyah? Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. He said that somebody had water that was left on from before the Shabbos into Shabbos. He said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that shehiyah is awesome. Perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be awesome. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did it already, you are allowed to eat. The Gemara says that Rav Sheshes holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going to the sugya of chazar, putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, saying you're allowed to do chazar, you're allowed to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not, you can't see from his action that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the coat off the flame, for instance, you know that he's going to put it back on, he needs it for the next day. Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Tzadai and says, I need to qualify it. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, you can put it back on the flame. And there's a machlokes what Abaye says. According to one lashon, Abaye says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those two conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back. Let's say you're holding it in your hands, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back. Another lashon in Abaye is that Abaye said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I put it back on the flame, you can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. The Gemara remains in a suffix, in the Teiku, these following questions. What happens if you didn't put it on the floor? The Gemara mentions floor. What if you put it on a table, on a bed? What if you hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question the Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say that you're not going to put the pot back on the flame? We're not taking it. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now we're talking about a kira that has two flames. A tanur is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. The Mishnah says that whereas a kira, if you use kashu gvava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You can put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanur, you cannot, because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as real fuel. Rav Yosef says that with a tanur, I could place food up against the wall of a tanur. I can't put the food inside the tanur or on top, but I can put it on the side. Abaye argues and says tanur is so extreme, the heat is so strong, that you're not allowed to even put the food on the side of the tanur. And in fact, there's a brisa that says exactly what Abaye says, that it's also to be sign of on the tanur. A kuba. It's in between a kira and a tanur. It's just like a kira, but only has one flame. It's large enough for one pot. So it's hotter than a kira. It retains the heat more than a kira, but less than a tanur. And therefore, if you use straw as the fuel, you're allowed to put a pot on top and inside. If you use real fuel, like wood, or the leftover olives, their pits, it's also fuel.
Yeah, exactly.
Halacha is always in Tumah. If you take a flea and you break it, it becomes tar. So if you have a kira that's split in half to its length, it becomes tar because now you just ruined both of the burners. But if you split it to its width, you just created two burners instead of one large kira, and therefore it remains tummy. Whereas a kuppah only has one burner. So regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner, and therefore it becomes tar. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, that's the town. I'm stuck here for a little while longer. It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. So is this happening during lockdown? And he tells him to check under and to see, check under quickly and see, and I took care of it, and he's where? And now he's giving him an accounting of exactly what's taken place, which means if this is right after, and they're still in lockdown.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Tes, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, by putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over Issa Deraisa and he's Chai B'chatos. Similarly, to the case of somebody that takes very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a Gemara Malacha, even though it's not completely cooked. That's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, but some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos. You're allowed to soak food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. But it would be usher to soak it in hot water if you didn't do so Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's also to take an egg and put it on a very hot piece of clothing, and Rabbi says it's mutter. The Gemara qualifies it. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody, that's mutter. Because that's not the derech people, that's not how people cook. Nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the tolda of fire, meaning you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth, according to everybody, that's awesome deraisa. It's the tolda of fire. The whole machlokes is the tolda of the sun. Now, the cooking in the sun we said is 100% mutter. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, it's machlokes, because perhaps people get confused and say, if that piece of clothing was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook, you confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So Chacham say, to make a gzera, Rabbi Yossi says, there's no gzera. Rabbi Yossi agrees that it's usher to bury food in hot sand and cook through the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi, Rabbi Yossi is concerned that you might come to bury it in remets, in ashes of coal. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that if you bury it in sand, you might dig deeper, and you're a for guma, you'll be digging on Shabbos, and that's Issa Deraisa. What's the difference between the two svaras? What if you bury it in very soft sand, like beach sand? There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern. According to the Rabbi, what happened about sand, you want something very soft, like ashes. You put the egg down, and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. The Brisa says you let to boil an egg on a rooftop, because most rooftops don't have sand. That is, if it did have sand, according to Rabbi Yosef, it would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging a hole on Shabbos. Mishnah tells us there's a story in Tveria where people took a pipe of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of Tveria. And Chacham said that's also. L'chayra, that's a raya to Chachamim that say that a tolda of the sun. More understand that how did the hot springs become hot? Through the sun.
You see that a cold of the sun is also. Says Rabbi Yosef, no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are told of fire because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire and no riot from the Mishnah. Because it says, since Chachamim said in the Mishnah that Chamei Tveria is Asur, we learn from this that Hatmana, the Dava Mesav Hedel, hiding, burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria, is also even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that the hot springs of Tveria are mutter. Says, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, they took it back and they don't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself on Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to do so even with water that was heated up. And according to Beis Shammai, if you heated up the water for food, then you're allowed to add a little bit on Yom Tov for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real rechitza, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water was heated up before Shabbos. Like it says, we have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have Rabbi Meir that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Rabbi Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. And you have Rabbi Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is asur, cold water is mutter, and the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Rabbi Shimon, because you can make a dig in the Mishnah. Since the Mishnah says that it's asur to use this water. It says if you heat it up on Shabbos and it's also to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like Rav Shimon that says you're allowed to shower yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes, they take from the ground. Or if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody, that's also because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. Halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rabbi said, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man omar is a compromise, we go like that man omar. However, it's possible that rule is only in the Mishnah. And our three-way machlokes was in a brayso. Nevertheless, halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, like the compromise, since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule, that if you have a three-way machlokes, you go like the compromise, is like the sugya we had earlier in our Masechta, with kuli matlonias. A person takes clothing and he clears it to be a shmata. Rabbi Kiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, that is not like Rabbi Kiva, because Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that the Allah is like Rabbi Yeshua. Have a wonderful day.
His parents kicked him out junior year of high school because he was problematic. He just had issues. And at that time, they kicked him out. That wasn't exactly what they are saying illegal. For them to have done that. But again, he went to live with relatives and he has issues. They say he allegedly has a lot of issues with drinking that Christians approximately 3 years ago.
There are two versions in Rav. Rav says that if you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two brises that seem to contradict that, they say the only way you can bathe yourself is if you wash your face, hands, and feet. Seems like any other limb would be also. Rabbi will explain, the brise is just telling us how to do it. Just like you wash your face by itself, your hand by itself, so too each limb must be washed individually. The other version of Rabbi is Rabbi. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two brises seem to contradict Rabbi, because those brises say the only way to bathe yourself is one of the other raglan, face, hands, and feet, not your entire body minus one limb. And that's a good kasha. Rav Yosef asked Abaya, who was brought up by Rabbi Manachmeni, said, the Rabbi, in fact, used Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb?
Says Abaye, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rav Yosef ask Abaye? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rav said, besides three things. We had in the beginning of the Sefta that you're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beged to the other. Rav says you can. Rav says you can light a ner Chanukah one from the other. Rabbi says you can. And Rav Paskin like Reb Shimon B'Greira that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided that you don't know for sure that you're going to make a groove. Rabbi says I don't hold it. But in everything else, you get exactly like Rav. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rabbi didn't act like Rav. To say that you're allowed to baby yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, the halacha is not like Rav. The halacha is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet before you should rise, just like Shmuel. That says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do Hanav, Yodav, Zerah. If you have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another shot is that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos. In other words, you trap the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So when Matzah Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the day Shiyasu, the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're only using the steam, the zayah, the sauna part, that you can do even on Shabbos itself and on Yom Tov itself. In fact, the Elizabeth and Azariah, they sat in the steam house on Yom Tov, and they even took a shower with hot water, according to Rashi, but they made sure that that hot water was covered with wood. Some say you don't need to cover the hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gzeira that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself with hot water on Shabbos. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the mikvahs, they started lying and started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, Yerushalmi explains, they added extra clothes before Shabbos, which is a problem of kitui. So he said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. The Avaryonim came along, the people that are Chayva Averis, and they started lying. They said, we're using the steam, but in fact, we were bathing. So they said, you know what? You're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Hamifera, any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. Then came along the third Zera. People were lying, and they said, hey, I just came from the Hamifera, when in fact you're coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Hamifera is also awesome, but you're allowed to use cold water. But they realized, Chachamim, that people cannot be oimed, they can't stand the Xeris, they weren't able to accept the Xera. So they said, Hamifera is mutter, let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. But you're not allowed to use the steam, you're not allowed to use the Xera.
This feels to me like a conspiracy.
And you see from here that a person who's over on a Derabana, on this Xera, is considered an Avaryon. You're allowed to call him out in public and call him an Avaryon. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large, because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. But if it's a smaller one, like in a small far in a village, it's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of a fire, that's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. But you're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger, and that's also to do in the weekday as well. But there's an additional problem. That if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanakh says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's yatsi ledes, where your hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as amount of hot water or the heat that could burn a baby's stomach. That's a universal state. As the Mishnah says, it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and the Zamanorah says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? The Tanakh doesn't mention oil. This is Machlokes Amoraim. Rabbi and Rav Yosef say that according to the Tanakh, it's 100% mutter. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledes, mutter. Rabbi Yosef takes it to the other extreme. is 100% usher, even to warm up oil. That's the way you mabashal. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also usher. Mar brings another 2 shittas tanaim in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that Yatziles is usher, to warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mother, because that's not how you cook with it. And Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it on your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon Gamliel and Nachman? You're saying the same thing, basically. You're not going to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Nachman Yitzchak, it's usher to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shinoi, even kalach or yah, with the side of your hand. According to Shimon Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's yatsi lettuce, it's usher to warm up, and if it's not yatsi lettuce, it's mutter. The Gemara tells us when Yitzchak bar Abdimi went into the bathhouse, he was following Rabbi, and he said, I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Chamei Tveria, the bathhouse is Chamei Tveria, and warm it up. And Rabbi said, you're not allowed to do that. You can take kli sheni, water that's into another kli, fill up another kli, and then you put it into that. So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn 3 things from here. You learn that you could cook oil, like the sheet that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that if you take water out of the Chamei Tveria and you make it into kli sheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rabbi tell him these halachas? He's in a bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing this, you're allowed to, like we see, that a Talmud went behind Rameir in the bathhouse and he wanted to mop the floor for him. And Rameir said that is usher, that's a shvui gumas, that's considered boina, because he wanted to prevent him from doing it in Isser. Have a wonderful day.
Go ahead and check out gno.land/Candace. Again, that's gno.land/Candace. Something that my team and I are always craving are beef sticks, specifically the ones from my friends from Gila Valley makes their beef sticks with 100% grass-fed beef, sourced from small-scale regenerative American farms, so you can feel good about what you're eating and what you're supporting.
Shabbos Daf Memal, the Gemara tells us 3 stories with Reb Zera. 2 of them have to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. The first one is Reb Zera saw Reb Avo swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. It was full of Chamei Tveria, which we said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo had his feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating in the river would be usher because of Chavesh Shel Shayatim. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if the Gemara says it has gidudei, it has straight walls, which resemble a swimming pool, they're different than a river, which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's mutter. Or another Pshat Rashi, gidudei, it has a lip, it looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. A different time, Reb Zera saw Reb Avo covering his privates. He says, I'm not sure if he's touching himself or not. The Gemara says, touching is usher. That is the Avera of the Dor HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, Rabbi explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Kibaleshes. Kibaleshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, Baleshes, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers, and you're not in a time of war, we have to be concerned that they made your wine yain nesach if the barrel is open. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own life. They don't think about making somebody else's wine yain nesach. There's no concern. So too over here. The Bavo was walking on the bank of the river. He was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hiru. The third story about Reb Zera is Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz to Israel, as the pasuk says, you should remain in Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you. Reb Zera says no, that pasuk is talking about the place Sharetz. He was worried that if he bumped into Rabbi Yehuda would make a gzeira on him and say, you must stay here in Chutz La'aretz. He said, let me hear one last bar Torah from Rabbi Yehuda, and he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchat. Beis HaMerchat, you're not allowed to talk and learn. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMerchat. And he said, tells this Rabbi, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my nesser. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouth when you're in the Beis HaMerchat and inhale the steam, because the steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Not halacha, but advice. He said, if I came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchants. And what's the reason the Gemara says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of from the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMerchas, you have to make sure that the body's hot from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the Merchas itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off with cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchas, you need to let it penetrate with oil. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you don't walk for amas, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. If a person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that, it's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of nikah. And this is the beginning of the cause of just bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called a muliyar, and that is, it contains water on the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, he did rufa. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called antichi. One shot in the Gemara is that it's like this kira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. You would have this compartment in order to ensure that the kira doesn't explode, similar to what we have in a car today. You put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moisef hevel. Since this kira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water. And therefore it's also to drink on Shabbos. Another shot is, it's a double-decker dud, similar to the muliyar. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. So also to drink on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Barmas, the pshat of the Mishnah is that if you have a small pot that you remove all the water from it and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it. That would cook the water. Put a large amount of water, that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Reb Shimon, we say that Dovashein is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it, your intent was just to warm the water. We all like Reb Shimon that it's a mutter. As long as it's not a psikration, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that's definitely going to happen, therefore it's mutter. According to Abay's shot, you didn't remove the water. You removed this kettle from the stove. And now, to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount of water to be added to that pot would be awesome, because we hold like Rabbi Yehuda, the Rashain Miskaven is awesome. Rab says this whole halacha, these halachas are only when you put the amount of water needed to not be inside. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rashi. So this would be mutter if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues that even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now typically, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. In another halacha, in a malacha shein tzricha gufa, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a cold, glowing red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it, it's also to extinguish it. Even though it's a malacha shein tzricha gufa, you don't need that piece of wood as a cold. You just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act. Reb Shimon says it's mutter, and Shmuel holds that it's asur. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. Shmuel says yes. In Melacha Shein Tzricha L'Gufa, he doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. But Dovashein Miskaven, he does hold like Reb Shimon. And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that if you see, or let's say in our a piece of glass in the Rishus Rabbi,
follow
Midrabanan, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 amas. Stop and walk again less than 4 amas. That's Isser Rabbanan. But since this is a danger, you're allowed to do so. And in a Carmelis, where the whole Isser, the whole idea is only the Rabbanan, you're allowed to walk all the way to the garbage can and throw it out, even though it's a lot more than 4 amas. Have a wonderful day.
How the weekend event came together, and he even provides us with a detailed itinerary of that event. I mean, I don't know if you need to hear the itinerary. He gets so detailed, and he even has this sentence here where he wants us to know that it was even, quote unquote, punctuated by meals. Okay.
Shabbos Dafnim Beis. Yisham might say that the bottom water always wins. So therefore, it's also to pour on Shabbos cold water into hot water, because that would be cooking the cold water. But pouring hot water into cold water, that's mutter, because you're not cooking the cold water. They still say it doesn't make a difference. Even pouring cold water into hot water is mutter. A bath is a kli rishon. It's heated directly from the flame. And therefore, cold water into hot water is also, and hot water into cold water is mutter. Shimon ben Asya says, and Allah is like him, that even hot water into cold water is also awesome. But there was a Havamina that Shimon ben Asya wasn't talking about a bath, he was talking about a cup. And what he's saying is that in a cup, there's no machlokes between Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai. Even Beis Hillel admits you cannot pour even hot water into cold water. Abaye says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's for washing, and you need really hot water, it doesn't have halacha like an abakia of a bath that is a kli rishon. It's in fact a kli sheni. Since it's a kli sheni never cooks. Even if you have it at Yatsi Levis, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like the Chazon Ish, or 114.8 degrees like Rishon Zaman Oirba, it can't cook. And therefore, I could pour cold water into the bottom hot water, and it won't cook it, and that's more. Rava wasn't makbid when it came to sheni. He said you could pour cold into hot, and he has a raya from the Brisa. The Brisa says ma'ara kita, and you could pour from a flask of cold water directly into sheni hot water. Says the Mishnah, if one removes a large pan or pot from a flame, so they are now kli rishon removed from the flame. You're not allowed to put spices into that dish because you'd be cooking the spices. Spices cook in a kli rishon. However, once you take out of that dish and you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish, now it became a kli sheni, and you could add spices. It doesn't cook it. Rabbi Yehuda is more making. He says spices don't cook typically in a kli rishon. The only way a spice could cook in a kli rishon is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp, and they cause it to cook. Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So there are two explanations. Either he is saying that salt is much more sensitive than spices. It will cook even in a kli sheni. And Rabbi Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook. So Rabbi Nachman argues on that. Or Rabbi Nachman agrees in the second lashon. And that's why Kesha says the halacha is like the second lashon. That salt is very tough to cook, and it won't even cook in the kli rishon. It takes a long time for it to cook, like bull's meat. The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a kli on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a candle, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos, and by falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. And now you're being mevatel kli me'echana. You're taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. But you're allowed to put that kli there under the candle before Shabbos, as long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to a chicken's egg. You're not allowed to take a kli and put it below the chicken to catch the egg on Shabbos, because you're being mevatel the kli me'echana on Shabbos. You're not allowed to use the kli anymore. However, you're allowed to. Chicken already laid the egg, you're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg that people won't crush it. Gemara says though, the only time you're allowed to do that if it's hatzola mitzuya. It's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg in a heap of trash, so you're allowed to save it on a heap of trash. But if a chicken laid it on an incline, and you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the incline, that's not a hatzola mitzuya. You're not allowed to save it like that. The Gemara brings a lot of questions from different mishnayos, and basically we would have to say on these questions
that they're considered Hatzalah Mitzvah. For instance, Mara asks, the halacha is that if a barrel breaks and it's full of wine, tevel, that you didn't do Trumas and Maasros on, you're allowed to save it on Shabbos by putting another barrel underneath. But a barrel typically doesn't break. You say that it's talking about Hatzalah Mitzvah, that it's a barrel that does typically break by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive, they break. Another mission that we have later on in the Masechta is you're allowed to take a kli to catch sparks that come out of a candle. So we must say that the sparks are Hatzalah Mitzvah. It's common for things to have sparks. Have a wonderful day.
Jeffrey Epstein possibly being a Mossad agent or asset or affiliated with, that's been turned around on me too, to you must be anti-Semitic. What the hell? That's such bullshit. The same people who say you can criticize Israel, that's fine, we won't call you anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel. Yeah, turn around immediately and say you're anti-Semitic.
Shabbos Daf Mem Gimel, we're trying to catch up and make up the lost daf that we had over Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Daf Mem Gimel. We had the sheet of Rav Chisda that you're permitted to cover an egg to protect it, but you're not permitted to put a kli under the egg to catch it. What's the difference? Rav Yosef says because you're canceling a kli. You can no longer use this kli once the egg touches it and it's molten. But when you cover an egg, you can uncover it whenever you want. So Gemara brings all the brises and mishnayos that we had the other day. Starting with, if you have a barrel full of tevel, full of wine and oil that you never took Trumas and Maasros from, and it breaks, you're allowed to take another vessel to catch the oil and the wine. But that vessel should be muktzah because wine that's tevel, is muktzah. Says Gemara, it's not muktzah because if somebody was over and took Trumas and Maasros on Shabbos, he'd be yaiteh. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks? You must say because the sparks are no mamashas. They're not visible. So the kli never becomes muktzah. We learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must say that the bench is not in there completely. You can remove it easily. What about the fact that you're allowed to take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming off the roof? Rain, that is not muktzah that you could drink. There's a halacha that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help the young chickens to go back into the chicken coop. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to move that basket unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben HaShmashos. Then we say, Migid is Katsoy. Ben HaShmashos is Katsoy the Kuliyomer. Rabbi Yitzchak argues with this, and he says, not only is it usher to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also usher to cover and protect an egg on Shabbos. Why? Because he holds that you're not allowed to move any kli on Shabbos if it's for the tzorech, for the use of a item that's muktzah. But what about all these brises and mishnayos that we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench that's not muktzah to hold up a beam that's broken, but the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah for chickens that are muktzah. We must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heter. It was with Tzarech Mekayma. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the place. He needed the spot that the bench was fitting. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down for the chips. More asked a question from an egg that was born on Shabbos. It says you're not allowed to cover a vessel with it. And a very interesting halacha. You're not allowed to support your bed. There are people that would support beds with eggs. It can carry a lot of force, a lot of pounding. You're not allowed to do so. However, you're allowed to protect the egg that was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, you're protecting with a kli that you started carrying with a heter of the Tzarech Mekayma. It says, you're allowed to take a machzelas, a reed, and put it on top of small stones, but the small stones are muktzah. We're talking about stones that are not muktzah, stones that they use instead of toilet paper. What about the fact that they take a machzelas and cover bricks from a building site? We're talking about that the building is already done, the construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. They're not muktzah, he's using them to lean on.
This statement
What about the
stands.
fact that it says
I was
you're allowed
referring
to cover a beehive with a
to
machzel?
Brian Mast's remarks, but even if I
You're allowed to cover a
wasn't,
beehive, but
and I
you have
just
to make
tweeted
sure,
genocide is always wrong,
and you're
that
covering
tweet
it,
should
you
always
want to
be
protect it from
right.
the rain
I
and from
can
the sun.
feel
Gemara understood
that
that it's
energy.
probably talking about the winter and the summer.
When you're not sure who your
Provided
friends
that
are,
you leave
they're
space
starting
for the bees
gaslight
to
you.
escape,
They're
you don't want to
making
trap
you
them, you don't want to be
going
over
crazy
unsafe.
for having sensible positions.
If
And
there's
there's no halfway
honey
house
in
for
the
this.
beehive, then the
Okay?
beehive is not
I can
muktzah.
tell you that.
You're eating from the
You're
honey.
either going to take
If it's in the
it
winter,
kicked in the
where there's no
chest,
honey, you have to say that he left over 2 hives to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought to himself that he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not muktzah. Or another shot is that we're not talking about the winter or the summer. We're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey. So therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is only according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the beehive wouldn't be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, davar shein miskaven is also. In other words, if you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over. We must say he left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape.
Within 48 hours before Charlie passed away.
Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry a kli that's mutter, that's not muktzah, for something that is muktzah. And he says this in another halacha completely. He says it by a mace. You have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun, unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. So how do you do it? 2 people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit on the benches, and they're really hot from the sun. So they bring an oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift up the benches to make it a little higher, and then they walk away, and the mace remains protected from the sun. If a dead person is laying in the sun, what do? It's going to be the Zayin HaMeitz. The first eitzah is to use kikar retina. You use any item that's not muktzah, a baby, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not muktzah, you put it on the dead person or on the bed of the dead person, and then you can move the baby and the loaf of bread, and then derech agav, you happen to be moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the dead person from bed to bed until you get to the place that you need to get to. That's Tukum and Aksad. He holds that's not considered carrying. Rav holds that is considered carrying, therefore that is also. What if there's a fire? If you have a kikar and tinoi, that's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a Manda Omer that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because a person is Baal al Mesa. He's going to be so concerned about the dead person, he'll be over on the Eraisa of extinguishing the flame. So we rather him just do Kiltum in the Rabbanon and not the over. And the halacha is like Yehuda ben Lakish that says you're allowed to do so. Rabbi Shimon says, final halacha for today, if you have leftover oil, and we're going to see this later on, if you have leftover oil in a lamp that was extinguished, according to Rabbi Shimon, he doesn't hold the Skatzoy ben Shmoshes, it's Skatzoy ben Kuliyim, and therefore that oil is mutter on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
And Charlie's honest ideas are starting to change, or maybe add more color. And now he's getting financial threats. He's being called names. He increasingly, he's being told who and what he's allowed to speak to, and he's taking a stance. He's taking a stand privately to these people, and then it doesn't matter anymore because Charlie's
Shabbos Daf Mem Dalet, the
and
Mishnah
those
tells
very
us that
same people
both
who
and
are
a common
arresting
review
him
the
are
whole
now
of the
doing
concept called
very quickly,
Muksam Machmas Miyos.
trying to set
Something
in
that's disgusting,
stone
for instance, a
that,
lamp that has oil residue
Charlie
and
essentially
ash residue. It's disgusting, and therefore people don't touch it, and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rather in the box, it's not disgusting, so you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rav Shimon doesn't subscribe to the concept called Muksam Machmas Miyos, and therefore he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now, then he says that it's usher to move. Rashi explains the Havamin of the Gemara later on, because I'm concerned that you might come to extinguish the flame. The Maskon of the Gemara later on is that it becomes a basis l'davar also. It supports a flame. The flame is muktzah, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also muktzah. Remeir doesn't either hold of Muktzah Machmas Miyos, but he holds of the concept called Muktzah Machmas Isur. Since a flame is Asur, therefore, Migu Diskatzoy Ben Hashmashos is Diskatzoy L'Kuliyah. We have the concept. Since it becomes Muktzah during Ben Hashmashos, it's lit, so even if it extinguishes later on, that Isur remains throughout the whole Shabbos since it was Muktzah for that moment of Ben Hashmashos. What about a very large vessel, a cup, a container that contains a lot of oil that can last for the entire Shabbos? According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, because the concept meaning is katsoy ben hashmashos, it's katsoy the kuliyama, but according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. The issue is the wording doesn't fit so well. It says avol. A small candle is also avol. Even a big one is, it should say, small, large. There's no difference according to Rabbi Yehuda. Why does it say avol? Marzutra prefers to say that it goes according to Rabbi Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Avol, but a larger candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold of the concept meaning this katsoy ben hashmashos, it's katsoy the kuliyama. But in this case, since there's enough oil to last for the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last all Shabbos, so he set it aside. So even Rabbi Shimon agrees in this case. It remains muktzah even if there's no flame right now, according to Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Lazar, the son of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, holds like his father Rabbi Shimon in two things: that there's no muktzah machmas mios, and there's no muktzah machmas isur. But he argues on his father in one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kiboy, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. There it says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil and ashes, so it's not moles, it's not disgusting. According to everybody, if you lit it ben hashmashos, Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda both agree you can consider ben hashmashos, it's considered kuliyah. But if it's not lit during ben hashmashos, according to them, it's mutter to be metallic. Gemara talks about a bed. Similar to a table, one wants to put money on a bed. Gemara says as follows: if a person designates this bed and says specifically, I want this bed to put money on it, all in his head. But in addition to having it in his head, he had condition number 2, that he actually put the money physically on the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money. Money is muktzah machmas gufay, and Taisus points out it's even usher to move. It's a gufay mechaymer. Typically, when muktzah klishim alafter l'isser, for instance, a hammer, you can move if you need it to sit down on its spot, or you need to use the hammer to open up, to crack open up a coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in a store, and therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muktzah machmas gufay. Now, if a person either designated the bed for money, but didn't put the money on it, or he put the money on it and didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, if he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during ben hashmashos, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. Even if a child removed the money, it remains muktzah. We're a very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, you have a lamp, even if you lit a candle on it before Shabbos, but you didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. Gemara's question is from muchni. Muchni is a wheel from a wagon. We'll go into all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is that you see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during ben hashmashos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you remove the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because the muchni goes according to Reb Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rab, goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what is a muchni? Muchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel, and it has no connection to the wagon. And therefore, if tumah, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If tumah goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but tumah doesn't transfer from one kli to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha: if a wagon or any kli is larger than 40 sa, it's not mekabel tumah. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 sa of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say, in a swimming pool to see if it can displace 40 sa of water. You cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 sa because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon. Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon
and it
First, we want you guys about
is
Tax
mild.
Network USA.
It creates a tent
So,
over, let's say, basic cars over a pavement. If there's a wheel there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tumult. And if there's money, that's halacha that the Gemara brings as a question. If there's money in the wheel, because the wheel has a base kibble, it's a kli. If the money is still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon, and the wheel is buckled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, which is actually the kula. And that is, that if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos, because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. According to Rav, however, on Yom Tov, you're not allowed to hang it on a tree, because a lamp is not muktzah, and we're concerned you're going to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp. Have a wonderful day.
Or visit tnusa.com/Candace. Also tell you guys about Demi Skincare. You know I love them. Look around. You will take a note of who is standing by Charlie in this terrible moment, and you will also notice who is silent or who isn't cheering it. There are many businesses who refuse to say a word about this cruel act. It's not left or right against, it's about humanity. The silence speaks volumes. Now is the time to release about
Shabbos Daf Mem Hey. Rav holds like Rabbi Yehuda and Muktzah, and therefore a candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains Muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. However, he made a dispensation when it comes to Hanukkah and the times of the Chabarim. Chabarim were people that didn't allow candles lit. Therefore, if somebody wanted to light the menorah and was scared that the Chabarim would catch him, after Beresh Moshes, when it's already Shabbos and the candles go out, you can take the menorah back into your house. The Shas Chag is a special halacha. The famous saying goes, when it comes to an emergency like the Chabarim, then we can rely on the sheet of Reb Shimon that there's no muktzah. Shmuel holds in Reb Shimon that the only foods that become muktzah are raisins and grapes, figs that are set out to dry, because they have two conditions. And in order for something to become muktzah, according to Reb Shimon, you need two conditions. The chiyuv b'yadayim, putting something aside with your hand, saying, I don't want to use this anymore, and that it's not roy l'achila, you can't eat it any longer. Raisins, once you take grapes and put them in the sun, you can no longer eat it for the time being. And by putting it in the sun, you're setting it off to the side. Rabbi Yochanan says, when it comes to muktzah, there's an additional muktzah called muktzah machmas mitzvah, which Reb Shimon subscribes to. And that is, if you light a candle for Shabbos, and that's a mitzvah, that candle becomes muktzah for the time being. Therefore, let's say in sukkah, the walls of the sukkah, the schach, even the decorations become muktzah because they were set aside for the mitzvah for 7 days. They're muktzah throughout the entire Chalamayit. According to Reb Shimon, unless somebody made a specific night and said, I want to use the wood, I want to use these decorations. What if somebody planted kernels, or you put an egg under a chicken, so you set it aside? Well, it doesn't have the conditions we need, and it's not muktzah mitzvah, so according to Reb Shimon, they are not muktzah. Going back to sukkah wood, if you have a sukkah that's standing during other Yom Tovim, like Pesach and Shavuos, you're not allowed to take wood off the sukkah. That's soiser that's breaking the sukkah. What if the sukkah fell down on Shavuos? You're also not allowed to use that wood according to Rabbi Yehuda because it remains muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you anticipated it, it's not muktzah. On sukkahs, when according to Rabbi Shimon, it's muktzah, unless you made it at night. There's a brayso that says that there are other fruit, such as peaches and quinces, that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry, and they're muktzah. That must be going according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what's the chiddush? The chiddush is even though they're foods and you're eating from them, nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you're mesiach das from it. You don't want to have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda. Rebbe's son, Lazar, asked Rebbe, what does Reb Shimon hold when it comes to Parsili Tmar? These are dates that will never ripen. From the fact that he asked Rebbe the question about Reb Shimon, that means, the Gemara understood, that Rebbe subscribes to Reb Shimon's shita of muktzah. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask his father, what does Reb Shimon hold about Parsili? But he told him, even though Parsili Tmarim are not edible, but he never pushed it aside with his hand. So he has one out of the two conditions, and therefore they are not muktzah, according to Reb Shimon. Nevertheless, the Gemara asks a question. There's a Mishnah that tells us that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shech an animal that's yours, but if it's yours and it's in the midbar, and what that means exactly is machlokes, whether it comes back after when it starts raining. In other words, it's away for a half a year. According to Rabbi, it never comes back. The point is, that kind of animal you cannot shech on Yom Tov, because you never had it in mind that you're going to have that animal. You're not allowed to give it to drink so that the skin comes off easier. You see, the Rabbi holds of muktzah. The Rabbi is the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all, and therefore it's muktzah. The Gemara gives three options. Either Rabbi holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, but this particular animal is like raisin. It has two conditions. First of all, you're done with your time, you push to the side, said I don't want to see you anymore for a year. And second of all, it's very difficult to catch and capture. So it has two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this midbar animal is muktzah. Second answer is that Rabbi never said that he holds like Reb Shimon. He was just answering what Reb Shimon would hold. In fact, Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda in muktzah, and he's answering his son what Reb Shimon would hold in muktzah. Another shot is that Rabbi was talking in the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, he holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah. Don't you Chachamim agree that if an animal comes back every half a year, that it can be considered a domesticated animal and put shech on Yom Tov? And he said no. You don't agree to that. Rabbi Baruch Hana said that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, that there's no muktzah. Why did Rabbi Yochanan say that chicken coop is muktzah? You must say that it's talking about a very specific case, that the chicken coop had an egg, and in the egg was a chick. And therefore this egg is not royal achilas kel, because a dog won't eat of egg peel. And it's not right for a human. You have a dead chicken there, we can't eat it, it's straight. Nor would a guy eat it. Therefore, Reb Shimon does hold of muktzah machas gufo. Something like money, stones, have absolutely no other use to them. And this egg with the chicken inside has absolutely no other use. And therefore, even Reb Shimon agrees that's muktzah. And why didn't he just say that there's an egg there that was born on Shabbos? And Reb Shimon holds that it's noilad and it's muktzah. Because there is a shita that holds, Rav Yitzchak holds, that Reb Shimon doesn't hold of a noilad on Shabbos. In other words, since you anticipate the birth of this egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's noilad according to Rav Yitzchak. And to say that there's a dead chick there without an egg, there's a mandala that holds in Reb Shimon that you can use that dead chick, you can feed it to your animal on Shabbos, as long as you knew about it beforehand. In other words, there's one mandala that says in Reb Shimon that if the chick was healthy and it died on Shabbos, Reb Shimon holds it's muktzah, because I never thought about it. I was Messiah of that. Another mandala that says that it's muktzah. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yosef holds that Rabbi Yochanan said that the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, that there is muktzah. And why did he have to say so? There's a story that you can learn from, and you know from that story that Rabbi Yochanan held that, like Rabbi Yehuda, that there's muktzah. A menorah, a large candelabra, fell on Ravasi. Ravasi didn't move it. Maybe he walked away from it and it fell by itself, but he didn't move it because he held of muktzah. And his Rebbe is Rabbi Yochanan. So you see from here that Rabbi Yochanan holds of muktzah. So Gemara on today's daf says perhaps the reason why he didn't move it is because there's a new muktzah called Kaveya Makas. It has a very specific spot, similar to muktzah machmas starting case. If you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it, designated an area for it. And therefore, this candelabra had a designated area, and that's why it was muktzah, not because of the muktzah of Rabbi Yehuda. Have a wonderful day.
His sacrifice deserves eternal recognition. God bless you always, Candace. Well, the decision is not up to me, obviously. And what I do know is that irrespective, the response to this globally has been amazing. And all of you guys, the tags that I'm seeing all over the world, the football players, the singers.
Shabbos Daf Menvav. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying safe and healthy. We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where a menorah fell on Ravasi, and he refused to move it with his hand. He said it was muktzah. What kind of muktzah? So we try to say perhaps it's called a muktzah. Yes, since it's a large item, has a designated spot. You don't move from that spot, it's muktzah. Says Gemara, but what do you do about Kilas Hasana? It's a tent that you build over a bed. The top is narrower than a tefach, so we don't have a problem of building the oil on Shabbos. We let it put it together on Shabbos and take it apart on Shabbos. But how do you touch it? It's muktzah, Kiyas Makkah. You see that there is no muktzah called Kiyas Makkah. So then why did Ravasi move the menorah? The answer is because if it was a menorah that came apart and you could put back together, then certainly that would be muktzah. But we're dealing with a menorah that just looks as if it come apart. They made it zera on such a menorah because of a menorah that can come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that can come apart, like Rabbi says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, you have to be geyser on a small menorah. And Rabbi says, since it doesn't come apart, nobody's going to confuse it with a menorah that comes apart, and you don't make it. He said that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda muktzah, that there is muktzah. The issue is that Rabbi always paskins like the Stam Mishnah, like an anonymous Mishnah. And the Mishnah of Muktzah that we had the other day, the wheel that detaches from the wagon, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even ben hashmashos, inside the wheel, and the money was removed, you can move it on Shabbos. That goes according to Rabbi Shimon. So on the one hand, the Stam Mishnah is Rabbi Shimon, but Rabbi Yochanan paskins like Rabbi Yehuda. Says Rabbi Zera, we must learn, even though it's a better chapter, that the Mishnah is talking about that there's no money during ben hashmashos, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if there was money during ben hashmashos, in fact, the wheel would be muktzah, like Rabbi Yehuda that says, "Migid tzatzay ben hashmashos, it's tzatzay l'kuli yard." Rishon Levi said that Rabbi said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Rav Shimon. Menorah is Rav Shimon b'ner, meaning could be two meanings. Either there was one psak halacha or two. Either the psak halacha was that a menorah is not muktzah, like Rav Shimon says that a candle that was lit and it was extinguished on Shabbos, the candle is no longer muktzah. In other words, the menorah is muktzah. Or he said two statements. A menorah is asur. A candle is muktzah. The Gemara remained in a taker. The Gemara tells us that Rav Malkiah, and at a different time, Rav Yossi Glila, both acted like Rav Shimon. There was no muktzah in front of the Rabbein, and both the Rabbein were makin on them. On the other hand, Rabbi Avo, even though he himself held like Rav Shimon, but when he was in front of Rabbi Yochanan, out of respect to Rabbi Yochanan, he acted like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda says that if you have an earthenware lamp that's full of oil, it doesn't get disgusting, and therefore it's not muktzah, you're allowed to be metallic. But if it has neft, kerosene, so it is muktzah. Now, we're not talking about muktzah machmas mius, because Rav Shimon doesn't hold a muktzah machmas mius. What we're discussing is since there's no other use for this candle because it's disgusting, therefore it's like a stone that has no other use and it's muktzah. In other words, muktzah machmas gufa. Rabbi and Rav Yosef both hold that you're allowed to carry, you're allowed to be metaltal, a lamp that was used with neft. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Rabbi went to visit Rabbi. He had a lot of mud on his shoes. And he sat him down, he said, sit down on the bed, and he put his shoe on the bed and put a lot of mud on the bed. And this upset Rabbi. And Rabbi decided he's going to torture Rabbi Via with questions to punish him. Some server has a beautiful pshat, I should look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef both say that a lamp that was used with neft, with kerosene, is not muktzah? So he told him because you could use that lamp for another usage, you could cover another kli with it. He said, wait a minute, but what about all stones in the world? They're very muktzah, but you could use them to cover kalim. Says Rabbi, no, there's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a kli on it, where a stone is not a kli. And I'll prove it to you from a Mishnah. The halacha is that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry she might show to her friends. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because Ula explains it has a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not muktzah. Says Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak, Hirach Rachman, Baruch Hashem, that Rabbi wasn't successful in embarrassing Rabbi Abi. The halacha is that the person has a firstborn animal, cow, sheep. He goes to the kohen, and the kohen brings it to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it befalls a mum, then the kohen could shecht it outside the Beis Hamikdash and says to do what he wants. What if he finds the mum on Yom Tov? It's muktzah according to Rabbi Shimon. Question: why is this bechar different than oil that's left over in a lamp that Rabbi Shimon says is not muktzah? Says Gemara, there's a big difference. Oil that's left in a lamp, when he lights the lamp, he knows that he might have leftover oil, so he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not muktzah. But an animal, a bachar, there's 3 reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a mum? And even if it has a mum, who says it will be a mum kavua, permanent mum? And even if it's a permanent mum, who says they'll find a rabbi, they'll tell him that it's a good mum and he could shech it? What about a woman who makes a neder on Shabbos, could be mefer or matter the neder? What if her husband doesn't agree? Says Gemara, because when a woman makes a neder, she's doing it al das her husband. And what about a man? How could you be made for his neder on Shabbos? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He can just find 3 simple people to be matter his neder. In the Mishnah it says, we learn that according to Rabbi Shimon, if the fire is still lit, even Rabbi Shimon says it's muktzah. Why? The answer is because it becomes a basis l'davar asur. The lamp supports the flame, which is muktzah. The pshat is not because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rashi explained in the Mishnah, we're concerned perhaps he will extinguish the flame by mistake. Because Rabbi Shimon holds the davar she'eino miskaven mutter. If you don't think about it, that's not your intent, then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person drags a bench, he's trying to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, he creates a groove in the ground, he's potter. And don't say that there's enough community between the deraisa and the rabbanon. Extinguishing a flame is the deraisa, and moving a bench, making a groove in the ground is not the derech to do so. So it's only is the rabbanon. Perhaps that's why it's mutter, but in the deraisa, Rav Shimon would say it's awesome, because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and their shatnas, says Rav Shimon, he's allowed to wear shatnas if he's not mechaven to be over to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even in the rice of shatnas, as long as you don't have kavana, Rav Shimon says it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
Where you can still go make some stuff happen. That's what you have in common with every hero of every story, of every autobiography, of every. Is how much happened to you that should have broke you, that did not break you, so that you were able to then ride. Amen. Did your I'm trying to think of some of my favorite books when I was a kid.
Shabbos that from Zion, up until now we learned about basis l'davar asur, a support to something that's asur like a flame. The support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's asur together with something that's muktzah? Basis l'davar asur v'hamuktzah. For instance, you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying a stone. But we're carrying 2 things, muktzah and asur. So the isur comes because of the heter. Same thing, if you have a basket that has fruit, but also carries a stone, that's mutter. Rabbi Zera asked Rav Asi, so then why is it that Rabbi said that it's mutter to carry a machta, a pan, that has leftover incense, the ashes of incense? The incense is muktzah. The Gemara uses a pasuk from Daniel, Yishtoimeim kishol chadam. Rav Asi was in shock for a moment. And then he answered, he said, perhaps there's some leftover incense that's actually not muktzah, and that's why it's basis l'davar ha'asur v'hamutter. Well, Rabbi didn't like that. Rabbi was very wealthy, and a small amount of incense was insignificant to Rabbi. And we learned, when it comes to tumah, a wealthy person doesn't consider a beged of an ani, 3x3 beged, or any beged made with different type of yarn or whatever. It's not considered a beged for an ani. So that's not considered non-muktzah item for Rebbe. Therefore, Abaye prefers to say that we're talking about a grapshal rain, a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrement, human waste. And there's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it and take it out of your room, out of the house. Rabbi says it's not. There's no comparison. A graf sherei is an open kli, whereas this machta has a net on top. Graf sherei is disgusting. Ashes of incense is not disgusting. Therefore, Rabbi learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. You could cover spittle, you could cover excrement. So what is the chiddush? The chiddush is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah, there was some unburnt wood. So again, it's a basis l'davar, hamutter, ashes, va'asr, the wood, and the chiddush is you're allowed to move it. The Brisa says, to both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, there is muktzah, isn't muktzah. They both agree that if you have leftover wick floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah. But if you have a basis l'davar, also hamutter, it should be mutter. Says the Gemara we're talking about in Galil. Their wicks were worth a lot of money for them. And therefore, the wick, which is davar asur, overcomes the oil, which is davar mur. Taisa says, and it's very interesting, Taisa says that Galil, they have so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, that the oil prices dropped to a 20-year low. The Gemara talks about a mita shel. This is a bed that comes apart. So you let it put together on Shabbos. Rabbi Shmuel says it's a issur d'oraisa, you chayav achatos. Why? Says Rashi, you're making a chatos. He's finishing off the binyan. And in fact, there's a brisa that says just like them. It says that if you take the final part of the menorah and you put it in, or you take a round horn and you put it together, it's difficult to put together, you're chayav achatos. If you have like an extension stick to paint, or one of those sticks that comes together, or a simple horn, that's patur aval asur. Now, Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna, they argue, and then they say it's completely mutter to put together a bed on Shabbos. In fact, there's a brisa that says if you have bed platforms or the bed legs or an arrow rest, you shouldn't put it back on Shabbos, and if you do, you're patur aval asur. And if you put it in forcefully, you're chayav achatos. And this is how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna hold it. He says not only is it not patur aval asur, it's mutter. You put together these things. And so Rabbi Paskin the halacha, if you have one of these traveling beds, you're allowed to pick it apart and put it back together on Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that if you have a lamp and the lamp is spewing out sparks, you're allowed to put a kli, a bowl underneath to catch the sparks, and it's not considered mevatel kli, it's invisible. So you're allowed to move the kli afterwards. However, that's if you put a kli without any liquid, but you're not allowed to add liquid to the kli even before Shabbos. Because if it was on Shabbos itself and you took this kli and you brought it closer to the sparks, you would be extinguishing the sparks on Shabbos. Therefore, the guys are not to put water even on Erev Shabbos. And with that, we finish Perek Kira, and we're starting Perek Lamed Taimnet. We learned the issur of burying, insulating your pot on Shabbos, your pot of food. It's also to insulate with something that's moisef hevel, something that adds heat. So the Mishnah goes through the list. There's a list of things that give off a lot of heat. So much so that it doesn't matter if they are dry or moist. They add a lot of heat, such as leftover olives, the olive pits. They decompose. Manure, as we know, gives off a lot of heat. Salt, lime, calcium, and sand. And there are some that only add heat when they are moist and not when they are dry, and those are straw, rape skins, anything soft like a soft cotton, some soft wool, and grasses. The Gemara does this halacha. If you have a box that's not moist of hevel, doesn't have heat, and you have food inside, you matkin on Shabbos. It's also to put that box on top of decomposing olives. And that would be like halacha l'maisa today. You're not allowed to take a chunk pot and cover it with a blanket, and the blanket is not moist of hevel, but underneath you have a blech, a plata that adds hevel. The top is not moist of hevel, but the bottom is moist of hevel, and that's why it's awesome. The Gemara says you can't bring a raya from this halacha that our mission is talking about olives, because it's possible that we're talking about any kind of atmana, even burying in sesame seed. This halacha that the hevel goes upwards is regarding talking about olives, but in general, it would be also to be mapping in anything. Have a wonderful day.
The timing of that was they wanted to use other people that have allegedly been involved in some of his circles they wanted to kind of use, okay, you could be next unless you help this political plan. You think that's at all possible? That's how.
Shabbos Daf Mem Ches. How's everybody doing? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not atmana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Reish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him, he said, "Don't do so." Reb Zer says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze, do schita, which is also its libum. Says Reb Zer, "But what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something." Says Rabbi, "That's a big difference. If you cover it with a rag, you don't care about the rag, you're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him, don't do so." There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of it. And that's called muksa machmas sisur. You set it aside, you say, "I'm not going to use this." Now what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muktzah, it's still muktzah of chisarnikis. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isur muktzah goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course it's muksa machmas chesaron kis, says the Gemara. It's coming to teach us that even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not mukta. Komash malon, it is mukta. You take a pillow and you stuff it with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff. That's makeh b'patish. The Mishnah says that's an isur d'orais on Shabbos. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow and it was already stuffed, and the muchen, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It was never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick, it's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, they're considered one, the handle and the axe, the handle and the metal. If Tumah touches one, the other one becomes Tumah. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items. They're independent of each other, because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing that he gives to the launderer and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together, or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher, he has a lot of keys, you touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or if, let's say, you take two garments that are made out of tzemer and you sew them with kishtan, they are shatnas for the time being. Once you start undoing the stitching, for the launderer or for the shatnez, it's no longer the time of one to the other. But over here it's different than the X. Over here a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants them to be together with the handle of the X. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something, it has a halacha just like it itself. Says Gemara, for instance, this goes like Rabbi Meir. He's talking about a kira, a stove, that has compartments that you can put salt in on the side. Do those compartments, are they considered like the kira itself for tumah? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. According to Rabbi Meir, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a kli cheres here, earthenware. So the only way earthenware becomes tameh is if the tumah is in the inside of the kli cheres, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tameh, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of that kira, then the kira does not become tameh. The rest of the compartments do not become tameh. The kira itself becomes tameh. Typically, the cheres becomes tameh ma'avira, from the ear space. Over here we say no. Why? Because we want to show that this whole tumah, that it transfers to the compartments, is only midrabanan. We don't want people to burn their trumas and kachim based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumas and kachim based on a rabban tumah. So therefore we make a distinction. We say it only becomes tameh with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one, and if tumah touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tameh. However, when it comes to hazah, sprinkling, making this device tahar, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? Because midaraisa, they are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered one. Therefore, Chacham said, let's do the chumrah in both cases. Tumah, to say that they're both tameh is a chumrah. Hazah, to say that they're both not tahar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to be mazeh both. But by tumah, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to become tameh. Have a wonderful day.
Right. The sequel that's almost a surprise. What a say like that, man. The sequel is a surprise. That was a good time. It was a good time. When was that? That was late 90s, I think. Did you ever get to
Shabbos Daf Mem Tes. Good Chodesh, and I hope we all hear Tzuras Tevos this month. We had a list in the Mishnah of different products that it's also to do at Atmana if they are moist. Now there's two types of moisture. There's moisture that comes from an external moisture, and there's moisture that comes from within. The one that comes from within produces more heat. And the Gemara tells us, since one of the things on the list is moichen is soft material, obviously it doesn't produce its own moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from an exterior source. There's a brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atmana. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Gemara says that's not a raya. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produced its own moisture. No Mishnah. The Mishnah says you could do atmana with clothing, with fruit, with kanfei yoina, a pigeon's wing, which is going to lead us into a beautiful story of Elisha Bal Tznafayim, and with sawdust and fine flax. Rabbi says that tishkan is also when it's thin. It's similar to manure, which is moist of hevel. It produces additional heat. But when it's thick material, thick pishtan, then it's mutter to do atmana. The Gemara tells us tefillin require gufnaki, clean body. Like Elisha Bal Knafai, Space points out, since he had this nace that's upcoming, obviously he had a gufnaki. What does it mean to have a gufnaki? Abai says you have to be careful from hafacha and passing wind. Rabbi says careful from sleeping because that could lead to hafacha and kalita keri. The story is that the Romans said whoever wears tefillin is going to puncture the person's brain. Elisha Bal Knafai didn't care. He walked out with his tefillin, and when he saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and the officer said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have the wings of a pigeon." So let me see. He opened up his hand, and sure enough, pigeon wings. He had a nose. Gemara says, "But why did he say pigeon wings?" Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from its enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. A pigeon fights with his wings. So too, Klal Yisrael are protected by the mitzvahs they perform. Says the Mishnah, you can perform atmana with hides, the skins of animals, and hides are not muktzah. You can do atmana with wool shearing, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool shearings. What you do is you grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up, and the shearings fall off themselves. That's tiltul l'achriyat. It's with shinui. Rabbi Ben Azari says once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot because then the shearings will fall in the spot that the pot was, and you wouldn't be able to put the pot back in. What you do is, with the pot in your box, you tilt the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever is in the pot into your bowl. Rabbi Yonasan ben Elazar says that our Mishnah is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer, not someone that does business with hides. Because if it's somebody that does business with the hides, a uman, that would be muktzah. They're designated for schayra, for selling. Tanakama says that hides that are tanned through the finished product, they're asur. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are mikabel tumah are hides that are tanned and finished. And Taisus points out that they are finished hides, you don't need to think about designating them, they become designated automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they are muktzah. Because he's makbid, he doesn't want people to ruin them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise. But a common person who has wood, the wood is not muktzah. Even a carpenter, once he places food on it, he says, let's use it for something, then those pieces of wood are no longer muktzah. These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion, why is there 39 malachas? One man said because there were 39 different malachas in building the Mishkan. And the other man says, Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yossi, the Lekunya says, because the Torah mentions the word melacha, melachtoi, and meleches 39 times. Now, it's not going to help to go count for different times, because if you count, you'll come up with more. The Gemara says, for instance, and the Gemara remains in Al-Teku, the pasuk Vayavai Habaisa, referring to Yosef HaTzadik, he came home last says melachtoi. Melachtoi can mean works, a melacha. It could also be referring to the Aveiro with Eshes Ketifar. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk V'amalacha Haisa Dayam? Klal Yisrael did enough work. Well, over here it could be the word malacha could refer to task, job, not a malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim to add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Man Omer, that says that 39 malachas are neged the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan. And that is, in the Mishkan, they would plant and they would reap. Why? They needed to have some money, they needed dye for the different fabrics that they made and produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the tchelas, although tchelas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye. And you learn the concept of Eitzah, going from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, from the ground to the wagon. from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, from the wagon to the ground, and from wagon to wagon teaches us Rosh Hashanah, because there was a strip of Rosh Hashanah in between. Have a wonderful day.
I just want to imagine if I had friends. Just got 2 or 3 spells going on in a minute, he gonna get in there. Man, he's a purple superhero and he's the king, man. In real life,
This afternoon, we learned that you're permitted to do Hakmana insulate food with easy etc. with shearings of wool. One shot according to Rabbi, he holds like Rabbi, as long as you don't designate the shearings, it's also to use those shearings, but you designate them and say, I want to use these shearings for Hakmana, for insulation purposes, they're no longer muktzah. Or the shot is, if somebody sets these shearings aside and says, I want to sell these later on, that automatically makes them muktzah. But if it doesn't want to sell them, they're not muktzah. We learned about the concept of muktzah machmatufa, something that doesn't have usage, like a stone that is not clean. Or in Gemara's example, you have a branch of a palm tree, it's for firewood. Muktzah machmatufa. How do you switch that into not being muktzah on Shabbos? According to Rabbi and Shmuel, all you need to do is think about it in your head. Machshava. Say, I want to sit on these branches forever, or for some Rishonim, for this particular Shabbos. Rav says, no, you have to take action. You have to tie these branches together or something like that. Just like with Chanina ben Akiva, he told his Talmidim in a time of an emergency, either Sheva Brachos or during Shiva, he said, go outside, think about these branches that we want to sit on them on Shabbos. But in a typical day, without an emergency, he held you have to take action. Rabbi says you don't have to take action, but you have to sit on that branch. If you sit on it, then you show that you want to use it for non-muktzah purposes. There's actually a verse that says that if you have cotton or wool that you want to put on a wound, so you need to dunk it in some oil and tie it to your hand in order to go out with it on Shabbos, not be over and up. However, if you use it in that fashion before Shabbos, that shows that's how you want to use it. It's no longer muktzah. Same thing would happen if you have straw. Straw is muktzah because they used it for building materials. So every time you're bed, you're not allowed to smooth it out because they're muktzah. You smooth it out with the rest of your body, not with your hand. However, if you used it before Shabbos, you lay down on the bed, so you showed, I want to use it for a bed, or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not muktzah anymore. If you take, let's say, a bucket of sand. Sand is muktzah. You bring it to your house, you want to use it to cover spit or whatever you have in your house. Those days, the floors weren't made out of concrete or tile, it was just dirt. If you designate a special spot for this dirt, it's not muktzah. Otherwise, it becomes buckled to the floor and it's muktzah. It's very possible, Gemara says, the Rabbanan agree in dirt. Because dirt, you can't take action, you can't tie dirt, you can't change the composition of the dirt, and therefore maybe they agree that in dirt, you don't need to take action. When it comes to shining kalim, Gemara says you can shine it clean on Shabbos, but you cannot shine silver with tartar, with some sort of something that takes off a layer of the silver. But you can say that you could use sand and nectar, which some translate as alum. The problem is that there's another verse that says you cannot shine your silver with nectar and sand. So what do? So there's 3 explanations of the Gemara. Either this group is like something that's like sand, like nectar and sand, where you can't take action, so action doesn't work. And therefore, either it's not muktzah, or it is muktzah, you have to take action. That's the machlokes between 2 rights. Or, the question is, the famous machlokes here, he's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing the silver. And that's the machlokes. One brayso that holds this muktzah goes according to Rav Shimon. The problem is, if you go according to Rav Shimon, it also says in the brayso that you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. According to Rav Shimon, you could wash your hair with shampoo. It even says that a nazir who's not allowed to cut his hair is allowed to use sand and nether for shampoo, even though it might remove some of the hair. So another shot is that it goes according to the that says Dam Sheni Shkaven Asr. It's actually machlokes and tziyas. It's a technical thing. Does this product, this tartar, does it remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver? It also says in the Seifa that you may wash your face with these products. Now, what if a person has a beard? It might remove the beard. And unless we're talking about a woman or a saras, a cotton, people that don't have beards. Rabbi Yehuda says that you can take crushed bricks and wash your face with it. We're not concerned that it might remove facial hair. Rabbi Yosef says you're allowed to take crushed pepper according to Rabbi. Rabbi Yosef says sesame pulp. There's something called barba. It's made out of a third of violets, a third of aloe vera, and a third is hadassah. If you have that concoction, you can use it on your face. But if it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might remove hair. According to Rabbi Yosef, even up to 50% is mutter. The Gemara tells us that our Meimar and Rashi used this on the face, and Mar Zutra didn't. And there's a fundamental machlokes here. Whether a man could use beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is it a like Geber Silas Isha? Are you acting like a woman? According to Mar Zutra also. According to Meimar and Rashi, very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah. You have to take care of your body. Hygiene is very important. And another challenge Rashi is that when people see a beautiful person, they give shut up at those powerful. There's a Beira to mash this food, to destroy food. So the Gemara had a question: can you crush olives in order to make them sweeter? But by doing so, you'll be destroying all the olive oil. When it comes to bread, the Gemara says bread doesn't become disgusting. So you do all sorts of different actions with it. You can clean stuff with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat the bread. It doesn't become moles. Now, our Mishnah, we learn, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says that if you have hachmana, you have a pot in a box that's surrounded by insulation, what you do is you tilt the box and you get the soup or whatever you have in the pot. The Gemara explains that Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah is concerned that if you remove the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's us to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the gizei tzemer, the shearing of wool, will fall in and you're going to touch them in their muktzah. But Chacham say, we're not concerned. If they fall in, you're not allowed to put the pot back in. But if it has a perfect shape, you can put the pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called tikusta. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you put it into some dirt, you take it out, put it back in. So now the hole is large enough. It's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt on Shabbos. You're allowed to take it in and out on Shabbos. The same thing if you have a knife in a wall between the bricks. We're not concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of boina. If you have a knife, you put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to do life like you're going to perhaps cut some of the leaf off. And finally, the Gemara says if a person buries turnips in the ground, if he has some of the leaves sticking out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them on Shabbos. We're not concerned that he's going to plant them under, let's say, a vineyard and it will be ever flying. Or he'll plant them on shingle. That's not considered planting. So what he's doing is he's just storing them. He's not hiding the mice, he's just storing them. The worst problem is, how does he remove that on Shabbos? By removing it, he's going to be moving dirt. You see that moving dirt is not the issue like the Gemara told before. The Gemara remains in the question. Have a wonderful day.
Because all of your stories are true, right? But the whole thing is, when you're telling the story, we ride by on these white lights. For a few seconds, really, this is $1.5 million worth of Can-Am spiders.
Shabbos doesn't know. The Mishnah tells us
200,000 a piece. Me and Shug going down.
but don't do so.
Oh, yeah.
However, says the Mishnah, if you covered your food
I saw some bitches.
and then you uncovered your food
Williams came by.
you committed to cover on Shabbos. Another element of the you have a culture and you want to cover from the sun, you're at an insulated, whereas you said, and in reverse, you have a country, you know it is insulated from the cold. Once ready for the Yossi constantly, so you're allowed to insulate the culture. So he retracted his own sheet of water, but it's also insulated from the cold. And the country is the meaning of Yossi, right there from the red. Yossi, he subordinates himself. Nevertheless, Rabbi accepted the Yossi. Why? Because they treasure each other, they follow each other. And the Gemara in the case says that there's a shita that I can hold, but it's also to insulate Not wanting to make a statement, he wants to show me like what it is. You're allowed to insulate a cultivation. And not only that, he said you're allowed to use water that was boiled up by a guy because anything that's
look forward to
you were
the
able to
hearing.
do before the Bishalakum, there is no problem with Bishalakum. He told the servant Daru, go ahead and do those good things. And Rabbi Ami was very upset at he held that other person like the Nachman should not act like that. Other people are going to take it as if you're letting him make and halach. It's also to do a money with something that's messing up. You're not letting it insulate with a device that increases heat and salt and other things that we mentioned the other year. If you're doing a kamana with something that's not messing, you already did a kamana, you're already insulated. You're allowed to add another layer. Not only that, you're allowed to take off all the layers, and we don't say, oh, you just started over, and that one time you put on a much particular layer, it's not considered atmana.
It's true.
The only isser of atmana is in that original pot. So if you take the pot and you pour it into another pot, you're showing that you don't care, that you're cooling off this food anyway. So there's no sense in saying that perhaps you can go ahead and boil up again. It's already in the process of cooling off the food. If a person takes his food and puts it in the box, and the box cover is muktzah, it's also to take the food out. If the box is slightly ajar, slightly open, then you're allowed to take the food out. Obviously, if the box is not muktzah, then it's looking to take the food out. Or it tells us you're allowed to take a metal urn and put it on top of an earthenware vessel, even though the earthenware vessel is much hotter, as long as you don't want to increase the heat in the urn. And of course, the opposite is also true. You're allowed to take earthenware and metalware, and you're allowed to put metal on top of metal, and earthenware on top of earthenware. And then finally, for this paragraph, it's also the frost ice cube in the sun, the frost snow, but it's the water to take ice cube and put it in the clone. Because if the frost is happening on its own, and that, Hadron Allah, and the Hadron Allah. And now we're going to start this paragraph. This is the rights of Isaac Behemah. Let me make sure the animals keep shopping. Animals that people have a lot of love for, just like you're not allowed to do. The animal's not allowed to carry on shopping. What kinds of fish carry? Walking around Kohamas, going from food to what? Is a chain that you protect your animals to carry is a knife, some sort of jewelry that it wears, beautifying itself. What's considered carry? The Mishnah. We're dealing with the camel. If you go out with an ox or a culture, that's how you control the typical camel. If it's a very wild camel, called a knock, a white female knock, the only way to control it is with a nose ring. For that particular camel, a nose ring is not considered carry. You have a Lubu donkey, an Egyptian donkey, a very special donkey. So it's more difficult to control than usual. You need a bit, a metal bit, and you put it in its typical horse, you use a shape, which is like a typical dog leash you put around the neck. If one of these chain devices becomes too much slaves, you're going to sprinkle with the parat, and you do so even though it's unnatural. And you make the whole animal or its head in the mix up, and that's enough. You're going to take it off the animal. The Gemara just tells the story. Levi wanted one of these little donkeys. He heard that they're really good, so he sent money to a very distant place. And he said, they sent back to him. This is difficult for us to send a donkey. It's a 6-month journey. Therefore, take these barley. They send him a bag of barley. Just feed your donkey barley. That's all it needs to feed like a little donkey. They said in front of Rabbi that if you have a very wild donkey and not the camel, and instead of giving it a nose ring, you give it a halter, which is not really going to control it. That's considered carrying the Shabbos. Also, you give that to the animal, so it doesn't do its purpose. What about the reverse? What if you overdid the shmiri? Shmiri is saying, instead of giving a typical camel an halter, you gave it a nose ring. Is that considered carrying? There's a Bryson that says that a little donkey go out with a halter, where typically you give it the bit in its mouth. You give it even a lesser. Explains it can go both ways. But what about a calf? Where typically you can control with a very thin string, give it a very thick string. It's much lighter, since that's considered a shmiri, so it's more than necessary. Is that considered carrying for the calf? Where it just tells the story that Levi's donkey overtook Rabbi Baruch's donkey. And Rabbi Baruch Colin died there. He's saddened that Levi would overtake him like that, even though he was more powerful than Levi. So Levi wanted to tease him, and Levi asked him this question, which kind of explained what happened. He said, "What's the halacha regarding my donkey? It's not a very well-behaved donkey that overtakes people. My views on Shabbos, and he's a formula for anything good in this man." And he said, "Yes, in fact, your own father is asking me, that holds that any shmir yisera, any additional guarding of an animal, giving a rosary to an animal that doesn't need a rosary, is not considered carrying a wonderful
politics, religion, science, everywhere, right? Some of this is human nature, right? Were there things that you didn't take in your career that you feel like were
Shabbos Dafnum Beis? How's everybody doing? The other day we were learning about different leashes and collars that an animal will let it go out on Shabbos doesn't have to carry on Shabbos. And they were discussing books. The court has a very narrow place where you put an officer or holder on it, using the head out of it, and therefore it doesn't accomplish much. It doesn't accomplish much. That constitutes carrying on Shabbos. Therefore, it's not putting an officer on a goat. If you want to put an officer on a goat on Shabbos, what you must do is drill a hole through its horns and put the officer through it, and therefore you won't be able to get out of it. The Lord remains in a suffering and faithful. What if you attach the leash to the goat's beard? Very interesting question. On the one hand, it's very painful for the goat to get out of it. But on the other hand, if you really wanted to, you could shake back and forth and he'll get out of it. The Gemara remains in a suffering. If you were to take a leather piece and tie it between the horns of a cow, if you did this for decorative purposes, according to everybody, that's considered carrying. Nobody in the right mind wants to support a cow. However, if you put it there in order to lead the cow, that's my question. Rabbi says it's also, and Shmuel says it's not considered carrying. Big problem for Rabbi. Love by paraduma is not allowed to put any kind of weight, any load on top of the paraduma. On the other hand, Allah says, put a leash on a paraduma, that doesn't constitute a weight, it's not a load. The question is why, according to Rabbi, you're not allowed to go out on top of that should constitute a load. There are three answers given. Rabbi says we're discussing a case where you're trying to transport the paraduma to another city. In that case, it's the norm to attach a leash to guide them all the way to the other city. Rabbi says, perhaps we're talking about paraduma that is extremely expensive. Paraduma is always expensive. It's destroyed the government in a city. And therefore, it's the norm to add an extra level of protection to this kind of way. If you hurt and you added a leash, or you're talking about crazy paraduma, or you're really wild, and therefore it's the norm to attach a leash to a wild cow. We learned in the Mishnah that a horse goes out with a share. Now, if the collar is there to lead the horse, everybody agrees that's the What if you put the collar for the horse? According to Rabbi, that's okay. If you go out with something like that, and according to Shmuel, that constitutes carrying on Shabbat. In fact, Rabbi Huda showed when he did a Maisa Rabbi, he got his horse with the decorative piece to show him to do so on Shabbos. But the Maisa says exactly like Shmuel, that's in fact also the Maisa.
Was he a super guy?
There's two types of wrapping a leash. Wrapping a leash all the way around
That's a great place to start.
horse's neck, and that is there to the horse, provided that you leave enough room for your hands to grab it or another shot of ration where the leash is slightly longer and you can grab that. And then you have a leash that's just a long leash like you have for a dog to lead the horse. There are three sayings when it comes to rabbis. One is a saying that they said of Rabbi, and they said that there are four types of animals that go out with a halter, and one of them is a mule. The other saying is Rabbi's mule went out with a halter, but it's not clear. You mean the decorative one or the leading one? And then you have Rabbi Hanina, Shmuel, and the name of Hanina that says that in fact Rebbe's mules went out with a decorative.
He just had to take time away from the
The
show.
bottom line is, from all these sayings, we see that Rebbe's mules went out even with the decorative. We learned in the Mishnah that these bits and hopefully that come in less ways, you can sprinkle them with the Torah, and you can dunk the head of the animal in a mikvah, and they become hard. If you shot them, what kind of rings became coming? One shot is that it was a human ring that came coming and was given to the animals. That's how it became coming. Another shot is it was an animal's ring all along, but since it serves a human being, it's like a human ring, which is Mekabel Tumah. Whereas an animal's ring is never Mekabel. We learned in the Mishnah that you dunk the head of the animal in the mikvah, and it's Mekar, that ring. What about that? That ring is really tight into the cow. You shot either you widen the gap by hammering it out, and that doesn't remove the tumah, either because it was a human ring and remains a human ring, or according to the other shot, it was a human ring and became an animal ring. Just widening it is actually helping the ring, and therefore it doesn't remove the tumah. In order to remove the tumah, you need to be mekabel, you need to destroy. Another shot is that we're discussing a ring that had width to it to begin with. They fit very loosely, and the water was able to get in between them without widening. When it comes to a human ring that fits on a finger that's made out of metal,
Before he got scurvy.
Metal, it's for a finger. There's no difference between rings. You can't find a difference. You have a ring that's semi-wood, semi-metal, that is not Mekabel Tumah. You have a ring that's for a belt, for the back of your garment or your sleeves. That is part of the place, not for the finger. And as we said before, a ring for an animal, or a ring that fits on a board, some sort of vessel. You pick up a frying pan with a ring, so if the ring is removed from the frying pan, that ring is not Mekabel Tumah. Because the frying pan is Mekabel Tumah, it's part of the frying pan. For Shabbos purposes, for Muktzah, a ring that has a signet to it, if a woman walks out with that on Shabbos, it's an Issur D'Oraisa. If it doesn't have the signet to it, then it's an Issur Rabbi. When it comes to a needle, if it's a whole needle without any rust, it's Mekabel Tumah. And even if it has rust, as long as it doesn't hurt the sewing process, it's Mekabel Tumah. If you never made a hole, you never made the eye for the needle, and you're planning on making that hole, so right now it's not Mekabel Tumah, it's not a clean. However, it's not Muktzah because it still serves a purpose to remove the splinter. When it comes to Shabbos, to taking out from your sister's stros, if it has a hole, you're chayav. But if it's for support, for a woman to put in and doesn't have a hole, then she's allowed to go out with it, have a wonderful day.
No, I don't think you're. Did you get to go to Bernie Mac's funeral? Did you have a big funeral? Steve Harvey was
Shabbos Daf Nun Gimel, I hope everybody's doing great. Mishnah tells us there's something called a radas, a saddle. It's wider than the saddle. The saddle goes on top of that. It provides for the donkey. So therefore, the donkey is allowed to go out to the rabbin with the saddle cloth, provided that it's tied to the donkey in the saddle or walking with the saddle. So Shmuel, and you must tie this before Shabbos. Bryce tells us a merdas, walk an animal into the merdas, but not with a saddle. The saddle is also to put on an animal and let him walk around. Shmuel says the saddle is also because the saddle also provides some heat, not as much as merdas, but provides heat, provided that it doesn't have straps on the front and the back that prevent the saddle from slipping forwards and backwards if it goes uphill or downhill. That looks like you are trying to get it ready to carry a load. A saddle is also to take off an animal in Shabbos. And the question is, why the saddle looks so weird is A saddlecloth is not much. One reason given is saddle, you can make the animal walk back and forth and it'll shake it off by itself. Whereas merdas, Rabbi says that the difference is that a merdas provides peace. In other words, to take away the discomfort that an animal has, and that's mutter. But to kick off a saddle, that's to give it pleasure. It doesn't really mean you take off the saddle, it's giving an animal pleasure or taking away all discomfort. According to this shot, it's also to put on a saddle on Shabbos. According to the first shot, it seems like it would be much better to put on a saddle on Shabbos. There's something called a transport, which is a feedback. You put in a bag and tie it to a horse or a donkey. Is that mutter to put on an animal? Like, according to Shmuel, it's usher because it's only a pleasure for the animal. It doesn't have to come down, but it's not to prevent the discomfort. In fact, Rabbi said it in the New York Times, where he used a very different Russian, saying, hey, you must have this to the lion from Babel, in other words, to Shmuel. But Rav says that it's mutter to put a feedback on the animal, and when Shmuel heard that Rav said this, he said, that's what Rav says, Rav doesn't have any clue when it comes to the shot. A horse should not go out with a chicken with ornaments such as a fox's tail, which prevents ayin hara. A zah should not go out with a pouch to catch the emissions. A goat should not go out with a pouch on its udders, and we'll see much more about that later. We had it in the mission. A cow should not go out with a muzzle, because all these are considered massive burden. A shoe on a cow is also because it might slip off. We're not talking about a horseshoe, which is stronger. And this shoe halacha is a form by an animal that you don't have to pay a person, because obviously a person can go out with a shoe. An animal should not go out with a kamea, which is an amulet. Even if it's kamea, already proved itself as a monfa by human beings. What's good for a human is not necessarily good. A kamea amulet for an animal, a human has a nozzle, has a mouth that goes with it, and provides for it, or goes to shemayim to be tiny with it, and it won't work for an animal. An animal is permitted to go out with a bandage and a splint or a broken bone and a center and a bell that is stuffed with a clean. Let's say though that young horses should not go out with a costume or feedback with their strap. Seems like fighting in your own backyard is mutter. The verse says you must explain that we're talking about providing something that takes away the discomfort, not giving pleasure, taking away discomfort. Young horses are very difficult for them to bend down. Therefore, it's considered covered and similarly to merdas, the saddlecloth, which you are allowed to put on the shop. It says that you're not allowed to take off the scab from an animal. Why? We must say that we're talking about a field scab, and this is for pleasure, not for discomfort. Again, another Allah. An animal is not allowed to go into water if it has some sort of blood clot, or you do allowed to go into cold water. So it's not because of discomfort, not discomfort. It's a different question about just sending on people might think you're giving it medicine and you'll come to drying herb medicine, and that's also in fact my place whether this serious common sending money applies to an animal. There's another side. A common make it zero. Let's say sending money when you're about to lose money. Let's say your animal will die if it doesn't go to cold water. Another example is let's say your animal went out of the cook. Are you allowed to call it chew? You're zero, you might have to grab it, and that would be awesome. But perhaps not easy. You're allowed to. In that case, it's not a good raya because it's not talking about out of the cook. Which within your tongue is just the animal out of the cook of the shepherd. This is my machlokes, as we mentioned before, about shooting some money. Let's jump further to the contradiction of whether or not a goat go out with a couch on its head. There's three ways to explain the contradiction. There's a version that says it's also there's a version that says you could say yeah, the version that says it's not because it's adhered very strongly and it won't fall off. We don't have a chance to pick it up. Other by itself, it's not adhered strong. Another way to explain it is that in our Mishnah itself, there's my plate. The Tanakhama, when Rashi explains it, means that the mayor holds that couches on the others of the goats on liquor. Rabbi says that it's also. A third explanation is that there's a third mandal over in our Mishnah that makes a distinction between the couch that's there to stop the milk from flowing, and that's actually considered medicine for the animal, for the animal's benefits, not to nurse. Versus if you're just trying to catch the milk in a bucket, where that is not for the animal's purpose, it's for your purpose, and therefore it is awesome. So what tells us a Maisa that was an animal that had very large udders that were scraping on the ground. After that, you see that's prevent discomfort for the animal, and that follows everything we said. You're allowed to provide it. One of the most incredible stories in China. There's a story where a person's wife died and left him a child in nursing. And the father couldn't provide their child and broken his legs. The father didn't breastfeed his child. And Mara says, there's two ways to look at it. Look at rape, this person wasn't broken his legs. Or look at this person that he had to change the life of the wasn't making a lot of use every day. Provide and to save people, but not to give personal life, not to add fruit to your storage facility. That doesn't work. And here it did that. That's not very good. Another incredible story. One to remember today was a person who married a woman and never realized until the day she died that she was missing enough. The Gemara says, "What a sinner." So the Gemara, perhaps she wasn't a sinner. That's a terrible woman, and especially because she had to hide it from her husband. Look how Tanoah he was. He never looked at her in a way that he noticed that she was missing an arm. The Mishnah says that a Zafar sheep goes out into the river, meaning one shot is that it's to protect his heart from the wolves. The wolves like to attack the heart and go after the males who stick their nose up into the sky, and it is a threat to the wolves, so they attack them. Another kind of the Gemara is that it's to tie up your Zafars so they don't move. Similarly, the opposite is Shifuzah is in the Mishnah, and that's to tie the female's tail so that it will be easy for them to have a wonderful
times in your life where you struggled having God in your life, or what's that been like for you? Do you have a practice that you use kind of to like one of my goals this year is so for me, I'm just using like times where I'll stop and pray, like even some of those moments where my head will pop in, like you should hit your knees right now and pray. And sometimes I just don't do those. I just go and keep going about my day. But now when there's something I'm trying to just make sure I do that, just like because it's like an intuition that I have, because I want to have a stronger practice and understand it's the reason that
of not producing, not having hero.
Special
Hashem gave hero, but give the 20 cities hero
only you're gonna know.
Heroes, meaning they consist of wealthy people that are spoiled and those
no evidence
society.
Rabbi
says it's a lesson of salty dirt. Good one that you put into preserve the wheat. In other words, it doesn't produce. It's soft, and when you step into it, you sink up until your people and you can't plant it. It just says if you go out, Guinness means it's a code that protects the will for the day that it was born, so that it remains perfectly white. Guinness, as we learned yesterday, can either mean to cover the udders, to dry it out from one point to capture the mold. Not Haskins like the Yehuda. It depends. If you're trying to dry out the udders, then if you go out with that, you're trying to capture the mold, it's not correct. Shmuel says, like the Yosi, no matter what, it's awesome. Some people say that Shmuel Haskins like the Muhammad that says, you have to make it clear. In fact, dry out the udders is okay. But since people don't know how to differentiate between the two, therefore they will blaze out everything that is awesome. The difference is that if you're in a place that you never try to capture the udders, you only dry out the udders, then there will be multiples nobody's going to make on the stick. The Mishnah says that a gummo cannot go out with pellets. The first kind of Rashi that's the one he likes the most is a piece of leather that's strapped underneath the tail of the camel, and on top of that piece of leather you put a strap. This piece of leather prevents the strap from causing injury to the camel. So a camel cannot go out with this strap. It might fall down and it might pick it up. Unless it's also strapped to the hump of the camel, and therefore it won't fall off. You're not permitted to tie camels one in front of the other like a train, because that looks as if you're bringing them to the market itself. You're allowed to grab all their ropes, their leashes, and hold it in your hand, provided that you don't wrap it around your hand and make two knots. A double knot would constitute the lion's shot is if you have ropes of summer and fishing. To put a needle through one piece of cloth of summer and the other fishing, that's not shotness. If you make a single knot, that's not
Shabbos.
I was just trying to be.
You have to make sure that when you hold these ropes in your hand, you don't have a pepper coming out from the bottom. So that will look as if you're carrying the rope. And the rope that's between your hand and the camel should not drag down and come close to the ground. A pepper, below the halacha is 2 tefachim, but we're master 1 pepper. The halacha is that a human being can plow with an animal. Just 2 different species of animals that are not allowed to plow together or pull a wagon together. Mishnah says you're not allowed to do something called rubble. Rubble, according to everybody, is no place in this means. You take 1 foot of a camel or an animal, bend it upward, and tie it like that, and now the camel only has 3 legs. The question is, what is upward? There are 2 stuff. Either it means that you tie the front and the back leg like Gahidas itself, or it means you tie the 2 front legs or 2 back legs. The third chicken means all 3 options. And Rabbi Yehuda said the middle option means the front legs and the back legs. Learns in the Mishnah, it's possible for a donkey to go out with a redas, a saddlecloth, if it wasn't tied onto the donkey before Shabbos, because if it wasn't tied before Shabbos, to explain, there's no proof that you're putting on the redas is heated up. And use that and a bell, even if it's stuffed with wool or something, doesn't make a noise, it's possible to go out with it on Shabbos. Do not put a ladder by the animal's neck, which will prevent the animal from turning its neck and licking its wound. What if it falls, you might carry it. There's these certain bandages that you put on the bottom of the donkey's feet to prevent it from knocking each other. And chicken. Tie some sort of string to the chicken's feet, between your chicken and your neighbor's chicken. Or you tie the 2 chickens together so that it doesn't give pebbles and break dishes. The male sheep has a very long tail that drags the ground, and sometimes you put wheels. That is also awesome to do on Shabbos. Chanunas is also 4 Shabbat. Either it means there's a toothpick of some sort of wood called honey, and you put it in the nose of the sheep in order to create what to sneeze, like that, and sneeze out the worm in its nose. Allah says another shot is that after you shear its wool because it really cold, so you put a compress of oil on its forehead. The Gemara says, if so, you just made the sheet market for meaning you made it appear like I'm present, like a lovely person. Other shot was when the sheet's bird, you put the compress and put it on its head, you put it on its wound, you create heat. So you're not made it like my white Yalta, you spoiled it. It doesn't make sense that people treat the sheep like that. The shot of fun of that, it's a piece of wood that goes into the nose. That makes sense. That fits with the word chanunas. But the other 3, you have to say that you were acting with chanun, with rachamim, compassion towards your sheep. A calf should not go out with something called a tumoy. It's a small yoke. It's a training yoke to teach the young calf to bend its head down to be able to plow later on in its life. And do not put on the udder of a cow the skin of a hedgehog, which has sharp thorns, spikes, which prevent struts and rats from breathing in the cow. Mishnah says the cow of Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah had a decorative piece that looked important to the and for fun, the word habitat, the word explains what Elazar ben Azariah. In fact, Elazar ben Azariah so many cows that every year you have 120 newborns. For that, you give 12,000 to mice. So he didn't have 1 cow. Which says, the Gemara says it's talking about the cow of his neighbor. And there's a field where he fits himself. You, someone who does an Avera, and since he shares your food, this for lady neighbor, it's as if he himself was a favor on the Avera. Because when you don't rebuke your friend, it's as if you yourself is on the Avera. Have a wonderful day.
So TBD, what are some of the other animals that you have there? I have heard that you have horses over there. The donkeys are the stars over there. But yeah, we got a lot of, we have cows.
Shabbos definitely is. The word tells
tells us the person sees somebody sitting in a hair and he doesn't give him a call, he doesn't teach them, he doesn't give them musr, or if he sees his family from the city, Klal Yisrael, if he has the ability, he's a king, he's a Muslim, and he doesn't teach them, it's as if he himself sins. Shmuel ignored his woman who demanded a prayer. Rabbi Yehuda's comment says, Rabbi, it's impossible. If you don't listen to the poor, at the end, they won't listen to you. So Shmuel, your Rebbe, who's myself, Shmuel, is a cold water. Your Rebbe's Rebbe, who's Shmuel, your Imam himself, he's in hot water. He's in charge, he's not present, he's in charge. There's amazing places in the life that you don't think. In the Sunnah of Yonim, Lamata, the Bible says, because of this Sunnah, in Shamayim, Rabbi Yehuda is on top, Shmuel, the Rebbe, is on the other hand, Shmuel, in fact, answered him what? It wasn't his side. But the fact that he didn't repeat his own Rebbe Marukah, that's where the side is, and that's where the there it says, you must repeat somebody yourself, not careful, except the Muslim. If this person doesn't accept the Muslim, he that. Not repeat something. Really should show you in the Muslim. You see that before 15 years old, when he promises something good, he always sticks his tongue aside to the one. When the Sifas was giving a rule on the Quran, Rabbi Hamal is going to put the letter Kaf on the forehead of Tzadikim to indicate to the Malachim not to kill them, and a Kaf made out of blood on the forehead of the trying to kill them. It says the meaning of the Kaf, what's the difference between but Tzadikim have the ability to make and in fact,
I think some of them are just so nervous about New York. They seem like such a like. They almost seem like something that came down from Mount Rushmore to spend time with us today. So I think that's like the mystique about you. So I think some of them it's like okay to joke around and stuff. You know, so you just try and figure it out as you go. You know? I hope that is not correct.
Destroy your break annihilate. These are the Mika destruction. Why did I choose the letter Kaf out of all the letters? Because it stands for Who's going to live, who's going to die. Or Kama, Kaf and Spisal is or the signature of his book is the word Kama. The first letter now is the last, and the middle letter now is the meaning. Because he was there, all the way to the end is there. The last letter is a Kaf. When did the Spisal stop?
Here's the facts. The facts are everything we know about history.
No one in this world dies unless they sin. No one in this world receives pains and affliction unless they sin and makes it on purpose.
And so to be
he has to explain. Other Rishon created death in this world and changed it and that's all that says. The reason Moshe and Aaron died because they also sinned. They should have listened to him and they should have hit the rock and not keep the rock. However, there's a bottom question from the Bryce. Bryce says that there are 4 people that never ever sinned. And the only reason they died is because of the Kedalai and the Rishon. And they are Binyamin or the Shvatim. Amram, father of Yishai, father of brother, and Caleb, the son of God. He knows what he died without sinning, and now they're going to Lord goes through a bunch of different judgments and generations. Whoever says sin, the issue is mistake. Or whoever says is Billah doesn't mean necessarily. The fact is, the Torah says that he's one of the 12. He's one of the 12 The Torah doesn't say this, that after death,
everybody has autism. Last question for you. Can you know any Native Americans here or met any over the years? What's that like?
It's possible that in later generations, Reuben's descendants are going to stand on our evil
and screamed out, "Horror! First is the one who's over on his stage, while their own grandfather was over. Therefore, was not over. The Torah says, Yaakov Avinu told even Kachas Hamayim HaKosher. Kachas is a Russian. What exactly is it? Number of sheep. But as it says, it's the word Chasto You are liable because you will, referring to will. Yeshua says, Tzak al das. Trample on the law. Because you sin, Zanisa, you over on the will says, Lalto, you daven, that it shouldn't happen. Lalto, you just such a powerful that it couldn't happen before it happened. Therefore, Zarpa Lalto, your davening shines. What Rabbi says, let's flip the word Papa to Zayin Ches K, and that stands for Zazato, you tremble, you back, and therefore the sin didn't happen. Little words. Rabbi says, you remember, you called what the Einish is graciously. When we ask for praise God, you make yourself sick, you seclude yourself to open the fire not to be other that way, and therefore the last one refrain from sinning. Whoever says that the sons of Eli praise, although it says the Apostle, the front page says, actually, they were with these women in the doesn't mean necessarily. And since the Torah tells us ransom people, you want a mincha as a claim, therefore it's impossible that he's over on the descendants that bring korbanos to his mincha. That's wrong. Why does the Torah say the korbanos didn't allow the women to go back home and hide? They didn't do the korbanos right. And because the women didn't go back to their husbands, so organization. Finally, said that they were the son, wicked son. In other words, Pinchas was also says the Lord. Talking singular. But because Pinchas didn't give him most of the Papa, it's as if Pinchas himself seemed like the slave.
You learn what's out there, and then you try to accentuate what's already out there. And 300 deer, like, and niggers running around everywhere.
Shabbos definitely involved. How's everybody doing? We're continuing with the theme. Sometimes it seems like from the Torah that certain Balaam sins, and in fact, it's not a sin. Because Ruben didn't sin. Today we're saying, whoever says the sons of Shmuel sinned because it says in the Pasuk, took bribery, you're mistaken. What happened was they weren't like Shmuel, their father, who went around to do the Torah. They stayed in their place and they sent the messengers out, and that's considered Batzah. They try to fatten their salaries, and they received the return, and therefore they weren't as great as their father. Rabbi says, since they were Levim, they were entitled to the Meiser, but they demanded the Meiser, and since they were Goyim, the judges of Israel took the Meiser, and in return, the other Levim were affected. Yehuda says they would give their money to the Halabatim, they would give back their money without giving the Halabatim any credit, but in return, they showed favoritism during Dini Torah, and that's wrong. Rabbi Akiva says they would take the Koyach with force, extra nicer, and stealing. Yosef says they took the Matas Menuna, which is also stealing, Royah, and collecting famous Gemara, whoever says David Amel sin, Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah, is a state, making a mistake. Rabbi says that Rabbi, who is the descendant of David, tried to find for his forefather a way out of this. It says in the Pasuk, David only intended to do bad, and he never sinned. As the Pasuk says, it's a real Hachiti. Mara says he
you're supposed to bring
so many things, so many quotable moments from your life
so,
that you share with us.
even though the Gemara says he was a word of
It's an honor.
deserved to die because
To be in your
says
presence
to David,
today.
Adonim
So,
Yoav.
yeah,
Called Yoav
I
is
can't even
rather
believe
than
it. So
David.
thank you so much.
Four things verses. He did this to David and told him to come home no more. He deserved to die. The country was wrong in something. In fact, the Prophet says, just like Bnei Ammon, it's not David's fault when the Bnei Ammon is the Jews. So too, we have to die for what David's fault. Let's still a capital Polish. So he was a wife as her own wife. If her says she was a wife, that means she was held. It was a good Kiddushin.
Today's guest is, well, he's the GOAT.
Rab says on one hand,
He is an iconic comedian. He has a new tour going on right now called the Heaven on Earth Tour. He is labeled by many as an oracle, as the black crystal ball. I've heard him called. I'm thankful that he came down from the clouds today to spend time with us. Today's guest is Mr. Ken Williams.
Descendants of Saul, and the family of Saul, one of the servants of Saul, they told them that later, it's not a common problem, he doesn't know how to learn. But when David found the Biboshes, he realized the Loisa, the son of
It's an honor. The world loves you.
Rabbi,
That's nice of you to say. I feel,
when
I feel like
later
I can't believe I'm around you. I feel like you seem like a mythical figure.
He's rebelling against. David accepted that mission.
You know,
But
like
he saw that Siva the liar, why did he accept it? Because he
sex
saw
watch
that
or
Biboshes didn't bathe, didn't shave,
like
didn't care
that.
himself. Funny thing,
You'll still feel that way.
Biboshes tells David, I'm upset, why did you give me the warning?
Good thing about people like you and I, like if somebody
The moral basket came out and said,
thinks that they like us,
fight with me,
they
just like
made
your
a
grandfather
connection
told
with this person
about
on the screen.
says
When
Rabbi,
they're around
the
us,
moment that David Amelech
it's legitimate because it was legitimate. You know what I mean? Like
Malchus,
deal wasn't successful.
son,
He doesn't have a different story.
slave, your brother.
Right. It's like, you know what I mean? It's the same story. He heard that story.
Set up the
And
on the way.
that's why people gravitate to you because there's nobody like you. Well, thanks, man. I feel the same about you. I feel like everybody does. And you have a statue of me at your house. So yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, thank you for letting me even get that statue. What was that whole deal like?
Just like
With Michaels. That's why I got mine. That was at
says,
Michaels.
Yoshio,
Yeah. Did you do it? Was it a collab or what was it?
who's also the Yoshafa, the Torah says a nice thing towards the Yoshafa, the Torah also says a not nice thing towards Amelech. Built the bomb, even though he didn't really build it.
Because they were doing it for religious purposes.
The Shamish have a desire.
Thank you, Yeshua, my
What was so bad that you
yeah, man, I can't help it. I met that guy there. He said we got two left, man. You know, and there was 200. One of them was marked down because I had a chip. But it's still, man, it's an honor. I keep it in my year round. And people walk in and they're like, no way, this Cat Williams. It is beautiful, man. Yeah. You have a new tour, man. You know, I know people talk about touring and comedy a lot, and I want to know what kind of keeps you still doing comedy. Like, did you because when you start out, maybe it's too funny, and then some people get to this place where they want to have a message. And do you notice that kind of tone shift in your desire to do it over time?
Money to every single one of the
I don't think so.
from his
Like,
own money. He didn't want to return all the people from his own money. Rabbi argues
I
this
always
is
try to have a message just because I enjoy the fact
and
that
Rabbi says in our generation,
while laughing and joking, you might
became the rich goals, the head of all
learn something you
Israel,
didn't know.
or otherwise known as
And I've gotten it from a comedian. And I kind of dig that. But everything else is just continuing this conversation with my fan base. Like, these are my friends that I haven't seen since the last time I was
family
discussion further
wanted
our
a vicious
relationship. So
so much so that it became sick. Eventually,
I haven't
the
felt
vicious bitch
much like work.
needed money, and she
And it's
told
the heaven on
Wolfgang,
earth
I'll
for
do anything you want to give me the money.
Do you believe
Gave
in
her the
heaven?
money and controlled himself. And because he controlled himself,
Bender.
he became the dullest. At one moment, he was controlling himself.
Dude, I remember when I first, because when I was growing up, we just had, you learned about heaven and stuff, but all the pamphlets or whatever I've seen at church or anything, it always had, it was mostly white folks only, right? And then I went to a black church one time. It was a Greater Starlight Baptist Church. I was in our town. And shout out to Greater Starlight Baptist. Oh yeah, it was nice in there. This was in but yeah, they had about 13 miles. Slide in. Yeah, there you go.
Shabbos daf Nun Zayin is amazing. We already hold it 56 daf Shabbos. How Christ lies bread and carrots and then she gets it. Next week, Shai discuss what items a woman is not permitted to wear if it's shrouded in concerning jewelry. She might remove them.
That was the first time I realized it was going to be
First few
very
items
different.
talking about rating one's hair with a strand of gold
Wow, we can have black folks in heaven,
that
Asian folks,
the woman has to go to mikvah
all types of
to eat
folks.
to water not
It's truly the only place that
strand in the hair. She must loosen it, and she might remove it and walk 4 hours and just around it. There's a mention of it in the verse. It brings strands of hair that one breaks in your wrist. And it says that according to everybody, one uses strands of human hair, not attached to human hair, in order to create your own hair. That does not create a consequence for everybody.
I'm excited about it.
Tight enough where the water can't penetrate. The water will penetrate, the water's not
Like there's still things I want to
the
do
only
here. That type of
place is in my place. If there was in my place, whether or not it's in my place.
that's stuff you haven't done.
That would you the whole
Yeah, man,
strand
I've
of
got some
wool.
things. Yeah, some different things. I would like to write a book. I think.
I'm gonna say what they are.
I'm saying just the fact that you got things
If
that you're
you
excited
strand
about doing.
of wool
That's the joy of life. That's when you're living.
very tight around the neck, that would
So
create a
that's why it's so difficult for these super wealthy people to be fucking
usually a
happy.
woman does not
Like
put
they
it
can
around
do
the neck
every
like
day
that.
of
She
it.
doesn't want
They
to choke
can't
herself.
fucking be
She wants to
happy
choke her, but she won't
because
choke
they
herself.
lived all their
She'll choke herself.
dreams. They got
And
everything
therefore,
they were trying
it
to
doesn't
get.
create
They
There is an
wake
exception.
up and
One wears a outfit.
they can't
That's
score
part
a
of what's here.
touchdown no matter what.
And the top part is
Yeah,
a wide
it's a terrible
street that's very smooth.
But guys like you
And
and
it's
I
tight and
that
really
still
tight
got
to create a double chin.
stuff to
In
try
those
and
days,
taste
sign of
and
wealth, you had a little extra
things to feel
calorie.
and
You
people
had that
to
double
be
chin.
around. Like,
And therefore,
it
that's
gives
for us, you create a chatzitza. Now, there's no problem. She might take it off,
yeah, I
remove it,
think that is
show
something
to a
that,
friend,
like, if I
because
stay
then
kind
her
of
scam will
motivated
be
and have a
exposed.
plan a
She
little
won't
bit,
remove
it
it for
gives
that
me a
reason.
lot
She will
more.
remove it for
Like, okay, I
chatzitza.
want to do this. I still want to try that.
The mission says a woman cannot walk out with this.
And I start to think, man, I'm running out of
Same
time
great
too.
stuff
You know,
that's
if you
with
really
chewing
like
art.
to taste different things and
Basically,
smell
it's a
different
headband that
flowers
goes from here to
you
here,
know, and see what's
around
in
on
different gardens and
the
stuff,
forehead.
you start to run out of time.
But Yosef said that it's some sort of amulet.
You don't think?
But Rabbi says it's an amulet, and it's a multi amulet. She's permitted to
You
walk
have
out
to be
with
in
that
the
on
position that you're in now.
A woman is permitted to go
For
out
you to be able to make
sort
some
of
of
a
these
bathing cap,
things happen.
what we call today a sleeve, that's
34,
golden
14,
because
because
it's more like
circumstantially
jewelry.
you weren't ready. You weren't ready
And
financially.
it's easy.
You didn't have the time. You didn't know that's what
It's
you wanted to
attached
do. Now at this
That's
places where
or
you
sardine,
can make those
which
things happen.
goes
Like you can do
the
everything
opposite
on
way.
that list of yours
They're
in
attached, and she's
2025
permitted to go out
with
with it,
no
but she
fucking
won't
sweat.
remove
And your
the
biggest
sleeve. But then
problem
her
in
hair will be exposed to
26
public,
is
and she
I
won't
gotta
do it.
have a new list.
Saritin is a headband like the girls wear today,
Time
only
is
it goes
one
down
of
to
the main
the jaw.
things that's made up.
The poor
Yeah, you
women
think-
were decorated with colorful strings, and
So
the
it's just
wealthier
used
women
as
were
like a
decorated with
mechanism
gold and
to
silver,
limit
some
our
were shining
thinking.
gold.
We don't
A
say
wealthy
limit
woman
you saying that you
decorates
like
with strings.
this
There's no concern that she might remove
thing
to show her
because
friends,
it gives
because
control
the opposite is true. She doesn't want to show that to her friends. She wants to show her friends
and
gold and
that's what
silver.
time does for us. So
The
that
children
we're
in a
able
lesser
to
hold,
keep track.
there's something called a
You know,
covenant,
but
especially with Gemara. Today, we're
the
holding that
less you
covenant
deal with time,
like a yarmulke
you
made out
realize
of
you
wool.
have the right amount
And
of
since
time
a woman
to do
doesn't want to
everything
remove
you
that
gotta
because she
do
might expose her
every
hair,
day.
Therefore, you can wear that in just the opposite, not in the and that is because you don't want to avoid all of the freedom, but it's got all that disgusting in the eyes of her husband.
You see what I'm saying? Like, not looking at it like, oh, I'm running out of time.
There's another piece of fabric that comes to cover these runaway gears that sticks out on the bottom of the cover. That is also an issue with the friends, and therefore, really go out and get it around. The three halachas the Gemara says concerning Islam. The way an Islam is made is felt. And felt is not what comes the night. It gives a shackles to the night to be woven, and a piece of fabric made out of thread. And this one is basically slats and wool, but you press them together rather than making string. And therefore, there is no shot. And since there's no shot, it's not considered begging. And if it's not a begging, then there's no halachas of tirat. So you find a funny color looking thing on your begging, green, red, whatever color, it is not tirat because this is not considered begging. Other halachas, you're not allowed to go out with it, which is around stuff. And finally, the Shimon says, although there's an issue for a color weird crown on your head, this demo is that has crown, and therefore she's permitted to go ahead with it. How is permitted to wear one of these having wonderful
being okay with the body of work and the legacy and the feelings and the emotions that you left, you know, and I still haven't done my best. Like, comedically, like, I'm still not my funniest, like, I'm still not working hard enough, like, I'm still not, I still haven't made a complete package of myself yet, so. Do you think some comedians start to feel like they have? And that's a trap. Most comedians have, though. I'm saying that becomes part of the career is the fact that a lot of guys that are doing comedy right now who are funny from 1995 to 2004.
Shabbos that much fast.
They're still working.
That a woman is not
They're still generating income. They're still
the other day,
their best comedy is long behind them.
Today we're learning about Shmuel says it's referring to a slave, so a lion, the master, wears an emblem that says slave. There's different types of emblems. Some are made out of clay, some are made out of metal, sometimes they're worn on the neck, sometimes they are made by the master, sometimes they're made by the slave himself. So Shmuel, we're talking about slaves who made her own emblem, and therefore the concern is, since she wasn't forced to wear it by her master, she might take it off in order to sit in everybody. If the owner, the master, made the emblem, and it's on the neck, it's made out of clay, there's no concern. She could go out with it. She won't remove it because she's fearful of the master. And even if it falls off and breaks, it has no value. She won't pick it up and bring it back home. If it's on,
how do you pick up? You had a lot of openers, like I've been a lot of your openers over the years here and there. How do you choose? How do you choose these guys?
Holding it up. Holding up a coat and carrying it on Shabbos al-Rabbos is an issue of rights. For the same reason, in those days, those who were puffle, they showed a line to Rosh their words, and stating that they're part of the Rosh. If they didn't wear one, they began to trouble from the Rosh police. Therefore, it's also to go out with on Shabbos, they had to pick it off, hold it up, etc. If the emblem is made out of metal, it's always possible to go out with it, because if it falls off, you might come to pick it up, because it has value in a bell, it's made for a slave, is a action, it's important, and therefore it's supposed to go out with it on Shabbos, perhaps, for long and unless it is woven into the cloth by a professional. And we had this statement yesterday regarding the pizza, who says anything that's woven, there's no dairy. Today, that statement is said on something else completely regarding a belt woven into the clothing. There's no concern that it's woven and therefore will let it carry it.
I think when I was
An
getting
animal
into
is
comedy in the
also
beginning,
brought out with a bell because it looks as if you're
I
being
wanted
smart.
people to know me, right?
In order
Like,
to sell something in the
I
market,
like
you
the
want to
jokes
look
and I
good,
want to
dress
make,
it up,
I want them to
bell,
laugh, feel
whatever else you
good,
have, is also
see
an
different
animal
ways
going
that
out
maybe I
into
think and stuff,
animals as
but
well.
I wanted to sell
An
myself. That's
emblem
what I always thought I
for a
was.
slave is
Yeah,
not
when I first started, I didn't think I want you to remember one joke. I want you to remember me,
what has to
right?
be
Like I
important.
felt like this
An
desperate.
emblem is neither of these
That's a
things.
star, though.
It's
See,
made
you knew that
to
you would
create
be
a
a
slave,
star.
and it's not
That's
made
different
to
than
unify
a
us.
performer.
A bell
A
is
performer is
Mikabakuma
based
even
upon the act.
without
What I'm
the
saying
clapper
is,
inbuilt inside,
magicians ain't shit
and
unless
that
they
is
do
the bell for a
magic.
slave.
Yeah.
Because it's
No,
for a
now
top
if I see the
for an
pictures, yeah, I
ornament,
feel
it's jewelry,
right.
and therefore
It's
it's Mikabakuma.
yeah. But a
For
true
an animal,
Indian
on the other
is
hand,
above
it's only there for the nose. So
the
without the
comedy
clapper,
material.
it's not Mikabakuma, but it's
The
no longer
jokes are
a slave.
secondary.
With
Yeah,
the
we like
clapper,
this
it's
guy.
a piece
And we want
designed
to
to
hear what
service
this
the
guy
human,
has
the owner,
chosen
know
to
where
say
the
to
animal is, and
us
therefore it's
about
Mikabakuma.
the topics of
A
his
bell
choose. That's who you
door,
you know what I mean? That's who you
it's not
that's who
Mikabakuma.
you want him to
Welcome
be.
to the door. The door itself is not
Takes
Mikabakuma,
one to
it's
know.
part of the house, which is part of the ground, not Mikabakuma. If you thought in your mind you want to take the bell off the door and use it for your animal, then it
You grew up
is
by Asia,
susceptible
you
to
guys grew up near each other.
in order to make something susceptible to Puma, all you need is enough
Yes,
hold
yeah,
on
but
you didn't think about it. But the reverse. If it was a bell for an animal and you thought to make it a bell for a door, it remains valid because in order to take him away from the susceptibility of Puma, you need to do it really nice and you need to change something in the bell. And just by hanging it up, screwing it and nailing it into the door, that doesn't change the bell itself. It changes the location, but not the bell itself. Any bell that was designed to create a sound, such as a bell for an animal, a bell for a child, a crib, a bell that you put on a bib, all these bells, if you're only finished once you attach a little bell to the clapper, if you didn't attach the clapper and there's no malacha, it's not considered the best. Once you have that clapper in there, and you take out the clapper, it remains a Why does it remain tummy? Rabbi says it remains tummy because anybody can take the clapper and reattach the bell. You don't need a professional. The question is, we learned that if you have scissors that come apart, then they are only Mikabakuma one part to the other. In other words, if you touch part A with the ferret, part B becomes tummy only while you're using the scissors. The same thing for the carving. Only while you're using it, you touch the metal, does the wood become tummy and vice versa. So if you put it aside, even if they are attached, one part does not make the other part tummy. Certainly, by a bell, if the clapper is attached to the bell itself, they should be considered one. Therefore, Rabbi and Rabbi have the reason why the bell itself is tummy, where the clapper itself is not the Mikabakuma itself, but the actual bell. The reason is because the actual bell can make sounds even without the clapper. You take the bell and you bang it against something else, it will make that sound. Yes, it might not be the exact sound that a bell makes, but nonetheless, it's a sound. Similarly, a basket. You have a basket that holds fruit. You have a very large hole in it. The fruit fall out of it. It's still without a Mikabakuma as long as the whole pomegranate. In other words, it might not serve its original purpose, but it has some other purpose in Mikabakuma. So to this bell. And tomorrow, we'll see other reasons that are wonderful.
Before it gets to me, and so you get a chance to get an overview of some of the greatest comedians around the country, and get a chance to see them. And it's hosted by Monique.
Shabbos Davin Tess. How's everybody doing? As we learned yesterday, a bell becomes tummy. Even if you remove the in-bell, the clapper, we don't consider the bell as a broken piece. It remains tummy. The question is why. So yesterday, Rabbi says every single person put the clapper back in, just as if it's a complete piece. Rabbi Yossi Bar Chanina says, since I have a new usage, I could use the outside of the bell as a cup to give water to a child, even though it's a new usage, it's considered tummy. However, Rabbi and Rabbi Yossi both hold in order for something to remain tummy, you have to be able to use it with its Therefore, they say the only way,
That's my work journal.
the reason why
I have a
the cell
soundtrack.
remains
That's why I
humming
was
is
curious what you
because
thought about it.
you
When
can pick that bell and bake it on something that'll make a sound that the bell might not be the original sound of the sound, nevertheless, and therefore it remains humming.
It's fun.
This is a really holds up this concept in order to
It feels like you're having an email. That's what I feel like
because
sometimes.
like Thomas mentions, that is,
It just feels like I'm in the future. Like you get floored and just,
we sit on a chair,
like you put the gas on Monday, like you're floored and you're
coming to us,
when it stops, it's
even if
fucking
not seen
right
directly on
there.
it,
It's like it just
things that are on top of it, and it's a really strong form of concept. Allah is, since it says in the future, it has to be something that's designated as the future. Take a bucket of cement to measure something, or to mop the floor, to flip it over and sit on it and say, now it's a chair. That's not enough to make it to a medrash. People someone will come over and say, I'm not enough to stand up, let me do my job, let me mop the floor. Therefore, it doesn't work for us. So I would hope that by two less minutes, we don't say this concept
I don't need to be reminded of my inadequacies.
whereas by two less minutes, there's two. I'm looking at some place. There's one. In order to be susceptible to
What
you need to designate
what you do
that
for
item
fitness, man? What's your
as
fitness
a
regime? Like you got a regime each day.
and the second thing is once it does become
The ladies keep me fit, not heavy in sexual
let's say you have a mess. So if you talk to me, you said it was designated it's no longer coming to us because it's no longer serve the purpose of sitting. Where at two less space, cut it in half. Since it serves another purpose, this mat that's 1.5 by 3, it remains coming to us space. Whatever else there, since it doesn't serve its original purpose, it won't come. These are different ways that the item needs to serve its original purpose. Another case where it needs to serve its original purpose, fit an animal with metal shoes.
I've never been 7 pounds under
It becomes you're susceptible to it. Whoever says the reason is because a human being in a real need, in the middle of war, when he's running away and he has to run around the sword, he might use the animal shoe to serve the original purpose of a shoe for the original. Therefore, when Rab says, this is why Talmud is because it serves another purpose. Picking up water, according to Panina, you can fill it up with oil. The difference between Rab and Panina's that if it becomes disgusting, people won't use it for water. Oil, use it to run, or if it's really heavy, they won't use it for running, they might use it for water and for oil. We're going back to the mission. You learn the mission really cannot be allowed eating till then. This is so what is it? The Lord is talking about the kitchen and the lighting. This is really similar to what made his wife story about his wife one day with money. He will make her spiritual love, and so he did. There's a theory about places. A woman who goes out and surrounded with spiritual love, according to the latest, the words of the words, this is the right side because it's a burden, it's a load, it's a nonsense. Why? The only reason people wear it is to show off their wealth. It's not even a decor, it's not a decoration, it's a for the it's true, actually, it's true. And the issue is, you might take it off, rather than show you the therefore, it's also, you know, it's only this Rabbi. According to Lazar, we're not concerned that a woman who wears spiritual stuff.
I was in the midst of a push-up contest.
We're discussing the which how would it work?
But I was
According to Rabbi, it's also the way for the time, and Shmuel says it's mother. According to one Muslim, we're talking about a solid piece, like a solid piece of gold. And if it's a solid piece of gold, the reason why according to everybody, it's also. Where's my plate? It's made out of fabric, and there's tons of gold in it. The question is whether or not she would take off something like that to show to a friend if it's custom enough to show her friend. Another lesson is, that if it's made out of fabric, there's no maflegus. That's what you go after. And no one can take that off the shoulder. Maflegus is in a solid piece, and the question is, maybe she should put it away. So maybe we have some personal words that she should off. A noble woman, and she won't take it off the shoulders. Rabbi Yosef Paskin, like Ravashi, that Kila is mutter for Albert. Umar tells the story. When Rabbi was on his deathbed, he told him, Chanina, I want you to be the Rosh Hashanah. After Rabbi was lived there, Chanina was said that the office would be insulted to everybody else. So we have to do it. But he started speaking on this earthly little lady. When they told Rabbi that the very tall, touched the kind of talking to him, and he was limping, Rabbi knew right away it's lady. And he said it has to be that Rabbi office was and therefore this couple said, Chanina became Shia. It can't be that Chanina was thinking he was looking at himself. Because with Chanina, because lady would have been subordinate to the office. And the fact that Rabbi said, for Chanina, that she was Shiva, sounds like the talking time and Rabbi Levi came and he made a selection and said, Lila is looking. Most Rishonim learned that he said all things, all the items, whether it's solid or fabric, that day they made that Russia, 24 women in our adult, Rabbi Baruch in the Pizza, 18 women came out of one courtyard. Times all the courtyards in China, many more people had Lila on the places than they had in our a beautiful bell that are aware of Shabbos, one lucky says, it's made out of fabric and it has stuff gold, and it's like a talus made out of gold, which is a top shit. Nobody will take that off, because when you take off a belt, your clothing might fall off, and one won't be. Another lucky is, it's a solid belt. The reason why you're wear it is because you're like the king. All kings wear this in the bush. If you put one belt on top of another belt, that's already a burden, and it's awesome. A pure set, it's totally around the body. It's a chance. Tied well, it's awesome. Half of them discussed where it's a fish. Some is a nose ring or an earring. The woman is not partial to take it off. Hard to get through. And then we learned about a ring, which we will go on tomorrow, Baby Shem, explain the studio of a ring as a studio.
One of them big bathtubs they had in their house, and he would make us play Navy or something called Navy. We didn't know, right? But he would have us play Navy and we had but he'd have us play, but it was just like a lot of
Shabbos Daf Samos. We learned in our Mishnah that a woman naturally attitude with a ring that doesn't have a signet. And that's a secret about it. When the guy from the Mishnah doesn't have a signet, and it's also even in the very right. The problem is that the Mishnah came tells us that what's considered a ring that has a signet or doesn't have a signet. You see, even though it has a signet, it's considered jewelry. It's included. If you look at the Rabbi, which is Rabbi, normally also the Rabbi. Says Rabbi, perhaps the Mishnah came to be read as if it has a signet, then it's jewelry for a man. Because the doctor of a man is to use a signet and sign it. Not the doctor of a man. If it doesn't have a signet, it's jewelry for a man. Not the way to say it. When it comes to Tumah, all you need is a clean vessel. And if it has a signet, then it's a clean vessel. It's not attached, it's not jewelry. And therefore it's not a when it comes to Shabbos, what we're looking for is this still considered jewelry or is considered a burden, a master? As a signet, it's considered a master, and therefore it's possible to go out. Which it does, a woman should not go out with a needle that doesn't have a hole. What purpose does a needle have a hole? Well, if she takes the needle and wraps it here around it, and then takes the needle and puts it underneath the stopper, the covering of her head, we're not concerned she's going to take it out of her. It's just to show her hair, and that's how it sleeps. If it's a needle that she's using for part of her hair, then it is awesome. According to Rabbi, this particular needle has on the other side of the fork, and therefore when you powder here, comb her here, and on Shabbos she uses it as jewelry. She puts it into her head. Therefore, it's also used in Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, there's a very interesting area that you're not allowed to walk out of Shabbos with sandals that have nails in the bottom. Why? Because of a Maaseh Shahaya, there's a story that the Jews were hiding from the enemy. And they didn't lose. Like in Corona, they come into a house, you cannot leave. And if you leave the house, you cannot come in. Or they come. And they notice footsteps leading away from the house. In fact, what happened was someone was walking with this and he was wearing a sandal Masuma backwards. He put it on both legs. He made it zero. He did not walk out on Shabbos with the sandal Masuma. And since the story happened on Shabbos, Xer is only on Shabbos and Yom Tov, which is very similar to Shabbos. There's another Xer. By May Chakras, the ashes of the Torah Aduma, they once shipped the ashes over the Jordan River on a ship. And they realized later on that it was a kazayis of a dead person there, which is the time of ruin the ashes, which were very valuable. They made Xer that not transport ashes or Aduma over any body of water in any form. It doesn't matter if it's a ship or a swing. Something in one of our activities has to be exactly like Xer. Only over the Jordan River and only in a ship that is swim across the Jordan River to pay and to use a ship on any other river. It's also in our case, many of our activities, Xer is also another to the Shabbos are so similar. Xer is only exactly like it happened in the shoe that happened, the story that happened over there was a sandal that had nails to strengthen the sandal, but not for the core. So if you use nails as the core, it's mutter. And any other shoe that's not exactly like Xer would be mutter, as we're going to describe in a minute. Rabbi Yochanan says like Rabbi Uriah, which is that you're allowed to have up to 5 nails per shoe, 2 on each side and 1 in the back. It's also possible that Rabbi Yochanan holds you can have 7 in a case where you're using these nails to lift up. So according to Rabbi Hanina, because of your nosim, you can have 7 per shoe, 3 on each side and the back. And according to Rabbi, 13 on a shoe that you're trying to raise and 7 on a regular shoe. If you killed a piece of leather with the shoe and you sewed it into the sandal, that's multiple because it's not like the Xer. The Xer happened without a piece of leather. The Brisa says it's so awesome to wear one of these sandal shoes on Shabbos, you can't even go from one bed in your house to the other. These following cases we're allowed to do. You're allowed to take a sandal sumer and cover another vessel. You're allowed to take a sandal sumer and lift up your bed with it. Rabbi Loza Rashid says that's awesome. You might put your wearing. Although it makes a lot of sense, but since it's one against many, you don't pass it. If you take a piece of leather and you cover the whole bottom of your shoe, look, that's not what Xer was. If you use staples, colors, that's not what Xer was. If you use a pass or yosef, narrow nails, wide nails, or you cover the entire body with nails, that's not what Xer was. If most of the nails are worn out, but you can tell that there was nails in it, so that's not how it was created, that's not how you made it. Look, if you have 4 nails on a very tight shoe, or 5 on not so tight, look. Rabbi says, if not for the fact that people call me a person that's making it, I would say you're allowed to put a lot of nails in. My point is, Rabbi said, he meant 24 nails, and truly said, he meant 22. I'll remember, he went from Bala, and so he passed my school. By that time, he must have lost 2 out of his 24 nails, and therefore, in Surah, he said, 1 nails.
With the Super Bowl on the horizon, now is the time to get in on Prize Picks. On top of the play $5, get $50 offer for all new users with code Theo. The Prize Picks will also have a free pick live for the Super Bowl. That's right, get a free pick that you can add to your lineup. Now's the best time to get in. Use that promo code Theo and cash in those free picks on top of that. Thank you, Prize Picks. If you love Bitcoin or you're looking to get into crypto, then I've got the right thing for you. I've got what you need. It's MoonPay. That's what I'm introducing you to. It's the easy way to buy or sell crypto using the payment methods you already feel comfortable with. Credit card, debit, PayPal, and even Venmo. Crypto's been on a
Shabbos daf samach
If you're
aleph.
thinking about
We look at the
diving into
Mishnah
that
that a
digital
person
treasure
has
chest,
1 shoe on 1
your
foot.
back.
It's also for him to go out
Isn't
into
just
his
another
he
player.
doesn't have
They've
the
got the
rules.
experience to make
The
buying
concern is according to
go as
Rashi, one of
smooth
2
as a
possibilities.
freshly paved
Either
road.
the concern that people might think that he's carrying a second shoe, or perhaps people might be phone him that he only has 1 shoe, and then he removes that 1 shoe that is
I couldn't even feed
not
my
for
damn
forgiveness.
baby. I was just too busy
if the person does have a wound, he's permitted to go out with one shoe. Like this is, on what foot is he wearing that one shoe? According to Rabbi, he's wearing that shoe on the foot that has the injury. And we don't have the two reasons. Since he has an injury, and since Rabbi holds the reason why you wear a shoe is for protection purposes, not for comfort purposes. He won't remove the shoe when he's made fun of. And people are not going to think that he's hiding a second shoe because they see that he's injured. According to Rabbi, wears the one shoe on the foot that does not have the injury. And again, since they see him looking, they realize that yes, the reason why a person wears a shoe is to give Rabbi is for comfort and not for protection. If you know things, therefore doesn't have a shoe on the injured foot, they will make fun of him. Or the reason is because they may think that he's carrying second shoes. They won't think that because they see that he's renting. The other once asked for his shoes and was given the right shoe. The shoe for his right foot. And he commented and he said, "Asise maka." You made it as if I had a good foot. The simple meaning would be, since they gave him the right foot, and the Rabbi holds that he has to put your left foot on, therefore he does not put on his left foot because he already put on his right foot. You're going to think that he has an injury on his right foot. Like the woman that says he's supposed to put the shoe on the foot that has an injury. But perhaps you can say, no, Asise maka is not referring to the foot that he just put the shoe on. Perhaps it's referring to his left foot. You made my left foot and injured. The other holds that a shoe is just like a right is to put on the left foot. So too, when it comes to shoes, put the left shoe on first. There's a Bryce row that says you're supposed to put on the right shoe first. Therefore, the Gemara says, if your minute is like the right shoe first, that if you want to put on the left shoe, the left shoe. In fact, the Gemara says Rabbi saw that Sahana didn't mind. He put on either one first. The Gemara says, however, that a Yerei Shomayim could be Yaitse both. What do? You first tie your right shoe, then you put on the left shoe. You tie the left shoe, then you tie the right shoe. Of course, if you have a slipping shoe, you put the right on first. The Bryce says you put on the right shoe first, but when it comes to taking off shoes, you take your left shoe off first. When you bathe yourself, you bathe the right side of your body, your right arm before your left arm, your right foot before you go to the side. Bathing your entire body, you start from the head. The head is the key of all your limbs, and you start from the ear. It says in the Mishnah, do not go out on Shabbos with your children. Rav Stafford said, one of the said, this is going even according to the Umar that said, Shabbos, easier form of Shabbos. Nevertheless, do not go outside because you have to go to the bathroom. You have to remove the tefillin and be carrying Daladam Sutras. Another way to learn Rav Stafford is that it says in the Mishnah that if you did go out with tefillin and all other people in the Mishnah, you're not chayav b'chafetz. You still have a habit. Tefillin is like a levot. It's like a feather. It's clothing. People wear it during the week as clothing. It says in the Mishnah that a person should not go out into Surabin with a kameah that's not a monk, with an amulet that wasn't written by a professional. If it's written by a professional, and you could go out with the Surabin, it's there to heal him. Even if it's a professional kameah, meaning that the person that wrote it is a professional. Certainly, if the kameah itself, the amulet itself, already healed people, you can go out with it in Surabin. It doesn't make a difference if the amulet is words written or it's grasses and different herbs. Even if the person doesn't have a disease that's dangerous, even if he's not even sick, he's just concerned that perhaps because of his genetic makeup, he will have a particular disease. His family has epilepsy, for instance. You can wear a kameah, you can tie it and untie it in the surrounding. As long as it's not on a bracelet or on a ring, because then it's a Marasign, people might think that he's carrying it as jewelry, and that's fine. What exactly is the commandment? There seems to be some confusion in the sugya between the Rishonim. Even within Rashi himself, there seems to be a contradiction. We're going to go according to Rashi based on some Rishonim. If a person wrote 3 kameas. 3 amulets for 3 different diseases, and they all work. This particular person is a monk. You can write any kind of kamea for any disease, and you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. If he wrote one kamea, which would work 3 times for the same disease, even on one person, the same disease, 3 times on one person, that particular kamea is a monk. In other words, anybody in the world can write that exact kamea, and it will be considered a kamea munfa, and you can walk out with it on Shabbos. The Gemara remains in the case. What happens if you wrote 3 kameas for 3 different diseases, but for the same person, and they all work? Do we say, look, he knows what he's doing, he's professional, he's able to heal diseases? Or perhaps you say, the person that was healed, he has a special mazel that he's healed by these kameas. The Gemara remains in the subject. The halacha is that a kameya and brachas, such as the brachas of Shemon Esrei and Rosh Hashanah, even though they have the name of Hashem and Pesukim, you don't save them from a fire on Shabbos. However, obviously you have to bury them Geniza, just like you bury even a foot, a leg of a table that has Hashem on it. If the kameya is covered with leather, you can bring it into the bathroom. If it's made out of herbs, you can bring it into the bathroom. If it's a chayla that has a sakana, his life is in danger, he can go into the bathroom even if it's not covered with leather. But for somebody that's not a chayla with a sakana, if it's covered with leather, he may go into the bathroom. Even a chayla sheyesh b'sakana, he's in clear danger. He's not allowed to walk down with the Chinese people. It seems like they are covered with leather, but since they have a shin, and the shin is part of Shem Hashem, because we have a dalet on the back of your tools that tells you, and we have a yud on the tools that together we spell Hashem's name. Therefore, it's also to go into the bathroom with having a wonderful day.
I had white friends that were admirable, but I didn't imagine being white, and I didn't think that they imagined being black inside. Great imagination, which is what makes you nice, you have to have that. Because I heard you tell the story.
Shabbos Daf Samach Beis. The Mishnah brings a list of things that is also for one to go outside with on Shabbos, that Isser D'Oraisa, starting with a needle that has an eye, that has a hole in it, that's a burden, a ring that has a signet for a woman, since she typically doesn't go out with a signet, that's Isser D'Oraisa. Fula says for a man it's the exact reverse when it comes to a ring. If it has a signet, that's normal for him to run around with a ring with a signet, but a ring without a signet is not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be a Isser D'Oraisa. Ula holds that women are a nation themselves, and therefore what's considered a beged, clothing for a man, is not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sacks, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to go out with sacks, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is you put on a pair of tefillin, you go out for safety, and you remove them, and you come back and try to save another pair. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? You must say that this Mandama holds that tefillin is not a mitzvah asesha as mangrove, and therefore women are mechuyev. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time to wear tefillin, and night is a time to wear tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to tefillin. Rabbi Yirmiyah holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, when she carries a ring that has a signet, that's considered kolach. That's not the derech. That's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Rabbi argues, he says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband's signet ring, for instance, when he tells her, please put this away in a box, she doesn't want to lose it, she puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to please bring the ring to a repair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger, and then it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues, one is not permitted to go out with a kuya. It's a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close the blouse, that would be mutter. But we're discussing a case where the woman wears it in her clothing and that's considered secret. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck. And the Gemara says that if a woman did walk out with these things, or with a key on her finger, the mayor holds, she's chayav achatas. This is the right. Chacham say the whole issue is the Rabbanan issue, that she might take it off to her friends when it comes to spices, with her nice and beautiful bottles. Therefore, this is the Rabbanan, and she's not chayav achatas. According to Eliezer, it's mutter for her to go out with tefillah. Because only women that don't have very good smell wear these bottles. And such a woman won't dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to Thomas Bates. According to everybody, there's no machlokes that if the bottle is empty, it's considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnants of the perfume and it smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not buckled to the smell that's not there. So the Gemara wants to say, perhaps, according to Rabbi that the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than the sheep. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food, rather he's carrying a vessel and he's chayiv mid'oraisa. Rav Ashi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than the shear, but there's something there, and therefore perhaps the kli is buckled with whatever's left over of the food. Lahalacha, Chachamim made zeros that we should remember the Korban Abayis. And they said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, Chaimim and Simcha, those two things combined, you shouldn't do them after Zechel Korban. Therefore, to anoint yourself with oil that's pleasurable, but it doesn't bring Simcha. To drink wine, two people out of one cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure, but not Simcha. And therefore, it's Muslim. The Gemara, we're going to look at today. The Gemara brings Psukim. Hashem Mamidei Shed. It's referring to Klai Yisrael, Yerushalayim, that they put their beds together, and they were Oibrans Nus Anishes Ish. They were switching couples, and they left the Shikha Zera there. And the Gemara tells us that three things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed undressed. It doesn't mean he's dafka in front of his bed and undressed. It just means if he does it in a disgusting way in a place where he typically doesn't do it, it could be in front of his table. And he doesn't bother to go to the bathroom. There's a malach, Rashi explains, that loves disgust. And he goes there, and that malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you lose your life. If a person has zilzul in Netilas Yadayim, he doesn't care about Netilas Yadayim, he doesn't wash his hands at all. Not the pshat that he washes with the revias and doesn't wash his hands carefully. But Rav Chizah says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, if a person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her jewelry and he doesn't buy her and she's upset about that, that will bring him to lose his money. The Yeshaya, the Navi tells them, because the women who are married women, they try to entice the men. They would go between the skufa with their heads up in the sky. And Rashi says since their heads were up in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they were walking, so they walk small steps, their toe to their ankle. They would put a lot of makeup on and wink to the boys. And the tall ones would walk with shorter ones so that they look better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet, and when they would walk by the boys, they would bang it on the floor so that it sprays, and it would be like a mad snake. Would put the eris into the boys, they would bring them a Sahara. What was their punishment? Mida connected Mida. Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they put the perfume, their flesh decayed. In a place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their hair up, enticed the boys, they became bald. They were everybody that have to put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Gemara says, some say they even got saras. Gemara tells us that they said, we don't care, let the Goyim take us. We're beautiful. And the Goyim took them, and immediately Baruch Hu made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of damida or a lot of hair. They were disgusted by them. The Gemara says the people of Yerushalayim were disgusting. They said in the remez, they were referring to Znus, and they would say, ask each other, what do you have for breakfast? Meaning for Znus. Do you have a well-kneaded dough? In other words, a non-basula? Do you have white wine or dark wine? Do you have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat? Do you have a good friend, meaning good-looking? And finally, Rabbi says that in Yerushalayim they had cinnamon trees that made such a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the Korban, all we were left with was one barley amount, which is at the king of Tzimtzumai. Have a wonderful day.
Pick the car of my choice, and I'm an actual racer, so those experiences located in that road. That's this experience here on earth that you're able to share, and that's what would make that reincarnation possible.
Shabbos Daf Samam Gimel. The Mishnah tells us that according to the Chachamim, they were rights for both the one kind of Rabbi with war gear, such as armor, a sword, an arrow, a spear, even a club that has a nice ball at them with spikes, a bolo. It's not considered jewelry. Nobody shows off with it. It's disgusting, actually. People like to show off with it, and therefore it's considered jewelry. It's only also in Rabban's Torah. According to one lashon of Eliezer, when Mashiach comes, we're no longer going to need these tools, and therefore nobody's going to use them as jewelry. He argues with this Shita on Shmuel, who holds that when Mashiach comes, nothing's going to change. The only thing that's going to change is that Klal Yisrael is not going to be in Golos anymore. It's all going to be in Eretz Yisrael. But there are going to be wars between the Goyim, and these tools will be necessary. According to another lashon, though, according to Eliezer, these tools, in fact, won't be buckled for Klal Yisrael, and he holds like Shmuel. In other words, he argues on why does Eliezer hold that these tools are considered normally captured jewelry? Because it says in the pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your hip. This should be your splendor and your glory. The Gemara says, wait a minute, the pasuk is referring to the Torah. Says the Gemara, yes, it's referring to the Torah, but you cannot look away from the simple meaning of it. The simple meaning of the pasuk says, take your sword, referring to a real sword. Says Rav Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished Shas. I knew all of Shas, and I didn't know this concept of paying until I learned it now. In other words, says Rav Kahana, you have to learn all of the Torah, Ligmar, the other Lizbar, and then only afterwards go into the depth, go to the longest, try to understand it. First, you have to know all of Torah. The Gemara goes into a series of chabrusas, that learning together, and they're on different levels. Two come into the Chachamim that sharpen each other with Torah. So the Baruch gives them Hatzlacha, and they rise to greatness. But they have to be learning the Shema, and they can't be learning for Gaivo. And then they'll be Zaycha to Torah that was given in the right hand. It says in the pasuk, the famous pasuk, Oyref and Yamin and Yamina, the Smaila Ashim Chabad, says the Gemara, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you learn Torah with your right, in other words, you do everything to the end. You'll only get Arichas Yomim longevity, and you won't get Oishim. It means you'll get longevity and wealth. But if you learn Torah like a lefty, in other words, not complete, you don't go down to its depth, then you'll be Zaycha to something, you'll be Zaycha to wealth, but not to longevity. If two Chachamim sit together and they're calm with each other, they talk in calmness, they listen to each other, so Mida Keneged Mida, they both will sit down and listen to them. If they teach each other Torah, in other words, they accept from each other, then Mida Keneged Mida, the Baruch will listen to them and answer them. Just like you accepted me, the Baruch will accept what you're asking from him and give it to you. But you don't do that. You don't listen. You don't separate your because the Baruch will lead. If two people get together to understand Torah, then after the Baruch loves them. It says Rabbi, That's talking about a situation where they already had the seed. They heard some of this Torah. Now they want to elaborate. And they don't have a Rebbe to teach them. So like a Baruch Hu loves them. If a person thought about doing a mitzvah, but he had an item, he couldn't do it, the Baruch Hu considers it as if he did a mitzvah. If you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, with all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear a bad surah rub. And even if the Baruch Hu makes a gzeira, you can be levatel the gzeira. The Lord tells us, what's better, to give a poor person a loan or to give him a gift? The answer is to give him a loan, because a gift will be embarrassed. A loan, he'll be happy, he thinks he can pay back. It says Gemara, there's something better than both of those, and that is doing business with a poor person. Giving somebody money and invest, and you share the investment. That person feels good, he feels like he's doing something, he's accomplishing. The Maharsha says maybe he'll get even more money because of that, and therefore it's better. A Talmid Chacham who has bad midos, he takes revenge, he's making a knife like a snake. It's better to be his friend because you learn something from the Torah, rather to be an Amaharet's friend, and Miramis' friend, who could steer you wrongly in Torah, even though he has beautiful midos, he's a pious person, he's a chassid. Pasuk says, "Smach b'chura b'chor b'yaldisecha." In other words, when you're young, enjoy life, do what you want, follow your heart. And that's in Pasuk. The Torah flips around and says, "That you should know that it's going to be a good one." What's going on? One side is the Torah is talking about the Yetzer Hara, and then the Pasuk goes to the Yetzer Hara, or vice versa. The Torah starts with the Yetzer Hara, and then moves on to the Yetzer Hara. What the Torah is telling us. You learn as much as Torah as you can. But when you learn, you do that in a minute, apply it to yourself. Don't just learn it, you have to apply it. You should know it. When Baruch knows that you know this stuff now, you better apply it to your life. There's a beautiful mashal of the Dubnei Maggid who says that there was a poor person who didn't have a penny to his name, and he went to shul to look for a meal, and the guy said, you know what? Why do you need to order a meal? Come with me to the hotel. There's a special hotel here that gives free room and board. Stay as long as you want. He goes to the hotel, the guy checks him into the Ritz-Carlton, and he stays there for a week. He's about to check out. The person at the front desk says $7,700 to $1,100 a night. He says, but the guy told me it's free. The guy liked me. He didn't know what to do. The guy in the lobby, the guy tells him, listen, he told me to check out. Stay there. Stay for a month. Stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay for as long as you says it's good money. The person wakes up at midnight and says, what did I do? I did all these I hate. Let's do truth. Says the HR, don't do truth. That's not a good idea. Stay in. Go check out. Keep on doing your Rabbi. That doesn't make sense. Every day costs you $11 versus earning who knows how much in currency if you do learn. Says the Gemara, there's a woman who Gemara is discussing dogs and shouldn't be a gadol called Ra. If you had a dog, it chases away the poor people, you won't be fucked up. Says the Gemara, a woman walked to somebody's house to bake bread, and he had a dog, and it barked and it scared her, and she lost her pregnancy. And he says, why are you so scared of the dog? I took out his teeth, he doesn't have claws. She says it's too late. My pregnancy is over. In other words, be careful with the bad dog. We had in the Mishnah, Beers. Beers is a belt that goes around the sock to make sure the socks don't fall off. According to Rabbi, it's a Beers is one belt and a Pavel is it's two belts. And whether Rabuna, it's two belts with a chain between them. Why do we need a chain? So that in certain families that had very large steps, they don't prevent them from having large steps and losing their psulim. And Rabbi agreed to that shot, and he said, he woke up from his sleep, he heard it, he said, when the father turned his over. And that, I mean, wonderful thing.
That's the front side of the beginning of the campus, which is 30 buildings, 3 million indoor square feet, 4.5 miles of roads. Like, we got
how are you all doing?
We got the best parts of the base. They had chemical testing and stuff. We don't have those parts.
Even though it's not
part of the Homeland Security, but we just have a wonderful, blessed space at the foothills of the mountains, and it's really magical. And I was able to see what
Tyler Perry was able to do
whenever I love to have
with 300 acres and a military base. Yeah, it's amazing. And now you could
share it
make
says,
this studio out
hear
of
the
that.
whole
And so, yeah,
spin it and you eat it.
yeah,
Anything that's not
it hit the news recently, but
here on the go,
I purchased
together,
it
but it's not spun. It's not like how it
years. A couple
Like
years
Mason
back.
said,
Yeah, I've had this over and over.
Was it a tough step to like take that?
Like,
Okay, we can get this and we can do this. Like, did you reach out to Tyler Perry? Because I know he has like in Atlanta, he has an amazing space, and he may have many spaces now. This was 3 years ago. I went to a space at a train or something, and it was unbelievable. I wasn't there now for assistance. Like, we can do this. I just needed to be able to have a home where great movies and entertainment product could be made without any of the shenanigans that are generally involved with Hollywood. And be able to crank them out. And that all it needs to do is be good. If it's good, we're going to make it. And so, even though it might have appeared from interviews to me that this guy just loves tearing people apart, really, we're trying to create something where we can provide a platform for a lot of people to show what they do. So, yeah. So it'd be a place where you can make other people's kind of dreams come true. It's like with film, television, that's where I'm
whereas by
where
the
you can just basically have a great script and
This is so fun.
a great cast and
The last
leave your
percent
troubles at
where
the
by
door
sharing it only lasts for 1 week.
and walk out.
But lucky us, we
Hell,
have
yeah,
extra
entertained.
work, very
You know
hard.
what I mean?
I
Like,
guess the Chumps you cannot ask.
I like that. I like that. Doing things yourself.
yeah.
But not great. It's
Yeah, because
international.
they'll
The
let
price will get back to the war.
comedy
One thing, pardon me, one thing is
movie industry guys get free allowed. You know what I mean? And nobody in the fan base ever said, hey, we don't want any more funny movies. Nobody said that.
And it
None of the
says,
fans ever were like, hey, we're tired of laughing and boo to the cop. No one ever said that. They just decided, we make more money in the superhero action department. Let's just do all those. You know what I mean? And so it'll just take somebody in the comedy sphere to start producing.
says to Gemara, Rabbi says, I don't need it. I can learn from the actual word in the Bible.
Do you already have projects kind of on tap?
Yeah, we got a sling.
This is a place.
I'm not allowed to really answer that question, but yeah, like
At the commanders of the army,
it's a great location where it is. Like it's an hour and a half from Atlanta, more or less. It's 45 minutes from Birmingham.
don't worry about it. When you
And I love
not a single one of
the
us is
area.
listening.
They're so thirsty to be involved. That
Didn't sit this.
we have equal thirst. So everybody wants it to work and so it will, amen.
Not for
It's
this
exciting,
program.
huh? It is.
It's listening to us.
Well, you have you kind of created on most of your projects, kind of like,
Five times a group. 3 of them are out of
is there
nowhere.
a weird
2 of
question?
them
That's
are
kind
private.
of, it's kind of,
Private one and the exposure.
it's kind of not necessary for
Now, a
how,
woman's eating the same way that the
for how it's set up. It's set up, in much of the way the grocery store is set up. So my job is just to make sure that all of the food that we sell in this grocery store belongs in this grocery store. You see what I'm saying? Quality. People get it in there. People want to see that. Yeah, they love that. Yeah, the cherry
That's
pumps.
for me
Yeah,
to go out
they
with
love
the
that. And once that is, once that barrier is crossed,
Animal
then
hair
we're
certainly
just trying to make it the best project for you
go out.
and to make
However,
your
older woman who has white hair
smaller
right here,
budget
certainly
be
not
able
weird.
to compete
Younger woman
with
who's dark hair, because
larger
some people make fun of her
budgets.
and she comes to take it out.
Yeah, because
The young
comedy
girl,
will be
never
nothing
weird,
but
white hair. That's
it
not
just needs to
concerned.
be funny. Yeah.
As we learned in the first
but
Mishnah,
it also can be
one goes over their head.
See, they can. It's gotta be professional. It cannot look
This
cheap.
Mishnah tells us that if it's sewn into the head, it's not
Which
considered.
means
That
it
is
can,
take it off the shoulder.
and
By
that
removing
goes to
her
the
head,
equipment and to
that
the
will
lighting, and that's why you
that's not a
need
concern. She won't do it.
hundreds of acres
However,
of
the Mishnah
space
says
to be
couple
able
and
to
pin a
have
full
all
head and a shaker.
have it like they're
One is permitted to go in the
building an
whole private domain.
amphitheater and
Come and
we
make
have
an
sound
exception to this.
stages
That a
and
woman should not be
auditorium
disgusted by the disgusted in the eyes of the
yeah,
husband.
that's instead of seeing if you have the cards or
And
the
they know.
deck, you know.
Rabbi Hannah says
Instead of waiting to get dealt the cards, that's like saying
also to go out of the church.
just saying you're gonna make sure that things can happen. It's like you have a podcast. It's like it's almost like it makes
Rabbi says that
you can pull off.
things that are possible to
That you are invested in.
that's
It's
it.
something
Go to the all the individuals go to the more bring the puzzle.
Hey there, this episode is coming at you courtesy of Blinds.com. Window treatments. Ain't just about keeping your nosy neighbor tall from peeking in while you eat your cereal shirtless. Nah, man, the right window treatments could actually save you some cheddar on those energy bills. That's right. Less sweat, more cash in your pocket. But here's the rub. Getting them the old-fashioned way, what a nightmare. Some dude shows up at your house with a vibe you don't trust, throwing out quotes that sound like he's trying to fund his kid's private school. It's like, man, Blinds.com flipped the script. No weird home visits, no pushy salespeople. Instead, they got these virtual consultations with design experts who can help anytime, anywhere. So here's the deal, head over to Blinds.com right now to unlock an exclusive discount. That's right, they're hooking up our listeners with $50 off purchases of $500 or more with code THEO at checkout. Don't sleep on this deal. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. You know the drill. Blinds.com, maybe they're changing the window game one shade at a time. You know that Valentine's Day is closing in quicker than a box of dishes.
Shabbos Av Samachay. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You could go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a wound on your foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. A nida does not need to tie it to herself because it's disgusting, it smells, and we're not concerned to pick it up. Even if it has a handle where it's not that most, it is still considered most. The Gemara tells us that when Rabbi Yochanan got older, he had a lot of earwax. So he went in Rosh Hashanah on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear without tying it to his ear. The Gemara explains because he put it in really tight where it doesn't fall out, he wasn't concerned. His friends argued with him and they said that's also. When Rabbi Yana did it, the entire generation argued on him. The Gemara tells us that a woman could go out with peppercorn in her mouth, she'd use it as a mouthwash to have good breath, or salt in order to relieve tooth pain. Other things that we're permitted to go out with, such as ginger and cinnamon, much to go out with on Shabbos. A person has a false tooth. If it's made out of gold, the concern is, according to Muhammad, a woman might take it out to show her friends what a beautiful tooth she has. Rabbi says that's not a concern because once she removes it, that'll cause her an embarrassment. She won't remove it. If it's made out of silver, there's no reason for a person to show off silver. You're allowed to go out with a false tooth. That's silver, certainly if it looks like other teeth or if it's from another human being. There are 3 Manda Amrim that say the Svara of Rabbi. Rabbi says that if it causes an embarrassment, we're not concerned she'll show it. We also learned earlier that if a woman wears a sleichas of pleiton, it's a little flask of perfume. The only people that wear it are people that have body odor, and she won't remove it because that will tell other people of her issue. Other Malachim, Rav Shimon ben Elazar, he says that anything under the svacha, the wool cap, a person is allowed to go. So let's say she takes a needle and wraps her hair around it, and then she puts it under the svacha, you're allowed to go out on Shabbos. What's the concern? She might show it off. She won't, because in order to get to it, she has to expose her hair. She's a married woman. She wouldn't do so. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a wound on the bottom of their foot, what they would do is they would take a coin, a selah, and put it under the foot, and that would heal, because it has 3 attributes. Number 1, it's hard, 2, it has moisture, and 3, it has a form to it. Those 3 things together heal the foot. This matbeah is for refuah, and therefore you're allowed to go out with it. The Mishnah says that young girls are allowed to go out with threads in their ear. They would pierce their ear, and rather than getting them earrings, training earrings, they would put in threads or even a toothpick. Allowed to go out with it. It's not something that you take out to show your friends, unless, like the Gemara says later, Abu Shmuel didn't allow his daughters to go out with it because they were colorful. That's something you show your friends. Women in Arab nations can wear, they can wear the ninja suit where only the eyes show, or in Modai they would wear true voices. Basically, you take an object, let's say a stone or a coin, and you put it behind the clothing and you push through. And then that creates like a button, and you could tie it. So says the Mishnah that you're allowed to go out with that on Shabbos, provided that if it's a coin, you designated it before Shabbos, because on Shabbos you cannot designate a coin because it's muktzah. You might be able to designate a specific stone if it's the right shape for this purpose. Says the Gemara that Abu Shmuel did not allow his daughters to go out with these strings that were colorful in the air, and he didn't allow them to sleep together, his daughters, in one bed, so they shouldn't get used to a strange body next to them, and then they'll have a taiva. And he made a mikvah for them in the days of Nisan. Why? Because in Nisan it rained that much. The halacha is that if you have a natural spring, even if the water flows from a natural spring, you're allowed to use it as a mikvah. Rainwater you can only use when it's still, but if it flows, you're not allowed to use it as a mikvah. The concern was there's so much rainwater that it became the roy, and in the Nahar Pras, in the Euphrates, there was more rainwater than the spring water, and therefore it was usher to toilet. So he made them a mikvah. He either made a channel and took water out of Euphrates, and he created a mikvah. In Tishrei, he put mats there. According to Rashi, he put the mats so that they don't step in the mud and create a chatzitza. According to Taisus, he put mats for tznius purposes. Shmuel argues, and he says, even the Euphrates, even if it has a lot of rainwater, most of its water comes from within, from underground. But he himself argues on himself, because in a different place he says that he could only be toivel in the Har Pras in the days of Tishrei. In other words, he was concerned about the rainwater. There's a shaila in the Gemara. If a woman could take a nut and pretend that she's making a button out of it, do the proifrei, put it behind the clothing, and create a button, but her real intent is to travel across the Shusarabah. Are you allowed to do harama? Are you allowed to do trickery? What's the question? We know the halacha is that if somebody has clothing and trying to save from a fire, wants to bring them into a mother, according to her measure, you could do trickery, you could wear many clothing. Perhaps only by a fire, because we're concerned that if we don't allow him to do so, he might extinguish the fire and be over the rice. We're not concerned that this woman is going to be over the rice to get a nut and candy over to her son. On the other hand, perhaps over here it's mutter because it's tiltul k'la'achriyat. That's not the natural way of carrying. Carry a nut in your hand, you don't put it in your clothing and pretend it's a button. So perhaps it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
Saying abstract. If I saw a black woman and you actively saw one, and this is recent. And it's going to
Shabbos Daf Samach Vav. Happy Lag BaOmer. There's a wedding going on right outside the door here, a Corona wedding. You perhaps might hear the music. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a prosthetic leg, according to Rabbi Meir, if it's designed only for aesthetic purposes, then he could go out with it on Shabbos, even though it's made out of wood. You can make a shoe out of wood. According to Rabbi Yossi, shoes are made out of leather, therefore it's considered a burden. You cannot go out with it on Shabbos. Smoichos are these pieces of leather that go on a person that is an amputee, and it goes on his shins, and that's how he drags his feet through the street. They are tied on really well, so it's not a concern that he might fall off on Shabbos. And they are not shoes, so therefore you can even go into the Beis Hamikdash with them, because you cannot go into the Beis Hamikdash with shoes. If an amputee sits on a small chair and in his hands he has pegs that he walks with, but the bottom of his stumps, like you see in red, he has like a sort of a shoe that goes on them. Those are real shoes. La halacha, you can't take those into the Beis Hamikdash, but we're also concerned that they might fall off. They're not on him properly, and therefore you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. Look them in. 3 pshat in the Gemara. 1 pshat is these are masks like Purim to scare the children. Another pshat is it's like a donkey that you dress up in, or they are stilts. All 3 of them, they are not kalim. They don't serve a purpose, and therefore they're not vessels, and therefore they're not mikabel toma, and you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. The maskana. The way we learn our Mishnah is like we said. Rabbi is the one that says you can go out with prosthetics. Rabbi Yossi says it's asur. In order to remember it, Rabbi Yossi's name has a samach in it, and the word asur has a samach in it. Rav, when he heard one of his talmidim say that Rabbi is the one that says it's asur, and Rabbi Yossi is the one that says it's mutter, he went like this with his hand. He wasn't able to talk. He said, "You got to flip it around." Shmuel, who initially said like that, he also retracted his shita and says like we have in our Mishnah, because he says a yavama could do chalitza on a yavam that has a wooden shoe. So you see a shoe could be wood. Other alavas that he said and he brings a raya from our Mishnah that Rameir says wooden shoe is considered a shoe you go out with it on Shabbos. In addition, he says that if a yavam wears his left shoe on his right foot, you can do chalitza, and if he wears somebody else's shoe, you can also do chalitza. Ravuna also retracted, and he said that if the sandal shel sayadim, it's a plasterer's shoe that goes over his regular shoe to protect the shoe, it's made out of straw, it's considered a shoe. You do chalitza with it, it becomes Tomikilas Medras. V'haidulai. Who's V'haidulai? Rabbi Meir says the Gemara, who holds that wood is a good shoe, says it's a good shoe. And who didn't admit to it? Rabbi Yossi says that it's also, or Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri also says on a mat made out of straw that you lay on, he says the straw is not considered wood, and therefore it's not Mikabel Tuma. The other one says it is Mikabel Tuma. Why it brings Taisvis? That there's a shita that says Adam Marishon ate from Eitz Hadas, which was made out of wheat. So you see, wheat, which is straw, is considered Eitz Hadas. Says the Mishnah, this shoe of a prosthetic leg, if it has a base kibble, it has a place to put the soft material, then it's considered a kli, and it's Mikabel Tuma. Otherwise, it's not Mikabel Tuma. If the main purpose and design of a kli is to lean on it, then it could be Mikabel Tumas Medras. Tumas Medras, and the Zav and the Zava, lean, sit, lay on something. If it's Mikabel Tumas Medras, only if it was designed so to begin with. If a kli is not 100% designed for that, only sometimes you use it, says Abaya, it's not Mikabel Tumas Medras. Rabbi says it is Mikabel Tumas Medras. Says Rabbi, I'll prove it to you. There's a halacha that if a child plays with a toy stroller, it's Mikabel Tumas Medras. You see from here that you don't really need to lean on it. Says Abai, well, the child does lean on it. That's how he learns how to walk. But Abai says, I'll bring you a raya. A walking stick that you don't lean on typically. The halacha is, it's not Mikabel any kind of tumah, even mago. It's a pshuti kliyah, it doesn't have a base kilo. Says Rava, no. A walking stick, you're right, is never designed to lean on it at all. It's only designed for walking straight steps and to straighten up the old man's spine. Says the Mishnah that a boy should go out with kesher. One shot of the Gemara is that he uses flowers that are called madder. And says the Gemara that if you use 3 of these, they will contain the disease. 5 of them will heal the disease, and 7 of them are so strong that even through witchcraft the person won't get this disease. The Mishnah also says that the Bnei Melachim, the children of kings, they go out with these bells. It's not only the children of kings, anybody, but typically only the Bnei Melachim go out with it. Rabbi says that this matter stuff that we discussed is only if it never saw the sun, moon, or rain, and never heard the sound of metal, of a chicken, or of footsteps. Says the Gemara, then basically there's no such thing as matter. You're getting rid of this whole healing thing. There's another shot what a kesher is. There's a son that he's homesick, so before he goes away to camp or whatever, the father takes off his right strap from his right foot, and straps it on his left hand like you do with tefillin. If you reverse it, like I almost did, then it's a sakana. If you take a hot cup that had water in it, hot water before, and you put it on an intestinal ache, and you manipulate it, that's okay to do on Shabbos. It's not considered shtikas hamamanim. It's not healing. You are manipulating with your hand. You can take a baby who has his bones out of place and wrap him up real tight. That's also allowed on Shabbos. To take oil and salt and smear it on the palm of your hands and the bottom of your feet in order to alleviate someone who's too drunk. You can do that on Shabbos, and you can whisper in his ears. These are all the chashim. You whisper, just like this oil is thinning out, so too the wine should thin out. If you don't have this concoction of oil and salt, you could use wax from a barrel and thin it down in water. You're allowed to choke somebody. In other words, if somebody has displaced the vertebrae, you could hang him by his neck and pull it into place on Shabbos because he has a lot of pain. Many times in Shas, Abaye, who was a Yosem, he was brought up by Rabbi's mother, and basically what she says are important things, and they are halachas. And she says, by the way, she was the one that said 3, 5, and 7 shar. But she says over here that anytime you do a lachash, you do a whisper like for this drunk person, or we bring the halacha, all the mishaberachs that we say for a chayla are with the mother's name. How do we know this? From this Gemara, from Amrli Ein, you mention the mother's name. If you don't know how many times to say a lachash, you must say it 41 times. If a woman has reason to believe she has some sort of genetic disposition to miscarry, she may wear even tikuma, which is a stone within a stone. Rabbi says if you take that same stone and you weigh it against another stone, you could use the second stone that weighs exactly the same amount, not a tad less or more. The Gemara has a question: could you take the second stone and weigh a third stone? Will it work on the third stone? If a person has fever, you take a brand new coin and you measure salt from a salt factory and you hang it on your neck with a piece of hair. If not, take a very large ant that's carrying something and you put it into a copper tube and you seal it with lead. 60 seals. You take it, you shake it, you say to the ant, take my disease and take your disease. If not, you take a brand new earthenware pot, you go to the river and you say, river, lend me some water. You take the water and you go around your head 7 times, and then you pour it into the river backwards while you say, river, take my water back with the disease. The way the disease came, the disease should leave. Have a wonderful day.
It's fuel for your imagination. It's like, that's how you can get your head, right? But I didn't want to use my imagination. I wanted this imagination. So I wanted to know what Huckleberry Finn, and I wanted to know what they were doing.
Shabbos Daf Samach Zayin, Happy Life Ba'omer. We're back to the sugya of supernatural healing powers. This is a very interesting one. If a person has fever every 3 days, he has to do things with the number 7. He takes 7 branches from 7 different date trees, 7 splinters from 7 different beams, 7 pegs from 7 different bridges, 7 ashes from 7 different ovens, 7 dirts from 7 different door sockets, 7 pitch from 7 different ships, and 7 kernels of cumin from cumin. And here's a very interesting one. 7 beard hairs of an old dog. You tie it all together, put it in a strand of hair, you wrap it around your neck. That's a school of 4 root 4. If a person has really high fever, you take a knife that's completely metal, no handle, and you go over to a thorn bush, a sneh, and you tie your hair around it and you say the pasuk, Vayera Malach Hashem Elav, Vayomer Moshe, the second pasuk. These are psukim referring to that the sneh wasn't eaten up, so the disease shouldn't eat up the body. And on the second day, you go over there, you make another notch in the sneh like you did in the first day, and you say, Vayar Hashem Kisar Lirais, Hashem saw. The word sar means go away. And the third day, you notch out the sneh again, and you say the pasuk, Vayomer Tikra V'Aloim, don't come close to me, go away, disease. And you tell the sneh. We know that the reason why the Baruch was mashing the shechina on you is not because you're such a great treat, the opposite. It's because you're so humble, and that will increase a person's humility, which will overcome the disease. And you bend down to it, and you cut down the sneh, and you say, just like the fire ran away from Hanayim, Sholva, Azariah by Kishan Eish, so too my fever, my fire should run away from me. If a person has a shchin, or a very painful blisters, or he has a shade demons, or the shade of the Mesa Kisei, Gemara gives a series of different words that a person will say. Rav Shem Bar Yochai, like Ba'omer, says, Klal Yisrael is royalty, and royalty wears golden bells, and you go out with it on Shabbos. Unlike a slave, like we said, you cannot go out with a bell, the turn will fall. he's royal. Rabbi says that's provided that it's tied tightly to his clothing. Says the Mishnah, continuing with supernatural things, a person can go out with the egg of a grasshopper if he's concerned of earache. Machlekes whether he can go out or not, we'll see in a second. The tooth of a fox. Well, if it's a live fox that wakes a person up, if he's too sleepy, if he's dead, it's good for Samia. If a person has problems falling asleep, he uses this tooth. The nail of a person that was hung is good for a wound. According to our mayor, you're allowed to use this stuff. It's refuah. According to Chachamim, that's darkei amoir. The same way Seleichud is a d'oraisa to act like a guy with superstition. Abai and Rabbi say anything that it's obvious that it creates refuah. You drink a potion, you put herbs on a wound, and you know that it's going to work. There's no darkei amoir. The issue is when you know that it's not going to work. This darkei amoir, it looks like you're acting like a guy. If a person has a tree that is really strong and the fruit fall off the tree prematurely, there are two things you can do. You load it up with stones. That's a natural scientific way of weakening the tree and therefore prolonging the fruit on the tree. Second way is to paint the tree red. Why is that not supernatural? Because what you're trying to do is to invoke other people that see this to get them to daven to you. As it says by the Mitzorah, the Tomei Yikra, the Mitzorah calls out, I am Tomei, to have people have compassion for him and daven for him. There's a matter that says you take a cluster of dates and you put it on a date tree for the same reason you want people to daven for him. Rabbi said all the halachas of a Murray, that's in Keseftim, Perik Zayin Ches, that discuss the Murray, they're all false, you're not allowed to do them. There are only two. And in fact, the Maharil brings, these two are the only two refuahs in the entire Shabbos, Daf Samach Zayin, which are budding menus, so they work even in our day. And that is, if a person has a bone stuck in his throat, he takes a bone from the same type of bone, let's say it's a chicken bone, you take another chicken bone, put it on top of your head, and you say a couple of words, and if you have a bone of a fish, you put it, you do the same thing, you say these words, and it works. Now the Gemara brings at least 14 different things that are considered darkei amoir. The person says, my mazel should get greater, or he says, I shouldn't get tired. He uses a lashon of God Yogud. The view that says that lashon is worse than darkei amoir, that's actually a bizarre. The person switches his name with his wife at nighttime. He calls himself his wife's name, and she calls him her name, his name. That's also darkei amoir. If you say, my barrel should be stronger, he uses a lashon of Dan Yadun, that is darkei amoir. The view says once again, Dan is a lashon of Zara, completely awesome. Another thing, if you tell a raven, scream, or you tell a female raven, shrieky, and turn your tail to me, and everything will be good, that's darkei amoir. If you see a chicken acting wrongly, in other words, the chicken, instead of crowing in the morning, he crows at night, or he crows like a raven, and he says, I'm going to shut it because of that, that's darkei amoir. Same thing if a female chicken screams like a male chicken. If a person says, I'll drink, but I'll leave over, or he breaks eggs on a wall in order to save the chicks, or he dances in front of the chicks, or counts to 71, or a woman who dances in front of a kutak, which is a dish, or she urinates in front of the dish, or she tells people don't talk loudly when I cook my lentils, or she says let's scream so that the beans will cook. All these things are darkei amoir. These are things that are more scientific. You take a splinter of mulberry in order to increase the speed of the dish, or you take broken glass, that is scientifically proven to work. Chachamim say if you use glass, you have other issues. The issue is sakana, you don't want to really eat glass, not a very good idea. To say l'chaim, the wine, l'chaim, it should be on the mouth of Rabbanim, that's okay. In fact, Rabbi Kiva, by the chassan of his son, he said l'chaim to the Chachamim and to the Talmidim, you let it take salt that thins out the oil and creates a brighter flame. That's scientifically proven. You let it take clay, mud, and put it underneath the flame so it should go slower, it chills it out a little bit, and the flame goes slower. Rabbi Zutra says, if you were to cause your flame, not to increase, but to consume more oil, your oiver and Issa Raisa, according to most Rishonim of Baal Tashkas, you're consuming oil when you don't need to. With that, we finish the amazing parak of Bamet Isha, and tomorrow we are going to start the Neder. Wow, Godol, have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Samaches. We're starting a brand new Perek Klal Gadol, one of the most famous programs in Shas. Klal Gadol, there are three major rules the Mishnah tells us. The first rule, Klal Aleph, let's call it, is a person that doesn't know about Shabbos. And therefore, he only brings one chatos on all the Shabbosim and all the various he ever committed because there was only one mistake that he made. He didn't know about Shabbos. The second rule is, if a person knew about Shabbos, but he forgot that today is Shabbos, so he's chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And the third rule in the Mishnah is, if a person forgot about the malacha, he knew today is Shabbos, but he forgot that the malacha he's doing is asur, so he's chayiv for each av malacha, including if he did call place and one av, he's chayiv only one carbon for the two of them. But for each and every av malacha, he's chayiv one. Says the Gemara, why is it called Klal Gadol, a major rule? Says Rabbi Bar Oven, because compared to Hilchos Shemitah, which it also says Klal Gadol, Shabbos is a major rule. Why is it a major rule? Because Hilchos Shabbos applies even when things are not attached to the ground. For instance, cooking, you're not cooking attached to the ground, it's on the oven. So that's a major rule. So then why does it say major rule by Shemitah? Because Shemitah compared to Meiser is a major rule. Meiser doesn't apply to animal food, only to human food. Therefore, Shemitah is a major rule. Shemitah does apply to animal food. But according to Bachar Party that says Klal Gadol by Meiser as well, how does he explain? He must explain that Meiser compared to Peah, that's a big rule. Why is that? Because Meiser has three conditions. It has to be oichel, has to be food, and not fruit that's designed, let's say, to dye clothing. It also has to be nishmar, guarded, not hefker. And it has to be gedulim min haaretz, has to grow from the ground, whereas, let's say, mushrooms don't grow from the ground, potter from mice. When it comes to peah, we add three things. It has to be you reap it in one shot at one time. There's one period of time. Whereas, let's say figs, where you don't reap it at one time, you can pick them off the tree at different months. Not chayiv and pay. And finally, it has to be something that you could store. And all vegetables are cut from pay because you don't store them. So that's why it's a Klal Gadol. Meiser compared to pay is a Klal Gadol. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi Yochanan and Shmuel. Rav and Shmuel say that if somebody never knew about Shabbos, he's a Tinoik Shenishba. That's what our mission is referring to. That and somebody that knew about Shabbos and forgot about the concept of Shabbos. Two things. Those two cases, you're chayav a carbon. So even somebody that becomes about tshuva, he never knew about Shabbos, he grew up in who knows where, never heard about Shabbos. When he comes about tshuva, he must bring a carbon according to Rav and Shmuel. They say no. Somebody who never knew about Shabbos is a Tinnik Shenishba, doesn't have to bring a carbon. In fact, it's Machlokes Tanoim. It says in the Brayso, it's a Klal Gadol. If it's a Tinnik Shenishba, and he didn't know about Shabbos, he didn't know about Chaylev, he didn't know about the Dam, and he didn't know about Avodah Zarah, he brings one carbon for each Aveira for his entire life. One carbon for Dam, one carbon for Avodah Zarah, one carbon for Chaylev, and one carbon for Shabbos. Where Munbaz says, no, he's parted from all carbonis. Munbaz learned that there's a hedge between Shogeg and Mezid. Mezid is called a Chayta, Shogeg is considered a Chayta. And just like Mezid, he has an awareness, so through Shogeg you have awareness. And somebody that's a Tinnik Shenishba never had an awareness. Asks Rabbi Akiva, wait a minute, if you're comparing Shogeg to Mezid, Mezid knows while he's doing it, he knows that what he's doing, he has an awareness as he's doing it. How do you say so by Shogeg? In fact, Munbaz holds, yes, he does have an awareness when he does a Shogeg. We'll explain that tomorrow. Munbaz learns from Avodah Zarah. In Avodah Zarah, it says, there's one halacha for Shogeg and Mezid, and just like Mezid, he has an awareness all through Shogeg. And Chachamim hold Torah Achas comes to tell us another halacha. That in order to be chayav achatos, it has to be this doinei kares. Only something that if you do something b'mezid, you chayav kares. Then on the shogeg part, you bring a chatos. Otherwise, you don't bring a chatos. Have a wonderful day. But if you want to stick around for bonus material, just explain. The Gemara is Havamina and Rav and Shmuel. The Gemara says in Rav and Shmuel that they hold by Tinnik Shenishba. somebody that never had an awareness about Shabbos, didn't know about Shabbos, he's chayiv only one carbon. That would mean what we consider klal aleph on the list, klal aleph, would have to drop down to be klal beis. Without Shabbos completely, that would be the second klal in the Mishnah, and on that klal he would be chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And klal beis that we have would drop down to klal gimel. In other words, if somebody forgot that today is Shabbos, would drop down to klal gimel and he'd be chayiv for each and every malacha that he does. But the issue with that, and the reason why the Gemara goes away from that is, then why does the Mishnah say klal gimel is a person that forgot that the malacha that he's doing is also, let's say much bigger for the person forgot that today is Shabbos and he's chayiv on each and every malacha. And therefore the Gemara says that when Rav says, Rav and Shmuel, they say, that goes together with somebody that knew that it was Shabbos but he forgot Shabbos today, and somebody that never knew about Shabbos. They're all equal. You bring one carbon, have a wonderful day.
Some people like that, so yeah, I have a little has been on my tour probably for the last 3 or 4 years.
Shabbos daf samach tes. If someone were to ask you to define the word shaygig, you'd probably say shaygig means a person who doesn't know that this aver is asur. Well, there's a three-way machlokes. Mumbaz has an incredible shita that shaygig means a person knows that what he's doing is wrong, he just doesn't know he has to bring a carbon. That's considered a shaygig. The fact is a brayso that says exactly like Mumbaz. Brayso says, how do you define the perfect shaygig? Somebody that doesn't know it's Shabbos and doesn't know the malacha is asur. And how do you define the perfect mezid? Somebody that knows it's Shabbos and somebody that knows that the malacha is asur. And what if somebody knows one out of the two? He knows it's Shabbos, he doesn't know the malacha is asur. He knows the malacha is asur, he doesn't know it's Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly Mumbaz's case. And the Brayso says in all three of these things, you bring a carbon, he's considered a shaygig. Perfect proof for Mumbaz. Chachamim argue, they say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaygig. So what is considered a shaygig according to Chachamim? According to Rabbi Yochanan, if a person doesn't know about kares, forgets about the kares, that's considered shaygig. According to Rishlokish, you have to forget about the lav and the kares. Two things. And he brings a pasuk. It says in the pasuk, Asher loiseh asenu b'shgaga ve'ashem. Pasuk is referring to lav and kares. He doesn't know both. That's considered a shaygig. So no. That pasuk is talking about a mumar, somebody off the derech that does an avera b'shaygig. He doesn't bring a carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he wouldn't refrain from doing the avera. So now that it's a shaygig, he shouldn't bring a carbon. Asher loiseh asenu b'shgaga ve'ashem. There's the Mishnah that says there's 39 malachas, and the famous question, why tell us the number? And Rabbi Yochanan goes on to explain, to tell us that if somebody did 39 malachas, he's chayav 39 karbanos. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be over on all 39 malachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 malachas, he forgot all 39 malachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a shaygig. According to Rabbi Yochanan, understood. As long as a person forgets, there is the kares, that's shaygig. So here's the case, then all 39. But according to Rabbi, he has to forget the kares and the lav. So in what is he exactly a shaygig? How does he know the Shabbos? The answer is that according to Rabbi Kiva, there's a 40th Aveira, the Iraisa, and that's Tchumim. To walk 2,000 amos out of the Tchum, the only difference between Tchum and all the other ones is that Tchum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about Tchum, but he didn't know about falsely, about the past or about the future. He says, not going to. So it's only allowed, you bring a carbon on a lap, huge chiddush. According to Abaye, even Rabbi Yochanan, who typically says that to forget kares is considered a shaygig, but here, since there's no kares, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaygig, even though the carbon is a big chiddush. Now, what is the shaygig? Now, it's very easy to find the shaygig in Shuvas Habitui when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat, and then he ate by mistake. So that's a shaygig. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a Shuvas Habitui in the past? When you swear, you have to be aware. And he wasn't aware that he didn't eat. He wasn't aware that he didn't eat. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one pshat is that goes according to Mumbaz, that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another pshat is that it goes according to Chachamim. That typically Chachamim hold that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shaykhis. Over here, by Shvus HaBitoy, since that's the only thing you have is a carbon, that is the shaykhis. He forgot because the carbon here is a chiddush. And that would be a bomb question on a Abaya who says that according to everybody, you have to be shaykh in the lav and not in the carbon. If somebody eats truma, he's chayiv mis b'dei shamayim. The shaykh, he has to pay back the truma plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that there's mis b'dei shamayim? Is that considered a shaykh? According to Rabbi, Rabbi will hold that mis b'dei shamayim is not like carbon, and therefore it's not a shaykh, and he doesn't pay the extra fifth. According to Rabbi will hold mis b'dei shamayim equals paris. It's like the same thing as paris, and therefore you do pay the chayim. What if somebody found himself in the desert, lost track of time, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know what day it is? When does he keep Shabbos? Can he do malacha today? Can he not do malacha? The Ravuna says the moment he realizes that he's lost, he doesn't know what day it is, he counts 6 days of weekdays, and on the 7th day, he rests Shabbos. The Rav says the opposite. The day that he finds out he does Shabbos immediately, and he counts 6 days. The Machlekes says, do we go by Bria Soila, and do 6 days and then Shabbos? Or Rav says, no, it's like other Marisha. He was born, there was immediately the Shabbos, then 6 days of weekday. From the Brisa, there's a question on Chia Rav, because the Brisa seems like it says, you keep, for every 6 days that you keep one Shabbos. In fact, as the Brisa says, Mefurish, you count 6 days, and then you keep Shabbos. What do you do? Says the Gemara, all 7 days. This is amazing. The guy wakes up in the desert. His life is really bad, but it gets even worse. He cannot be Mechal Shabbos every single day of the week, only to sustain himself. He could only take enough food to live b'tzimtzum. And the day that he keeps for Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and Havdalah. If he recalls the day that he left, you could assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos. But he cannot assume that that day was also not Friday. In other words, get 2 free days. Because it's very possible that he got a good ride and he left on a Friday. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot that today is Shabbos, has to bring a carbon for every Shabbos that he forgot. Whereas if a person forgot the concept of Shabbos, he brings 1 carbon for his entire life. Why? What's the difference? There's a contradiction in the Psukim. The Shanu B'nai Yisrael as a Shabbos is singular. You have to keep 1 Shabbos. And then it says the Shmoiru in the plural. So which one is it? It says the Gemara of the Shamru is referring to if a person didn't have the concept of Shabbos, according to Rabbi, he brings 1 carbon for all the Shabbos. But if he knew about Shabbos, just he forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for each and every Shabbos. Rabbi Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite of the Psukim. He says, V'shom b'nei Yisrael says Shabbos means every single Shabbos you're over in Aveira. It's 1 Shabbos. So he says, the Shmoiru, all the Shabbosim that you mechalel equal 1 carbon, and that's referring to the case where you lost the concept of Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
Just lean away from the wall. Flip the pillow. Did you, when you appreciate what to eat or what you like to eat? Because he's just like, so, like, you know how some people have chefs.
Shabbos Daf Ayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf into Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned 3 rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was that if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today is Shabbos, even though he did many malachas that were asur, he only brings 1 carbon chatos. Every Shabbos he brings another carbon chatos. If a person knows that today is Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha of Koitzer is asur, that the malacha of Zereya is asur. He forgot that it's asur. So he brings on each and every malacha a chatos. The question is why? It says we're not very simple. If a person forgot that today's Shabbos and he did a few malachas, then he only had 1 forgetfulness. His mistake was 1 that he forgot that today's Shabbos. He brings 1 carbon. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring a carbon on each forgetfulness. But how do we know that you're chayiv on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in 1 aveira, chilul Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate between malacha and malacha? It says Shmuel because the Torah says kol ha'oisa me'alacha yumas. If you do a malacha b'mezid, you die, you get the death penalty. So then why does the Torah repeat itself and say, Mois Yumas? The answer is because the Torah is not talking about mezid. If you can't be talking about mezid, you must be talking about shaygit. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like death. To spend money on a carbon. Right. The Torah says, Mois Yumas, you bring many karbanas on one Shabbos. There's a very famous machlokes in Shas. The Torah says that you shall not light a fire in Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that malacha from all the malachas? Says Rabbi Yossi Lilav Yotzos. All the 39 malachas, the other 38 malachas, if one does it b'eidim u'b'hasra, you get skila. B'mezid. If you do b'mezid without eidim and asra, you get kares. If you do the shayya, you get a chatas. Lighting a fire is different. All you get is a lav. There's no kares, no skila, no carbon. Comes Rav Nosson and says no. The reason why the Torah points out Eish is to tell us l'chalik, that every single malacha, you bring it, your own carbon, if you're over on it, just like Shmuel says. It says Eila Hadvarim. Eila, Aleph, Lamed, Hey, is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because Dvarim is plural 2. Hadvarim with Hey Yediyah is the third one. 3 plus 36, 39 malachas. If you do them, you're chayiv a carbon for each and every one. According to Rabbi Yossi, he learns this concept of dividing the malachas, and for each one you have to bring a carbon from the pasuk of Va'asa me'achas meheina. He learns 4 drushes from those 3 words. Me'achas, which is extra men, meheina is extra men. And he learns me'achas means that if a person intended to write on Shabbos the word Shimon, the name Shimon, and he ended up writing just the first 2 letters, Shem, he's also over, because that's all you need is 2 ICIs, and if you did Shem, Shimon is chayiv. The mem of Mehena teaches us Toldos. Not only Ava is chayiv, but even for the Toldos. And then he goes on to learn Achas Mehena means Achas Shehi Hena. In other words, if a person knew that it's Shabbos, but he forgot about the malachas, he's chayiv for each and every malacha. This is what Shmuel was saying. Or Hena, Shehi Achas teaches us that if a person forgot that it's Shabbos, but he knew about the malachas, so he's chayiv for Shabbos. Now the reason why Shmuel didn't learn from Rabbi Yossi's limud of 4 limudim from the Asam Me'achas Mehena is because he doesn't want to learn 4. He could learn 2 things. He learns the concept of Toldos, and he learns Shem Mishimai, but doesn't learn Achashi Hena Vehena Shiachas. Says Rabbi, what happens if a person did 2 things? He forgot 2 things. First of all, he forgot that it's Shabbos, and he forgot that a few of the malachas that he's doing are also. What comes first? If you say that a person that forgot Shabbos only has to bring 1 carbon, so even though that he forgot a bunch of malachas, he only has 1 carbon. Perhaps no, he should bring a carbon for each one of the malachas that he forgot. Rav Nachman wants to say, since he forgot Shabbos, that's it. It's all over. All he has to do is bring 1 carbon. The fact that he forgot different malachas, he doesn't have to bring another carbon. Rav Ashi says, depends why he's retreating. If you tell him, hey, it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, then he only brings 1 carbon. If you say, hey, you're doing a malacha and he stops, then he has to bring a carbon for each and every one. Says Ravina, that doesn't make sense. The reason why a person stops doing malacha is because he realizes that Shabbos. And Shabbos means that you can't do malachas. They're one and the same. So therefore he says there's no difference and you only bring 1 carbon. As we had yesterday, the Mishnah in this parak later on says there are 39 malachas. And the Gemara asks the question, why does it say a number? We know how to count. It says Rabbi Yochanan to tell us that if you do 39 malachas, it's possible up until 39 malachas, you're chayiv up to 39 karbanis, the 1 helam and 1 awareness, 1 Shabbos. Now, if we hold like Rabbi Yochanan, that knowing that what you're doing is wrong, just you forgot that there's an Isra Karas, and that's considered a shaygin, that's an awareness. You're aware that there's a Shabbos. You know that it's Shabbos today because you know there's an Isra. But according to Rish Lakish, that in order to be over a shaygin, in order to be over 39 malachas, you can't know that it's Asr B'chlau. You don't know that there's a Lav, you don't know that there's a Karas. So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. And we said if he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he only brings 1 carbon. So how is it possible that he's chayiv 39 karbanos? The answer is because Rish Lakish is going to hold, like we said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva holds them in the Raisa, there's an Isser Tchumen. You can't go out of 2,000 amas from your domain. So that's number 40. You're just not chayav a carbon. She's aware of Shabbos and the fact that you can't walk more than 2,000 amos, but he forgot about the 39 malachas. That's how he's chayav 39 karbanos. Have a wonderful day.
And I did, and it was, I think she kind of appreciated it, but it was still, I don't think much. She's very good. But yeah, like Tim and Carolyn Connor was that shit was good. I love that. What else did I like? I'm trying to think of a show where I had like a
Stop is not buying knowledge. The word tells us a very interesting concept called greva, to drag something. If somebody did tzira and china, he reaped and he ground two separate malachas, but not knowing that it's Shabbos. You bring one carbon for those two malachas. And then in one awareness, he continued doing those two malachas. He did tzira and china again. However, this time he didn't realize that tzira and china are asr. They're malachas. The halacha is you bring one carbon, and that's enough for all four malachas. Why? You bring the carbon on the first tzira. Tzira and the tzira below it are all the same. They all happen in one awareness. If a person does 10 malachas, the same malacha, all in one awareness, you bring one carbon. The top box, tzira and china, they are goyer of each other. Tzira pulls the china to it. So one carbon is enough for the tzira and china on the top box, because they all happen in one Shabbos, and you're forgetting that it's Shabbos. And once the carbon works for china, it works for the china below it. Machlokes is in another case. The same exact case, but his idea, his knowledge of what happened, occurred first to the tzira that he forgot that the malach is also. The bottom box. Now, the bottom box is not connected to china. They're separate boxes because the two malachas are individual. Therefore, Abaye says we go upwards. Tzira and tzira, we said it happened in one awareness, one carbon for both. Then it turns left. It goes from tzira to china. That even Rabbi did. The question is, now that china is involved, do I go downwards to the china below it? According to Abaye, you do two graders. You go from tzira to china and from china to china. Two graders. According to Rabbi, I only go one grader. So I go from tzira to tzira, and then from tzira to china, one carbon for three things, but the china on the bottom of shiglas malachas, you need to bring your own carbon. If a person ate 2 zeisei chelas, 2 hours worth of chelas, 1 and 2, and then he had a knowledge that he ate zeis number 1, and then he continued eating a third zeis. The center chela, the center olive worth of chela, is connected in awareness of olive number 1 and connected to awareness of olive number 3. So if you were to bring a carbon for the center one, it would work for 1 and 3. But what if you brought a carbon just for number 1? According to Abaye, it works on all the kazesim because of the concept of greira. 1 is connected to 2, and 2 pulls in 3. According to Rabbi, it doesn't work. It only works on 1 and 2, and not on 3. And if I bring a carbon on 3, it only works for 3 and not for 1 and 2. But after Rabbi heard the concept of greira from Abaye, he admitted to Abaye that it works, but it only works once and not twice, as we explained before. Rabbi Zera argues in Abaye and Rabbi, where Abaye and Rabbi say that tzira that was done to Shigga Shabbos, I forgot that it's Shabbos, the carbon I bring on that could work on tzira that I forgot that the malach was up. Even though there are 2 types of averos, one is forgetting that it's Shabbos, one is forgetting the malach, one carbon works for both. Rabbi Zera argues and says no. And therefore, if I have a half a kazayis of Shigga Shabbos, it doesn't combine with a half a kazayis of Shigga Malachas to be mechayiv me 1 carbon. Rabbi Shua says that 2 kazeisei chela that were cooked 2 different ways. Let's say 2 pieces of chicken. One was Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is straight, and one was Panda Express, which is straight. One is fried, and one is Chinese. Even though they're both chicken, each lesson is prepared differently to type 2 katas. One lesson says, even so, that they are completely different, but when it comes to 2 halves, if one was Kentucky Fried, but only a half a kazayis, and the other one was Panda Express, a half a kazayis, they are mitzvah together to create one whole kazayis that he would be kind of a carbon because Rabbi Shua doesn't say Zalacha, he'd be Mako, the pattern from the carbon. The other Lashon is no. Rabbi Shua is consistent throughout, and even if it means that Havkazais and Havkazais do not combine together, it makes it Kula, he still goes with his Shita that two types of food are not the same. The Gemara tells us that when you have 4 different types of food that are also to eat, Caleb, Dab, Mersham, people eat 4 korbanos. If you have 2 types, 2 of the same, 2 Caleb, you'll bring 1 for both if it happened in 1 Helam. That's the chumrah of different types over 1 type. Now, 1 type has a chumrah over 2 types, and that is, if a person ate a half a kazayis, and then another half a kazayis, even though he had knowledge in between the 2 half a kazayis, that knowledge is not enough to be machalik and say that he doesn't have to bring any carbon. Big machlokes in the sugya between Rabbi and Rabbi Shlokish, it takes up almost the full amud. If a person ate 3 kazayis in 1 awareness, but his knowledge on kazayis number 1 happened before the knowledge of number 2, how many karbanos does he bring? 1 or 2? Rabbi says he brings 2 karbanos. He brings a pasuk. He says al katasoi, each chet and chet. And Rabbi says you bring 2 mechatasoi, so even part of it you bring a carbon. Now, if you'll say that the machlokes between Rabbi and Shlokish is discussing a situation before he designated the carbon, that's where the machlokes is. The machlokes is whether Yudhiyah is machalik or hafrosh is machalik. In other words, when I say that the knowledge, or perhaps it's the hafrosh that's machalik, the designation. So if you say that the machlokes happened before that hafrosh, so Rabbi will say Yudhiyah is machalik, and according to Shlokish, the hafrosh is machalik. And the word meichatasa, according to Rabbi Yochanan, we'll have to explain in a very interesting case. The case is a person ate 1.5 kazay sechel in 1 awareness, but his knowledge happened later on only on 1 kazayis out of the 1.5. And later on he ate another half a kazayis. Perhaps since the second half of kazayis can combine with the first half of kazayis because they are in 1 awareness, bring the second carbon on those 2 halves. And it says Rabbi Yochanan, no, meichatasa tells me that since I'm bringing a carbon on the first kazayis, including that first kazayis is its partner, the half of kazayis. And the half of kazayis cannot be inspired to the second half of kazayis. And if we're going to say that the machlokes is on after the designation, and Rabbi Yochanan is going to say that hafrosh is a machalik, and Rish Lakish will say kapara machalik, that only once you shut the animal and you use rika, the kapara, that's when you start all over again and you have to bring another carbon. Then al chatasai, what does Rish Lakish do with al chatasai? He'll say that pasuk is referring to after the kapara. Have a wonderful day.
Let's start with the real question. The real question is cloning going on? Yeah, it is. I knew it. Well, I'm saying, let's just say that. Let's start there. That's not a myth, or that's not a conspiracy theory that we are at the point.
Shabbos daf ayin beis. I don't want to say anything, but yesterday's daf ayin aleph. It was one of the most difficult dafim, at least for me, to give over. Today's daf is a lot easier. The Gemara describes Ashim Kali and Ashim Badai. The person has a suffix whether or not he ate a piece of meat. He has 2 pieces of meat on top of him. And he's not sure if he ate the one that belongs to Hekdesh or the one that's Chula. So he sets aside a carbon Ashim Kali. According to a carbon, he could stipulate and make it not and say, if I find out at a later time that what I ate was indeed Hekdesh, so the carbon I already brought today should work for tomorrow. In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge when you bring the carbon. If it's not necessary to have knowledge doesn't accomplish anything. Sezula, a tremendous chiddush. So, if a person was boiled a shifra charufa 5 times, shifra charufa is a shifra knanis who's engaged to be married to Eved Ivri, and a person had 5 relationships with her, and in between each relationship, he had a knowledge, he had a idea. Since the idea, the knowledge, doesn't accomplish anything, I can bring 1 carbon at the end, and it would potter all 5 acts. The Gemara goes on to say that according to everybody, if a person designated a carbon for his first act, that designation stops everything. It's machal. And anything past that designation, you'd have to bring another carbon. But according to Rabbi Kiva, who argues on Rabbi Kiva, it says that by Osham Bade, you need knowledge in order to bring the carbon. then Asham Vadai is no different than a Chatas. And just like we had the other day, that the Machlik in a Chatas, if a person ate 2 pieces of Chayla in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was Chayla, that knowledge, Yediyah, is Machalik according to Rabbi. It separates and divides, and therefore you would have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Rish Lakish, that Yediyah is not Machalik, you bring 1 korban. The same Allah would apply to Asham. So if a person had a Yediyah in between acts, you would have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Rabbi, according to Rish Lakish, just 1 korban. And now we go on to the sugya of Misasek. Misasek is someone that's preoccupied. He does something inadvertently because he's preoccupied. For instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts a fruit off the ground, does zero. That's a Misasek. He's completely putter according to everybody. But what happens if he intends to cut fruit A, which is detached from the ground, but he ends up cutting fruit B, which is attached to the ground? According to Rabbi, this is not a Chatikah Yisur. He didn't intend to do a wrongful cutting, and therefore he's putter. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful cutting, but he intended to cut, and he accomplished cutting, and therefore it's a shaygig, and he's cut. The Gemara goes on to bring a raya, the Rava, from a brisa that has a reisha and a seifa. The reisha, the Gemara says, is referring to why Shabbos is more stringent than other averos, meaning avodah zarah. Avodah zarah. In other words, if a person does 2 malachas on Shabbos, he's chayav 2 korbanos. That's very stringent. Versus avodah zarah, he does 3 avodah zarahs in one awareness. He chefs an animal for avodah zarah. He brings the animal on in his bear for avodah zarah. He pours wine for avodah zarah. All 3. He only brings 1 korban, which is less stringent than Shabbos. The brisa, the seifa of the brisa, and that's the right to Rabbi, says the opposite. And there's something in other ways. Other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, a person is shaygay without kavana. By other mitzvahs, he's chayiv, and Shabbos is putter. What's the example? If he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating chayla. In other averos, mitzvahs, he's chayiv a korban, and in Shabbos he's putter. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rabbi, or according to the Brisa, he's putter, and it's exactly what Rabbi said. So it's a good raya for Rabbi. Abai will say that the shaygig over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat, and he would be chayiv. Now shaygig Shabbos is referring to when he tried to lift the knife up, and by doing so he cut a fruit, and that, according to everybody, is putter. But in Rabbi's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already detached, but he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached, he'd be chayiv. Now the Gemara just goes on to say that we can't say that the reisha is not talking about avodah zarah. The reisha, let's say, is talking about 2 malachas of Shabbos, tzir and tchina, versus 2 averos like chaylev and dam. Well, they would be equal. Shabbos, you'd be chayiv 2 korbanos, and chaylev and dam, you'd be chayiv 2 korbanos. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about avodah zarah. Now the seifa cannot be talking about avodah zarah. The person did a shaygay, he's chayiv. That's not true. By avodah zarah, all shaygayim are putter. For instance, the person thinks that he's bowing in a shul, but in fact he's bowing to avodah zarah. He's completely putter because his heart is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And if a person is bowing to a statue, and he decided that the statue is avodah zarah, then it's avodah zarah, then he's amazing. And if he doesn't decide that the statue is avodah zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to avodah zarah out of fear for his life or out of love? Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul, should be meiser nefesh. But what if he did do it? He's also putter, according to Rabbi. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the Sefer is talking about other mitzvahs, and the Reish is talking about avodah zarah. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Because I'm saying, I read about Jesus getting to the mountaintop and the devil saying you can have all of this, and saying you don't have anything. So that's what I got to think of too. So I'm going to follow suit.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continue with yesterday's amazing sugya of Misasek. We had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rabbi, that's not a chaticha de yisura. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being asur, so therefore he's completely patur. It's not even a shayk. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is asur doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shayk and has to bring a cut. The Gemara brings two more cases where Rabbi and Rabbi argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw 2 amas in Rosh Hashanah, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be chay. The shear is 4 amas, but his ball traveled 4 amas. Over here it's different. He intended to do a half a isser, whereas the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It was detached. It's completely mutter. Rav in this case says he's patur, and Rabbi says he's chay. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other 2 cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 amas. And he knows that throwing 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah is asur. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rosh Hashanah. He thought he's standing in Rosh Hashanah. According to Rabbi, he's patur. According to Abaya, he's chay. But if we go back to the middle case, a person intended to throw an object 2 amas, and it traveled 4 amas. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaya says he's chay. If so, we take the sugya. We had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there's 39 avos malachas. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you could get up to 39 karbanos in one Shabbos, in one awareness. But if a person is a shaygig in all 39 malachas, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos is. If there's no isurim that it's not Shabbos, then today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. So the Gemara says, but according to Abaya, it's possible that he knows that all these malachas are asur. He's a shaygig. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a kuseva, sagasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he didn't have. According to Abaya, it's a shaygig. He's chayav. But according to Rabbi, it says that he's patur in that case. So we have to say that the reason that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his shaygig is that he doesn't know this consequence that he gets paris, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th malacha called the Tchumim. He's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amas on Shabbos. And now for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechta Shabbos, describing the 39 avos malachas. Avos malachas are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each av malacha has 39 toldos. Rabbi and Rish Lakish discovered after 3.5 years, and each one is chayiv b'deraisa, just like the av. But we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the samamanim, the dyes, and all these 39 malachas have to do with the melechas hamishpah. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the mishpah, and 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dyes. 13 of them are to make fabric, and the fabric was needed for the Urias hamishpah. 7 of them are for the hides, for the tachash, for the top of the mishpah. 2 of them are for the pyros. Pyros have words on them, and then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, take out, take another rishus, makam and package. And let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. We're talking about in our Yisrael, they plow first to soften up the ground, then they sow the seeds, and they plow it again. And the chiddush is that even the second harisha plowing is considered av malacha. The next one is, well, we discussed Zereya, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that that includes also zoymer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's like you're planting. Noitea is when you plant a sapling of a tree. Magrit is when you take a vine and you put it into the ground. Markiv is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of av malacha, and if you do all of them, you're only chayav 1 carbon. Chayrish, as we discussed, is the plow. So that includes also chayfer, to dig, and chayretz, to make a furrow, and they're all considered one malacha. You do all 3 of them, you chayav 1 carbon. Chaytzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes baitzer, anavim, grapes, vayder tmarim, dates, masik zaysim, olives, and figs. They're all considered one malacha. You do all on one Shabbos and one awareness, you chayav 1 carbon. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rava says that it includes things that are not gedulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in a pile. Rabbi says it's only gedulei karka, something that grows in the ground. Dash, to thresh, to separate the kernel from the shaft. That includes menapet and menapet. That's the beat flax and cotton. Is considered one melacha. If you do all three of those, you have one carbon. If somebody is zomer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has two intents. One is he wants the wood, and the other intent is he wants to grow more. So he's over on two melachas. And the same would apply to aspaska. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with beets. You chayev for chaitzer and noitaya. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more, and you want the actual item. If you have a small pile of dirt, it depends where you are. So it's all in the intent. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, that's boina. If you are in your field, that's chayrish because you're softening up the dirt for seeding. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's boina. You're fixing the floor. And if it's in the field, it's chayrish. An amazing shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want the dirt. You are chayav. Even according to Rabbi Yehuda that says, melacha shein tzricha legufa, you are chayav. Meaning, if you do a melacha, but you don't want that one, the melacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having. But in this case, Rabbi Yehuda would agree that since you are metaltal, you're ruining something. You are potter. But Papa says that you take dirt and you throw it at a palm tree in order to get the dates. You're chayiv on two things. First of all, you are chayish, which is chaitzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. Second of all, you're mefarid, which is a malach of dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the dates from the wood around it. And Rabbi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are potter. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the three types of separation. Boyer, Zoyra, and Merake. Have a wonderful day.
You know what I mean? Just on this baby schedule that has no schedule except it's crazy. Life changing. Say that happen. But you have pets.
Shabbos daf Ayin Daled. Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoyra, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakit, sifting. They accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Kodesh, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. Says Abaya, but since poor people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh would be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle, but what we can take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's if it's food from within the waste and not the waste from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a kli, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you can do boirer and eat it, you can do boirer and give it to your friend, and then the brisa does a 180. You cannot do boirer, and if you do boirer, you have to bring a chatas. Perhaps the Reish is talking about for that day, and that's mutter, but if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatas. The Gemara says that can't be. There is no malacha that you can cook on Shabbos, but you can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the brisa is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half a boirer, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's a chiyuv chatas. Chatzi shir also min ha-Torah, the Gemara says, it's impossible. There is no melacha that you could do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome min ha-Torah, you just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the Brisa is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but if you do it with karam v'tamchoy, that's only Isser Rabbanon with a funnel or with a plate. That's Kilachar Yad. That's not the real way of doing Bayer. But if you do it the real way with the real sifter, a Napo Kvara, that's the Isser Raisa. Gemara says, but it doesn't say anything, any mention of Kalim in that Raisa. Perhaps it's talking about Oichal Metoich Psoilas. And that's mutter, but Psoilas Metoich Oichal is also, again, the Raisa doesn't mention anything about Oichal Metoich Psoilas. It says Abaye, therefore I say the Pshat is La'alter.
Yo, dog,
It says the Raisa that you eat it, meaning immediately. If you eat it immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's an Isser Bayer D'Oraisa. The Rishonim explains the Abaye agrees to the concept of Biyad and Oichal Metoich Psoilas. He just adds that you need also Miyad right away. Gemara tells a story. Rabbi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilas on the table in front of Rabbi Ami and Ravasi. And Rav Dimi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because Rabbi held that even Oichal Metoich Psoilas is Asur, and therefore he spread it on the table that there shouldn't be a problem with Bayer. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show Ayin Yafa. He wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmusin type of the bean is considered Psoilas Metoich Oichal, even if you take out the actual fruit, because it requires 7 cookings. And even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichal, the actual bean, it turns into psoilas. It can ruin other beans. And now we go to Amud Beis. The Gemara tells us halacha, not in Bayer. Now we're done with Bayer. If somebody takes a peach and chops it up really, really thin, he minces it, that is considered teichen, grinding. If it applies to all vegetables, if you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also teichen, grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatech. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut leather to a certain size, it's mechatech, cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tana talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking samimonim? Says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to, they're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the Isser of mevashal, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up. That's bishul. You'd also be over on bishul if you take tar, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you softened it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says Gemara, it's possible to be over on teichen, the dirt, fire the dirt, merakid, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, memachek, you smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mevashel it. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called makeh b'pat. No baina, says Rashi, because there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kelim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averos. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesach, you do shtei batenirim, you start it out in the 2 loops, oireg, you put the reeds together, and makeh b'patish. And if you are to bend over the top and make a lip for it, you could be over also on kaifer, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot. If you were to do tviyah, spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, machlokes. According to Rabbi Bukhari, it could be over on 3 things. Guy says, minapitz, untangling it, and tviyah, spinning. Rav Kahana says, but since it's on the animal is alive, or it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore you're not over, and that's klachiyat, you're not over. Even though in the Mishkan you had women that did the tviyah, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's chachama, it has special chachma, but today it's considered klachiyat. If one were to pluck a feather from a bird, you're over on geizes. If you cut it specifically on the top, you're over on mechatech, and if you pull off the feathers, the small feathers, off the stem, you're over on memachek, smoothing it out. Where was there not in the Mishkan? The folks who were trapping the chilazon to make tchelas, they used nets and they would add to the net and take off from the net. So they made chiras and they made knots and they would undo the knots. Now, you can't say that the pshat is that there were 2 knots and 2 threads in the Mishkan and you undid one, because even for a regular king you wouldn't do so. So certainly not for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Taifer, sewing means one in, one out. In other words, one full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. Have a wonderful day.
Perfect when you know each other. I heard you say that you feel like we're about to enter like a golden era.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Hey. One of the Lamatas Malachas in the Mishnah is Korea Almanas Litvar, tearing in order to sew. Where in the Mishnah do we find this? If a worm, for instance, made a hole in one of the panels, we don't just leave it as is and sew it, we tear it even more in order to make a proper stitch. Rav Zutra heard 3 things from Rav at the same exact time, and they are seemingly connected. If a person takes a thread and tightens the thread in order to pull 2 pieces of garment together, that is considered sewing. If a person learns Torah from a Magash, what is a Magash? Machlokes, he's Chayev Misa. Rav says a Magash is a Megadev, somebody that constantly talks about Avodah Zarah, and the concern is it will influence you Avodah Zarah. We see that Rav said that if a person learns from a Magash even one thing, he's Chayev Misa. Obviously, he's not talking about a Machashev, a sorcerer, because it's not also to learn from a sorcerer in order to understand what they do and how to prevent it. But it is also to learn from Avodah Zarah. Shmuel, on the other hand, says a Magash is a Machashev, a sorcerer. And the third thing he said is that if a person knows how to calculate mazalois and kufais, the constellations and those sort of things, and he doesn't do so, he's over on the pasuk V'spayil Hashem lo yabitu, the beautiful creations of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They don't see u'ma'aseh yadav lo yiro, and they don't see his handiwork, and therefore it's also to talk to such a person. Rabbi Yochanan says, in fact, it's a mitzvah to calculate kufais and mazalois, as it says in the pasuk Shmat Masisim ki chochmaschem u'binaschem. This is your chachma le'enei ha'amim, towards the nations. Explains Rashi that you will know through the mazalas when it will start raining, when it will be hot, etc. One of the malachas in the Mishnah is Hatzot Tzvi, capturing an animal, a deer. Included in that is trapping a fish, a chilazoin, the snail that you make the tchelas from. If you squeeze the dye out of the chilazoin, you're not over on dash, according to the Tanakama, which is threshing. Dash is only in Gidulei Karka, something that grows from the ground. The argues and says you can do dash even on an animal. You're not over on the Tilas Hashama, although you killed this snail, you're not over on the Tilas Hashama. Even Rav Shimon admits by Gracia that if you were to chop an animal's head off and said, I didn't mean to kill it, you know that obviously he's going to die. In this case, since he wants the snail to stay alive, it's in his benefit that the snail should continue living, since the dye will be clear, therefore is considered a mesasek, and he's potter. What is the isser to chef an animal? According to Shmuel, it's netilas neshama. According to Rav, there's also netilas neshama, but in addition to that, there's the isser of soiveya of a dye. Says Rav, I don't want people in future generations to make fun of me and laugh. Let me explain myself. A person would prefer to have blood on the neck of the animal by the makam shchita, so that other people will see that it's fresh meat and they'll come and they'll buy it. It says in the Mishnah, 2 malachas. If you salt the hide and you tan the hide. Rabbi and Rabbi both say that those are one of the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the malacha of misartet, of creating lines like we have in the Sefer, putting lines into the hide. This is also Daraisa. Rabbi Ravuna says, and this is explained by Ravashi, if you salt meat because you want to keep it for long term, you want to go on the way with it, that is ma'abed, that's tanning. Rava says there's no such thing as tanning food, and it's not also. The Mishnah says, smoothing out and cutting. Says Ravacha Bar Chanina, you could be over a memachik of smoothing out if you smooth out dirt between the pillars of a building. Rishon Levi says 3 halachas. If you cut wood for a fence and you sharpen the top so people can't climb over, you're over on mechatir, on cutting wood in specific lengths. If you take a bandage and you put it over a wound and you have a cream and ointment and you smooth out the ointment, that is memachir. Anything that that you're doing a gemar malacha, you're finishing off the object, that's called makeh b'kadish, one of the last malachas in the Mishnah. For instance, if you take a stone that's already not attached, detached from the ground, and you smooth it out, or you make a depiction on a kli, you blow glass, or if you have a garment that the small things in it, little fibers bother you, and you take them out, that's makeh b'kadish. They had writing in the Mishkan, and that was just like on a sukkah panel, you write, this is 1, 2, north, south. They have the same thing on the chayros of the Mishkan. However, erasing is more stringent than writing. Writing, you need 2 ICOs. Doesn't matter how big the ice is. But erasing, even erasing one very large ice where you can write 2 ICOs, would also be over. The Rosh points out, it doesn't have to be erasing a letter, it could be erasing a glob of ink, as long as you're making room to write 2 letters. We learned in the Mishnah, these are the Avos Malachos. What is it? These are the Avos Malachos. Tell us that there aren't more than the 39 mentions, although according to Rabbi Lezer, you're also chayav on every tolda. If you do it together with the Av, you'd be chayav. In addition to the Av, you'd be chayav for the tolda. Our Mishnah holds you're chayav 1 for the Av, and all the toldas are included in that Av. According to Rabbi Yehuda, there are an additional 2 malachas, bringing you up to 41. Shoivek and Medaktik. These are malachas concerning weaving. You bring down the chassis, the erev. But we have in our Mishnah, Arba'im Chasar Achas, 1 less than 40, meaning we don't include those 2. Those 2 are included in Mesa and Oire. Says the new Mishnah, there's another rule, not a large rule like the first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. And we're talking about Yitzhak for the next few days. We're talking about Yitzhak for a while. In order to be over on Yitzhak from one rishus to another rishus, it has to be an item that you typically store, and it has the right shear that you would store. If typical people don't store this, but you store it, you yourself will be over and no one else. In Machlokes in Gemara, what's an item that people don't store? One man says Dam Nida, the other man says Asherah tree. Another desire tree, which is also Asherah. Another one says Dam Nida certainly would agree with Asherah, since it's Asherah is not something people store. Although Dam Nida, even once you showed it to the Rabbi, there's no need for it at all. You could possibly feed it to a cat. The Prophet says that's a terrible idea. The person that the dam comes from will suffer if a cat drinks that blood. And finally, our Mishnah cannot be going according to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who says that there's a difference between a wealthy person and a poor person in terms of the shear. Different people need different amounts, and our Mishnah argues and says everybody has the same shear. Have a wonderful day.
Mystique about you, so I think sometimes I don't know when it's like okay to joke around and stuff, so you just try and figure it out as you go, I hope that is not correct. It's just saying that yes, it is always okay to joke around. And I appreciate it. I definitely feel that for sure more than other interviews.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Vav. We're continuing with yesterday's Mishnah. What constitutes an object that people care about, and therefore it's also to bring out from one domain to another domain? Rabbi Shimon comes up with a third opinion. And he says, if this object typically people don't care about, but you do care about it, you showed interest in it, and you keep it, you just cause the entire world to be over the Isra of Eitzah if they take it out. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to animal food, what's the shear? Says the Mishnah, well, it depends on every type of food and who eats this food. For instance, if you're talking about teven, which is the top part of the straw which cows eat, then it all depends on the cow. So the shear is a cow's mouthful of teven. Anything less than that, you're not tired. If you're talking about atzah, which is bean straw, which only camels typically eat, so then the shear is a camel's mouthful, which is larger than a cow's mouthful. If you're talking about the bottom part of the straw, the kash, that's what sheep eat. So it's a sheep's mouthful, which is, in fact, a gregaris, a dried fig. Grass and garlic and onion leaves, if they're dry, that becomes goat food, and it's a goat's mouthful. And if they are moist, it's no longer raw for a goat. That becomes human consumption, and therefore it's a gregaris, a dried fig. This is machlekes. What happens if a person takes out camel food, this bean straw, and he takes out the right amount for a cow? A cow's mouthful, and he wants to give it to the cow. But really it says, since it's a achila b'chad, cows typically don't eat this, then he's fine. The Son says, but occasionally the cow would eat it, it's chayiv. But everybody agrees if you take out regular straw for a camel, but the shear is the shear of a cow. Mouthful. Now you have the proper shear. Yes, you're going to feed it to a camel, and the camel's mouth is much larger. Nevertheless, you're chayiv because you took out the proper shear for a cow. All these different foods in the Mishnah do not combine one with another, unless you're taking the more chomer to combine it with the less chomer. For instance, if you're dealing with camel food, and the shear is a camel's mouthful, it's a lot, but you're missing a half a dried fig, and you take sheep food, which all you need is a dried fig, and you take a half of that and add it to the camel food, then you have a full shear. But if you do the reverse, you're missing a half a gregaris for sheep food, and you try to take a half a gregaris of camel food of bean straw, that's not going to work. And the reason is because people would take and combine these foods to show as samples to sell. And we have a similar halacha when it comes to different garments and different fabrics. What constitutes a fabric to be mekabel tumah? So a regular fabric is 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. If you're talking about a sack, it's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Leather is 5 tefachim by 5. And a reed mat is 6 by 6. Each one can combine with the one below. So the mat can combine with the leather, and the leather can combine with the sack, etc. Why? Because they can combine to the tumah of Moshe. So since there's a situation where they can combine with each other, they combine in all situations, and therefore, by us also, since there's a situation where you sample this and sell it together, they combine together. Human food, the shear for Eitzah is a gregaris, a dry fig, and that's why all food can combine with each other because they all share the same shear. When it comes to human food, we don't consider the pit, the shell, the oikets, the little piece, the little branch that sticks out, subin amursin, which is fine bran, coarse bran. Rabbi Yehuda says that the peel of lentils and beans are mitzvah to the actual food, but old beans are not mitzvah because they look like dead flies in your food. The coarse and the fine bran are mitzvah for the shear of challah. Why? Because it's considered lechem haaretz. Poor people eat it, so it's considered bread. But in terms of Shabbos, when you need something chashuv, that's not chashuv, it's not considered food, and therefore, for the shear of Shabbos, it's not mitzvah. And with this, we finished Perek Klal Gadol, Hadron Aloch Klal Gadol. The next Perek is called Hamoiti Yain. We're continuing with the halachas of Eitzah. When it comes to liquids, what is the shear? So wine, the shear is enough to make kiddush, which is a quarter of a revius of wine, which you would add 3/4 of a revius of water to. When it comes to milk, as much as you can swallow. Honey, as much as you put on a wound. And oil, enough to anoint a small limb. Water, in order to make anointment for an eye. And other liquids is a revius, and other waste liquids is a revius. Reb Shimon says all the shiurim in the Mishnah are one, and that is a revius. Now, if you decided to keep and hide, put aside the smaller shiurim, then you just created with those smaller shiurim a chiyuv. However, the Tanna Kama holds that once you decide that something is valuable to you, and you don't need the shiurim of the Mishnah, even less than those shiurim, also our chayiv and mitzvah. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos daf ayin zayin. Rabbi proves from our Mishnah that since most liquids, the shear of Eitzah, take out liquids into Rosh Hashanah is revius. Therefore, wine, the shear is a quarter of a revius. Because in order to drink the wine, you need to dilute it with 3 parts water. Asks Abaya that in Mesachus Nida it says Yain HaShiroini is 2 parts water, not 3. In addition to that, asks Abaya, but you didn't add the water yet. So why are you chayav on just taking out a quarter of a revius? Says Rabbi, because a quarter of a revius is chashuv, and in order to be over on it has to be something that's chashuv. Since you could add water, even though you didn't, it's chashuv. The fact that you asked me from Mesachus Nida and Shiroini is very weak wine. It's 2 parts water to 1 part wine. Or we're discussing the coloration red. It's 2 parts water, 1 part wine. Nothing says the Yisai, where wine needs a revius, or a quarter of a revius. When it comes to congealed wine, you need a full kezayis, which equals to a full revius, not a quarter revius. And we have a similar halacha, says Rabbi Yosef, when it comes to tumah of the blood of an avela, where Bishami says it's tar, it's one of the places that Bishami is making. And Basil say it's coming provided that's a full revius, which in turn could turn into a kezayis of congealed blood. Kezayis blood. The Gemara has 2 questions. When it comes to tumah, the shear is kezayis. When it comes to Shabbos, the shear is revius. Therefore, there's no correlation between the 2 aspects. Perhaps blood, which is thicker than wine, requires a kezayis. But wine needs a lot more than a revius to create a kezayis. And therefore, if you take out into Rosh Hashanah less than a kezayis congealed wine, maybe you're already over. Maybe in that you have a revius. On the other hand, perhaps wine this then needs a revius. Perhaps blood that's thicker needs less than a revius to create a kezayis. The Mishnah uses the word gemiyah. The shear for milk is the swallow. Gemiyah. Says the Gemara, in our Mishnah, gemiyah is spelled with the aleph, not an ayin. But there are 3 other Mishnayos in some Shabbos that have a word that could be spelled either way, aleph and ayin, and they're all spelled with the ayin. Yar'inim, oinemois, and ma'amtzi. They're all with the ayin. The milk of an animal, the shear is enough to swallow a goat. The milk of a woman and the white of an egg is enough to put into the anointment called keeler. And keeler itself is enough to mix it with water. That's the shear. The Gemara remains in the takeaway. As Rashi explains, we're talking about putting this ointment in 2 eyes. The Gemara just asks, is it enough to put in 2 eyes, or 2 eyes plus whatever remains on your finger, which is a larger shear? Rabbi says an amazing, famous saying: everything HaKadosh Baruch Hu created in this world is for a purpose. Even an annoying fly can serve a purpose to heal the bite of a hornet, the sting of a hornet. And the slug, which you think has no purpose, could heal a wound. A mosquito could heal a snake bite, and the snake itself could heal boils. That is, if you take a black snake and a white snake and you boil them up, and you smear it on the wound. A spider could heal the wound of a scorpion. And the Gemara tells us there are 5 irrational fears where the strong is scared of the weak. One of them is that the lion is scared of a certain animal that screams really loud. Some say, in the Yoda, I think, or others, want to say something similar to a honey badger, which is known today as a very small animal that's fearless and scares the lion away. Elephant is scared of a mosquito going into its nose, into its ear, and a scorpion is scared of the spider, an eagle is scared of a swallow, and the leviathan is scared of the kilbis. There are 3 animals that as they age, they get stronger. A snake, a fish, as we know, gets larger as it grows, as it gets older, and a pig. Reb Zera bumped into Rabbi Yehuda when it looked like Rabbi Yehuda was in a very good mood. And he figured now's a great time for him to ask all the questions in Yonei de Alma, things that seem mundane. And he started off asking him, why do the goats go in front of the sheep? And he said, that's like weird story. Goats that are dark are like the fish, like the darkness entering the light. Why do sheep have a tail that covers their goat? It tells them because we use the sheep's wool for clothing, we cover ourselves, therefore the sheep covers himself. Why does a camel have a very short tail? Because it eats from the thorns. His wolf didn't want his tail to get stuck in the thorns. Why do cows, bulls have long tails to swat away the flies in the swamps? Why do grasshoppers have? If they were harder, they would break off. If someone wants to blind a poor grasshopper or an ant, he can remove his antenna. Why did HaKadosh Baruch Hu create the eyelids of a chicken that they go from the bottom up? Look at all these questions that he's asking him. He noticed all these things in the Bria, and he wanted to hear an answer. And if you look at the Marsha and others, explain the deeper meaning behind these questions and answers. He says HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't want the chickens to be blinded by the smoke that comes up, and chickens roost on higher places. And then he asked him the meaning and the significance of somewhere around 15 words in Aramaic. For instance, he asked him, what does Dasha mean? What's the meaning of Dasha, door? And he says, Derech Sham. You go through there. And why is it called the Darga, step? Derech God. You go to the rooftop. And in the Mishnah we learned that Shem and oil, the shear is to anoint a limb, says the Gemara. It's a small limb of a small child, says Rashi. One part of a child's finger, that's a small limb. Have a wonderful day.
Dude, I remember when I first, because when I was growing up, we just had, some of the families or whatever I'd seen in church or anything, it always had, it was mostly white folks only, right? And then
Shabbos Avayin Ches. Different items have different shiurim for taking out, being over and Eitzah and Shabbos, taking from one rishus to another rishus. So if there's a common use for one item, but a not so common use for the same item. For instance, milk and wine have the common use of drinking. The not so common use is adding it to medicine. So we go with the common use, even though that means it's a kula. You'd have to take out a lot more in order to be over this or Eitzah. What if one item has two common uses? Well, one is a larger share, one is a smaller share. We go with the smaller share. For instance, honey, you could use it for eating, you could use it for medicine. We'll go with the smaller share of medicine. You're over right away if you do the smaller share. So the question is, why is it water, which is common use is to drink, not so common use is to add to medicine? Why do we go with the not so common use? It says Rabbi, because we're talking about in Gullah, they're very poor, they use water for medicine, so it's common for them to use the medicine. Rabbi says it goes anywhere. We're not just talking about Gullah. And since most people don't use wine and milk for medicine, since it leaves some sort of film on the eye, they all use water. Therefore, it's common. We see from here a very important concept. Obviously, many more people drink water than adding water to medicine. Yet, since in medicine is common, it's considered two common things, and we go with the more chomer. Blood is also a revius. Rabbi says if you're using blood to heal an eye protrusion called a birkis, they would use wild chicken. Also in Hebrew it's known as a dufifat, in English a pupi, or something like that. You use it enough blood for one eye. If a person has a cataract, they'll use enough blood from a mole for one eye. Moles are found inside the house. Cataracts are inside the house. Birkis is a protrusion in the eye. The dufifat is outside. That's how you remember which blood goes to what. If a Rabbi tells a Talmud, I want you to make me some room, takes some of these items out, and he takes a common item that people keep and are interested in, and he takes it into Rosh Hashanah, of course he's chayav. What if he takes an item that nobody cares about but is ready? He's chayav. According to Rashi, because this goes according to Shimon Elazar, who holds that once one person makes an item important, it becomes important to the whole world. Taisa says it can go according to everybody. But once a Rebbe makes it important, then his Talmud automatically thinks it's important as well. Chacham agreed to Shimon Elazar when it comes to wastewater, the shear is a revius. What can you do with wastewater? You use it to knead clay. Now we do find that the shear for kneading clay is a lot less. The size of the opening of a hole where you put the bellows into an oven. That's if you already have ready-made clay, and the shear is much smaller. But no one is going to go through the tircha and the burden to start making clay from scratch unless it's a much larger shear of a revius. And we find that concept later on tomorrow's daf as well. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to rope, the shear is enough rope that you can make a handle for a basket. When it comes to gemi reed, it's enough to make a loop on a sifter to hang up. Now nobody uses rope on a sifter because that could scratch the sifter. According to Rabbi Yehuda, enough reed to take a measurement of the kid's foot so you can go to the shoemaker to make him a shoe. Paper, enough for a receipt that you paid your taxes. Once you show the tax collector that you paid your taxes, the receipt has no value. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it does have a value. Why? A number of pshatim. According to Rava, we're dealing with the main tax guy and a smaller tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code, so if you use that code, you don't really need a receipt. According to Abaya, the tax guy, the main guy, has runners. And if the runners catch you, you want to produce a receipt. According to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Tanakama, you don't really need to produce a receipt. You just go back to the main tax guy, he'll recognize you. And Rav Ashi says people want to keep tax receipts according to Rabbi Yehuda, so you can show them to other tax collectors, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy person who pays taxes. Once you erase a paper, it has no purpose. You can't write on it again. So what could you do with it? You could cover a small flask, so the shear is the size of a small flask. When it comes to leather, if it's semi-tanned, you can write a kameh on it, so it's the size of a kameh. Cloth, which we write tefillin and secretaries on, enough to write the smallest part of tefillin, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Ink, enough to write 2 large letters. Choil, which is makeup for the eye, enough to do one eye. Glue, enough to catch birds. Sulfur and tar is enough to make a hole in a jar so the sulfur can come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur and tar. Wax, enough to plug up a hole. A small hole. Crushed brick, enough to put on the opening of the oven that makes gold. Rabbi Yehuda says, in order to make the feet, the tripod on the kur, which is also called in Aramaic sid, lime, which girls use to remove hair, enough to put on one small joint of a girl. Rabbi Yehuda says enough to put on the hair to make the hair lay flat. And according to Rabbi Nechemia, enough to remove the hair in this area. The hutzim, which are lulav leaves, and you make, let's say, paishalach, is enough to make a handle for a basket. Suvim or sieve are the strings that go around the palm tree. People will put them in a funnel, and that would catch the sediments of the wine. Oil and grease, enough to put on the back of bread when you put it on the oven so it doesn't stick to the side of the oven. The size of a cellar, which is a gregaris. Cotton, enough to fill a ball, which is the size of a walnut. If you take out a shtar chayiv, a shtar that says, I owe somebody owes me money, it has value. But once it's already paid off, according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're still chayiv. According to Tanakama, you're similar to the machlokes we had before. Rabbi Yehuda says, you're allowed to keep a shtar chayiv. There's no issur, so it has value for you. According to Tanakama, you're not allowed to keep a shtar chayiv around. It could bring problems later on, so it has zero value. According to Abaya, everybody admits if the shtar was paid off, you're not allowed to keep it in your possession. The machlokes is, what happens in a case where the loiva admits that he wrote a shtar? Does he have to be mekayim that shtar? Does he have to make a new document stating that the original shtar is a good shtar? According to Rabbi Yehuda, since he does not have to produce such a document, so the original shtar has value. And that's why if you take out the original shtar, you are chayav. Rabbi says everybody admits you have to be mekayim it. The machlokes says, what happens if the loiva doesn't want to pay? And meanwhile, the malva produces the shtar. And he takes it out into Rosh Hashanah. Since that shtar has value now, because he could use it to collect, and without it he cannot, therefore he's chayav. Rav Ashi says we're talking about the loiva, not the malva. We're talking about a special document that the loiva has in his possession that says he paid off already. And he uses that document to show other lenders that he's a trustworthy borrower, and he pays off his debt. And therefore it has shavius, it has chashivos, and you're chayiv, you take it out into Rabbi. Have a wonderful day.
This crowd has seen tonight, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody's for a lot of people, that's how do you pick up?
Shabbos daf ayin tes. When it comes to hide leather, the shear is the size of a kameya in order to be over hitzah. From going from one domain to another domain, you have to take out the size of an emulet. Not only that, says Rav Nachman, this size of an emulet applies to everything. Whether this piece of hide is tanned, untanned, you want to tan it, you don't want to tan it. Not only that, if you're tanning hide, what's the shear to be chai for tanning? The size of an emulate, of a kameh. Similarly, we say the same thing by spinning. The malachas of melabin, to clean the wool, menapetz, to untangle, tzeveh, to dye, and toivet, to spin, are all the same exact shear, even though some of them are before the finished product, some of them are after. The shear is the same. Kisit kafel. This is a sit from finger to finger times 2. Anytime you find the inconsistency in the shearing, that the shear is a lot larger before the finished product versus after the finished product, that is because people don't want to burden themselves with a small shear. They'll only take care of that melacha when there's a larger shear. For instance, 3 different examples the Gemara brings. When it comes to herbs, tzeveh dyes, before you cook the herbs, the shear is much larger. It's the size of a walnut, enough to dye a full svacha, a woman's cap. But once it's cooked, then the size is dugma li'ira. A dugma is a sample cloth that vendors will show different colors. Li'ira, the size that you put on the device that holds the Erev string that goes through the chassis. The end has a small piece of fabric that keeps the thread from unraveling. It's a smaller piece, much smaller than a svacha. And then again, that's because people don't want to bother with undone products, so therefore the uncooked samamanim have a much larger shear. When it comes to seeds, unplanted seeds, the shear is much greater than planted seeds. Unplanted seeds are either, according to Tanakama, enough to have a gregaris, slightly less than a gregaris. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it's 5 seeds. But once they're planted, it's 1 seed for a leek or a cabbage, according to Rabbi Kiva. Again, people don't want to be matriach themselves with 1 seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, we say that wastewater, the shear is a revius in order to knead clay. But once the clay is kneaded, then the shear is much smaller. It's the size of tikur. There are 3 levels, or 3 stages, that is, when you make hide, when you can hide. And they involve salt, flour, and gallnuts. If there's only salt, that's called chipa, and the shear of that piece of hide is bikameh. If there's salt and flour added, but no gallnuts, that's called diftera. The shear of that is to write the main essential parts of the get, Ariat and Gureshes, Mitaras, Kal Adam, and the name of the person. If there's no salt or flour or gallnuts, that's called matzah. It's plain, like matzah. And that the size is in order to protect a weight. That's a much larger shear than a kameah, and that's because it's moist and you cannot tan it. The tumah of medras, when a zava nida sit or stand on a piece of fabric, leather, as we had the other day, maybe a week ago or so, is 3 by 3 tefachim for a piece of cloth, 4 by 4 tefachim for a sack, 5 by 5 for a piece of leather. All of a sudden now it's 5 by 5 tefachim for leather, and not the size of the kameah. The answer is because we're dealing with something that's cooked in really hard. The only thing you can produce from this leather are tables and things like that. We said in the Mishnah that chlaf is enough, the shear for chlaf is enough to write the smallest part in the film, which is shema. And the Brisa says the sustos is enough to write a mezuzah. What's the sustos? Well, the parchment comes in something called gvil. If you separate the two, you have the part closer to the flesh of the animal is called the sustos, and the part closer to the hair of the animal is called chlaf, according to Taisvus. And according to Taisvus, we write on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the hair and the opposite side of the flesh. Tefillin are only written on chlaf. Mezuzah, the Maskana of the Gemara, is written on chlaf, but also on the sustos. And the Sefer Torah is written on chlaf and sustos, and on gvil when they're still connected. The sustos, which is not rohi for tefillin, therefore it needs a larger shear, the size of a mezuzah. Sometimes you could call the parsha of tefillin by the name of mezuzah. For instance, the halacha is that if the tefillin has the ritzua, you shouldn't touch it. That's one of the 18 enactments of Beis Shammai. It's with Tamid Yadayim, with Tamid the hands for Truma. The Tzura by itself, not. Rav Shimon says you have to touch the actual bats of the tefillin. Rav Zaki says you have to touch the actual mezuzah of the tefillin, meaning the parish of the tefillin. Rav says a statement. Sustus is like klaf. The start of the Gemara, what he meant to say is opposite of what we would think. That klaf is like the sustus. In other words, just like a mezuzah can be written on the sustus, it can also be written on klaf. The halacha is that Sefer Torah and tefillin that you're about to put in the shemos, you cannot cut out the parsha of a mezuzah and use it as a mezuzah. Because malim b'kodesh v'lo meridin, you don't go downwards in kedusha, you go upwards. We have to be talking about that the tefillin were written in the klaf, and therefore you could write the mezuzah, even a mezuzah, on klaf according to Rav Meir. Rav Meir holds that it's could write a mezuzah on klaf since it's better for the mezuzah. It'll last longer. It's better protected like that. Have a wonderful day.
That's my farm truck. I love it. It's fun. It feels like you're driving an email. It feels like you're driving an email. That's what I feel like sometimes. It just feels like I'm in the future. Like you can forward in this. Yeah, it does feel like a UFO. Yeah. Like you put the gas on Monday, like you'll forward.
Shabbos daf pay. How much ink does one have to take out from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah in order to be over an mitzvah? 2 letters worth. It doesn't matter if it's dry, if it's in a pen or in an inkwell. 2 letters worth. The Gemara remains in a suffix. What happens if you take 1 letter's worth in a pen and 1 letter's worth in an inkwell, or ink in a pen, a different combination? Teiku. Says Rabbi, we know that when it comes to Hitzah, a person has to lift something up from Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah and place it down in the second domain. Writing consists of putting down. So if you're walking Rosh Hashanah, and while you're walking, you write, it's as if you put it in its resting place in Rosh Hashanah. If you wrote 1 letter, and in one awareness you wrote the second letter, however, by the time you wrote the second letter, the first letter dried up. The 2 letters do not combine to create a shear, and you are putter. If you put down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, a half a fig, and before you had a chance to put down the second half in order to be over, you lifted the first half. It's as if a dog came and consumed it, and the 2 halves do not combine. If a person puts down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes the second half, and he doesn't place it down, but he walks above the first half, and he's within 3 tefachim. You have the concept of lavud within 3 tefachim is as if he was touching the other piece, and they combine for 1 shear, and he's chai. If a person takes out an object, a half a shear into Rosh Hashanah, and another half a shear into a second Rosh Hashanah, they are mitzdaref as 1. Yossi says if there's a rishus between them, it separates the 2 Rosh Hashanah, and he's potter. What about a Carmelist? If a Carmelist divides the 2, that's considered another rishus, and therefore he's potter. Rabbi says a Carmelist, since it's only the Rabbanon, is not mafsik. It's not considered another rishus. Rava says even a beam between the 2 Rosh Hashanah is enough to create a separation, and they don't combine, because we see in Gittin that if a husband gives his wife his domain just to be trying to get, and the get lands on a beam, it's not considered the wife's, because the beam is a different ritual. How much makeup, eyeliner, is 1 chayiv? Well, it depends. In the cities where women dressed more tznius, and they only showed 1 eye, so they would use eyeliner for 1 eye, so the shear is 1 eye. In the villages, where they didn't have so much pizzas, so they didn't have to cover both eyes, so both of their eyes were uncovered, and they would put eyeliner on both of their eyes. Therefore, the shear is for 2 eyes. The Mishnah tells us wax, the shear is a very small amount to plug a small hole that wine, which is very thin, come out of, not oil or honey. Glue, enough glue to put on top of a post to catch a bird, which is a lot of glue. Sulfur and tar, what they would do is they would have a flask for mercury, and they would cover the flask with tar. Then they would punch a hole in the tar to let out the mercury, and then they would plug that hole with tar. So that plug is the amount of tar, which is a very small amount. Rabbi Yehuda is consistent throughout all the Mishnayos here, and he always takes the smaller measurement. We saw that by a piece of gemi, a reed. The measurement according to Yehuda was to measure a child's foot, and according to Chachamim, to make a loop on a sifter. When it comes to our Mishnah, charsis, this crushed brick, the Tanakama says, to create the hole on a kur. And according to Yehuda, it's to fix the foot, which is a smaller shoe. This brings us to Tamid Beis. How much hair are you hiding? Take hair outside. Enough to mix in clay. How much are you hiding for clay? Enough to make the pikur of the kur that creates gold, which is a smaller measurement. Lime, enough to cover a girl's finger. The Gemara tells us that a girl that isn't 12 years old and she's embarrassed from her hair, if she's young, if she's poor, she would use lime. If she's wealthy, she would use fine flour. And if she comes from kingdom, from the kings, she's a princess, she'd use shemen hamor, like in Megillah Esther, shisha chadashim shemen hamor. What shemen hamor? Rav Huna Bar Chia says it's perfumed oil. Rav Yirmiyah says it's olive oil that didn't come to a third yet. Didn't grow a third. What does this lime do? It removes the hair and causes a glow in the skin. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi, he did so for his daughter. He took limb by limb, one at a time, covered it in lime, and he was able to get a great guy for his daughter who actually gave him 400 zuz. There was a guy that noticed this, and he said, let me do this for my daughter. And he covered her in one shot with lime, and his daughter passed on. And he went around screaming, Bibi killed my daughter, Bibi killed my daughter. Says Rav Nachman, it's only Rav Bibi that had to do so because he drank a lot of beer, and beer causes the hair to become dark. We had in the Mishnah, Rav Yehuda says, how much lime? Enough for kilpul. Rav Nechemia says, I'm deepy. What does this mean? According to Rav Yehuda is talking about to smooth the side of the hair down. And according to Rav Nechemia, it means to shave right over here, this area. Rav Yitzchak says, we're talking about a barrel. We're not talking about a head of a human being. And the barrel has two spigots. And in order to plug the spigot, to fill up the barrel, he would put some lime in there. Says the Gemara, but that's not going to hold. The wine will corrode the lime, and the wine will come out. Says Rav Kahana, we're talking about a measuring cup. In order to make indications in the measuring cup, for instance, in the Beis Hamikdash, we had a measuring cup called a hin. The hin, halfway was for the par, a third was for the ayil, a quarter was for the keves, or the pshat is a forehead. You put on the forehead. Says the Gemara story about the forehead. In Galil, they asked the Galil, somebody that came from Galil, who came to Bavel, they asked him to darshan a Maisim Merkava, like we're going to have in Hashem now, which is the Maisim Merkava. And he said, no, I can't. Because one shot is, he said, Reb Nechemia, darshan in Maisim Merkava, and came a hornet and bit him. According to others, the shot is, he himself darshan, and a hornet came and bit him on the forehead. What's very interesting, that Ben Yoyada says that in the time of a Mageva, you're supposed to wear a mask, not like we do today, over our mouth and nose, but rather on the forehead. And he brings this Gemara to explain that the forehead is where the Malach HaMavos sees a person's deeds. So if you cover the forehead, you won't have any clue. It says in the Mishnah, how about red clay? Rabbi Akiva says enough to seal a cargo sack on a ship. I'm saying enough to seal a letter, which is much less. Fertilizer and very thin sand for Rabbi Akiva, enough to fertilize one cabbage or another sheet, enough to fertilize a leaf. If you have a reed, a piece of reed, what you do with it? You write, you make a pen, and it has to come up to the joints in the fingers. Machlekes, the Shiloh Gemara Teku, is it the joint that connects to the hand, or is this joint over here? If the reed is too thick and you can't make a pen out of it, or it's broken enough to use it as fuel to cook the fastest cooking egg, which is a chicken egg, mixed with oil on the stove, the size of a gregaris. Not an egg, but the size of a gregaris. Thick sand, enough to have a trowel full. In other words, sand is good for lime. That goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, that says that in Korban HaBayis you cannot use lime. Or according to Rava, it goes according to everybody. In other words, sand is really bad for lime. And the sand, since you can't use lime by adding sand in our days, it makes the lime darker, and therefore you could use it. Have a wonderful day.
But they called him and said, hey, Mr. Sharpie said, if you keep tickling a kid, you can't coach him. That was it. There wasn't like a lawsuit or anything. It was just more, stern activity. Don't do it.
Shabbos Pei Aleph. How much bone do you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus in order to be chayiv? Tanakama holds enough to make a small spoon, according to Yehuda, enough to make the teeth of a lock. Before you put those teeth into the lock, they don't serve any purpose, so they are tahar, they're not mekabel tumah. Once you put them into a lock, they are mekabel tumah. The pshutei kli etzem, simple pieces of bone that have no shape, have no form, are not like wood, they are like metal that are mekabel tumah. Once you attach them to a gate, they become mechuber lekarka, they become attached to the ground. No longer can they be mekabel tumah. How much glass do you have to take out from one domain to another in order to be chayiv? Enough to sharpen a weaver's tool. Some say enough to cut 2 woven threads from the spool from the loom. A stone. How large of a stone are you chayiv on? Enough that has enough mass that you can throw it at a bird. For the blessed Ben Yitzchak, it's enough to throw it at a animal, and it has to be significant that the animal feels it. How much? It weighs 10 zuz. Usually, stones are muktzah. However, when it comes to kavod habriyos, human dignity, Chachamim relaxed that restriction. Zunin came into the Beis Medrash and he asked, how many stones is one permitted to bring into the bathroom to use as toilet paper? So they told him 3. And it's the same achloikus, the Meir and Yehuda when it comes to esrog. The Meir says that esrog has to be a minimal of a walnut, the Yehuda says a minimal of an egg, and the same thing applies here when it comes to the stones. The Meir says 3 stones that are the size of a walnut, the Yehuda says 3 stones that are the size of an egg. However, the Chacham and the Beis Medrash told Zayman that it's 3 different sizes. One is the size of an olive, the other is the size of a walnut, and the other one is the size of an egg, and you use them consecutively. Says Zayman, wait a minute. Does that mean I have to carry around a scale? I have to get the exact measurements? So he said, you're right. The shear is whatever fits into your hand. We don't care. 5 stones, 2 stones, what size, whatever fits into your hand, that is the shear. Rabbi says, if it's a permanent bathroom, so whatever fits into your hand, because whatever you're not going to use now, you'll use later, so it's not muktzah on Shabbos for no reason. However, if it's not a permanent bathroom, then the shear is ke'echreya, like the compromise, meaning the middle shear. We have olive, walnut, egg. The middle one, the size of a walnut. Rabbi says it's also to use for toilet paper. You're not allowed to use something called pipes, which are pebbles that crumble. Rabbi says you're not allowed to. They would, in order, if somebody was constipated, they would massage with some sort of stone. So you're not allowed to massage on Shabbos with a stone or sand because of the issue of goizes. You might come to shear here. But if you do it till achar yad, instead of holding it with a full hand, you hold it with 2 fingers. That's mutter. If you take a mortar, which is designed to crush something, so it's klishim l'achar b'isur, and you want to use that for toilet paper. If it has remnants that somebody else used it before, so nobody's going to use this any longer for klishim l'achar b'isur, you're not going to use it for food, then it's mutter to use it for toilet paper. What if it got washed off with rainwater? If you can still see some remnants, it's a mutter. So why is the kasha? There are 10 things that enhance or help the ability to have hemorrhoids. One of them is using a stone that somebody else used already. How can you say that you use it now? So the one brings 3 roots in. It's also to use a stone that somebody else used when it's moist, or if it was used on both sides. Or it's a stone that somebody else used, and here we're dealing with a stone that you yourself used. What are the other 9 things? Where it says, if you eat reed leaves, or grape leaves, or rigid meat like tongue, esophagus, besakaisis, without salt, the spine of a fish, herring that's not completely cooked, the sediment of wine, leaves, if somebody uses lime or earthenware for toilet paper. And some say even somebody that hangs himself to straighten out his neck in the bathroom. What about doing extra tircha on Shabbos, carrying up these stones for toilet paper to the top floor? Kavod habriyos allows us, you see in the Torah was relaxed when it comes to Hashav's Aveda. If somebody's Zokim B'Einiv with Fitboidai, Talmud Chacham doesn't have to return on Aveda if it's below his dignity. So too, Chacham will be relaxed when it comes to toilet paper. It's not similar to the case the Gemara says of somebody that got a piece of meat stuck between his teeth, also an issue of human dignity. He wants to remove it and he wants to use a splinter that's mukta. We don't care. We say you can't use it. Why? Because he should have been prepared with toothpicks before the meal. But when it comes to a bathroom, people don't know where they're going to have to use it. Maybe somebody will be occupied. They'll have to use a different bathroom. You can't be prepared. It's usher to walk on a plowed field, even during the weekday, because you're ruining the other person's plow. On Shabbos, there's another issue of using a bathroom in a plowed field, because you might come to take a stone and cover a hole, and as we learned earlier, that consists of charisha. If it's in your house, that would be boina, smoothing out the floor. It's mutter to use a stone that has on the other side grass. If you pull the grass out, you're chayav on toilish. But we're not concerned you'll do it. It's davashin and skaven, and it's certainly not a psik reisha. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from here. In those days, they would plant planters that had holes in them and use them as kaparas, Rashi says. They'll take it and go around their head 7 times and say, Zechalifasi, Zeturasin, and throw it into the river, do a tashlach with the kaparas. You're allowed to lift it up on Shabbos even if it has grass growing on the bottom. Based on this halacha, you're allowed to pick up a rock. Says Gemara, what's the connection? Stone, I need to do it, I need it right now for human dignity, but I don't have to pick up this pot. Abai says halacha that if I have this pot with holes on it, and it's on top of a stand, and I lower it to the ground, that would be planting on Shabbos. Now it gets more moisture out of the ground. And if it's the reverse, it's on the ground, and I put it on a stand on Shabbos, that would be toilish. Both these surah would be only midrabbanan. Rabbi says, not only is it usher to use earthenware during the weekday because of kishul, even on Shabbos it's usher to use. You rather use a stone than earthenware, even though the earthenware is less muktzah than a stone because of kishul. Rabbi explains Rabbi Yochanan that he's talking about the problem of goizes shearing here on Shabbos and it's davashin and skaven and it's usher. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan passes like the Stam Mishnah. The Stam Mishnah holds that a nazir could shampoo his head, even though he might tear out some hair by mistake. Davashin and skaven is mutter, and now we're saying it's usher. Rav Chizda and Rabbi Arvuna were on a boat, and Goya wanted to go onto the boat, and they said no. So she said, if you don't let me go on, I'm going to stop the boat with kishul, and she did. She didn't let the boat go, and they said something, and it started moving. She didn't realize, and she thought that her kishul didn't work, and she said, the reason why it's not working is because you don't use earthenware as toilet paper, and you don't kill a louse on your clothing, and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle before you untie. In other words, the Gemara, it seems like from the Gemara that Rabbi Yochanan and were over on these things, and that's why it did work, but she didn't realize it. Have a wonderful day.
Were you affected by the fires? Did you have any damage? Everybody in my work life.
Shabbos Daf Pei Beis. The famous Rav Huna asks Rabbi, his son, I don't understand, why don't you take advantage of the Rav Chizda, who's extremely smart and sharp? Says Rabbi, because every time I go to him, I don't learn Torah. He teaches us how to use the bathroom. Don't sit down quickly. Don't strain yourself. The body has 3 shini karkashta. You might blow one out. You'll ruin the whole system. Says Rav Huna, Rabbi, you need to learn how to save yourself, how to keep your body intact. If a person has 2 options of toilet paper, one is a stone and one is a shard of earthenware, which one should I use? Earthenware is dangerous, it can cut you, this kishul. A stone is muktzah. Says Rav Huna, use the stone rather than put yourself in sakana. Says Rav Chizda, no, it's better to use the shard than to use muktzah. In fact, the Brisa says, just like Rav Chizda, you should use the earthenware. So what's Rav Huna going to do? Rav Huna will say, that Brisa is talking about earthenware that's not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What if a person has 2 options? Grass and a stone, and according to the second Shana Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. Machlokes, Rav Chizda and Rav Amnuna. The big problem is, there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper that you're not allowed to use toilet paper that's flammable. Why we do so today is a different problem. When Ram talks about it, the Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass as the Gemara? Because this grass is moist, and therefore it's not flammable. The person needs to go to the bathroom. He needs to relieve himself, and he holds himself back. Machlokes, what happens between Rav Chizda and Ravina? Either he'll have bad breath, Rashi explains, the decaying food will rise, or he'll simply have bad body odor from the Brise's mashma that is bad body odor. If a person physically can't relieve himself, constipated, number of tricks. According to Rav Chizdi, he should stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. In fact, Rabbi says, I saw with my own eyes an Arab that did so, and he spilled out like a pot that spills over. Rav Chanan says, a person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but he also has to walk a little bit. Find another place. And therefore, this fits into the halacha that if a person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop in the middle of the meal and take a break, so before the meal, he should either walk 4 times 10 amos or 10 times 4 amos, which is helpful in the relief. The Mishnah tells us that if a person has a piece of earthenware, shard of earthenware, what is the shear that would be chayiv for itself, taking out from one rishus to another rishus? The three-way machlokes. So either says enough that you can put between beams, and you stack up beams. Rabbi says enough to hold a coal, fire. And Rabbi says enough to hold a revius of water. Rabbi says I have a zeicher, a hint from the pasuk. When the Navi talks about the Churban, the Baruch Hu is going to destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. So you see, earthenware, in order to be chashav, has to hold a coal. Says Rabbi Yossi, but if you just continue to the end of the pasuk, it says, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu destroyed to a point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Rameir will explain that what the pasuk is saying is, first HaKadosh Baruch Hu will destroy everything that has value, such as things that hold fire. And then he'll destroy things that, even things that don't have value. From the pasuk itself, you can understand that Rameir's shear of holding fire is greater than the shear of a Rabbi. Because it just makes sense. The pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the larger items. Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu will destroy the smaller items. Says Rabbi, and that's how you have to explain it in our mission as well. We're dealing with a very large bonfire. You cannot walk over to a large bonfire with a small piece of shard earthenware and pick up a coal. You will get burnt. We're dealing with a very large piece of earthenware so that from a distance you could grab a coal. And with that we finish the perek Hamoitzi Yayin, and we begin the perek Omer Rebbe Kiva. We're dealing with a bunch of mishnayos that teach us where do we learn different halachas. Not necessarily have to do with Hilchos Shabbos. Eventually we're going to get to Hilchos Shabbos of Mila. And the first halacha is about Avodah Zarah. Rebbe Kiva says, I know that Avodah Zarah ba'asmachta, not a mafurish pasuk, but some hint from a pasuk. Avodah Zarah is metameh b'masa. Maga is if you touch something. Masa, if you lift up the Avodah Zarah, even though you're not physically touching it, it's in a bath, you become tameh, just like a nida. If a nida picks something up, or you pick up a nida, you become tameh, as the pasuk says, Tizrein kemoi dava. You should throw out the Avodah Zarah like a nida. Say toimar loy. Get out of here, tell the Avodah Zarah. The Brisa says that if a Jew built a wall, and then a non-Jew built 3 walls around his wall, and made that wall that the Jew built into Avodah Zarah, and the wall fell down, the Jew can no longer rebuild that wall because he's helping Avodah Zarah. What does he do with the broken? First of all, he has to distance himself 4 amos from that wall and build another wall. But what does he do with the leftover stones? They are mitama, according to Rabbi Kiva, b'masa, just like Anida. Rabbi explains that according to everybody, Avodah Zarah has a hekesh to Nida, and therefore Avodah Zarah is mitama b'masa. Where is the machlokes? The machlokes is in a concept called Even Misama. Even Misama is a very large boulder that's suspended, and if there's a zav Nida on top, the unbelievable chiddush, the tumas travels right through the stone, which is typically not mikabel tumah. Through the stone is mitama any kli that's below the stone. Machlekes is, do we learn that concept that is by Anida? Do we learn that concept to Avodah Zarah? Rabbi Kiva says yes, and Chachamim say no, because we learn from a sheretz. And the sheretz does not have that tumah. What does Rabbi Kiva do with that package that we learn from sheretz? That the Mishamshim Avodah Zarah, a kli that held Avodah Zarah, is not mitama b'masa, but is mitama b'maga. And what do Rabbanan do with the hekesh of Avodah Zarah to Anida? That's mitama b'masa, but there is no Even Misama. Why? Because Chachamim learn the hekesh of Nida to Avodah Zarah that tells the concept of a var. That is, if a limb, Rahman al-Islam, is cut off from a Nida, that limb loses the Tumas Nida, gains a new Tumah of Tumas Eber Menachai, so it's Metame Ba'oyo, the Masa B'maga, but not the Even Misama. So too, Avodah Zarah is not Metama, the Even Misama, and is not Metama, the Eivar. So let's the fact that Rav Chama on tomorrow's daf had a suffix whether or not this Eivarim, if a limb of Avodah Zarah is detached, it's one of these attachable Avodah Zarahs, pieces come off on and off. One piece come off, is that Mikama Eivarim? Over here you see it's not. Obviously we have to say Rav Chama was asking in Rabbi Akiva. Does Rabbi Akiva use this hekesh all the way through, even if it means that it will be a kula, by saying that there is no tumah on that Eivarim? Lazar learns a whole new shot in the Gemara. According to everybody, there's no Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. Even Rabbi Akiva holds there's no concept of Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. So where's the machlokes between Rabbi Akiva and Chachamim? Whether or not there's tumas masa by Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Akiva says, yes, I learned from Anida that there's tumas masa. Rabbanan say, no, I learned from Sheretz that there's no tumas masa. And Rabbi Akiva learns the hekesh that from Sheretz, that the mishamshim of the Sheretz, the kli of Avodah Zarah, is not Metamim Masa. And Rabbanan are going to learn the hekesh Tanida that there's no Tumah Be'evarim. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, I would go easy into it. I wouldn't let anybody know that had been there, that it was my first time. You know, I think you have to be, because it's like maybe a first time as a human, even like you meet some people, it's like, well, this is this person's first time meeting him. So,
we're continuing with Mishnayos for the theme. How do you learn certain halachas that are not necessarily connected to the Sefet Shabbos? How do you know these halachas, not based on a pure limud, rather on a smachta, a good raya from a pasuk? How do you know that Shifat Zera, as the name implies, it's roila hazriya, it's viable? How do you know that you'll come a woman 3 days after relations? Because it says in the pasuk, separate from your wives for 3 daes. And this is the reason, because we want the women to be the tahara during Matan Torah. How do you know you're allowed to be Mechal Shabbos and cook up hot water for a baby 3 days after the bris milah? It says by Shem that Shimon and Levi waited for 3 days after the bris. When they're in pain, you see that 3 days after the bris, the baby's considered a Chayil Shesh B'Sefara if you're Mechal Shabbos in those days. How do you know that the Soyer HaMishtaleh, the Lazazel, the goat you throw off a cliff on your kippur, you grab a band around its neck, a red band, and another band you tie to the cliff, and you watch the band change colors from red to white? There's a pasuk in Shai that says, if your sins are red, they'll turn white like snow. How do you know that on your kippur, you're not allowed to anoint yourself, you're not allowed to put oil on your body, just like you're not allowed to drink? Because the word shemen and water come in the same pasuk, but there's a machlokes whether an anonymous Mishnah can be going according to two different Tanoim. If you hold that a Stam Mishnah could go according to two different Tanoim, so the ratio does not go according to the Lazar ben Azariah, as we're going to see soon, who holds that a woman is only coming for 2 days. Our Mishnah says 3 days. But the same can go according to the Lazar ben Azariah by Milah. You say the Mishnah has to go according to one Tana, so we have to switch the word in the ratio. Instead of saying that 3 days you're coming, you have to say 3 days you are coming. Lazar ben Azariah, as we said, says that a woman who's elected Shifat Zera is veiled for 2 days. In other words, minimum 2 aynos, maximum 4 aynos. So ayna is night and day, 12 hours. If the relations were at the tail end of the first day, that leaves this person with 2 aynos only from the second day. If it was all the way in the beginning of the day, the relation, then she has 4 aynos. 2 from the first day, and 2 12-hour periods from the second day. Rabbi Shmuel says, no, it's 3 days that she's coming. 3 days could maximum have 3 24-hour periods, or 3 times 12, which is 6 aynos, and could have 5 aynos if relations were midday on the first day, or 4 aynos if the relation was all the way at the tail end of the first day, that left with only 2 24-hour periods, or 4 times 12. Rabbi Akiva says there's always 5 aynos, regardless. It's exactly 60 hours from the time of the relationship until the time she's no longer coming. So even if she had a relationship a few hours into the first ayna, we go a few hours into the last ayna. It's always exactly 60 hours. According to Chachamim, it's exactly 72 hours, 3 full days. According to Rabbi Akiva, where do you get this 5 aynos from? 5 times 12. Rabbi Akiva holds that Moshe Rabbeinu always ascended, went up to Shemayim at daybreak, and always came down at daybreak. Therefore, if Moshe Rabbeinu came down on the 4th day at daybreak, that's 12 hours into the 4th day, into Wednesday, because Wednesday starts at Shkia. Therefore, he's only left with 12 hours for Wednesday, plus another 48 hours for Thursday and Friday, a total of 60 hours. If these women went to the mikvah on Friday night, they are not completely tired. They're considered tefillah yom. A woman has to wait until the sun goes down, but she went to the mikvah after sundown, and therefore she has to wait until the following night, sundown. The problem is that Kabbalah Sapphira was Shabbos morning. They were in a state of tumah. Says the Gemara, that's not a problem. You could be Kabbalah Sapphira in a state of tefillah yom. However, that never happened. There's not a single woman in Klal Yisrael that was in a state of tefillah yom. They all went to the mikvah. They were able to go before sundown on Friday, and therefore once sundown on Friday came, they were no longer completely tired. According to Rabbi Akiva, why couldn't Rabbi Baruch give the Torah on Friday night? There's already a 60-hour period from Wednesday morning until Friday night. It's 60 hours. The answer is because the Torah cannot be given at night, as it says in the pasuk, "Lo yimerois l'seisei bibarti." The Baruch didn't talk in secrecy, didn't give over the Torah in secrecy. He wanted all the nations to see Matan Torah in broad daylight. So why couldn't Klal Yisrael go to the mikvah on Shabbos morning? Why did they have to go Friday night? The answer is, it doesn't make sense for some people to be going to the mikvah while others are going to Matan Torah. Explains Tosfos that if we would wait for these women to go to the mikvah, let's say it only took 5 minutes for them to go to the mikvah, that's 5 minutes of bittul Torah for all Klal Yisrael that can never be replaced. The machlokes of how long tumah lasts by a woman, that's only by a woman. But by a man, everybody agrees that if the zera on clothing that's moist, it's metama forever as long as it's moist. The Gemara remains in a suffix. Is this halacha that zera only remains for 3 days in a state of tumah? Is that only because this woman is Jewish and she has mitzvahs that she is stressed out about, and therefore her body destroys the zera within 2 days? But let's say a gaya who doesn't have these mitzvahs, maybe it lasts longer. Or perhaps a gaya who eats shkatzim or masim, her body is also able to destroy the zera in 3 days. Another question the Gemara asks, what about an animal? The zera is an animal, perhaps it's only a human being that traps the zera and doesn't introduce oxygen to it, and therefore it's destroyed. But an animal that doesn't have a price, that doesn't have a canal, perhaps the zera lasts longer. According to everybody, Klal Yisrael arrived in Sinai on Rosh Chodesh. And everybody holds that Matan Torah was given on Shabbos. Machlokes says Rabbi holds that Rosh Chodesh happened on Sunday, and Rabban hold that Rosh Chodesh was on Monday. According to everybody, the day they arrived in Sinai, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't say anything to Klal Yisrael. All he said perhaps was Schar Noinish, but he didn't relay anything that the Baruch Hu told him to relate to Klal Yisrael because of the strenuous situation that Klal Yisrael was from the way. They were too tired. The following day, he told them, according to Rabbi Yossi, that happened on a Monday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Tuesday. The following day, he told them the mitzvah of Hagbalah, don't come next to Har Sinai. According to Rabbi Yossi, that happened on Tuesday. According to Chachamim, that happened on Wednesday. And on the following day, he taught them about Hafrasha, separate from your wife. According to Rabbi Yossi, that happened on Wednesday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Thursday. So that is the machlokes, and which we're going to discuss tomorrow, whether the pre-Shabbat separation was on Wednesday or given on Thursday. Have a wonderful day.
If we try and just focus on telling ourselves the facts of how good we're doing, like, we're much too hard on ourselves. Oh yeah, I feel that all the time, man. I feel like I don't have any other way to feel sometimes, like, not in a bad way, but yeah, I feel like it's this constant sentence, you know, you gotta.
Shabbos Daf Pei Zayin. According to Rabbi Yossi, Rosh Chodesh was on a Sunday. HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael to separate from the wives on Wednesday, and Matan Torah happened on Shabbos. The issue is that the pasuk says "V'kidashtem hayoim u'machar," only 2 days separation. If so, Wednesday and Thursday, Matan Torah should have been on Friday, not on Shabbos. The same issue is with the pasuk "V'hayuna chaylim layoim hashlishi." On the third day, you were good to go for Matan Torah. Rabbi Yossi must explain that Moshe Rabbeinu added an additional day on his own. He said, tomorrow, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, tomorrow, he meant a full day, 24 hours. So therefore, if it's 2 days, it's 2 times 24 hours, I have to add another day, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him, because in fact, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the Torah on Shabbos. This is one of the 3 things that Moshe Rabbeinu did on his own, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him. Hakadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu separated from his wife. Moshe Rabbeinu made a kavaina. If Klal Yisrael have a date with Hakadosh Baruch Hu, they know exactly when they're going to receive the Torah. Hakadosh Baruch Hu said they have to separate from the wives 3 days earlier. So I, Moshe Rabbeinu, who Hakadosh Baruch Hu speaks to me all the time, and I don't know exactly when he'll speak to me, I certainly should separate from my wife, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him. You see, Batov Ha'amodim Madi or Hel Peh Daber Boy. Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, I commanded Moshe Rabbeinu to do so. If Moshe Rabbeinu wouldn't have came up with this own idea by himself, Hakadosh Baruch Hu was mitzvah himself. Hakadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchos. Moshe Rabbeinu made a cheshbon. If the Korban Pesach cannot be done by a mumar, somebody that's off the derech, certainly Klal Yisrael or mumar, they did the egel, they shouldn't receive the Torah, and he broke the luchos, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu agreed, like it says, Asher Shibarta, Yasher Shibarta, I agree the fact that you broke the luchos. It says in the Brisa that on the Shlishi, the third day, and the Gemara explains, it's the third day from when Moshe Rabbeinu started talking to Klal Yisrael about Matan Torah, about the Schar and Oynash. It was the third day of the month and the third day of the week. According to Chachamim, that Rosh Chodesh occurred on Monday. So it happened actually, the third day that we're talking about was on Wednesday. So we must say this goes according to Rabbi Yossi. But Yoshev Moshe's Divrei Amel Hashem, there's two psukim. One says, Moshe returned to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Klal Yisrael. So then it says, Vayagid Moshe's Divrei Amel Hashem. A number of pshatim here. Rabbi Yossi Reyudah says that on the third day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael on Hagbolah, don't touch the mountain. Rabbi says that first Moshe Rabbeinu told Klal Yisrael about the Oynish. Shibuk. Vayoshev is lashon shibuk. Shoivavim. Distance. Keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the sechar, about the reward. Like Vayaged is lashon of Agada, things that pull people in. When you teach them Agada, people come close. And some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the sechar, about the reward. Vayoshev is lashon of Mashivim. And then afterwards, he taught them about the Oynash, about a punishment. Vayagid is lashon of Gigan, says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Right? It says Shishi on the sixth day. Sixth day of what? Machloikas, according to Rabbi Yossi, it means the sixth day of the month and the sixth day in the week, on Friday. According to Rabbi, it's the sixth day from when they rested. And according to Rav Achar B'Yakov, the same day that they rested is the day that they left. And there's a fundamental machlokes here. Klal Yisrael received Shabbos, the halachas of Shabbos before Matan Torah. The question is, what did they receive? Did they receive all the halachas, including Chumen? Because it explains it means Chayitza, going, and they wouldn't be able to travel. And therefore, when they traveled on Sunday, it means they traveled and they rested within Sunday. Or perhaps they received Hilchos Shabbos, but they didn't receive the Isra of Chayitza and Chumen. Therefore, it's possible that they traveled on Shabbos, they still didn't have that Isra. It says in the Brisa that first Nisan that Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim, first they shechted the Korban Pesach. That night was Makas B'Chayros, and the following day, on the 15th of Nisan, they left Mitzrayim. Now we know that whatever day of the week, the 15th of the month, falls out, that means Rosh Chodesh was that same day. The Brisa says that was a Thursday. They left on Thursday. That means Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday. If Rosh Chodesh is on a Thursday, then the following Rosh Chodesh is always either one day after that Thursday or 2 days after the Thursday, depending if it's a full month or a missing month. So if it's a 29-day month, then it's 1 day later. Nisan is always a full month. That means that if Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday, the following month's Rosh Chodesh was 2 days later, on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, and if Rosh Chodesh Iyar was on a Shabbos, so the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, was on a Sunday, because Iyar is a Chaser, and it's 1 day later. Shabbos means the following Rosh Chodesh is on a Sunday. Now, according to Rabbanon, that Rosh Chodesh fell out on a Monday, we have to say that they made us another Ibor Chodesh that year on Iyar, and therefore Rosh Chodesh came on Sunday, and Rosh Chodesh Sivan on. The Torah says, "Vayiba Chodesh Harishon, Bashana Sheinish, Be'echad HaChodesh." The second year, first of the month, Hukam HaMishkan. That's when the Mishkan was permanent. So not only did they put the Mishkan up, but there's 10 things that happened. Number one, it happened on a Sunday, the day that the world was created. Second of all, that's the day that the Nisim broke their Rabbanos. Third of all, that's when the Kohanim started doing Avodah. Fourth of all, that's when they started bringing Rabbanos of the Tzibur, like a Haman. That's when fire came down from Shemayim. That's the fifth thing. Sixth thing was they started eating kachim in a closed area of Mechitza. The seventh thing is the Shekhinah was Shari in the Mikdash. The eighth thing, started doing Birkus Kahan. Ninth thing is there was the Isra Bamas. And 10th, that was the first of the Chadash. There's a rule that if Yontif falls out on a certain day this year, we know that last year the same Yontif fell out 4 days earlier, and if there's a leap year, 5 days earlier. So the Torah tells us specifically that Rosh Chodesh Nisan on the second year fell out on a Sunday, then we know that the year before it fell out on a Wednesday. And if Rosh Chodesh Nisan fell out on a Wednesday, the following month, Iyar, always falls out 2 days later in the week, because Nisan is a Molech, so it fell out on Erev Shabbos. If that's so, the following month, Sivan, falls out 1 day later in the week, because Iyar is a Chaser, so Sivan fell out on Shabbos itself. That does not fit in, not with Rabbi Yossi, not Chacham. Both Rabbi Yossi and Chacham have to answer similar answers. Rabbi Yossi is going to say that year happened to have 7 missing months, and Chacham are going to say that there was 8 missing months, and that fills in the gap. Have a wonderful day.
Shenanigans that are generally involved with Hollywood. That all it needs to do is be good. If it's good, even though it might have appeared from the interviews of me that this guy just loves tearing people apart. Really?
Shabbos Daf Tiches. Today's daf is one of the classic dafim in Shas with many valuable life lessons. But first, we need to take care of the sugya that we started yesterday. It says in Seder Olam, which coincidentally was written by Rabbi himself, and that's the machlokes we have right now between Rabbi and Rabbanan. It says Yetzias Mitzrayim happened on the 15th of Nisan, which occurred on a Friday. And as we know, if the 15th of the month is on a particular day of the week, that means Rosh Chodesh is on the same day. So that means that Rosh Chodesh Nisan that year was on Erev Shabbos. We also know that since the Nisan days later than the week, which would be on Sunday, that's Rosh Chodesh year is on Sunday. Therefore, the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, since Iyar is approximately 29 days, that means the following month is going to come out 1 day later, not 2 days, 1 day later in the week, which puts Rosh Chodesh Sivan on a Monday. And that goes according to Rabbanan. Although Rabbi Yossi wrote this goes according to Rabbanan. There's a verse that says Moshe Rabbeinu went up Shemayim on Monday, came back down. He went up on Tuesday, came back down, told us about the mitzvah Hagbala like we had. He went up on Wednesday, told us about Afrasha, separated from your wife, and came down. And on Thursday, he built the Mizbeach. That's the day that Christ was said Nasa, and he was not great. Bryce continues and says that on Friday he didn't have time. It doesn't mean that that's when Matan Torah was, says the Gemara. It means a concept of preparing for Shabbos. Here, even Moshe Rabbeinu had servants. He himself prepared for Shabbos, didn't have time. And now, the beginning of a sugya of Agadata, the Gula, somebody from Gaul came and stood over a Chizda, and he darshan, he said, look at how beautiful there was things given in threes. Tanakh, Torah Nevi'im Suvim is 3. Klal Yisrael, Chayin, Kehanim, Levim, Yisraelim. Moshe Rabbeinu was born third after Aaron and Miriam. The Torah was given on the 3rd day after Afrasha. This goes according to Chachamim, that there's 2 days of separation, and on the 3rd day, Matan Torah, in the 3rd month, Nisan year, Sivan, 3rd month. By Yisatz from Tachas Sahar, the famous Gemara, that Baruch Hu's Chafa Aleim Harkigi, he picked up Har Sinai and put it over them and threatened them. If you recall the Torah, great. If not, that's where your burial will be. Rabbi Yaakov says, this is a great excuse for Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael was forced into the mitzvahs. Therefore, you can't come to them with any complaints. Yet, later on, 950 years later, approximately, in the time of Purim, Klal Yisrael re-accepted the Torah out of love and not out of fear. It says, we say it in Kiddush, Hashishi, what's the hay? That the sixth day of creation corresponds to the sixth day of Sivan when the Torah was given. Meaning, the Baruch made a deal with nature, with earth, and said, if Klal Yisrael accepts the Torah, which that is the reason why I created this world, then I will keep you in place. But if they don't accept the Torah, I'll put you right back to tell you Vavayim. When Klal Yisrael said, Na'aseh v'nishma, 600,000 Malachim, corresponding to 600,000 men of Klal Yisrael, came down and put on each Jew 2 crowns, one for Na'aseh and one for Nishma, and then when by Tzat Ha'egel, 1.2 million Malachim came down and took away those crowns. And Har Sinai is where they got the crowns, and Har Sinai is where they took the crowns. And Moshe Rabbeinu was Zoicha to take all the crowns, but us Rabbi, the Baruch Hu will return the crowns to Klal Yisrael. The Baruch Hu told Klal Yisrael, who gave you the secret? And you say, Na'aseh, we will do, and then understand what you have to do. You learn this from the Malachim, and the Malachim also, they do before they understand what they need to do. Like the Pasuk says, like an apple. Places explains referring to an esrog. An esrog can live on a tree from year to year. You're not going to take it off. So the fruit comes before the leaves. Like Klal Yisrael said, Na'aseh before Nishma. There was a min, a Kaifer, who saw Rabbi sitting on his finger, brushing his finger while his finger was bleeding because he's speaking and learning, and he didn't realize that he was bleeding. And the min tells Rabbi, I'm a Ziza, you're an impulsive nation. You say you do before you know, and here also, you sit down on your finger before you think. And Rabbi said, we're a nation that goes after Baruch with out of love. We know that Baruch is not going to steer us wrong. He wants our best interest, and therefore we need to know what it says in the Torah. We know that it's a gift for us. You, on the other hand, you will go with your mind. The Baruch says, I fell in love with because of one of your eyes, but after you did Torah, after you kept the Torah, it's b'shtein in both of your eyes. These are psukim that shir hashirim. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael acted like one of the worst things possibly imaginable. Is a talent to be mezana under a chuppah. In other words, Klal Yisrael, as they received the Torah, they were getting married to the Torah, and went and had an affair with Avodah with the Egel Azal. It's like Hakadosh Baruch was sitting there by his chuppah, and we come and we give our perfume somewhere else. Yet Hakadosh Baruch Hu didn't write in the pasuk his sriach. He gave us a nice lashon called nasa. And this is one of the most famous, amazing gemaras. How does a Jew act when somebody insults him? Well, there's 3 levels. There's people that are insulted and they don't respond. That's a tremendous level. There's people that hear their shame, which is even worse, and they don't respond. And the 3rd level is even greater than the first 2. And that is, you hear your shame and you take it with love. You take that shame and you say, I deserve it, I want it. And that the Torah says, the first creation that was insulted was the sun, insulted by the moon, and the sun didn't respond. And what happened? The moon was reduced, and only gets its light from the sun that didn't respond. The Rebbe says every word, every one of that sentence that came out of the book's mouth, split into 70 languages for the nations. The Torah had a mashal, the nimshal to a prince. A prince could kill at will and let people live. And so too, if a person learns Torah, ma'aminin with his right, in other words, he, with all his might, he tries to understand Pshat and Torah and to understand the secrets, then it's the gift of life. On the other hand, if people learn with the left, they learn in order to outdo somebody else and to show them up, that could cause death. So Amar Doidili Ben Shaddai Yolin, even though his Baruch was upset at us because of the Egel, nevertheless he commanded us to make the Mishkan, which resembles Shaddai. Every word, every dibur of that such that his Baruch said, the entire world filled up with perfume, and Klal Yisrael's neshama left them, and they were backed up 12 mil to the end of the encampment. What happened was, Baruch brought a wind, got rid of the perfume, and then the next word brought in more. Baruch was Mechayim Mason with the dew, and then he again said another dibur, and then they died. And the Malachim, they encouraged Klal Yisrael to walk back like a mother encourages her child to walk. When Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Shemayim to receive this Torah, the Malachim said, "Why would a human being get this Torah? You waited at HaKadosh Baruch Hu 974 generations. Why would you give it now to Bas Adam?" And HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, "Answer them." And Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful to answer them. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him, "Hold on to the Kisei HaKavod." And Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Look at the Torah. Nothing in the Torah really is appropriate for Malachim. You don't have parents. You don't have Resicha Kina. You don't have Yitzhahara. You don't have Shabbos. You don't work." And they agreed to him, and they all gave him secrets of their own, including the Malach HaMavis, taught Moshe Rabbeinu how to use Torahs to save Klal Yisrael from the pandemic and tell them exactly where to stand between the live and the dead. And with that, had a wonderful day.
I was married her, like I was ready for it. You know what I mean? And then you'll see me years later, you're like, right, you're like, happiness is what I'm after. Titles are idealistic situations.
Shabbos Daf Pei Tes, we're continuing with the beautiful Agatha Gemara. Shimon Levi said a number of statements. After Moshe Rabbeinu came down with the Torah, the Baruch made sure that the Yitzhahara was occupied and didn't realize that it was given. And the Yitzhahara suddenly realized that starting Shemayim, he says, "Where's the Torah?" He says, "I gave it to the earth." He goes down and he asks the earth, "Where is it?" I don't know. He goes to the ocean, to the Tahayim, to the depths, the Gehenim. Nobody knows where it is. He goes back to Jerusalem. "I searched everywhere." He says, "I gave it to Ben Amram." We know Amram is one of the 4 tzaddikim that never sinned. "I gave it to his son." The Tzara goes to Moshe Rabbeinu. He says, "Where's the Torah?" Moshe looks at him. He says, "You think I'm worthy to have the Torah? I don't know what you're talking about." When heard this, he says, "Moshe Vadai Hasna, you're saying a lie." He says, "Moshe Rabbeinu, you delight with the Torah every day. You have a chemda benuza, coveted, beautiful Torah. You think I'm worthy of having the Torah?" And Rebbe says, "Since you put yourself down like that, I'm going to name the Torah after you. Zichri Torah Moshe Avdi." At a certain point when Moshe Rabbeinu was in Shemayim, he noticed that the Rebbe Shalom was writing sorry crowns, like we have tagim, shakin's gas, little tagim on top of the letters. They asked Rebbe Shalom, "What is that?" It's the whole Gemara Menachas. But the Rebbe Shalom tells Moshe Rabbeinu, "Why did you say hello to me? It's their cheretz to say hello to somebody." It's not their cheretz for a servant to say to the master hello. The Gemara tells us when it says in the pasuk Vayara on Koishesh Moshe Lava, Moshe Rabbeinu was delayed in his coming down from the mountain. That's why Klal Yisrael it says the Gemara Koishesh is a lashon of Koishesh. The 6th hour of the day, noon came, and when Moshe Rabbeinu didn't come down, tells the Gemara the story. The Yitzhahara first asked Klal Yisrael, "Where's Moshe Rabbeinu?" Now Moshe told Klal Yisrael he's going to come down after 40 days. What he meant was Klal Yisrael thought he meant a day early. And the Yitzhahara made an evil in the world dark, like a cloud, and he confused Klal Yisrael. He says, where's your Rebbe? They didn't listen to him. He's dead. They didn't listen to him. And finally he showed them a depiction of Moshe as if he's dead. And then they realized that perhaps he's not coming back. Rabbi Hannah says that the word Sinai perhaps means that Nisim happened to Klal Yisrael. That doesn't really fit the word Sinai. The Gemara says Siman type doesn't fit in. So the Gemara says, what does Sinai mean? That's the mountain that caused Sinah to the nations. Once we got the 30 days, the Sinah of Klal Yisrael. We see the same thing by Rabbi. He says there were 5 names in the Midbar, 5 different locations in the one Midbar. One is called Midbar Tzin. That's where the Tzivoy, that's where the inhabitants of the Torah were given Klal Yisrael. Midbar Kadesh. Klal Yisrael became Kadesh. Hadmos is where the Torah that was there before the world existed was given. Number 4 is Para. Para V'Rabu. After they separated from their wives, Shulachem Aleichem, go back. And Rashi says that every woman became pregnant with a Ben Zachar. And finally, Sinai. Sinai, from the Goyim to the Yidden. One Magamar says the name is Sinai, but we call it Chayrev. One Magamar says it's Chayrev, but we call it Sinai, and Chayrev is a lashon of Purva, of destruction to the Goyim. The pasuk says, "Yichuna v'nivachacha Yom Hashem." What's the lashon? The Lord was telling Yisrael, go and be rebuked. Maybe it should be come and be rebuked. Explain to Gemara, the Lord was telling Yisrael, go to Avram, your forefathers, and get rebuked. Get to Chava. Yisrael does revenge land. Why should we go to Avram? Avram heard that we're going to be in slavery for 400 years and he didn't down for us. Yitzchak gave the brothers to Esau and he didn't down for us. Yaakov knew about the 4 Goliaths and he didn't down for us. We want you, we want rebuke from you. Baruch Hu said, if you want rebuke from me, you have to even to shun him. If your sins will be red, shall you be, then I'll whiten them like snow. Gemara tells us an amazing thing. Baruch Hu went to Avram and said, what should I do to your son? They sinned. And Avram said something incredible, hard to understand. Wipe them off the face of earth. They deserve to die. People should know that if you're doing Avera, that's what happened. His mother didn't like that. So maybe I'll get a better answer from Yaakov. Yaakov repeated the same thing. Until it came to Yitzchak. Yitzchak was our best defense lawyer, and he told the Rabbi, says if a person lives for 70 years, the first 20 years, you can't give him an aynus, as it's brought down. This is the side of until 20, you don't get an aynus. You see it in different places in the Torah. 25 years out of the 50 people are sleeping. So now we're left with 25 years. Out of the 25 years, 12 and a half, you have to do your personal things like davening and eating and going to the bathroom. So you have 12 and a half years. Either you or Rabbi take on the responsibility of 12 and a half years, or we'll split it 50-50. But even if we split it 50-50, I, Yitzchak, I was mocking myself by that Kedah. I deserve a little bit of credit. And that credit should go towards Klal Yisrael. Says Gemara, Klal Yisrael started calling Yitzchak Avinu Ata, you're our father. Yitzchak says, no. I want to show you, point out, it's the Rabbi Shalom. Ki Ata Avinu. Ata Hashem Avinu, G'aleinu Ma'olam Shema. You are Baruch Hu, you are Hashem. Says Rabbi Shalom, Yaakov Avinu, when he went down to Mitzrayim, he was gone down with Barzel, like a prisoner in metal chains. But because of his schos saved him, he didn't have to. And now we are back to Masechta Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, what is the amount of wood that one takes out into Rishus Harabim, another domain in Yisrael? When it comes to wood, we had it already. When it comes to reed, when it comes to wood, it's the amount of wood that it takes to cook up the easiest egg to cook, which is chicken egg, and the amount would be a great geras, the size of a dried fish. This is the fact that we learned the same halacha by a reed, and that is because by reed you can't do anything with reed. But with wood, you can make key for a lock, and even so that you can make a key for a lock, the shear is the shear of bishul of food of a grigger. What's the shear of spices enough to spice this easy egg, this chicken egg? 2 different spices can combine with each other as long as they are all from the same category. They're all there to sweeten or to salt the food, and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
And some people don't like that. Some people don't want to. I mean, the dark side of things, I didn't really enjoy that. So before I do this interview, there is no Illuminati. It's just
Shabbos Daf Tzadik will continue with the different amounts necessary in order to be high on itself and taking something from one domain to another. The Mishnah talks about things that you can create dye with. The peel of an pomegranate, the peel of a nut, satis, pua, and the shear is Svacha. Svacha is a head covering that women wear under their head. Svacha is the opening of that covering. That's a larger shear than if the dye is ready made. The dye is ready made, then it's Dugma Iro, which is a sample that merchants have of their garment. Iro is a weaver's bobbin, which is the device that holds the thread when they throw the thread through the loom from side to side. It's a smaller piece of fabric. Meraglayim, these are stain removers, and the shear is also Svacha. According to Rashi in the Gemara, It's when the Meraglayim is at least 40 days old. According to Pesach, it's from 3 to 40 days old. Rashi's in another place. Neser, says the Gemara, this is also a certain mover. It has to be from Alexandria. Boris, the Gemara translates as aloe vera. There's two types of aloe vera. In order to be chayiv in Shemitah, it has to be a vegetable, something that grows in the ground that has roots. Therefore, when the Gemara says that they added virus to Shemitah, it cannot be that it means it is sulfur, because sulfur obviously doesn't have roots. Molia is shleik dutz, which Rashi says he doesn't know what it is exactly. The article says possibly sulfur. Ashlag, which translates as shoshana, which is in a pearl which is removed with a very sharp metal object. Hilbel, some sort of pepper. The shear is kolshu, a very minor amount, and they use it as a mouthwash to remove the odor in the mouth. Idron, which is zephet tar, again it's kolshu, it's used for migraine. Certain besamim, kolshu, anything that has a bad smell, which is used to chase away mazikin from sick people and young people. Rape smelling oils, fragrance, argamon, which is purple dye, which also has a nice fragrance, kolshu. A young rose, one petal of a rose is the shear. Different metals, the shear is kolshu, very small amount, enough to make a prod goat. If somebody says, I want to donate metal to the base Hamikdash, the amount would be 1 amma by 1 amma, enough to make a kalya oira, chase away the ravens which have sharp spikes. In Eric, when we learned another sheet that means a physical bird crow. Somebody takes out copper, how much copper? Enough for ma'a kesef. Blazer says not less than a small copper fork. What can you do with it? You can clean out a menorah, the wick, etc. Avni Mizbeach, the stones of the Mizbeach, the dirt of the Mizbeach is kolshu. If you have decaying Sikri Torah and the mantle, the covering of the Sikri Torah, they decay because of a worm called Mekek, it's the kolshu because you have to do miza to it. The Gemara tells us there are different types of worms for grapes, for figs, pomegranate. They are all extremely dangerous. The Gemara tells a story that Talmud told Rabbi, I just ate a fig and it has thorns in it. So Rabbi turned to others and said, this Talmud is going to die because it's not thorns, it's the worm called kaf that drills holes through a person's neck. Rabbi says, we're also chayiv on Meshamsha Avodah Zarah, things that hold Avodah Zarah. He argues with what we learned earlier in the Masechta that Meshamsha Avodah Zarah has no value at all. He also knows since it says the possible yuzba, you have a key to get rid of it, so it has a purpose. Says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a box full of samples, you're only chayiv one chatas for all the samples. The big finish in Taisvis, as Taisvis explained, is that even if you have an awareness between sample and sample, you bring a carbon on one sample, and then you realize if you got the second sample, you're still putter. Whereas if it wasn't in a box and you had an awareness in between two different items, you decided 2 chatags. Different seeds. One man knows the kind of comment the Mishnah says it's a little bit less than a gregaris, a dry fig. Review says it's 5 seeds, whichever is less. If you have seeds of a cucumber which have a lot of value, and they are royal in the in other words, you could plant them. Not that you are going to plant them. It's 2 seeds. If you're going to eat them, it's 1 seed, enough to fill a pig's mouth, which is 1 seed. If you're using the seeds for, and these are seeds of dates, if you're using it for fuel, then it's enough to cook this easy egg, which is a chicken egg. If you're using it for math, to keep count of something, it's either 2, or according to Acher and Meir, it's 5, because you don't need 2 seeds to count. You start losing count after right around 5. If it's a seed of a pumpkin or a kumitzri, it's 2. That fertilizer and thin dirt, we learned, according to the Kiva, whether it's enough to fertilize 1 seed of a cabbage or 1 seed of a leek. That's because you already planted it, and as we said earlier, once it's done, then the shear is much less. If you're going to plant, then you need at least 5 seeds or more. If one takes out which is around 2 years of a horse or a cow, the chayev, why you can make traps for birds with it. The very hard bristle on the back of a pig is 1. Palm tree leaves or palm tree vines, the leaves are 2, the vines are 1. A live grasshopper, if it's kosher and you can eat it, it's kosher because you give it to your child to play with as a toy. Once it's dead, now it's food. The shear of all food is regeres. There's a grasshopper called Tzikuris Brahmin. Whether it's alive or dead, the shear is the kosher or small amounts because you use it for refuah. Rabbi says you can find it in a very young palm tree that has a single vine. What you do is you use it for a memory. You cut it in half, you eat half, the right half, the left half you put it in a small copper tube, you seal it many, many times. When it's a 60, Rashi says many times, you put it on your left arm, and then you learn as much as you want. All that learning you are going to remember forever, provided that you eat the left side. If you don't eat the left side, you will lose everything that you try to learn. Tanakama says, you don't give a non-kosher grasshopper to a youngster because it might die and the child might eat it. Rabbi says, since it's a toy for the child, instead of eating the grasshopper, will eulogize the grasshopper, give the grasshopper hesped. Therefore, there is no concern. Have a wonderful day.
Just click on one of them now. Edgar Allan Shorty wanted a clear pedophile. Come on, he is a clear pedophile.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Aleph. As I do every day before the shir, I read some emails. I'd like to start reading a synopsis of an email. So send me in your name, where you live, how the 8 minute has inspired you, or whatever. I'll try to get to it. We're starting a brand new parak Matzliach. Up until now, we've learned different foods, different items have different shiurim for what it is that you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus. Says the Mishnah, that's all good for regular people, but if you yourself decide that a certain item is valuable to you, you put it aside, you store it, then no matter what size it is, you take it outside into Sarabim, you are chayev. For instance, you set aside seeds for planting, or for a sample, something for a sample, or for medicine, then it's valuable to you. You are chayev. Your friend, on the other hand, that same item that you think is chashuv, for him, he is not chayev. What if you took something out, let's say for plant, and then you change your mind, you want to bring it back home. Now it's no longer chashuv, you're not planting. The shear goes back to the original shear, let's say by seeds, 5 seeds, the size of almost a gregaris. Abaye explains that we're talking about where he took the seed and he threw it back into his house and landed. It has its own specific place, and that is the chiddush that nevertheless the shear reverts to everybody else's shear. Abaye explains the Mishnah that we are talking about a case, the beginning of the Mishnah, where a person set aside, let's say, a seed to plant before Shabbos. And on Shabbos, he forgot why he set it aside, and he brought it outside. Nevertheless, he is chayev because the original machshava remains. And a person always does, based on his original machshava, unless he has an opposing machshava. He undoes his machshava with another machshava. Let's say a person, since his intent is so important, and he can create an object just by thinking that this object is important, what if a person does the reverse? He says, for me, the entire contents of my house is important. Anything less is not important. We're talking about somebody, Bill Gates, a billionaire. Says the Gemara, since it's very rare to find somebody that would say that you need an enormous amount of things to take out, and only then it's chashuv, that's Batal Daita. But to say that one seed is chashuv versus 5 seeds, that we can find plenty of people. Rabbi says, and Rabbi is the author of our Mishnah, he says even one kernel of wheat, you are chayev because you're taking it out to plant in order to tell us a chiddush that it's not anything less than a gregaris, meaning you need at least an hour's worth, but even a kernel's worth is what could be chayev. The husband Azariah says, the shittim we had this earlier in the Sefta, if a person decides that this kernel is chashuv to him, he wants to take it out and plant it, then this kernel becomes also for the entire world to take out and plant. As we learned in the first daf of Masechet Shabbos, in order to be over mitzvah, whether it's taking it out from one domain to another domain, or even walking down an Amos, you have to do akira and anafi. You have to lift it up, walk the Dalet Amos into the next rishus and put it down, or walk into the next rishus and put it down. Rav Nachman tells us that even if you have two different intents, one by the akira and one by the anafi, when you do the akira, you're thinking to yourself that you want to eat this item, and it was the proper size of your geras and has the right shear. You took it outside, and then before you put it down, you switched your intent to plant it. That doesn't ruin anything. You are chayiv. Gemara asks a shayla. What happens if he takes out a half a shear, a half a gergeras, with the intent to plant? So far, he would be chayiv. This half a gergeras blew up to a full gergeras, and then he switched his intent to eat it. The Gemara's suffix is, when he took it out, he didn't have enough of a shear to eat. It was only half a shear. Later on, it grew. So perhaps in that case, we're not going to agree that the two machshavas, the two intents, are not mitzvah. This a hefsek in between. And if you say that you are chayiv in that case, what about if the reverse case happened? In other words, he started out thinking that this full shear gergeras food, he wants to eat it outside. Then it shrunk, and only then he switched his intent to plant it. The first initial machshava intent is no longer here. You want to eat it, and you can't eat it. If you left it as is, you wouldn't be chayiv because there was no shear of a gergeras. He had to switch his intent. Perhaps in that case, he's potter. And if you would say he's chayiv, what happens in the case when he started out with a full shear? As he was walking, it shrunk to half a shear, and then afterwards it grew back to the full shear. We say that Shabbos is pushed off for the time being. When it shrunk, the shear, it pushed off, like we say yesh dikoi by karbanos and mitzvah sometimes. The Gemara remains in a another incredible shaila in the Gemara. What happens if a person has less than an egg's worth of food in a house where there's a dead body? That less than an egg's worth cannot be the time of this food. So he goes ahead and he throws a piece of olive size, onto that egg, and now together you have a full shear become. But this was on Shabbos. We say that olive's worth, since it had the ability to make an egg's worth for tumah, so now it's a question of piece. It has wood, and therefore it would be over on Shabbos, where typically you need a larger shear than an olive. You need a gergeras when you throw and land. Over here, since it did something, it accomplished something, that's enough to be chayiv. Go bring your rice in the Gemara from Lechem Aponim. Lechem Aponim, if you want to be over on Mitzvah Shabbos, you have to take out the gergeras. But the question is, when you take out the Lechem Aponim, you are chayiv immediately on a kizayis. For Yotzei, not for Shabbos, for Yotzei from the Mitzvah. Now that kizayis l'chayra, according to what you're saying, you should also be over on Shabbos. But that's not the case. You're only over on a gergeras. This is one of the reasons why that is so, because when you go out just of the Azara into the Zesnashim, for instance, you're chayiv on Yotzei. In order to get to Rosh Hashanah, you have to go much further, so they happen in different stages. Says the Mishnah, the person takes out food from a Yisayach and puts it on the stoop, on a stoop. Now this stoop says the Gemara is carmelist. And you're Rosh Hashanah, because then you're over from taking it from the Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. And it can't be a Rosh Hashanah because you'd be over right away if you take it out from your house and drop it on the stoop. So the stoop is a carmelist. What happened was you took it from your house, put it on the carmelist, and then it kind of stopped there. And from that point, you took it again. You are potter, and even somebody else took it from the stoop. It's not potter because it stopped in the middle. It has to be one continuous traveling. What happens if he took food and he pushed it out of his house where it's mostly on the scoop of it? The scoop is already Rosh Hashanah scoop. Says the Mishnah, you are not chayiv since there's part of the kli is still inside that house. Ben Azai holds, by the way, that if you are going from a Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah and you walk by an eskufa, you are potter because walking is ka'imidam. When you have your 2 feet on the ground, it's as if you stop. Our Mishnah doesn't go like that. Kinsky explains our Mishnah. Beautiful machlokes here. If the kli is ma'agid the food, does it cause the food to be wanted? In other words, what happens if in the kli? Kinsky says that our Mishnah is only talking about a case where there are long cucumbers or long food. So some of it is indoors and some of it is outdoors. But what if you have a kli full of small food, where some of the foods are in the Rosh Hashanah? Says Chizki, you'd be chayiv because that food is already outside. Says Rabbi Yochanan, no. The kli is not aged the food. The kli makes all the food one. So even though, yes, you have one mustard seed or one food that's outside, nevertheless, we don't look at the seed, we look at the whole kli, and the whole kli part of it is inside, and therefore you put the Mishnah seems not to say, like, not like Kiski, not like Rabbi Yochanan. Each one will explain the Mishnah, add a word or two to make it fit his way. And with that, we'll finish today. Have a wonderful day.
Did you have some collabs on it with anybody? Do you have somebody help you produce some stuff? Master P, maybe anything like that? I'm just thinking of somebody from Louisiana. Right.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Beis. Please send me in some emails with pictures, or even without pictures. Tell me where you learned David Daf, how it inspired you, your name, where you live. I'll try to read it out. We learned an amazing halacha about a person who steals a pouch of money. As he lifts it up, he's over on Geneva. When he takes it out from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Rabin, he's over on it. So those two things happen at two different times. However, if he dragged the pouch out from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Rabin, stealing the money and the Isser Shabbos come simultaneously, and then we say Kamlei the Rabbi Menei, he's only chayav on the greater Isser, which is Isser Shabbos, which is a chiyuv misa, versus the money. Rabbi Yochanan holds everything that's in this pouch goes by the pouch, and not what's in the pouch. So all the money is in the pouch, and you're only chayav once the entire pouch comes out of the Rishus Hayachid into the Rishus Rabin. However, if the opening of the pouch faces the Rishus Rabin, and he has access to the money, he's chayav on Gneva before the pouch comes out completely because he can access the money. So they don't happen simultaneously. However, if the pouch is flipped over, although he has access from the back, but we're dealing with larger pieces of silver, says the Gemara, and therefore we go by the money. Since some of the silver is in the Rishus Hayachid, he's not chayav until everything comes out. The Gemara says, what about the shnatzim, these drawstrings that close the pouch? If part of the shnatzim were inside Rishus Hayachid, that would mean eged klishmei eged, and the entire pouch is considered Rishus Hayachid. We have to say that the shnatzim were folded over, or there are no shnatzim at all. Abaye and Rava reversed their shittas later on in life, and Rava holds that eged kli shmei eged, and Abaye says eged kli lo shmei eged. Therefore, we have to flip a memra of a machlokes between Abaye and Rava. Rava holds that if you have something in your hand and you go from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Rabin, since eged guf lo shmei eged, your hand doesn't go by your body, so you're chayav right away by putting it into Rishus Rabin. We're talking about that your hand is within 3 tefachim of Rishus Rabin, so it's as if you did Hanoch. And Abaye says the reverse. Now we're going to be dealing with the halacha of la'achar yad. You all know the halacha, if you touch muktzah with your elbow, perhaps you're not chayav. It comes from this mission. You're chayav on a yitzah when you do it in the typical manner. You carry it with your right hand, with your left hand, you carry it in your chest, like you carry a baby, you carry it on your shoulders, like b'nei kohasted in the midbar. But what if you carried something on your feet, in your mouth, if it's not food, in your marpeg, according to Taisvis, armpit, or in your elbow, you carry something in your ear, or in your ear, or you have an upside down money book. You carry it between your belt and your garment, and in your shoe or sandal. These are all shalei kedera, and you are puffing. Blessed says, although Rishus Rabin is up to 10 tefachim, if you carry something above 10 tefachim, and that's how it's costed, you are chayav. It says Moshe Rabbeinu must have been at least 10 amas high, which is about 20 feet tall. And that is because Moshe Rabbeinu himself put the Urias HaMishkan atop the Mishkan, that was 10 amas high. Therefore, we can assume that all Levim were approximately 10 amas tall, and they carried the Mizbeach on their shoulders. And we know the Mizbeach was 10 amas, and you typically carry something 2/3 below your shoulder and 1/3 above. That would leave 3.3 amas, which is 20 tefachim between the bottom of the Mizbeach and the ground. And we're looking for a raya that he carried above 10 tefachim. Here's a raya that he carried almost 20 tefachim. Now, if you're going to tell me that Moshe Rabbeinu was different, he was really tall, because the Shekhinah was Shayran, and sometimes the Shekhinah Shayran has to be taller and wealthier and smarter and stronger than everybody else. So I'll say, okay, let's say that all the Levim were average height. There were 3 amas, approximately 6 feet tall. Don't forget, they also carried the aron. The aron was only 9 tefachim. Another time, but it was 9 tefachim. And if you do 2/3 below the shoulder and 1/3 above the shoulder, it comes out that there was 11.3 tefachim in the bottom of the aron and the ground, because the shoulder was approximately 18 tefachim tall. The Rabbi says that even Anshe Hutzel, the people of Hutzel, used to carry things on their heads like barrels of wine and oil. If someone like that went out on Shabbos with something on his head, he would be positive, because Baba Daitis to follow them. They are the minority and we don't go by them. If somebody wanted to take out a fanny pack, a wallet, and put it in back of him, and it came out to go to the front of him, he is chayiv, because he only intended to do a shmira kusa, to watch it not the best way. In front is a much better shmira, and therefore he's certainly chayiv. But in reverse, try to put it on the front, and it flips at his back, he's potter, because it went from shmira me'ula to a shmira kusa. And according to Rabbi, it's two different man'orim saying this. The Mishnah says an interesting lashon. Be'emes amru. The Gemara tells us that means this is halacha. A woman who wears some sort of undergarment, that she says it's like pants, and she puts like a spoon or something between her pants and herself. The typical derech is that it's going to reverse. It can go from the front to the back, and therefore she is chayiv, because that is the derech. The Rabbi says even the male couriers who run and bring letters for the king, they have a tube, they put the letter in, and that tube could flip from the front to the back, from the back to the front, and therefore they're chayiv. According to everybody, if somebody put something, a fanny pack on his back, and it remained on his back, according to everybody, he's chayiv, because his intention was done as he intended. According to everybody, if you do something to lachar yad, you carry something on your ear, you are potter. The machlokes is, if the belt is flipped over, your money belt is flipped over. According to Rabbi Yehuda, that's similar to somebody who went out with putting his money belt on his back and his skin on his back and his chayiv. According to the Chacham, that's still considered lachar yad. That's not the normal way to wear a money belt, because the money could fall out if it's upside down. Therefore, you are potter. The Mishnah tells us 2 people who've done a malacha, who carried out a loaf of bread, for instance, and they both could carry it by themselves. It's very strange for 2 people to carry something really light. Therefore, according to the time of our Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda, they are potter. With Rishon as well, potter, because it's very unusual to carry like that. However, if it's an extremely heavy item, like a beam, like Yikuli Vela, where one person by himself can't carry it, you need a second person. So that's the normal way to carry it with 2 people. So according to Reb Shimon, you're potter. He has a special limud, as we're going to see tomorrow. And according to Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi, you're chayiv. What about a case where one person is really strong, he can carry it, the other person, he's carrying it with one finger, he's not that strong? According to everybody, the person who could carry it is capable of carrying it, he is chayiv, and the second person is potter. Have a wonderful day.
I know where Orlando is rookie year. Yeah, because he played at LSU, man. Yeah, great guy. Dude, if I was that big, I couldn't get my big ass out of bed at that size.
Shabbos daf the Gimel. How's everybody doing? The pasuk says, "Nefesh achas techto va'asoisa." There are 3 words here in the singular. According to Reb Shimon, they come to exclude any time a person does a malacha with someone else on Shabbos, he's positive, because the Torah says in singular, you do it by yourself and then you're chayiv. They come to exclude 3 cases, starting from the least chiddush to the biggest chiddush. Case where one person does the akira and the other person does the hanacha. Both potter. Second case, if both of them are capable of carrying this item by themselves individually and they do it together, that's different. No one really carries like that. But biggest chiddush is, even if it's a very heavy item, where you typically need 2 people, and that's how people carry things, have a refrigerator, 2 people. Nevertheless, on Shabbos, both of them are possible. The Rabbi says, I agree to you that there are 3 miyutim in this possible, all in red. However, 2 of them are referring to the case of Shnai Shasu, and one of them is talking about something else. So therefore, according to Rabbi Yehuda, the 2 easiest cases are excluded, and therefore, one person does that here, one person does that enough. Or in the case where both of them can carry the item by themselves, both potter. The third meal comes to say this, and had you made a mistake and said, for instance, you could eat chalev, and you go ahead and you eat chalev, you are potter. Meir says no. This pasuk only has two meals. The two words nefesh achas go together. It's one meal. Ba'asoisa is a meal by itself. Therefore, I'll exclude if one person doesn't akira and one person doesn't. In that case, you pater. But in the two other cases, zeh yachol, or zeh yachol, in both cases, you are chayav. And the second meal of the pasuk comes to exclude the case of when Bez made a mistake, and made a mistake, and you ate chayla because of them, you are part. In a case where one person can carry the weight all by himself, the other person does not, he cannot, let's say he lends one finger or he's physically too weak, the person who can carry all of it by himself is chayav. The person that's helping out is pater. The question is, why is he pater? He helped out, he carried somewhat. The answer is because Messiah in by marriage. The helper is as if he's a nobody. He doesn't carry anything. And the Gemara goes on to prove it from three different places. The Allah is that by a zav who sits down on something or lays down on a beged, he's metamid that beged b'medrus, provided that he puts most of his weight on the beged. So let's say he's laying on a bed and you put a beged under each one of the legs. He's not putting all his weight on each one of the legs. L'chayr, he's only putting down 25% of his weight. However, if you were to remove one of the legs, the bed will collapse. Therefore, we view each leg as if it's carrying all of the weight, and all four begadim are tamid. However, when it comes to an animal, since an animal can balance himself on three legs, all four begadim are tamid. The question is why? Why don't we view each leg as a helper, as a messiah? The answer is messiah, and therefore you're all tamid. Perhaps you'll say, I'll tell you why you're all tamid, because it's a suffix. Maybe you lifted up his leg, the one that you think the beged is tamid, that leg you lifted up. The answer is, when it comes to a zav, and we have a suffix, we say everything's coming. For instance, the zav lays lengthwise on the table, like in the blue arrow, the table is coming, because all his weight is on the table. If he lays on the width of the tables, all five tables, they're all hard because each one is only carrying a fifth of his weight, and that's it. But let's say he fell asleep, and you don't know which direction he went. He started out lengthwise, but perhaps, or he started out to the width, and perhaps he went to the length. We don't know which way he went, and therefore all the tables are tamid. So we should say the same thing by the animal. The answer is even if the animal put the weight down, it's Messiah by mamish. Rabbi Yossi says that a horse, when he leans forward on his forelegs on a beged, they're metama, but his hind legs are not metama beged. And a donkey is the reverse. And we don't say, perhaps, by a horse, for instance, the hind legs should also be metama, because they are healthy. The sayeya, boy. The avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, if I had him where shoes, their feet had to be flat on the surface of the Beis Hamikdash. What if you put one foot on a stone or a bench? Well, if you remove that stone or bench, and the kohen can keep his balance, his avodah is cut. The question is why? The bench was a messiah, helped him out. He put some of his weight on it. The answer is messiah in Bima. Halacha is when the blood, and if your left hand assisted in catching the blood, the avodah is cut. Why? It's messiah. It was helped by the left. The answer is messiah in Bima. This is machlokes in Rabbi when he says, Zeh yachol, zeh yachol. Two people who are very capable of carrying an item all by themselves, and they help each other to carry it. According to Rabbi, they are both chayav. The question is, do you need this item to have two shiurim, two dried figs worth, one fig for each person, or they share the chiyuv in one dried fig? The Gemara brings three rayos to this as well. First raya is from the case that we had before, when the zav is laying on a bed. You say that all four talesos that are under the legs are tamid, but we don't have four zavim. Perhaps you should need 4 shiurim of zav. You should have 4 rugs of zav. You have one zav that provides tumah to all 4. You see that one shiur is enough. If a deer was trapped in a house, you close the door, you are chayiv. 2 people close the door, they are patur. But if the door is very heavy, they are chayiv if they close the door. The question is, if you only have one deer, you should need 2 deers for 2 people. The answer is, all you need is 1 shiur. Another raya, if 2 people stole an animal, they shepherded the animal, they are chayiv 4 times if it was a sheep, 5 times if it was an ox. The question is, why? You only have 1 sheep here. You should have to have 2 sheep in order to be chayiv with 2 of them. The answer is, one shear is enough for people, and so too in our sugya. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from a reed that helps out on the loom If two people carry it, they are chayiv. And the question is, perhaps have a raya. There's not enough material for both of them. And the answer is perhaps we are talking about a case that there's enough material, so that's not a good raya from there. Says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a kli into his rabbim, and in the kli there's food, but the food is not a proper shear, it doesn't have a full fig's work. So he's putter on the food, and he's also putter on the kli because the kli is secondary to the food. If a person takes out a live human being on a bed, he's putter for taking out the human being and putter for taking out the bed. The bed is secondary to the human being, that's why he's putter on the bed. But the human being is a new concept called chai meisesas. The live person assists in lifting himself up. You're not carrying dead weight. You're carrying a live person, which is lighter than a dead person, because he assists the gravity or whatever you want to explain, and therefore you're putter on him, and therefore you're also putter on the bed. However, if you carry a dead person, you are chayiv on the dead person. If you take out a kazais of a dead person, or kazais of a nevela, or a kadash of a sheret, you're also chayiv on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
I will tell you this, I met his wife at or not his wife, but the lady that played. Yes, that's her right there, Virgil and Sophia was his wife's name in the show. She was very beautiful, and I saw her right this month. I cannot go back in there and tell her, and I did. And it was I think she kind of
Shabbos Daf Tzadikei. I'm going to try something new. To do a synopsis of emails that I read during the regular shir. It's my privilege, as the first email, we'll read an email from a boy named Moshe Mosmav from Yerushalayim, a 13-year-old boy. He sent it to me 2 days ago. And he writes that he's had 24 surgeries to correct a rare syndrome that he has, yet he learns the daf, he learns the full shir, and then he does the 8-minute as a chazara. And he writes, learning the daf has made me feel so good about myself. So we wish you, Aaron Mosbacher, a tremendous amount of atzlacha. Hope to see you live at the shir. And here's a picture of Aaron that he sent me, a before and after. Such a Zisa guy. So let's jump into the Gemara. We have two Lashonos here. Rabbi Oven, in the name of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina says that when a woman braids her hair, she's over on the Isser of Oire, weaving. If she paints her eyes blue, that's Kaisav writing. And if she does Pekesa, she parts her hair, that's Tfiyah spinning. The Gemara says, but that's not how people spin and weave and write. Rather, Rabbi Bo in the name of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina says braiding and Pekesa parting the hair is binyan. As HaKadosh Baruch Hu braided Chavos hair, and the Torah calls it Kliyasa, which the translation is B'niyasa, to build. And Koicheles, painting one's eyes, is not Ksiva, rather it's Tziviyah, dying. As the Gemara says, one should not put blush on their face because that is dying. Reb Shimon Lazar says that when a woman does these three things, Guzeles, Bekeses, and Koicheles, when she does it to herself, since it's not a perfect job, she's potter. She does it for a friend, that's where she's kind of. Milking an animal, or making cheese by putting milk on top and having the water come down, and migavin, which means to take the curling of the milk and putting it together. The shear is a good guess. To sweep a floor, to sprinkle water on a dirt floor, and to break apart a honeycomb and eat it. According to Lezer, this is the right soup. Katos, as the Torah says, yaris dvash, the forest of honey. In other words, it's like taking off a fruit from the forest. Yontif, you get malchus because this is the right. According to Rabbanan, it's only shvus, it's only this is the Rabbanan. The Lord tells this amazing story. Rabbi Bakuria came to a certain city, and they asked him, what is the Isser of Chayla, of milking a cow? What's the Isser of Megav? He didn't know. They said, what's going on here? Was your Rebbe a Kat Makanya? Was he a reed chopper? He didn't teach you. So he went around and he asked and he found out. Milking a cow is mafarid. It's the malacha of dash, of extracting one thing from the other. The malacha of mechabetz is bayred. You're taking the milk, you're pouring it, and out comes the whey, and the cheese remains on top. And megavin is taking the big pieces, the curled pieces, that is baina to build. Amemar says this issur of sprinkling water on a dirt floor is only a dirt floor because that's mashvei kumas, that is baina according to Rashi. But sprinkling water on a tiled floor, 100% mutter. Where does this? Rav Sva told Ravina, I see you're suffering from the dust, you have an allergic reaction or something. Why don't you do a trick? Pretend that you're washing your hands in this corner, the water will fall on the ground, pretend you're washing your face over there. At the end of the day, you'll have water all over. Where it tells us that Aish's Talmid Chacham, the wife of the Talmid Chacham, the daughter of the Talmid Chacham, they know this trick. You wash dishes in this corner, then they go to the next corner, and at the end of the day, their floor is watered and the dust goes down. Lord tells us, since la halacha, we pass like Rabbi Shimon, the davar she'ein miskaven is mutter. If you don't intend to do that halacha, so over here, you intended to get rid of the dust. It happens to be that the water fell on the ground and straightened out your floor, but it's not necessary that's going to happen. Sometimes it happens and it doesn't. It's mutter. Says the Mishnah. There are two types of flower pots. One has a hole in it, one does not have a hole. The one with the preparation, it could have that hole on the side, on the bottom. Sometimes it's considered as if it's part of the ground, it nourishes from the ground. If you remove a fruit from that pot on Shabbos, it's like removing a fruit from a regular tree. However, if it doesn't have a hole in the bottom and it's separated from the ground, there's no isuklisha on Shabbos. The Raisa, the Rabbanan only. Shimon says there's no difference. All pots are not considered attached to the ground, and if you remove a fruit from a pot, even if it has a hole, you are part of it. The only time Shimon makes the distinction is when it comes to machshir fruit. That is, in order for fruit to be mekabel tumah, you have to introduce them to one of the 7 liquids. If they are attached to the ground, it doesn't matter how much liquid you pour in it, it's not mekabel tumah. However, if it's in a pot that doesn't have a hole in it, and it's not attached to the ground, you could introduce water to it. It says Rabbi Shimon. In this case, I agree that if it has a hole in it, it nourishes somewhat from the ground, it won't be mekabel tumah even if you pour water on it. The Gemara brings a story from Abu Sab, or sometimes it means Eliyahu Navi. Ask Rabbi Zera, what if the hole has a root coming out of it, it's poking it, it's directly by the hole? Does that nourish from the ground? And therefore, Rabbi Shimon would agree that's considered attached to the ground. Rabbi Zera didn't have an answer. Later on, Abu Sab, Rabbi Zera saying, if this pot has a hole of an olive's worth, then it's considered completely not a pot, and it's nourishing from the ground. I don't understand. Halachically, you said it's not a pot, it nourishes from the ground. And when it literally nourishes from the ground because the root is poking out, that you don't know? And Rabbi explains, well, the case was where the hole was all the way in the bottom, and it wasn't even able to hold a revius of liquids. Says Rabbi, there are 5 levels of holes in the kli cheres, in earthenware, that have different halachas. First of all, before we even get to the level, we have to talk about something called a gistra, a broken piece of earthenware. The only thing you can do with it is put it under another vessel that has a tiny hole in it, and it will catch the liquid. If that gistra has a hole in it, then it's a goner, because you're not going to put one gistra to catch the liquids that are coming off a broken gistra. The both broken pieces of shards of earthenware, you toss them out, they're not mekabel tumah. Now let's talk about the kli itself. If the kli has a small hole, the water leaves it, then it's mekabel tumah like every other kli, and it can even receive the mechatos from the paradum. However, if the hole is large enough, and this is level 2, that water could go in, which is a much larger hole than water coming out, then it can no longer receive mechatos. However, it's considered that the kli is not attached to the ground, and as we said before, it cannot be machshir fruit. If you pour water on them, then they are mekabel tumah because they are not attached to the ground. The third shear is if a root pokes out, small root. Now it is considered attached to the ground. You can no longer be machshir mekabel tumah if it's attached to the ground, but it's still considered a kli. It's mekabel tumah because it can hold olives. Fourth shear is that if it has a hole the size that olives come out, then it's no longer a kli for anything, unless you specifically designate that kli to hold pomegranates. The fifth shear is if it has a hole that large that even pomegranates fall out of it, there's no way out of it, it's completely not mekabel tumah. And finally, the halacha is that if an earthenware kli has something in it, and it's in a room with a dead body, typically the oil hameis will go into the kli and be mekabel within it. But if it's sealed, it can protect that tumah. What if it has a hole on the side? The hole on the side doesn't make a difference. It has to have a hole on top and the entrance. What if the hole is so large that it's as large as 51% of the whole kli? Then tumah will come in if it's a very large kli. And if it's a small kli, if that hole is as large as the pomegranate, then the tumah will come in even from the side. Have a wonderful day.
Send away to these companies and that's close to proximity, as you know. Right? That we know is possible.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Vav. Today's synopsis email comes from David Mishulam Weiss from Muncie. And he writes, my highest compliments to you on this wonderful shir that you share with me and thousands of others daily. It really enhances my learning. It's an excellent review of the Daf. Thank you, David Mishulam. Also, a quick shout out to our great friend, Shlomi Klein from Crown Heights. The Gemara tells us that in order for a kli, a flower pot, to be considered attached to the ground, it must nourish from the ground. What size hole that this flower pot must have in order to be considered attached to the ground? Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi bar Elvin and Rabbi Yossi bar Zavda. The Gemara is not sure exactly who says what. It's either one says the size of a pomegranate, which is very large, and the other one says the size of a small root. It's mikatel katzel from side to side with two very different shiurim. And the way to remember these two very interesting shiurim is the famous line, Echad hamarba v'echad hamamid, u'belvachi chad ani b'lashamayim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't care whether you buy an expensive carbon or a cheap bowl of flour, as long as you have the right intent. Rabbi Eliezer holds that when it comes to earthenware, once the kli has a hole the size of an olive, it's no longer mekabel tum. It's not considered a kli, even if you designate it and say, I want it to remain a kli, I want it to hold pomegranate. Unlike Rabbi yesterday, who says that typically the kli is batal, but if you have the right designation for pomegranates, it will remain a kli. And with that, we finish Perek Hamatzniya. Unbelievable, one more Perek down, and many more to go. Perek Hazoreh, dealing with throwing items, continuing the theme of Yitzhak, taking items out from one Rishus to another. If you throw from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabban, or from Rishus HaRabban to Rishus HaYachid, you are Chai. If you go from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid, and there's a Rishus HaRabban between, pretend you're throwing from one side of the street, from your house to your neighbor's house across the street, you are Potter according to everybody. Why? Because in the Mishkan, they never threw or passed from one side of Rishus HaYachid to the other. The way it worked is they would pull up with 4 wagons. 2 wagons were attached to each other, and the other 2 attached to each other, and they would pull up to the Mishkan. Let's call set number 1 northbound, and set number 2 on another lane going southbound. They would pass the beams onto the first wagon and to the back of the wagon. They would go from the front to the back, but never from the wagon on the northbound to the wagon on the southbound. Therefore, if you're going to pass from a porch to another porch on the same side of the street, you are chayav, because that's how they did it in the Mishkan. But if you're going to pass from one side of the street across the other side of the street, you are potter. According to Chachamim, they never threw in the Mishkan. It would be very difficult to throw these beams, which might have weighed anywhere between a ton to 4 tons, according to Rabbi Galinsky, extremely heavy, and it wasn't coveted, according to another Pshat Rashi. And on Daf Dalet and Beis Rashi says they didn't throw because they were concerned to ruin these beams that were covered in gold. So there's no throwing going on. According to Rabbi Kiva, it's usher to throw on Shabbos. Moshe Rabbeinu commanded Yisrael to stop bringing items from their Rishus HaYachid, from their where they lived with Rishus HaYachid, to his camp, which was considered Rishus HaRabban. And there's a Gzeir Shava from what Moshe Rabbeinu said to Yom Kippur, just like Yom Kippur, the actual day is usher to do Melacha, so too, that day Shabbos was usher to bring the items, not because he had too much, but it was usher to bring. And logically, we say, since it's also to go in this direction, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabban, it's also to go from Rishus HaRabban back to Rishus HaYachid. However, that's called a Tolda. The Av, the main halacha, the main Isser, is going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabban. So, if a person committed these 2 acts in one awareness, he did it. He went from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabban, he did Achnasa from Rishus HaRabban to Rishus HaYachid, he's only chayav 1 carbon, because they're both in the same category. One is the Av, the category, and one is the Tolda, the subcategory. You do an Av and a Tolda, you only do 1 carbon. If you were to do 2 separate malachas, like Haitzah, bringing wood in to Rishus HaRabban, and then Boirer, you would be chayav 2 karbanos, even if it was in 1 awareness. However, according to Eliezer, who says, if you do an Av and a Tolda, you chayav 2 karbanos, so you do Haitzah and Achnasa, you chayav 2 karbanos. The difference between an Av and a Tolda is that the Av was what they did in the Mishkan, and it was an important malacha, versus the Tolda, which wasn't done in the Mishkan. That's why it's called a Tolda. If somebody throws an item in Rishus HaRabban and it sticks to the wall, like wet toilet paper or a juicy fig, if the wall where it's stuck to is above 10 tefachim, it's no longer Rishus HaRabim, and it's not Rishus HaYachid because Rishus HaYachid has to have 8 plates, it has to have square tefachim, and this is on the vertical. If it landed on top of the wall, that would be a different story. So therefore, it's as if it landed in mid-ear, and he's fine. However, if he threw it and it landed below 10 tefachim is considered part of Rishus HaRabim, and therefore he is chayav. Where do we see the concept of throwing in the Mishnah? There wasn't any throwing in the Mishnah, says the Gemara. Therefore, we must say that the throwing from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim is halacha l'Moshe Messina. You might say, well, they did throw in the Mishnah. They threw the buchya. That's the device, the barber's, the weaver's bob, or the shuttle that goes. It has the Erev thread, and it goes through the chassis, back and forth, and they would throw it. But you would hold on to the thread. But perhaps it was the end of the thread. So you threw it 4 hours. Well, the actual loom is considered a makar ptur, not a Rishus HaRabim. Therefore, there's no right from it. Perhaps you'll say that as they were using the loom, one would borrow from the other and say, hey, pass me the buchya, pass me a needle. And they would toss each other. And so you see, there was tossing. That can't be either because everyone in the Mishkan had their own buchya and needle. Everybody had their own kalim, as the pasuk says. This is machlekes. This week's parsha we're going to be learning about the Mepashish Eitzim. What exactly do the Mepashish do? 3-way machlekes. One man Amar says, Shmuel says, he was over on Eitzah. He walked in Rishus HaRabim 4 hours with the wood. The Brisa says he cut the wood, Toilish. And Rabbi says he piled up the wood. He was ma'amer. What is the difference? What he did? The difference is, if we know what he did, then we know in Megillas Starim it says there's 1 out of 39 malachs you don't get a punishment. Now we know, according to whatever the man Amr, whatever you hold, let's say you hold the Mekash did Ma'amr, you know for sure it's not Ma'amr. Ma'amr, there is a Aynish. Toilish is for sure another. Who was the Mekash? Rabbi Akiva says the Mekash was Slachta. Rabbi Yehuda ben Tzera did not like that. He said, Mimanasha, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't put in the Torah, he wanted it hidden. Why are you telling people about it? And if you are wrong, then you're going to get an Aynish for being Mitzi Laz on Slachta. Similarly, we see by Aaron and Miriam. It says in the pasuk, Bam. It says Rabbi Akiva, they both got tzaras. It says Rabbi Yehuda, you have no right telling Klal Yisrael that Aaron and Miriam got tzaras. Because Baruch wanted it hidden. And if you were wrong, you might see less. So what does he do with the word Bam? Because Baruch gave him an Ezephah, gave Aaron Musar. He never got tzaras. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Ches. Today's email comes from David Gladstone from Cedarhurst. After giving his own Var Torah, he writes, just want to say how much I love the shir and helps me start my day off with Torah. I do sometimes join the regular Zoom shir in the middle of my day, but recently everyone has been booking meetings at 2 p.m. May you continue with this great shir, David from Cedarhurst. If somebody takes an object, throws it from one Rishus HaRabim through Rishus HaYachid into the second Rishus HaRabim. The trick here in this brayso is that in the first Rishus HaRabim, it only traveled 2 amas, traveled through the Rishus HaYachid, and finally in the second Rishus HaRabim, travels an additional 2 amas. According to this brayso, the 2 amas plus 2 amas and the 2 Rishus HaRabim combine together to make a shir of Israel. But we don't say that since it went from Rishus HaRabim into Rishus HaYachid, it's chayav right away on Achnasa, because this brayso does not hold of the concept called Pluta. We don't say that halachically it rested in the Rishus HaYachid. We're starting now with a beautiful sugya of the Mishkan and how the crushing works. The Gemara tells us the concept. There is no Isser to carry in a Rishus HaRabim that has a rooftop, because in the Mishkan there's no rooftop. And the Gemara analyzes this to see whether or not there's a rooftop in the Mishkan. We're talking about the beams, the crushing that built the Mishkan. When they transported these beams, they transported them on 4 wagons. The wagons were 2.5 amma wide, 5 ammas long. And they would transport the length of the beam on the width of these wagons. Says the Gemara, if we can find ear gaps between the crushing, then you're right. There's no ceilings in the Mishkan. But if the wood was together, stacked together on these wagons, perhaps that should create a rooftop. So how are these crushing stacked? The simplest way, and that's the first step, perhaps they were stacked on their long side, 1.5 amma by 1 amma, so they put them on the 1.5 amma, so they should be more stable. There were 48 crushing, 12 crushing per wagon. That would give us 3 stacks. 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. That leaves us a half an amma for the 2 gaps in the 3 stacks. 3 stacks of 4 high. A half an amma is 1.5 tefachim per gap. That's less than 3 tefachim, which we typically say labud, and that closes the gap, and now we have a roof. We have a ceiling. So let's say that they didn't stack them on the wide side, on the 1.5 amma side. Perhaps they stacked them on the amma side. An amma will give us the potential to put down 4 stacks. We have a 5 amma wagon. We put the 4 stacks. You can't put 5 stacks because you have rings. It's too much. We'll put 4 stacks of 3 high. That gives us 3 gaps. We have an extra amma from 4 ammas to 5 ammas. Extra amma for the 3 gaps. That's 2 tefachim per gap. 2 tefachim is within labud. Once again, we have a ceiling. Why does the Gemara say there were no ceilings in the Mishnah? According to the Manda that says that the crushing started out as an amma on the bottom, but tapered off all the way to nothing, to a finger on the top. If you stack them on the wagons like that, you will indeed have large gaps of air, no problem. But what would you do about the other Manda? Says the Gemara, they stacked them like clothespins, meaning they took 2 stacks and put them together, creating 1 stack, and then they took 2 stacks, putting them together, creating another stack, a second stack. The reason they did so is to give it more stability. When you have 2 stacks put together like a clothespin, they won't tumble. Therefore, the gap between the 2 major stacks is a full amma, and that ruins the roof of this Rishus Harabah. And we're dealing with a wagon that doesn't have a bottom; it's just a frame. Because if it had a bottom, once again we have a roof in the Rishus Harabah. What is machlekes whether or not the crushing were even on the bottom and top, or perhaps they went on a tapered angle? One man Omar says in the pasuk, "You samim al rosh." Samim means to finish. The Nechemia will say no. Samim means that should be made out of 1 solid piece of wood. You can't connect 2 pieces of wood. The Nechemia, on the other hand, says yachtav. That to look similar from top to bottom. Rabbi says no. Yachtav means that the wall should be nice and straight without any wood going in and out. The Gemara says, since one of the walls had 6 crushing, you had to find 2 more crushing to put in the corners. But if you are going to have crushing that are on an angle, it doesn't work out very well. You're going to have a little bit of exposure on one of the crushing. Says the Gemara, therefore, you have to cut this carriage on an angle, a very specific angle for the corner. The Gemara tells us there's a big nace. The way these crushing were held up was with metal looping around the outside of the Mishnah. But there was one, according to Rashi, that went in the center. The Beriach and Tachtoin went in the center. And it was a big nace. It was over 70 amas long, and it was snaked its way through the walls and made the turn on the corners. Even though it was metal, it was able to turn the corner. That was a big nace. The Mishkan was covered with 3 coverings called Yerios. We're going to be discussing the first Yeriah called the Mishkan and the second one, the Izah. The first one consisted of 10 sections. Each section was 4 amas by 28 amas. In other words, we have 40 amas long by 28 amas wide. Now, the Mishkan was 10 amas tall and a 10 amma roof. That gives us at least 30 amas. So to start off with, we're already missing 2 amas. According to Rabbi Yehuda, that the walls did not take up any room because it came to a finger breadth on top. So we have a 10 amma ceiling and 10 amma walls. It's exactly 30 amas. So the fabric came all the way down and exposed the adonim, the sockets on the bottom. According to Rabbi Nechemia, that the actual wall takes up a full amma on each side. Now we're missing an additional 2 amas. So the fabric came down and it was hanging 2 amas above the ground, exposing the adonim, plus 1 more amma of the wood. Now, if we take it from the other side, the fabric was 40 amas long. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the fabric went all the way down to the floor on the other side. 30 amma roof plus 10 amma wall, that's 40 amas exactly. But according to Rabbi Nechemia, the wall itself took up an amma. So now the fabric went all the way to the Adonim, leaving 1 am of Adonim exposed. Second is the rear season. That consisted of 11 sections times 4 amas, which is 44 amas. But the width was 30 amas. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor. According to Rabbi Nechemia, it exposed the Adonim by 1 amma. Now, if we take it to the length side, since you have 44 amas, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor, plus 2 amas on the backside, dragging like a cow's gown. According to Rabbi Nechemia, it was only 1 am on the floor, and it was 2 amas longer than the Urias Hamishkan. The Krushim were chiseled on the bottom and fit directly into the sockets. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Test. Today's email comes from Manchester. Benny Gittleson from Manchester. He says he works in a bakery. He's 19 years old. He hasn't been in yeshiva for 3 years because he doesn't think learning all day is for him. He went to the Siyam Shas, got inspiration. His boss Velver introduced him to our daf, and he tells him it's geschmack and it's fun. So he gave it a try, and he's never missed a day since. My days feel different when learning the daf with you. I really enjoy it. He said, it made me learn every day. Sometimes he watches in the bakery with his boss, and then he goes home and watches it again with the Gemara. I can't believe I still do the daf every day, he says. I can't wait to finish Shas, coming from a boy who says learning for him all day is not for him. All the way from Manchester, Benny Gittleson, Chazak V'Amat. We learned the other day that the Mishnah was covered with 3 uriyos, 3 garments. The lower one was made out of purple wool, blue wool, and red wool, and sheish, which is linen. The second layer was made out of goat's hair. The Gemara tells us it's a lot more difficult to make the goat's hair. You have to have a lot more chachma, like the Torah says. Liban the chachma. It's not just chachma, but their heart and chachma. What is the difference? For the goat's hair, they would wash the goat's hair while it was still on the goat and weave it while it was still on the goat, and that took a lot of chachma. Rabbi says that the wagons that carry the crushim, between the wagons, under the wagon, and between the wheels is all considered Rishus HaRabbi. The reason why the wagon was 2.5 amma wide, although a carriage is only at most 1.5 amma wide, and it could fit directly on the wagon, the reason is because they put the crushim lengthways on the narrow way. And we're concerned that if it was only an amma and a half wide, the crushim, which are 10 ammas long, would tip over. If the wagon is 5 ammas, and the way we set up these crushim is either 3 stacks of 4 or 4 stacks of 3, but either way, the most it is 3 stacks of 4, and each stack is 1.5 amma wide. 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. Why was the wagon 5 ammas? You have an extra amma here. Says the Gemara was necessary because, first of all, the crushim had kavais, they had reeds. Second of all, you can't squeeze them that tight. If the wagon was only 4.5 amma, for instance, it would be impossible to squeeze something that's 4.5 amma into 4.5 amma. We gave it a few extra inches. If you take an agala is 2.5 amma, plus the wheels is 5 amma. 2 agalas side by side is 10 amma. But between agala and agala, there was 5 amma space. Together, you have 15 ammas. Why is it that we say Rishus Rabbim has to be 16 ammas? Where do we get that extra amma? Says the Gemara something very interesting. When the agalas were moving through the midbar, there was a lady behind the agalas keeping eye on the crushim. If he noticed that a carriage was about to topple over, he bent over in a half an amma area on the side of the agala, and then he would rearrange the crushim. That half amma on each side is another amma, and that's why we have 16 ammas for Rishus HaRabbi. The Mishnah tells us that if you have a pit and the bank of it, in other words, somebody dug out a pit and he has a bank, together it's 10 tefachim by 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim deep, that creates Rishus HaRabbi. If you have the reverse, you have a stone on Rishus HaRabbi that's 10 tefachim high, 4 by 4 wide, that's a Rishus HaRabbi. So if you take something, you put on top of the stone, take something, you put it into the pit, you're over an eitzah or a chnasa. The Gemara says, why does it tell us a case of a pit with a bank? Just say a 10 tefachim pit. The answer is to tell us the chiddush that 5 tefachim, let's say, of a pit and 5 tefachim of a bank combine together to make one rishus. If a pit does not have walls surrounding it, it's in the middle of Rosh Hashanah, it's also to drink from it. Even if your head is over the pit, perhaps you take water out of the pit into Rosh Hashanah, it will be over on Achrasa. If there are walls, it's mutter. And if there are no walls, and you put your entire body, or most of your body and your head, into the pit, then it's also mutter. Rav Mordechai asked Rabbi, what happens if you take an object and you throw it on top of this stone that's in the middle of Rosh Hashanah? Do we say, since you picked it up from Rosh Hashanah, you did an akira, and it landed, or from the Rosh Hashanah, you did an akira, and it landed on the Rosh Hashanah, you did an akira and anacha? Or perhaps, since it had to travel through a Mokim Tur, we know that above the Tefach was no longer Rosh Hashanah. Since this object traveled through a Mokim Tur, the person should be potter. He asked Rava, he asked Abaye, he asked Rabbi Yosef, all three of them holding the same exact word. It's our Mishnah. In our Mishnah it says that if you take an object and you put it on top of a stone, you're over. So you see, even though he went through the Mokim Tur, he threw it through the Mokim Tur, you are still chayiv. And he told them, you spit the same spit? Why are you telling me the same exact words? And what about you? What do you think of Mordechai? He said, I think that you can explain our Mishnah that we're talking about a needle that landed, or you put it on a protrusion from that rock. It's not on top of the 10 tefachim, it's below the 10 tefachim. Nevertheless, that protrusion is considered part of the Rosh Hashanah because it's part of the rock. Or you put it into a groove in the rock. That's how you can be dafek our Mishnah. If you have a very narrow fence that you built in order to surround the Carmelis, which is only Rosh Hashanah, and you just created Rosh Hashanah, the Gemara has a question: what happens if you throw something and it lands on top of that fence? The top of the fence is now 4 tefachim, so it's not Rosh Hashanah. On the other hand, since it created Rosh Hashanah, the inside of Rosh Hashanah is as if it's filled up, and now the fence, rather than looking at it as a very narrow fence, it's a very wide fence. It's the entire size of the Rosh Hashanah. It comes along and says a third shot, and he says, if this fence has the power to make a Carmelis into Rosh Hashanah, then the fence should have a power to make itself a Rosh Hashanah, and therefore you are chayiv. We also had a beautiful question, 2 questions actually. What happens if you have a pit that's only 9 tefachim deep, and you go and you dig out the final tefach? Is that considered an akira? Did you lift up something from within a pit? Or perhaps it wasn't a pit when you lifted it up, but it happened together simultaneously? Do we say that simultaneously you're able to be chayiv on Yitzhak? And even if you're going to say, when you lifted it up, it didn't have a proper 10 tefachim. So what happens if you do something reverse? You take a pit that's 10 tefachim, and you throw dirt to the bottom of the pit, and now it's no longer 10 tefachim. Are you over? At the end of the day, you threw dirt into a place that was 10 tefachim. It was Rosh Hashanah. But by the time it landed, it just became, let's say, 9 tefachim. It's less than 10 tefachim, but it happened simultaneously. Are you chayiv or not? The Gemara says you cannot prove from Rabbi himself, who says that if you throw a very juicy, sticky fig onto the wall, 4 amos in Rosh Hashanah, you're chayiv. Why should you be chayiv? Let's say that the fig just reduced, even in a case where it was exactly 4 amos, you threw it on the wall, you're chayiv. But you just reduced the area. It's a little less than 4 amos because now you have the fig to contend with. So the Gemara says you can't answer that because the fig is something that you're going to eat later on. So you don't want to be mevatel that fig to the wall. But dirt, you want the dirt to stay on the bottom of the pit. So perhaps it reduced the size of the pit. If you threw a plank of wood, let's say, onto very narrow beams in Rosh Hashanah, and you just created a Rosh Hashanah with the plank, and on top of the plank, let's say you had another item, and as it landed, they both landed together. Do we say that that other item landed on Rosh Hashanah, but it happened together with the plank, and that's the same thing as Rabbi Yochanan said that it happened together, and perhaps it shouldn't be Rosh Hashanah. But maybe as it landed, whatever item it was jumped up a little bit from the hard landing, and it came down. That second landing should make it another hanacha. You should be chayiv. The Gemara remains with the Keku. Have a wonderful day.
Put some sacred snacks out for something. Right. So, it just tells a story. Key things that will happen and that you can look forward to before.
Shabbos Daf Kuf. Today's email comes from one of the guys in Shir, Eitan Ugarik. He traveled from Ramat Shemesh to New York for his mother's levaya on Friday. And he writes, he'll be missing some of the days, which will be very hard. And once he landed here, my mind right away was looking at the clock and saying, when is the daf? He's completely involved in the daf. So, your mother's Neshama Miriam Bashmul Shmelka should have an aliyah. Our thoughts and our davening are with you. Water, since it moves, you would think that there's no hanacha. You're not really putting it down, you're putting it down on a moving surface. Yet the Gemara says, water belongs on water, and that's why that is its hanacha. But if you take a nut, floating nut, and put it on water, that's not a hanacha. The Gemara has a suffix and remains in the take. What if you take a nut and put it in some sort of other vessel? You view the nut relative to the vessel and it's not moving, or relative to the water, it is moving. Oil that floats on top of wine, the machlokes, whether or not, if it's truma and it's full yom, somebody who went to the mikveh for tumah was waiting for a hair of shemesh for the sun to go down to become completely tar. If one touches the top oil, what becomes tameh? According to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, both are tameh, and on Shabbos it would be similar to the halacha of the water on top of water. And according to Rabbanan, just the oil is puzzled, and on Shabbos it's like the nut floating on top of water. Rabbi says an interesting halacha: if you have a pit that's 8 tefachim wide and 10 tefachim deep, wide enough to make 2 bayros, and you put a reed mat right down the middle, and the reed mat takes up a little bit from each bar, so now you don't have even a single bar that's 4 tefachim. Each one is 3.999. Therefore, you put something into one of those bayros, you are potter. Rabbi Yochanan, who had a suffix regarding if you take dirt and you put it on the bottom of a 10 tefachim pit, or you mevatel that dirt to the bottom, certainly when it comes to a machzeles, to a reed, it won't become batal because a reed has value. But a baya who says his halacha by a machzeles, by a reed man, certainly by dirt, he's mevatel. Says a baya, if the pit is full of water and you throw something heavy that sinks to the bottom, or you throw water on it, the water is not mevatel the pit. But if you put in fruit into this pit, fruit is no different than filling up a pit with dirt. And the fruit, explains Taisvis, it's like wheat that it's there to be stored for a long time. It's mevatel the whole pit. And if you throw something on top of the wheat, it's not as if you threw it into a pit and you are putter. Gemara brings a ride from Shimon who says a very interesting halacha. If you're in the ocean, and on the bottom of the ocean bed, there's a carve out of 10 tefachim deep and 4 tefachim wide, that consists of a rishus hayachid in the middle of the ocean. And if you throw something into that pit, you're chayiv. Although ocean is a carmelist, that pit is a rishus hayachid, even though it's full of ocean water. So you see that water is not mevatel the pit. The famous mission that we had a number of times, if you take something and you throw it like a juicy fig and you throw it on a wall that's above 10 tefachim, you are potter because it's not a rishus harabim, it's above 10 tefachim, and it's not a rishus hayachid because it doesn't stick out or jot out. However, if you throw it below 10 tefachim, it's as if you threw it on the ground, and you are chayiv. Rabbi says if you throw something above 10 tefachim and it lands in a small hole in the wall, according to Rameir, we say a concept called chaykikim. We carve out the wall halachically. We see the same halacha in machlokes by mezuzah. The doorway has to have 10 tefachim height by 4 tefachim width. What if you have on the bottom 4 tefachim, and as it goes up, it gradually arches? Halachically, we pretend that there's no arch, that it's squared out, it's carved out. So too over here, Rameir says you carve it out. According to Chachamim, you don't carve it out. There's a concept in English, the rise over the run. The Gemara tells us that if after 4 amos of an incline, you reach a height of 10 tefachim, that's as if you have a vertical wall, and that creates a machitza. And the same thing we say by a mavoi. If going into the mavoi downwards, there's a incline 4 amos that reaches a 10 tefachim height, or going into the Yisharabim, they are both considered walls, and therefore in that mavoi, it's not necessary to put a lechi or a kaira for a hecker. Very interesting thing, halacha. Let's say throw a frisbee 2 amos, and the wind takes it another 2 amos for a total of 4 amos, you are potter. What if you threw this frisbee 5 amos, and the wind stops it in mid-air and holds it there momentarily, and then 180s it right back to you, you are chayiv. Because Rabbi Yochanan says it rested in mid-air. Rabbi says that although an object came within 3 tefachim to the ground, we don't invoke the concept of tuta. Even though we know the trajectory of this item and it's going to land very soon, there's no wind. It's not similar, says the Gemara, to what Rabbi Yochanan said a minute ago about this frisbee, and he had to come onto a shot that is rested in midair. Why did he just say that it's within 3 tefachim? And the answer is because we're talking about a wild wind. But Rav is talking about no wind at all. Says in the Mishnah, if somebody throws in an ocean, which the ocean is a caramelist, if he throws it down an amas, he's potter. There's something called a retak mayim, like a giant puddle in the middle of Rishus Harabim that people walk through it. It still has the halacha of a Rishus Harabim as long as it doesn't have 10 tefachim. If it's 10 tefachim deep, then it turns into a caramelist, says Rashi. And the Mishnah repeats the same words twice, and the Gemara tells us to tell us the halacha that when people are inconvenienced by walking there, it's still considered Rishus Harabim, but if they're inconvenienced using a pit, let's say 9 tefachim, it's not considered Rishus Harabim. And the reason why it says the word rekat twice, to tell us, 3 pshat in the Gemara, according to Rabbi. One is talking about in the summer that typically people would cool off. But in the winter, I would think people won't go through the water. Kamash Malan, they do. And if it just says the winter, I would say, well, people have dirty shoes anyway, so that's why they go through, but not in the summer. Kamash Malan. Abaye says that this rakak is Daled Amos. And I would think that people, if it's Daled Amos, they would walk around it. And if they walk around it, it shouldn't be part of Rishus Harabim. Kamash Malan, it is part of Rishus Harabim. Rashi says it's only 4 tefachim. And I would think, because people could jump right over it, but if it's larger, people won't jump over it. Well, yes, and similarly, Rabbi says, when you have a bridge, and you have one step in the bridge that people don't like to use, it looks a little bit weak, and it's by itself. Nevertheless, if you throw something onto that piece, onto that board on the bridge, it's considered throwing it in Rishus Harabim in your chayil. If you throw something and you are in the water, which is a caramelist, and you throw it to the land, which is Rishus Hayachid or Rishus Harabim, or the opposite, or you go from the boat, which is Rishus Hayachid, into the water, which is a caramelist, or the opposite. Or what if you go from one boat to the other, Rishus Hayachid, you all potter. The way to allow you to go from one boat to the other is to tie them together. If they're not owned by one person, you make the Eruv Chatzeros. In order to draw water from the ocean, you have to either make, according to Rav Huna, a little pipe, and you say, this is where I'm drawing water for as a heker, that typically you're not allowed to. Or, according to Rav Chizda and Rav Huna, you make a frame 4x4, and then you invoke the concept of achis mechitza, that frame goes all the way down to the water. The difference is Rav Huna says that the caramelist starts in the bottom of the ocean bed. By the time you get to the top of the water, it's already a makam pur, therefore it's completely mutter. But Rabbi and Rav Chizda hold that the caramelist begins on the top of the water, therefore we have to make a much larger heker or a good achis mechitza. Have a wonderful day.
Destroyed of your whole legacy and they give you unlimited money and have to see the most. And
Shabbos Daf Kuf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing in Muncie. And he says, he's a 34-year-old Hasidic young man with a beard and payas, and he's never really enjoyed learning. Up until this point, he started to have true ahavas HaTorah, he says. He realized that he's a visual person, and because the shir involves so many visuals, he started enjoying learning. And finally, after a whole long email here, he writes, believe it or not, Shabbos afternoon, instead of taking books out to read, what he's used to doing, he takes out a Gemara to Chazer old Dapper. It's crazy. I never knew I'll be on that kind of level to enjoy learning and to do Chazara on old Dapper. Keep up the good work. We have a big school in Shemayim, Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing, Alei V'Hatzlach. We were discussing if a person is on a ship on Shabbos, he could draw water either by making a heker with some sort of rod or making a frame 4x4 tefachim, and he goes through the frame has a good achis and fits all the way to the water. What about wastewater? The Gemara says you don't want to spill the wastewater in that frame because you will be disgusted to draw fresh water from the same place. Rather, what you can do is spill it on the boat's wall, and then it goes down. That's called koichai. It's an indirect force going down into the water. And when it comes to a caramelist, you are not geyser on koichai, it's indirect, carrying on Shabbos. The The Gemara brings a raya. It says that Tanna Kama says you do not carry from the ship to the ocean, which is a Carmelis, and the ship is a Rishus Yachid. You don't go from the Carmelis to Rishus Yachid. Yehuda says if the inside of the ship has 10 tefachim, but the outside wall of the ship is less than 10 tefachim, therefore you are not allowed to carry from the water into the ship. But you could carry from the ship into the water. And we have to explain, like we just said, you spill the water onto the ship's wall and it goes down, and that's koicha. Rashi points out that if the ship was 10 tefachim above the water from the outside, then it would be mutter to carry from the water into the ship because you're going through a mokum tur, over 10 tefachim mokum tur, and you let it go from a Carmelis to Rishus Yachid through a mokum tur. If you have a very, very small boat, like a canoe, a kayak, that starts out on the top, it has 4 tefachim. And Rishus Yachid needs 4 tefachim by 10 tefachim tall. The problem is that it comes to a point, and by the time you get to the point, you don't have 4 tefachim. So it says if the walls are hanging in midair, so that's not a good Rishus Yachid. It continues to be a Carmelis. However, if it comes, the walls come all the way down within 3 tefachim of where it becomes narrow, then we say love it and it's okay. Or if you fill the bottom of the boat with some sort of reed or whatever, you fill up the bottom, again, once again, you have walls that come all the way down, and you don't have a point anymore, then it's okay. If Nachman asked, why don't we invoke the concept of good achis mechitza? Let's pretend that the walls on the side go all the way down. Why do we care about the edge, the sharp point that the boat comes to? And Abaye explains that even though Chachams don't say good achis mechitza when it comes to a basket on top of a pole, which is a machlokes, but they do agree that if you have a pole that's 4 tefachim wide and above 3 tefachim from the ground, it narrows down. Over there, since it doesn't come down to a very narrow pole, it's still wide. We do say good achis mechitza. What's the difference? Because you don't say typically if a goat can go through or animals can go through, then you can't draw an imaginary line because at the end of the day, it's not effective as a mechitza. But this wide hole, although it's not 4 tefachim at the bottom, but a boat is not going to go through, so it is an effective mechitza. The same thing when it comes to a boat. It's an effective mechitza because goats cannot swim. What about fish? You don't care about fish because fish are not visible, and therefore it's an effective mechitza. Rabbi also says the same idea, that if you have a hanging mechitza above, let's say, a pit, it's an effective mechitza. Or, similar to what we said earlier, if you have a 4x4 frame, you say, good achis mechitza all the way down to the water. We don't say, oh, but you have fish under there, and they'll ruin the mechitza. Fish do not ruin a mechitza. The Mishnah says, as we learned, that if you have 2 ships that are connected, tied together, you could carry from one to the other. The question is, what is the difference? So Rabbi explains one way that we're talking about that there's a 3rd ship here, a very small ship, a canoe, between them, and you can carry from the large ship to the canoe, even though the canoe is not tied down, and from the canoe to the second large ship. The Gemara asks, but it doesn't mention anything about a 3rd ship. We're talking about 2 ships. Therefore, and Rav Safra uses a very strong language. He says, Moshe. In other words, Gadol Adar Rabbi, how do you say such a pshat? So he learns, Rav Safra, that we're dealing with 2 different owners. And the chiddush is that you can make Eruv Chatzeros on 2 ships. I don't think Eruv Chatzeros is reserved for houses. Maybe ships. You can't do Eruv Chatzeros. You can do Eruv Chatzeros on 2 cars. You can do Eruv Chatzeros on 2 ships. The halacha is, you're not allowed to build a mechitza on Shabbos. But if one did it inadvertently, or was an oinus, he was forced to, he made a mistake, he was misasik, he thought he's making a mechitza for something else, then it's allowed. The same thing if you tied ships together, it goes back to the heter. You had 2 tied ships and you let it carry from one to the other and it became unattached. You can attach them back together. If you have a mechitza on Shabbos that fell down, you put it back even though you weren't supposed to, it's a good mechitza. But if you do it amazing, when it comes to mechitzas on Shabbos, if Nachman holds you can't use it, it's a knaz, you punish, we say you can't use it. When it comes to tying ships, explains Taisvis, then you could use it even if you did it, it's amazing. Because you have the 2 rishuyas there, all you're doing is you're connecting them, it's this the Rabbi. The halacha is that if you tie a ship with a metal chain to an oil mix, you have a tent, you have a body there, and there's an oil. what happens is metal, since the pasuk says halal ferret, metal has the same halacha that touches a mace, which is an oil mace, as the mace itself. A mace is a v avois hatum. That chain touches the boat. It goes down one madriga to avatum. That boat touches the vessels in the boat, and the vessels become rishon. However, if the boat was tied with a regular rope, a non-metallic rope, so the rope becomes, instead of a via voisatum, it becomes avatum. It goes down one step. And that rope in return is metam of the boat one step lower to the rishon. A rishon cannot be metam of the vessels inside the ship as a ship. Well, says that's halacha by Tumah, but by us, you can use any rope you want. It doesn't necessarily have to be a metal rope. It could be a cloth rope as well. Have a wonderful day.
But it's still, man, it's an honor. I keep it up in my house year round. And people walk in and they're like, no way, that's Cat William. It is. And it's beautiful. You have a new tour, man. I know people talk about touring and comedy a lot. And I want to
Shabbos Daf Kuf Beis. Today's email comes to us from Kalman Milberg of Woodmere. He says he watches the shiur every day on Zoom. If he can, he watches it on YouTube. He loves the shiur so much that because of all the corona and the riots in New York, he says he wants to move to Ramat Beit Shemesh to be closer to the shiur. So we wish him a lot of luck. Thank you, Kalman. And now to the Mishnah on Daf Kuf Beis. The Maskonas HaSugya, the Mishnah is talking about a very big chiddush. A guy takes an object and he throws it. When he threw it, he was a shogeg, he didn't realize it's Shabbos. All of a sudden, in mid-air, he realizes that it's Shabbos. Although he doesn't have any control over the object, he's no longer considered a shogeg, and he does not bring a carbon on that action. What if he threw the object and there was no hanacha? Another individual came towards him and caught it. Or he threw it into a dog that wasn't moving, but the dog's mouth is not 4 tefachim. Or is consumed by a fire. No hanacha. So he's potter. Rabbi takes all these cases and he makes them into one. He says if a person threw an item, he didn't realize it's Shabbos, and on the way, in midair, he realizes that it's Shabbos, and then it landed in a dog's mouth or another person came towards it, then he's potter. But if he forgot again that it's Shabbos, and it landed without a dog, without another person, then he's chayiv a carbon. Because he goes back to the shogeg. As long as you start out the shogeg and you end the shogeg, you're chayiv in a carbon. The Gemara tells us we can't say that our Mishnah is talking about a case of lechta. Lechta is the vice that holds the saddlebags on the animal. It's a piece of wood, and it's tied to a string, and he tosses the piece of wood that holds onto the string. So then, perhaps, if he realizes in mid-ear that it's Shabbos, he has the ability to stop the action, and therefore only in that case he's potter from a carbon because it's considered amazing. That doesn't make sense because since he's holding onto a string, then the action doesn't even begin. There's no akira. It never left his hand. Mars is a very interesting case. What happens if a person did a yitzah? 2 amos b'shogeg, 2 amos b'mezid, and 2 amos b'shogeg. So we combine the 2 amos at the beginning and the 2 amos at the end and make it one shogeg that's high to Says the Gemara, if we're to carry 2 amos and then he carried 2 amos b'mezid, then he's potter from a carbon because it's considered amazing. He finished off his action amazing. Even according to the man, the honor that says, in other words, if halfway through an action I write 2 letters, and after the first letter I realize that it's Shabbos, that realization, that awareness does not break up my action, and I am chayiv with her. Over here it's different, because as he's finishing off the walking and carrying the item, it's in a situation of amazing. Whereas when he was writing the 2 letters, as he was finishing off the second letter, he was in a matzah of shogeg. What if he threw the item? It traveled 2 amos b'shogeg, and then he realized that it's Shabbos 2 amos b'mezid, and then the final 2 amos b'shogeg. Then he'd be chayiv in a carbon. Why? Because he couldn't stop it in mid-ear. And even according to the honor that says yesh yidiyah that the awareness in between breaks up the action, that's only when he could stop it. Like when he's writing, he could stop writing the second letter. But over here, that it's in mid-ear, he has no power over it. Says Rabbi, If a person has intent that the item should land inside the dog's mouth, and although the dog's mouth is not for tvachim, he just created a place for landing, and he's chayiv. What tells us that if a person who's coming and he can't eat kosher, and he eats a piece of kosher, and that piece of kosher is also nice, and it's on Yom Kippur, he's chayiv 4 korbanos chatas and 1 asham because he ate kosher. Like this whether you could add, Rabbi says, I have a case. You want to ask me a riddle how a person's had a lot of korbanos? He also, onto Shabbos, Yom Kippur Shabbos, and he took it out with his mouth. So well, that's not part of the riddle. We're talking about an Isra Achila, and now you're adding an Isra Yitzhak. But nevertheless, everybody agrees that he would be chayiv on a Yitzhak, even though it's in his mouth. The issue is, who carries items that do not food with their mouth? The answer is, if a person decides that his mouth is a makam chashuv, then it creates a makam chashuv, and it's as if it's in a place of 4 tvachim. And with that, we finish Perek HaZorek, and the many dapim that we learned of Luchas Yitzhak pretty much come to an end. And from here on out, we're going to be discussing the rest of the Lamites Malachas, starting with one of the last Malachas in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol, which is Baina and Makeh B'Patish, the second to last. Building, says the Mishnah, is B'Kol Shuvah, meaning, according to Rabbi Yirmiyah, since a poor person will create a hole in his house, and creating holes in the ground outdoors is chayrish, but indoors is baina, he would hide his few pennies that he has in those holes, so that's baina. And in the Mishnah, they would hide their needles. Says Rabbi, in the Mishnah, they didn't hide needles on the ground because it would rust. Therefore, says Rabbi, they would build a small tripod to hold their small stovetop. That's the shear. And the Beis Hamikdash would build a small tripod to cook up the few spices that they needed that they didn't have for the dogs. Rav argues, he says there's no aniyos, there's such wealth in the Beis Hamikdash, it doesn't make sense that they didn't make enough of this diet. They would overdo it, not underdo it. Therefore, he says, even wealthy people, they would plug up holes in their mansions, just like in the Mikdash, they would plug up a hole in a piece of wood caused by a worm. The word tells us, when you build a stone wall, there's 3 parts of the wall. The first row, you take the stones and you wedge them into the ground, into the dirt. Everything else is with cement. And the final top layer, you just put a stone on top of the stone without any cement. And that's the malacha. Misates means to chisel a stone. That's basically part of the building. When you make a hole in a chicken coop, that's not really building, because building is you make a window and a door, but it's similar to making something that you do in a house to get the heat out. So there's a big chiddush in that. Then there's shufta b'kufina demara. That is, you want to wedge a piece of wood into a shovel's handle, so it sticks to the shovel or to the axe or whatever the kli is. That's not similar to boina at all. Nevertheless, Rav says in all 3 of these things it's boina, and Shmuel says in all 3 of these things it's makeh b'patish. You think maybe makeh b'patish is in the last one in the axe, and everything else Shmuel might admit to Rav that it's boina kamashmalan. Not have a wonderful day.
The body of work and legacy and feelings and emotions that you left. And I still haven't done my best. Like, comedically. Like, I'm still not my funniest. Like, I'm still not working hard enough. Like, I'm still not. I still haven't made a complete package.
Today's email comes from Shmuel Goldstein from Bar. Direct. Look for you. By the way,
That's a trap.
I feel like you live on Zoom since people other stream are really enjoyable, very exciting, and stuff that's going on Zoom that I watch every day. Every day when you read up emails, you can see that there's so many people that are joining with Zoom. From time to time, you can do that. These emails sometimes get in your head, and you say to yourself, it's still working. Until last night, when you invested more than a minute of America, that young players on the stage greatness of another education program. This is referring to at a great conversation with the board kids, saying some of the unbelievable talent, and the next is becoming a role model. Is it Bella Boss?
he spends most of his days learning Torah, Margaret's Torah, he's hearing, and wants some extra smart stuff on the dot. He has something called great guys, second else. It shows a tremendous amount of humility to endorse and advertise another so-called competitor. Thank you for the confidence. I'm honored to call myself a talent of yours and consider myself lucky to be part of the opportunity to bring up young strong goals from our part. Here is Rabbi Scroll. So let's jump into this. Small error we have from both holes that when it comes to sizzling out a stone, it's not going to happen, not butter. So we have to read just the Mishnah slightly. The Mishnah says, I'm a sati, sizzling, you have to take out the love. Not the fact because of it. What about drilling a hole? Even a mash. Now, in terms of Rabbi says, it's butter. Some still is similar to drilling a hole to let out air in a chicken. But what about small? How is that a matter of fact? Not because the package is always the final flow, the finishing touch. Over here, you still have to put a screw in, it's something that you put in a long nail to hang up something. And it just says, Zach, wow, it's going to do something, but I know what is it? When a person finds out 3/4 of the house, he plans up his community on to do a full house. There are many people that stop right there. 3/4, that is considered butter. What's the thing about taking a hammer and banging it on an anvil? Why is that not the case? Because when you smooth out gold, the way they do it is to bang 3 times the gold and 1 time on the anvil to smooth out the hammer. Like they do in English, that's why you are. Now we're going on to the malacha of Torah. How much you have to buy? A small amount in order to bring 1 seed of a pumpkin. Within this size of plant, 1 herb in order to make dye for the clothes. Endives are edible supplements, and then if you take it to that, you would tie taking it for your animal, it's the size of a goat house. And if you want it for clean up your house, you're not going to easy egg chicken. Anytime you want to enhance your land,
like the jokes, and I want to make people laugh.
That is also the culture.
Different ways that maybe I think and stuff, but I
anytime
wanted
you
to tell
put
myself.
something out of the
That's what I
ground,
always thought.
but that's not so. Instead,
When I first started, I didn't think I want you to remember one joke. I want you to remember me, right? Like I felt like it's desperate. That's a star. See, you knew that you would be a star. That's different than
the point is, there are certain holes that you don't want it. Maybe that's what you hear about it. That's the one that you are talking about.
shit, unless they do it magically.
You gather what from it. Trying to make you grow. You want to be stronger. You are highly compulsive. If you want it for fuel, firewood, then it's easy as if you are gathering grass, again, you're if you want to make the land better, then it's one animal, then it's the size of a goat. Moving on to writing. Writing, you need to write So next this person who could write with his right hand, maybe his left hand's a little weaker, also type. Grace says, even a writing is high. Writing is like, not writing, you are marking. That's what he's marking. Anybody can mark by something. According to everybody, it's higher in any language. Writing 2 letters in English, you are higher. 2 types of ink. One letter with 1 ink and the other letter with other higher. Now we have a bunch of sheets. If you just says in the Mishnah, you are tired when you hadn't sent the right thing in Shimon, and you stopped at the mem. The shin mem, that's also word, also tired. When you did Dalit Nun, tired. According to using the name of the Torah in Gamliel, it's even if it's 2 identical letters, like Gimel, Gimel, Shin, Shin, which spelled God, Ruth, or Sheish, 6, you are tired. Because it says, even if you're 2 letters that have nothing to do with each other, they don't spell a word, you're still tired because we're not talking about writing, we're talking about art. And if Shimon says, you need to finish the entire word, you don't need to do the whole pasuk, you need a whole word. The Yosef learned, it says in the pasuk by Shaidik, it's for Asa, Me'achas, Me'achas, 2 extra letters. And he learns 4 new because it says, Achas, Me'ena, and Me'ena Ma'achas. First thing it is, what we just mentioned, if a person intends to write a whole word Shimon, and he wrote Sadik, Me'achas, from it, Shimon, Me'ena, you know, Me'ena refers to all the others were left, 30 on left. Me'ena means from them, let's hold this as well, Yechaya, and the rest. And then he says, sometimes Yechaya, one part of
little bit. Tried to put pressure a little bit. I didn't like at first. I wanted to do my own thing. Like a lot of people were moving there. But now when I'm there, it just feels like it's a fun interview.
If a person
And there's people on stage. You can go up and down that 6th Street, and you can do 5 or 6 sets in a night.
the issue that we have when a person writes shitty
That's a lot of practice, and it's not doing that.
you wrote shit in a man, but the man's not a man, so it's not a closed man. The answer is, an open man is just as good as a closed man.
What's on the new tour? What's it like? Like, what's it like to still go out there? What's it like to, like, do you do in the round? What's your show like?
Every day, they're almost the same. There are 3 except on Monday, on second day. You say that it's same time, it's an extra man instead of with some crowd. And on the 6th day, you say with some crowd, it's extra good instead of the mitzvah. So you have an extra man and finally on the 7th day, you take mishpah come with a mem instead of the mishpah. So mem with mem, which spells mayim, water, that's a thing, the mishpah hamayim, and that's why it's word. The first mem comes from the word. It's same time. It's the last man of the word. It's a closed man. How do you spell a word? Mayim. Closed man. You see, there's no difference between a closed man and an open. Now, that argues with the Brisa, very lengthy Brisa, but at the end of the Brisa it says that it has to be makro. It says it's not come. You see Kava when you read before, and it was you have to be complete. And you cannot use a man, or open man with a closed. So that's the point of it. The other halach in the Brisa is that you should not mix up a halach with the ayin, or any letter that looks similar to the other, like it did with the bar, the baba, the nun, a nun with Zion, a that's for pay, or a puff, pay, tzadik, nun, with their Sophic letters. So confused. A man Sophic, a sama, the one is rounder, one is square. And it's the parsha has to be an open parsha. So close it, close it, open it. If you're doing a song like a Russian or a Zini, looks like tricks, don't do it straight, or vice versa. Do not write a six down. And don't write even Hashem's name with gold. If you do, you have to bury it off as a wonderful gift.
When I'm on the ranch, that's my farm truck. I love it. Like, it's fun. It feels like you're driving an email. It feels like you're driving an email. That's what I feel like sometimes. It just feels like I'm in the future. Like you get floored and just, yeah, it does feel like a UFO. Yeah. Like you put the gas on one day, like you'll floor, you'll fucking, when it stops, it's fucking Thursday right there. It's like it just has like a, I don't know. Yeah, it's a unique experience, you know. Like, have you met him? Have you met Elon before? I don't generally enjoy the company of billionaires. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I know any billionaires. It's not that they're not good, but I'm saying I don't need to be reminded of my inadequacies. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What you do for fitness, man? What's your fitness regime? Like, you got a regime each day, or what's that like? The ladies keep me fit, and I'm heavy in sexual relations, and so, oh yeah, that keeps you pretty fit. I got a cold plunge and a jacuzzi and a sauna that I do pretty ritualistic. But I've never been a gym guy. I got 2 torn rotator cuffs, so I kind of really let them bitches go on, huh? Yeah. So golf is basically how I stay where I'm trying to be. But I've never been 7 pounds under or over in my life. I don't. Like, I'm at 150. Only 9, maybe I'll show up. You're fucking checkmate a scale, baby. You know what I'm saying? Right. Yeah, I like whatever I'm doing. Swimming out there, you play golf right there. Damn shit out there. Right. So, you know, if you can get 222 without your arms ever going above your head and do it consistently where it always ends up in the fairway and you're hitting, 14, 16 of 18 every shot is better than yours. Like, so they taught me how to play golf under restraint so as to not hurt myself. You know?
And how'd you bang them cuffs up? What happened in that?
What you mean?
How'd you,
I was in the midst of a push-up contest.
no way, you blew them out. Oh, man.
But I was probably at 200. I was doing too much.
200 push-ups.
Yeah. Tore the cuffs. Both of them.
Both can match up, right? God, pull up at a Jiffy Lube and get well, buddy.
The guy I'm going against, because the way it worked is you can do as many as you wanted when you stop. It's my goal, and I got a match. You know what I mean? So,
took it to the limits.
He was a horse.
You took it to the limits, man. Yeah, maybe you could probably do some swimming safely. Maybe I can see you get
I'm an avid water. Yeah. I'm in the water probably more than
in a dark koi, maybe you out there.
I love the water.
Yeah.
I pray underwater, like, because, you know, evil can't access you underwater. You know?
Oh, that's interesting. Is that true?
Yeah. And
that's why a baby or a child is an amniotic fluid, huh?
Yeah, like water's super powerful, like a living being. I'm sure that soon in the future they will confirm for us that water is a sentient being, and that, you know,
man, it's gonna be thinking that.
Well, that's why all throughout history there was always God's water, just because it's such a powerful force.
Yeah.
God's big.
Yeah, I'm in trouble. I think I'm just not the best swimmer, man. I don't like to swim cap either. You know, I never like putting that cap on. That just was not something that was my vibe, you know.
What do you mean by not a good swimmer?
I don't like it, man. I don't like being out in there. I'm kind of a land dog. I like being on land. I respect water too much. I think I get too scared, and I just
Yeah,
that's it. I get scared.
Yeah, you have to have a real respect for it, no matter what. Like on a boat, regardless. I guess it's one of those crazy things that, you know, is beautiful and wonderful and it sustains life, but it has 1,000 ways to kill you. And it houses the scariest in the whole world.
Yeah, I just get nervous.
What are you like in a jacuzzi?
I'm pretty chill, I think. You know, I'm okay in a jacuzzi, but even then, if nobody's around, I just don't know if I trust myself enough not to like. If I'm even driving through a long puddle, I'll look at my watch and make sure everything's all right. You know, I just get.
But you had a drowning incident in your past.
I think I've just had some probably nervous experiences with it, man. We used to have a neighbor, and this guy was probably. He had like one of the big bathtubs they had in their house, and he would make us play Navy or something called yeah, but we didn't know, right? But he would have us playing Navy. And
You have more than 6 of those stories, so you can't.
We had yeah, we had but he'd have us playing, but it was just like a lot of
There was a guy looking at buttholes. That's what I'm saying.
that's fucking wild.
Some of these guys were pretty certain.
I don't know what they were. You know what they were?
We're sure what they were. You just made it through all the gauntlets, like as a participant.
Oh yeah, I'll put a juke on a nutsack. You know what I'm saying, bro?
You would like $4.
Bro, I can't. We grew up this era, but back then they had some more pedophiles and wildness. I think back then, people wouldn't. That was all documented, you know.
Right.
But back then it was just people was more, you know. I remember we had a guy they called one basketball coach had been like kind of tickling the kids a lot, right? And then the other guy called him. He said, hey,
Literally, like that's a thing. Coaches can find themselves.
You're trying to get that 3-pointer out of you, bro. But they had, but they called him and said, hey, they said, Mr. Sharp, you said, if you keep tickling a kid, you can't coach him. But that was it. There wasn't like a lawsuit or anything. It was just more, stern activity. Don't do it. Don't do it like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't fucking know, man. What were we talking about? Oh, it's swimming, people. Swimming, man. Yeah, I think I just get too nervous in the water. I know it's so true. That's what I know it's way more powerful than I am. But it's so funny, because I could see.
Shams Daf Sufay, 2 emails today from Los Angeles. First one comes from Harry Shalom, who says, Rav Hagoyin Admor, Rabbi Eliyahu Stefansky Shlita explains why he says that a Rebbe who teaches you Torah is more important than a father, and in some ways doesn't care about the title and the smicha, but you are my Rebbe. Thanks to you, I've learned more Torah in the last 3 months than I've learned in my entire life. From a faithful Stefansky Chassid, Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. Second one, from Ari Ben Shushan from Los Angeles. Chazak Baruch, social incredible responsibility, etc., day in, day out. You must be living the Daf Hashrecha. He says a beautiful Gar Torah on Nevuv Bahar Saru. And then he says, thank you, I'm an avid listener and a huge fan. May Hashem give you koyach and continue to teach. Ruchnis Gashmias, many years to come. Ari Ben Shushan, Los Angeles. Back to our sugya. If a person writes a single letter with an apostrophe, let's say an R with an apostrophe, Reb, you know what that means? According to Reb Yehoshua ben Beseir, you are Chayev, that's writing a word. According to Chacham, you are Potter. This points out, in Chachamim, even 3 letters, an abbreviation, where do you see the concept of abbreviation in the Torah? In the Pasuk, Ki Av Hamoin Goyim Nesaticha, Hamoin is extra, so the Gemara Darshan says, Av Hamoin, Aleph, I made you a father to all the nations. But Umais, I made you the chosen nation. Chavim, the hate is interchangeable with test. You're beloved from all the nations. Melech, you're the king of all nations. Pasuk, distinguished. Memon, you're reliable from all the nations. Anoichi Hashem Alikecha. Anoichi stands for Onon Nafshi Kosovs Yehovitz. I myself wrote the Torah, and I'm giving it to you, Klal Yisrael. Or I'm your name of Ksiva Yehiva, or some people read it backwards. Yehiva Ksiva, the Ammonim Amareah. These words are reliable. Bilam's mule, Yorat Aderech Min Lenegi. What is this word Yorat? It's an abbreviation. Yora Ras Anasa. He saw, feared, and she veered off the way. When Chaisol brings the carbon Omer, so it's Ut Chadash, it says in the pasuk Carmel. Carmel is an abbreviation of Carmele, a full pillow. The barley is bursting, it's moist. Dabar Melech said about Shimi Ben Gera, Ukilalani Klola Nimretzes. What does Nimretzes stand for? Noyev, referring to the story of Bathsheba. Mem, Moyavi, you come from a Moyavi. Ritzayach, Soired, you're a murderer, you're hated. Eva, you are disgusting and have abomination. Yehuda says, I don't know what to say. You found the Gavia Kesef in our sack. I don't know what to say. It's Tadok, stands for. We're upright. Tzadikim, Tahir, and Dakin, we're clean. Says the Mishnah. If a person writes 2 letters, he's chayav. What if he has an awareness that it's Shabbos or that it's Asr in between the 2 letters? Machlokes. Ring Amil says he's chayav because that awareness doesn't separate the 2 letters. And Yedil Chatzishir, according to Chacham, is called it because the idea Yesh Yedil Chatzishir, and it does separate. And with that, we finish the parak Habayna. The new parak Ha'ireg discusses weaving and a loom. According to Eliezer, you're chayav for 3 threads in the beginning and 1 thread later on, according to Chachamim, whether it's in the beginning, or it's at the end, or in the middle, it's 2 threads. At the end, it's only 1 thread. There's a stira contradiction of the Brises. The Brisa says, according to Lezer, we're chayav after 2 threads. We say in the Mishnah 3. We have to say that one is talking about thick threads, one is talking about thin threads. The Gemara is not sure which one is what. On the one hand, 3 threads, if they're thick, that's the only way they won't unravel, but it will unravel if it's only 2 threads. On the other hand, thin threads are not noticeable, and therefore you need 3, and only then you're chayav. At the edge of the garment is a different tier. Usually it's kisit. It's the spread between the fingers. Here it's much less. It's only 3 threads of shesi and 2 of air because it's chashav when it comes to a belt, a tziltzil. Gemara brings a price that says exactly like Rabbi Eliezer, and then the price that says exactly like Rabbanan, so it's one up, and there's no bigger rider one over the other. Says the Mishnah, in a loom that goes up and down, the heddles go up and down. In the center, you have these loops. You put the threads through these loops, and these loops bring the threads up and down. You can pass a shuttle through them. Putting two threads through two of those loops, you are chayiv. Rabbi explains, and you have to put a third one on another device. Kirus is a type of a loom for curtains. Also, same idea. If you are weaving a basket or an apple cloth, meaning you take reeds or like a little leaf, this chesing area, the horizontal leaves are held by two verticals. The verticals are held by two horizontal. That's all you need to be chayiv. Like it's in the picture of blue and red. The Mishnah tells us that if you sew 2 stitches, you're chayiv, but we already had it in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. It's coming to tell us the next halacha, that if you rip in order to sew, then you're chayiv, which we also had in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. What does it mean to tear in order to sew? It means if you have some sort of bump in your beged, you want to smooth it out, you tear it and you sew it down. But why do we need this halacha? It tells us the following halacha: that if you tear a beged because the person is sad over the loss of a loved one, or he's angry, he's potter. Unless a person breaks tears mekalgal in order to build. Says the Gemara, we must be talking about a dead person that he doesn't have a chiyuv to rip kriya, because if he did, then he did something positive and he'd be chayiv on Shabbos. One of these relatives, a mother-in-law, somebody that doesn't have to rip kriya, he's just responsible over it. The person is not a chacham, because he's a chacham. All of Klal Yisrael have to rip kriya, and on a chacham you have to do chalitza, which is to expose your shoulder, and you have to eat sudas havra. He's obviously not a kosher person, because any kosher person you have to rip kriya, and obviously he wasn't at Yitzis Neshama, at the departing of the soul. Otherwise, regardless of the relationship, you have to rip kriya, just like you rip kriya when you see a Sefer Torah burning. Every Jew, says Rashi, has Torah and mitzvahs, and you have to rip kriya. The shear for whitening wool and untangling it and dyeing it and weaving it is double a sip. But if you are irate, it's only the size of 1 sip. It says in the Mishnah that if you rip a beged, you do kriya out of anger, you're potter. That's it goes according to the Shimon that says, potter. In other words, you prefer not to have this situation. It's just a solution to the situation. It's not a constructive, positive malacha, and you are potter. The Bryson says your chayiv goes according to Yehuda in a situation where a person had a positive effect. He wanted to teach his family a lesson. This is what happens if you get daddy angry. He hears things. But to calm your yetzer, that would be usher, because that causes a person to get used to getting angry, and eventually will do have a desire, says the Gemara. Rabbi Yehuda says that Yehuda used to teach his family lesson by ripping threads in the bottom of his garment. Rebecca used to break different kelim that were already broken. Abba would break the lid of a pitcher, and Reb Shimon would spill fish sauce on his slave to teach her a lesson, and to say, this is what happens when you get me mad. If you cry over a kosher person that was nifter, Baruch counts the tears and stores them away in his face gnazav. Rav says, if you are lazy about giving a hesped, a chacham, you are worthy to be buried alive. The Rebbe says you won't have longevity, mida connected mida. Even though by Yeshua's hesped, they weren't masculine for 30 days, those people actually didn't have a long life, but they had a good life for the short years that they lived. And when it says Laman Yubi Meichem, bracha, since it's a bracha, that refers to long life and a good life. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
It's so surprising, man. I had a friend, I was talking to him. He said, I got a Jeep Cherokee out here, so I'm going to go get it in case the winds change it. And I said, I think it's going to be okay.
Today, this email comes out from David Cameron and writes, I can't begin to tell you how much I enjoy learning about this season. It's very good understanding. Otherwise, comprehension. Humor is always fun and takes a second away. When it comes to the humor is always pleasant, even when you are criticized. Then it goes on to criticize. He asked my for it. He says, when I say jokingly, so we bought the refrigerator for our family center here in Mexico, it cost an additional $500 just for the ice maker. He says, Jack, the constitute was some horror on her stroke. Initially, I brushed it off saying that this is the Medina versus their stroke. This is a product made in China that's being charged of taxes here in their stroke. Then I thought about it and said, you might have a good point. If somebody might be thinking differently about making a lateral stroke because of this kind of thing, then it might constitute working harder on their stroke. I'm telling you this because I love you and know that you do not want to sin, especially in any manner. Loving is today's doubt. The Reverend says, if one of the brothers is Nicker, all the brothers should be concerned if one of the brothers are doing Nicker, the entire correct. And the more qualified success is referring to the smallest of the Kabbalah or the greatest of Kabbalah, but no, it's not the regular guy in Kabbalah. The Babos is a big thing. When the Mishnah says, follow the Talmud and Purim, any destructive malacha that you do, for instance, you knock down a house, you are cultured to be constantly being destructive, and it's obviously you have to be positive, you have to make a positive effect. That doesn't refer to the malacha. Quite well than not. Causing injury and creating a fire are not included. You have to heard this and says, things like that do not say when you can't put that outside. There's no mission that says like you heard something similar to that is because it's a positive outcome at the end. For instance, you cause injury to an animal, you draw blood, it takes that blood and puts it to the dog. Or you made a fire because you want to ask for that to happen. What about our mission? Our mission says not like your brother. Our mission says follow the Calvin Purim with no exceptions. So the word perhaps our mission goes from for you. Review the whole ROTHSCHILD in the street called the Gufah, as long as there's a positive outcome at the end, you're high. And the Brisa that says that there are two, or the Rabbi says that there are two malachas that are not included, it goes according to the relevant. Follow the Talmud and Purim according to Judah, no matter what, every Talmud, every destructive act is potter because there's no positive effect at the end. If there's a positive effect at the end, like love is into the Gufah, and you are high. The Truth says, even when there's a positive effect at the end, it's considered love is into the Gufah, and you are potter. Besides those two malachas of Chayil and Ma'aber, where the Torah says specifically, the drush in the Torah that you are high. What is the drush in front of you? The Torah says that you're allowed to perform a B'shul on Shabbos, even though it's Chayil and causing injury. That is to say that in general, but it was also only in specific case of Mila, it's mutter. And when the Torah says you should not kill a Bas Kohen who is Mizana with hot lead, which is Sreifa, which is Ma'aber, the Torah is saying you're not allowed to create a fire on Shabbos. Judah says, the reason why the Torah was massive, Mila, because it is a positive, where now this young boy became Jewish is a positive. Nevertheless, the Torah says, typically in a positive, that's the malacha, that's absolutely the malacha. In this case, you're allowed to do a Mila. And the same thing, by basketball. What is the shear of whitening wool and uncooling wool and spin wool? 2 times a stick, from finger to finger. There is that much simpler way to measure from finger to finger. It's the same thing. You don't need double this. One of these equals 2 of each. Says the Mishnah, according to everybody, if you want to catch a drug, swallow or sparrow, it's very difficult to catch. Therefore, the only time it comes to save the traveling is if you get it into a small pot. If it's a larger bird, according to Chachamim, even if it's in a beibar, meaning an enclosed area, if it has a roof, that's considered traveling. If it doesn't have a roof, it's not traveling. When it comes to a deer, Rabbi says only time it's considered traveling get it into a small house, according to my son, even into a beibar in an enclosed area. Cut into the tree on real, and qualify this. It says it's only a beibar kata, where it's easy to grab and capture, but not a beibar rubber. The Mishnah in such a place that says, discussing what malacha you're allowed to do on Yom Tov, and malacha is you're not allowed to do malacha before Yom Tov. Therefore, you can capture a fish before Yom Tov and keep it in water over Yom Tov and kill it on Yom Tov. There's no reason to do so on Yom Tov itself. Therefore, it's also trapped. and it doesn't trap it physically. It's muktzah, and therefore you're not allowed to feed animals that are muktzah. When it comes to a deer, it's already trapped inside a paper, inside an enclosure. It's not muktzah, and therefore you're allowed to feed it. So the word says, this is talking about a very small enclosure. And that's why you're right, Chad. The large enclosure, you're not allowed. What constitutes a small enclosure? You tell me about either. You can grab the animal in one shot, or since in the time of the Gemara, the walls are all made the same height. If it has shadow on the other wall, that's considered area, or it doesn't have any corner for the animal to run away from. A sleeping deer, or a blind deer, or a deer that has fever. It can still run away, all these can run away, and therefore if you trap it, it's considered safe and tight. If it's an older deer or a handicapped deer, then you are covered with something that is ready, and if it's sick, but a procedure is also considered a trap, and you're not tight. Grasshoppers, hornets, and mosquitoes put the mayor, stabbing them to a tire, like a hunting with his head. It's typically something that's trapped for positive benefit, then it's also trapping it once you get it away from you, then maybe they need something and you are fucked. Grasshoppers in the morning, when you sleep, they can't see, therefore you're not tired to going up and going. If it's very hot and they're slightly lethargic, you are still tired. Now if they're coming great swarms of grasshoppers, says the Rabbi, then you are covered if it's hot and small. Says the Mishnah, if a deer goes into the house and a single person closes the door, that person is tired to say that. If two people close the door simultaneously, they are both covered and they are too. If the door is so heavy that it requires two people, then they are both tired, and the Trinity says they are covered. Capture a lion just by grabbing onto it is nothing else than to run away. You have to put it into a special designed bag to capture the lion. Says the Mishnah, if Reuben sits by the door, but the door is wide enough that the deer to run away, Reuben is not tired. Shimon comes along, sits in the other part of the door, Shimon is tired, Reuben is not tired. What happens if Reuben sits down and then tires to it? The deer cannot get away. Comes Shimon and keeps him company. He gives a second layer of protection. So when he's not tired, Reuben is tired. What happens if Reuben gets up and walks away? Shimon is still not tired. This is a beam, a rag. This is a muscle. So a person is tied a deer with a rope next to his door, indoors. The deer is trapped, he's tired. Is he allowed to close the front door? Obviously, he closes the front door. What happens if the deer undoes the rope? And now he's feeding out. But the person that closed the door after he opened the door, no, that happened a while ago. And the same thing here. Someone sat down and was walking down to sit down. You're going to have to get out once Reuben walks away. Have a wonderful day.
You just gotta figure this thing out. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah, you gotta figure a little part. Probably tougher. But yeah, I don't know if I'd go on it. Yeah, I would like to. Especially if I got to bring a friend, I would definitely do it, man.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Zayin, today's email comes to us from Alvin Yosef Martin. Thanks for all the great tuning right. I haven't missed any shiurim. My wife and I converted to Orthodox Judaism 7 years ago. I have an apartment in my last room in Columbus, Ohio, and his wife wrote a book about the journey called From Rose Bowl to Rashi. He's a former Ohio State football player, and he played in the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles and in Chicago. But my greatest accomplishment is joining the most exceptional family in the world. Keep up the great job that you and your team are doing. Thanks, Alvin Yosef Martin. And now on to today's job. In all these Shabbos, when it says Putter, it means Putter Aval Usher with the Rabban. Besides, there are 3 exceptions to the rule, and one of them is what we had yesterday in the Mishnah. That is, the person sat down by a door and he trapped a deer. And his friend came and sat by him and created a second layer. His friend had to accomplish anything, he's not tired. Even if Reuben stands up and walks away, Shimon doesn't have to get up and just walk away. He's not tired. The Mishnah says a muscle, the person who tied a deer to a doorknob, let's say, inside the house, he's allowed to close the front door. What if the deer becomes untied to the door? He doesn't have to open up the front door. It's already closed. He wasn't open. So Shimon doesn't have to get up and walk away. The second case is Matis Musa, removing fluids from a boil, top of the zip. If the intent is just to take out the fluids, it's mutter l'chakila because of the tzar, unless the person has intent to create an opening to take out the fluid and produce oxygen inside. That would be awesome. Just like we said, you lift up a muktzah needle to take out a thorn. The third thing is to capture a non-poisonous snake, that it shouldn't bite people, it shouldn't bother people. Same way, you're allowed to take some sort of flea and put it over a flame so that it shouldn't burn down the house, to cover waste of a child, or to cover a scorpion. But if you do it to trap the scorpion for medicinal purposes, that is also, and with that we finish Perek Ha'or. Found Perek is called Shmoyne Shrotzim, the 8 Shrotzim that emit Tumah after they're dead, as you see in the picture. These are considered, according to Rashi, the Vinonitzai. People like to trap these animals because they have value, whether for their skin or other medicinal purposes. Therefore, if you trap them, you are chayav. And if you bruise them, you are chayav. Now, what are we talking about? How many of them? All of them? In order to be chayav for bruising, you have to create blood, not that it comes out because it came out, that would be shoyfet, we're referring to between the flesh and the skin. So it has to have a thicker skin. When it comes to tumah of the Shmoyne Shrotzim, there's a big machlokes. Under Rabbi and Uri, the skin of a sheretz is not included in the tumah because it's so thick. Therefore, all these 8 shrotzim have Kabbalah on Shabbos as well. According to Chachamim, only 4 out of these shrotzim have tumah, and those are the 4 on the left side because their skin is thinner. Now, according to Rabbi and Shmuel, there's machlokes between Rabbi and Uri and Chachamim in Shabbos. According to Rabbi and Uri, all 8 shrotzim you're chayav. But according to Chachamim, only 4, the 4 in the red. According to Rabbi and Rav Ada, it's only in Tumah that Chachamim is saying the distinction between the 4. Because the pasuk says, Eiva Hatmei Yevesrehei, these are the ones that the pasuk is closer, the 4 that are closer to these words are the ones that are coming. But when it comes to Shabbos, just like we go to the Uri, all 8 is the Isser Kabbalah. According to Yehuda, it depends on how thick the skin is. You can feel it goes by our gush. So therefore, a lizard is similar to the chayil and has thick skin and this kabura. How do we know this concept that the kabura has to be something that never goes back to its original? We learn from the pasuk. Just like a kushi, the skin never changes color. The word "number" the Gemara learned is not referring to a leopard, but rather the word "mura." It doesn't go back. Rabbi Lezer learns from the Elam in the Mishnah, just like Elam. There was an Atilas Neshama, you killed it. Therefore, it doesn't matter what kind of animal we're referring to. It could be the largest animal, like an elephant, a camel, to the smallest animal, allows your over if you kill it. Chacham say no. Elam are part of the Rabbi, they reproduce. But rice do not reproduce according to the Gemara halachically, at least halachically they don't reproduce, and therefore they're not included in this halacha. You're allowed to kill them, and the fact that this allows, that the Gemara says that the Rabbi is zan at basic the eggs of kings, the Gemara says, according to Shalom, you have to say basic kings, a name of a certain species of lice that are called basic kings, not referring to the egg of the lice. A flea, little fly, according to Lezer, you're chayav and say that because he holds, even if ain't been mean on your side, you don't typically trap a fly for a productive reason, you're still chayav. According to Rabbanon, if you're mean on your side, you are a potter. But of course, killing the fly, you'll be over, you'll be all other shrotzim, besides the shrotzim, like a worm, a snake, a scorpion, they don't have thick skin, and therefore there's no Kabbalah, because the blood does not come between the flesh and the skin. Typically, Rashi says, there's no use for their skin, people don't trap them, and therefore it depends whether there's a use for the trapping or there's no use. Tosfos just doesn't understand Rashi, and in a very rare instance, Rabbi Tom says you have to erase Rashi completely. And the Gemara says this goes according to the sheet of the tree. That malacha can speak with Yufa. Okay? Since there's no positive, constructive act in this malacha, there's a fucker. Some say it's going on this other halacha, matzah, removing food from a boil. It's not a constructive halacha. Some say it's about trapping a snake. There's no constructive. You don't want to trap a snake, you just don't want it to bother you. Shmuel says, if you take a fish out of water, if there's a size of a sela that becomes dry under its fin, that constitutes killing it. Even if you see that it's alive and you throw it back in the water, it will eventually die from this. Therefore, you're over, you kill it. And they explain, it means even, not only if it's dry, but even if it has some sort of mucousy liquid attached to it when you touch it, that's also considered killing it. That's wonderful.
If you have animals, you know that a relationship doesn't do good with just control. Just sit and stay. There needs to be connection fostered and treats.
Shabbos Daf Kuf. Today's email comes to us from Rabbi He says that his wife was inspired by the concept of Daf, and she started a WhatsApp group that today has over 340 women. She teaches Hana, today, and yesterday she made a scene on sacred creation, and she plans on quoting this quote of, it's not about the Daf, it's about the Yoim. You should have a tremendous amount of tzlacha. You should see thousands and thousands of readers who should spread prayer to all Christ. Jumping into today's Daf, the halacha is that there are certain items that attach them to either on Facebook, nobody can do that. Separating, detaching something from its natural growth. For instance, detaching a fetus within an animal, causing it to miscarry a live animal, is awesome. Detaching cocks from gravel, or a mushroom from a kale, is detaching themselves. On the flip side, if you detach a fruit from a tree that's grown in an unperforated pot, doesn't have any holes, it's looks wide or bucket. The reason is because that's not its natural growth, and the other thing that's the natural. Rabbi says, you're not right to it on the hide skin of a bird, chicken skin. The big tradition is, even though it has small holes from its feathers, it's still looking. As long as the heat goes smoothly over those holes and doesn't go into a bump, then it's looking. The hide of a bird, as we said yesterday, is considered hide, it's considered skin. You're not allowed to cause a human child. Nevertheless, the halacha is that you take the hide of the oilas, the bird oilah, and you put it on his back. Whereas a regular oilah, you don't put the skin on his back, and the reason is the Torah says specifically to do so. What about writing on the hide of a fish? One thing you have to wait until the Torah tells us whether or not it has a tzuama, according to the Rabbi, it tells us it has some sort of looking stench. Nevertheless, it's definitely considered this hide of a fish. Separate of the fish, where it's not the common tumah, and it can be ate on the pizza and the katzitza, that if you're in a room with that person and there's objects behind that thing, it's going to protect it from tumah. The one tells us one of the saddest stories in Shmuel and Hana were walking on the banks of the Euphrates, and they noticed that the water was coming up. And it was discolored, so Shmuel, this is a sign that a tremendous bubble is coming from the straw, and it's not filled yet. In fact, as he told us, the water came up, created a pizza around him when he was eating. Shmuel just had China go to the situation with China met Rab, the famous Rab, the Goladot, and he gave him a tahar and started testing him. He wasn't ready. He started asking him, why do you have to write children on a kosher animal? And he tells him it's a kosher pasuk. A mukha b'fifa. It should be something that's allowed people to not kids. Maybe that's a thing of FIFA. Then I'm looking at something like, I mean, no doubt Liga is great. Plus, it says, Minor Hulu is why is Liga in place of Liga? All parts of the heart of here, it says it's the trouble of Tarlat.
One of them was 7 foot 7. He's buried in all the trees.
And the word or what side is preferable to learn the color of the word or last. Or last, this is the another word after.
No, you were kneeling down.
Another chapter verse that we're on is that in the passage for oil zokar, from a place that you tell whether it's a zokar or not. Rabbi realized that these texts put in his time to have a horn, parrot, grow out of your eyes. It's actually out of that. More bunches around the very time to take
He's got stories that we want to know.
Fear has the house of like fish.
And barley bread is hard to grab stomach.
Thanks, man.
Sure.
Thanks for
But the point was, she was a big doctor who wanted
thanks
her
for the
stomach
nice
to go
words.
inside out.
Appreciate
And
it. You do
even
a
in the
great job
bathroom,
too, man.
in order to
Thank you
clean
for all the
out the
joy
stomach,
over the
Rabbi
years.
is very precise. She didn't realize she treated
You just
for
bought
his ailment, and he cursed Shmuel that she will soon have. And his son, the different Gemara says that when God realized that she was trying to help him, he gave him tremendous honor to that base.
until recently, or
Dylan had to be on the height of a kosher animal, but not only a kosher animal. He could be on a kosher animal that got dead, died from natural causes in space, but on a non-kosher animal, us the right to kill it. The question is, why? Because that's the look at the because something is but a dead animal is not kosher. It died on its own. It was accepted. Much of the muscle we have to experience with one person, two more parts of the person that the here, God killed this animal, the red thorn. So why can't you? Because that person is now let it be. Another. I love it in Sinai, it says that the purchase of killing a rat with a wheel of an animal, the killing boxes, stolen, seized from the chemical testing is small amounts of salt water in order to make that speed of the bread so that you're not allowed to barge it out because that looks like ma'abed of mechanic Resi says you can't make a large amount just less than a small amount. Therefore, you make this concoction of salt water, salt, and oil. Make sure the oil and the first ingredients not only because the water and the salt is trying to get to be very strong. So that sucks. Also, to make strong salt water, which means you get to put salt water with extra salt on it. People use that for cooking. You're not allowed to salt about it. Even those who help you are allowed to salt about it, but he ruins it when they realize that after stroke, you pile up many radishes and salt and you realize it's looking to salt radishes and then it's all.
Was that a tough
step
to like? Like, okay, we can get this and we can do this. Like, did you reach out to Salisbury? Because I know he has, like, in Atlanta, he has an amazing space. He may have many spaces now. This was 3 years ago. There was a space at a train or something, and they were, it was unbelievable. Better now for assistance. Like, we can do this. I just need to be able to have a home.
Why is it comes to us to show us that the Dead Sea has medicinal properties? Nevertheless, you let it wash yourself with that water. Now, what about putting that water in your eyes and believe? It's obvious that you are doing so for what you are doing right, that it's awesome. Because the word says that putting wine inside your eyes is awesome. On top of the eye is no good. And you can take a piece of bread and soak it in wine and put it on your eye. However, saliva from a fasting person that has different properties in it is also put even on top of the eye. Word says the major Allah is not you're allowed to take water and soak it before Shabbos. So before Shabbos, it says many ramifications of Shabbos and invention and soaking before Shabbos, etc.
So it would be a place where you can make other people's kind of dreams come true
that
with
looks
film
like
and television. That's what I think, right? Where you can just basically have a great
first of all, some you don't get space. You should know, look better right there. Wash your eyes out with cold water in the morning. Wash your hands and feet with hot water in the afternoon. And that works a lot better than Gloria. Wonderful.
I like that. I like that. Doing things yourself. Yeah. Yeah, because they'll let the comedy industry be allowed. You know what I mean? And nobody in the fan base ever said, "Hey, we don't want any more funny movies." Nobody said that.
Thumbs up was best. Today's email comes up from
Fans ever were like, "Hey, we're tired of laughing at yeah, boo to the cop." No one ever said that. They just decided, you know, we make more money. Superhero
this is she who inspired me what is happening here and she could come up with her own way of being a consequential. So every person here can and should be the same to find their own way to prepare any positive Next one's from Mayor Cohen from James J. Property from Baltimore. I just want to say thank you for having so much fun. Internet and last night was the first time I took shots, so this time Shema Gavaldi, Mazakoff, so this time around, I wanted to add something to my learning and working and class. Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Cohen.
It's
We're
a great,
continuing with
it's a great
different
location.
polluted
Where it
medicines
is,
and
like
fluids.
it's an hour
You
and
know
a half
that
from
when you get up in the morning, you have to wash your hands
Atlanta,
3 times
more
a
or
day. You
less.
can't go back
It's
to, if you
45
don't, it's
minutes
extremely
from
dangerous touching anybody.
Birmingham.
Touch your eyes, cause blindness,
And
hearing,
I
deafness,
love
mouth and nose,
that area. They're
bad
so
smell,
thirsty to be
bloodletting wound,
involved.
danger,
Yeah.
touching the
And
wrist. God says the power of
we
carry,
have
touching
equal
the other guy's going
thirst,
to back
so
his guttering, touching
everybody
his stomach,
will
turning
tend
and
to
touching
work,
a
and
barrel.
so it will.
The power for anybody who drinks
That's exciting, huh?
the
It is.
beer after.
Well, you have
This
you kind of your hand in
spirit
on most of the
is
projects, kind
treated
of like
as it wants and very marketed to wash your hands.
that's kind of
To reverse something damage, put something on your eyes called poke. It's like a mascara,
it's kind of
and
not
it reverses
necessary
damage, it
for
stops
how
tears, and it increases growth of the eyelids.
it's
Talent,
set up. It's set
pulling
up.
anger, doesn't work on talent. It makes
Grocery
it
store is
blind.
set up.
That
So
doesn't really
my
work for
job
blindness.
is
And
just
therefore,
to
your
make sure
mouth
that all of the
on
food that we
Shabbos.
sell
Doesn't
in
work.
this
And this
grocery
is allowed
store
in Shabbos.
belongs in
Besides
this
the variety
grocery
called,
store.
like
You see what I'm
Rabbi,
saying?
who's also blind, says that rocket plants
Get it in
do
there.
work and therefore it's also
Want
keeping
to
them
see
Shabbos.
that? Yeah, they
Basically,
love that.
a
Yeah, the
roast,
cherry
a warm
ones.
roast.
Yeah, they love that.
Is
You
a
know?
mother
And
eating eggs on
once
Shabbos.
that
Looks like you're about to
is,
do something that's
once
awesome.
that barrier is
The Gemara says
crossed,
this Zucchini's
then
wife,
we're
into
just
the roast,
trying to make
for
the best
Kibarat.
project
Rabbi went points out
for
that at
you
that point,
and
they
to
were
make
actually married.
for
And he refused to eat it.
smaller
And she says, but
budget
you're ready to eat it. What
be able to
tasting
compete
that I did on
with
Shabbos?
the
The Gemara explains
larger
why do you eat it?
budgets.
Because doesn't it kind of just
Because
like
you don't need to
pouring
really do
clear
much
wine
either.
through a
It just
strainer on
needs to
top
be
of his
fun.
liquor,
Yeah.
because it's
It
not
needs to be funny, but
concentrated,
it
it's
also
so basing the roast,
can be
edible
under budget.
without the basting. The
See,
basting doesn't
they
do
can
anything to
it's gotta
merit
be
the roast.
professional. Yeah,
Somebody
it cannot
injured their
look
hand
cheap.
or foot and has swelling,
Regardless,
swelling
which
with
means
wine,
it
it
can't
doesn't
look
really work.
you know, and
You
that
should do
goes
it.
to the
It's also
equipment and to
that
the
does
lighting,
work.
and that's why you
And then the
need
plenty of people that your body
hundreds of acres
spoils
of space to
and
be able
wine
to
does work. If you also
have
have
all
used, Mar says that on top of the hand, and on top of the foot, that's already a sakana. When you're already using the vinegar, as Rabbi was stepped on by a donkey, and he used vinegar, some say he used wine, and Rabbi told him what he's doing. You're a makona, you're a spoiled person, and it's just a sakana just like having an internal will. Any body of water, a lake, an ocean, is looking to bathe in on Shabbos, unless you have
just saying
combined.
you're gonna make sure that things can
Anyways, condition number one is the water is really bad. And people typically don't bathe for pleasure only for the food, so obviously you're doing it. But you need another thing. You have to use there for the feminine amount. You don't have the two conditions together, and it's always much somebody can go into that sea or into flax water if you're there for a few moments and you're not going to Yamagogo has two parts of it. It has the bad ones in the water. In the bad water, and enough time, because the good part, you let it go in, you have not just things on your head. Sometimes you do it for second insertion, which is not the food consumption, and you eat it not just for food or for. Brown says it's about lavender. Any normal food would be but he's wanting to listen to as well. Wants to look make that go. The water of vegetables will have more marrow, and the wine that has fruitiness is very crushed up, very sharp. People don't drink it unless for sure they were supposed to drink. You're a healthy person, you drink it. If you're thirsty, doesn't look it. So anoint yourself with oil that has root. It's mutter. When the Torah says Azai, Rav says it matters. Bar Emet, Ula says it's referring to white sake. Rabbi says it's Sumsum, known as Majora. And it makes sense that this Majora, because it has three stems and each of them has three leaves, and that fits right in. What we want to describe. Azai then, because they have a personal word. They put the paper in 7 last weight. It comes from eating flour that's over 40 days old.
Let's be honest.
Penny Royal is known as liver roll. But it's good to eat it with 7 white and not black pieces. And why do people get the word? Comes from eating raw meat on cold or fatty meat. This is all on empty stomach. Ox meat, nuts on empty stomach. Penny eats them on empty stomach. And people wash down water. You don't have your yezer, or it doesn't work. You eat white bread does the same stuff. You don't have that? Fast. And afterwards, put some fatty meat.
a secret weapon you need in your grooming arsenal. Set your sights on a legendary smoothness this Valentine's Day.
You don't have that. It's the bark of the bush. Now, it's very important that you remove the bark of the bush. You go from top to bottom of the bush, not from bottom to top. Otherwise, the worms will come out from a certain smell.
You'll get 20% off and free
Take this bark,
international
take
shipping
this,
at checkout.
hook it up with beer.